Li Tian traveled to the Beast World, only to find that he had contracted a Chinese rural dog at the beginning. Xiao Hei, bite him. Xiao Hei turned his head and looked at Li Tian. I'm obviously a yellow dog. Why do you call me Xiao Hei? Your fur color has nothing to do with your name. You just have the surname Hei. Second, contracted beast. Unprecedented insect queen. Chapter 1. Traveled. Why isn't it going according to the script? Li Tian opened his eyes to a strange environment, looking completely bewildered. Did I really travel? I just played a game all night and ended up here. What's going on? He quickly began to check the memories of the original owner, discovering that this was actually a world of beastmasters. After successfully awakening, the original owner became a proud beastmaster. However, the contracted beast was a Chinese rural dog that was as useless as they come. This was too much for the original owner to bear, and he ended up dying just as Li Tian happened to travel over. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Brother, come downstairs. Sister Zhu is here. After calling out to Li Tian, the voice went downstairs. Li Tian recognized this was his younger sister, Wu Yuxian, his biological sister. The two were fraternal twins, one taking their father's surname, the other their mother's. For a moment, Li Tian was excited. Where was this place? The Beast-Master World. This is definitely the protagonist mode. Isn't this how novels are written? The protagonist travels. It doesn't matter how he travels. He's here now. A standard little sister. And although this one is biological, it doesn't matter. She's still a sister. And that's Sister Zhu? No need to ask. She must be his childhood sweetheart. At this moment, he saw that he had contracted an level 1-star Chinese rural dog. Then he was ready to break off the engagement. Yes, starting off with a breakup. Ha ha ha. Li Tian wanted to laugh to the sky. Who is he? The protagonist. What should he say when he sees that Shang Yinju later? 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Don't bully the young and poor. Or, today you ignore me. Tomorrow will make you regret it. Which line will be good? To express his protagonist's dominance. Li Tian, come downstairs. Do you want me to call you a few more times? Get down here. A roar from the East River Lion interrupted Li Tian's fantasies. He recognized it was his mother, Wu Yan's roar. The bloodline suppression made Li Tian instinctively run downstairs. Seeing Li Tian come down, Wu Yan impatiently said, Stop dawdling and come down quickly. Okay. Li Tian looked at his mother, feeling no temper at all. The bloodline suppression was too strong. When he got downstairs, he saw a long-haired beauty sitting in the living room. No need to ask, this must be the Sister Zhu he wanted to break off the engagement with. Hee, I have the protagonist halo, let me show you how to roast you later. When Wu Yan saw Li Tian come down, she said to Shang Yinju, Sorry to make you laugh, this kid is just asking for a beating. Haha, Annie is joking. Shang Yinju replied with a smile. What the hell? Li Tian was stunned. What's going on? Why is there a male voice? Could it be that my childhood sweetheart is a guy? No way. This freak isn't even female. He's totally a guy. A guy who's prettier than most girls. Damn, this is nothing like the script. It was supposed to be a breakup scene. Why isn't it following the script? I had my lines ready, planning to show off. But my childhood sweetheart turned into a bro I grew up with. What the hell? Shang Yinju saw Li Tian come down and said, Xiao Tian, don't be discouraged as long as you awaken. The rest we could take our time. Get lost. You contracted a level 5-star flower fairy, and you're saying that standing up doesn't hurt. So he didn't speak too politely. They usually communicated like this. At this moment, Wu Yan also left the living room, leaving just the two of them. Shang Yinju chuckled, Xiao Tian, am only level 5-star, but your Yu Xian has contracted in a level 3-star fire angel. Now that's impressive. Get lost. Don't bring that up. Enough already. Li Tian was also annoyed. This bastard was clearly trying to provoke him. His childhood buddy who grew up with him contracted a level 5-star flower fairy, while his fraternal twin sister contracted in a level 3-star fire angel. And he was the only one who contracted in level 1-star Chinese rural dog. Is there any justice left? They all awakened together. How could the gap between them be so big? No matter how much Li Tian complained, Shang Yinju just smiled proudly. He even patted Li Tian's shoulder and said, It's okay. When we go to the Fengcheng Beastmaster Academy, your sister will look after you. Get lost, you pervert. Stay away from me. Don't delay me from finding a partner. Li Tian pretended to be impatient. Shang Yinju tidied his long hair and threw a flirtatious glance at Li Tian, saying, Don't worry with your sister around. No one will dare approach you. Li Tian pointed at this freak, cursing, Enough already. I'm a straight man. Don't even think about bending me. Gross. Shang Yinju didn't take it to heart. This was just their way of daily communication. Well, you have to find someone prettier than me, right? That should be no problem, right? Now that sounds like a human conversation. Li Tian nodded, feeling this guy finally said something reasonable. But then he thought it's hard to find someone prettier than this guy. If it weren't for them growing up together, Li Tian really thought this guy might bend him. I'm relieved to see you haven't been affected. I was worried about you all night because your face yesterday didn't look good. Shan Yinzhu then revealed his purpose for coming to see Li Tian. Good for you. You still know to care about me, Li Tian said, but in his heart, he knew that the petty original owner really couldn't take it and died. Shan Yinzhu felt that today's Li Tian was very different from his impression. If it was the Li Tian he remembered, he would be crying and wailing by now. But seeing Li Tian like this now, he couldn't believe it was really Li Tian. Of course, don't you see what our relationship is? We grew up together, Shan Yinzhu said proudly. Li Tian was speechless. A beautiful guy like you saying that was a bit disgusting. Okay, stop grossing me out. How about having a couple of drinks with me later? Li Tian suggested. But as soon as he said this, Li Tian's heart sank. Oh no, the original owner didn't drink, damn. I forgot about that. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tian finished speaking, Shan Yinzhu was taken aback, then said, Tell me, have you been plotting against me all along? Want to get me drunk? Damn, enough already. Just tell me, are you going or not? Stop dragging it out. Shan Yinzhu flipped his long hair and said, Let's go. Sister will give in to you today. Li Tian pointed at Shan Yinzhu, saying, If you keep this up, he'll make a move. Shan Yinzhu completely ignored Li Tian. With your little physique, you're no match for me. Watch me not scratch you to death. Immediately, the sounds of two people playfully fighting echoed in the living room, and then they left Li Tian's house together, standing on the second floor. Wu Yuxian saw the two leaving with their arms around each other and let out a sigh of relief. Ever since her brother awakened yesterday, he had been gloomy, and she was really worried something would happen to him. Now that she sees him able to walk out by himself, Wu Yuxian feels relieved. Training realms: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Starry, King, Legend, Title, Planet, Star, Galaxy. Corresponding letters: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 R, 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 R. Chapter 2. Where's my cheat? Li Tian followed Shan Yinzhu towards the nearest bar. I said, Xiao Tian, you used to refuse to drink no matter what. What's going on today? Shan Yinzhu expressed her confusion. Of course, I wasn't of age back then. How could I drink? Now that I've awakened and turned 18. It's normal for us to drink a little, right? Hearing this explanation from Li Tian, Shan Yinzhu reluctantly accepted it. After exiting the residential area, Li Tian looked around at the bustling street, truly opening his eyes. This really is a world of beast tamers. There is high technology. But people prefer to use their beasts to solve everyday problems. For instance, the bus here isn't like the ones on Earth. It's a giant centipede over 10 meters long. Li Tian was startled when he first saw it. It was simply too long, making him feel a bit uneasy. On the centipede, there were several compartments and stairs for people to get on and off. Li Tian boarded the giant centipede with Shan Yinzhu, and after paying the fare, it began to move along its designated route. Li Tian found that this thing was really fast, easily going at 80 kilometers per hour. While enjoying the scenery outside, he was amazed by this parallel beast-taming world. In the sky, various strange and large birds flew around, while the ground was filled with all kinds of beasts instead of cars. What are you looking at? Shan Yinzhu asked. Li Tian, still marveling at the wonders of the beast-taming world, replied, This beast-taming world is truly amazing. Wow, these beasts run really fast. Riding a dog with torn pants. Shan Yinzhu instantly understood what Li Tian was thinking. Who said anything about riding a dog? Did I say that? Li Tian refused to admit he had thought that. Cut it out. You think I don't know you? Shan Yinzhu said disdainfully. Li Tian chose not to argue, wanting to avoid being misunderstood as someone who couldn't handle a woman. Such misunderstandings had occurred more than once in his memory, so he had gained some experience. Come on. We're not drinking anymore. Accompany me to the beast-taming mall later. Li Tian said to Shan Yinzhu. Why not drink? If you don't drink with me, how will there be an opportunity? She said, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Tian. Before Li Tian could respond, an old man nearby chimed in, Young man, this is where you're wrong. Look how proactive the girl is, and you're not cherishing it at all. Upon hearing this, Li Tian decisively chose to keep quiet. At this moment, arguing would only put him at a disadvantage. Seeing Li Tian's reaction, Shan Yinzhu couldn't help but laugh. When they arrived at the next stop, there happened to be a beast-taming mall. Li Tian ignored Shan Yinzhu and got off. Shan Yinzhu followed him down as well. The two entered a beast-taming mall together. Welcome. How can I assist you? As soon as they entered the mall, a staff member approached to inquire. It's nothing. We're just browsing, Li Tian casually replied. All right, sir, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. Li Tian nodded and walked into the mall with Shan Yinzhu. To be fair, The service attitude of the staff here was really good. Hey, Xiao Tian. What are you planning to buy? Shang Yinzhu asked. I'm not buying anything. I just became a beast tamer, so I came to broaden my horizons. Li Tian replied dismissively. Shang Yinzhu followed Li Tian aimlessly around the Beast-Taming Mall. Every product here had an introduction, so there was no need for the staff to explain too much. Moreover, there was a large screen next to each product to better introduce it to customers. While browsing, Li Tian was attracted by a product. Low-grade qualification pill. Grade. Description: a magical pill that can enhance a beast's potential. Price: 10 blue star coins. There was actually such a magical item that could enhance a beast's potential. But the price isn't cheap. Li Tian opened his smart wristband to check his current account balance. Alright. He had to admit that the original owner was indeed a rich second generation. No wonder he could afford a villa. Looking at the long string of zeros in his balance, Li Tian realized it was actually 9 digits. This is different from what the novels describe. They usually come from a common background, while I seem to have a higher starting point. Could it be that I'm not the protagonist? Not wanting to dwell on these messy thoughts, he continued browsing in the mall. Xiao Tian, are you going to buy the qualification pill? This low-grade one isn't good. Besides, with Annie around, you don't need the low-grade ones. Why buy them? Shang Yinzhu asked, puzzled as she watched Li Tian look at the low-grade qualification pill. Mom is here? Oh, right. Mom is a pill master. No wonder Shang Yinzhu would ask that. That was close. It's nothing. I'm just taking a look. Seeing what the difference is with the high-grade ones. Let's go. This place is too boring. After saying that, Li Tian turned and left the Beast-Taming Mall. Shang Yinzhu followed behind Li Tian, feeling that this guy was acting strangely today. No wonder people say that after awakening, some people will have a drastic change in temperament. It seems Li Tian is one of those cases. Li Tian also didn't suggest drinking again. This Beast-Taming World was too dangerous. Until he figured things out thoroughly, he decided to lay low for a while longer. I wonder what those two are up to? Shang Yinzhu picked up on the fact that this dog was trying to get rid of her. Haha, I thought you had changed after awakening. It seems you are still the same, a dog that turns its back on people. Li Tian didn't mind Shang Yinzhu's curses, based on their usual exchanges. He knew this was just child's play. Just as fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, turtles look for turtles, you look for a little black dog. Shang Yinzhu said without holding back. Say that again, and I'll strip you. Li Tian threatened. The two played around in the living room for a while before Shang Yinzhu finally left. System, what's going on? System, come out. Li Tian continued to shout. But still no one responded. Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to be written in the novel. As a traverser, he should have the standard features, right? He hadn't tried to call the system when Shang Yinzhu was around, but what was going on now? Li Tian was a bit dumbfounded. Did he not deserve to have the standard features of a traverser? No, it must be that he was using the wrong method to call it. Li Tian opened the door and shouted at Wu Yuxian next door. Fatty, I'm going for a run downstairs. Look at how fat you've become. Yes, my cheat must be a taunting system. Chapter 3. What's going on? Wu Yuxian was in her room building a bond with her pet beast. At that moment, she suddenly heard Li Tian's voice outside. Fatty? Haha, it seems my worries were unnecessary. This jerk is still as annoying as ever. Li Tian shouted in the way he remembered would irritate his sister, and after waiting for a while, there was no effect. Could it be that my system isn't a taunting system? Before Li Tian could continue his reckless behavior, a set of training clothes was thrown over. Put it on. Li Tian looked up at his sister's fierce expression, feeling a bit confused. Wu Yuxian looked at Li Tian disdainfully and said, It's nothing. Just a little exercise after eating. I see you're quite idle. Come practice with me. No way. He remembered that his sister was a total tomboy. Practicing with her would be like looking for death. No. Wu Yuxian sneered. Did he think he could brush her off like that? What a joke. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If you dare not come, Li Tian was dumbfounded. He hadn't figured out his system yet and had offended the tomboy. This time he was in big trouble. According to memory, if I don't go, this crazy woman is very likely to come over. After thinking for a moment, Li Tian decided to go and deal with it. What if our system is a torture system? Maybe it will activate at this moment. After changing his clothes, Li Tian arrived at the training room. Wu Yuxian was slightly surprised. This sissy came quite promptly today. Alright, you know your place. Come on. Let me see where your confidence comes from, daring to provoke me. Li Tian was disdainful. Anyway, this sister wouldn't dare to kill him. So it was a good opportunity to test her crazy. Can't you be a little more quiet, young girl? Always shouting about fighting and killing. Instinctively, Li Tian wanted to dodge, but his brain acted while his head didn't. Bang! This kick landed solidly. Wu Yuxian showed no mercy at all. After all, with an alchemist mother at home, he wouldn't die? Li Tian took a long time to recover. This sister couldn't be kept anymore. Her kicks had no restraint. Seeing Li Tian get up, before he could launch an attack, Wu Yuxian continued with a side kick. Bang! Li Tian fell heavily to the ground again. this time not getting up. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Li Tian confirmed that this was not a torture system. Seeing Li Tian faint, Wu Yuxian looked calm. Is this what you call challenging my authority? Useless. Then she walked over to Li Tian, grabbed his training outfit, and dragged him along. As for where his face hit along the way, that was not within Wu Youxuan's consideration. If it got hurt, just consider it cosmetic surgery. Mom, I'm leaving him to you. Wu Yuxian indifferently handed Li Tian over to her mother. Look at you, not holding back, and you knocked your brother out again. Wu Yan also looked heartbroken for her son, while blaming Wu Yuxian for bullying her brother. Humph, can't even beat a girl. It's no wonder he gets beaten. Wu Yan was quite experienced in dealing with such scenes. This kind of thing happened 2 or 3 times every week. She was already used to it. She could only sigh that her son was too disappointing. When Li Tian woke up again, he found himself lying in his bedroom, reflecting on what happened before he fainted. He sighed heavily. It seems I shouldn't be the protagonist. I don't even have the standard system. So how can I be the protagonist? Checking his body, he found that there were no major issues. It seems that medical care in this world is quite advanced. There wasn't even a bruise on him. Sigh. Since I can't get a cheat, I might as well follow the path of leveling up by defeating monsters. Although my destined beast is a dog, at least it counts as a successful awakening, right? In memory, not everyone in this world can successfully awaken. The probability is only 1%. Although the probability isn't too low, it's still a step away from ordinary people's lives. Following the method in memory, Li Tian summoned his destined beast. With a flash of white light, a small yellow dog appeared in Li Tian's sight. Woof. After being summoned, the dog naturally showed affection towards Li Tian, wagging its tail and circling around him. Seeing this Chinese rural dog, Li Tian took out the pet identification device to test the dog. Chinese rural dog. Rank. Potential. 1 star. Skills. Loyalty. Bite. Evaluation. A dog that is incredibly loyal to its owner, but has no significant combat potential. After that, Li Tian began to check the introduction of the skills. After reading, Li Tian was speechless. Loyalty was a skill that didn't have much use. It could make the pet's loyalty reach 100 once contracted. This loyalty that doesn't increase combat power takes up a skill slot. Li Tian was helpless about this. As for the other skill, bite, it means literally biting the prey. It's considered a combat skill, but this skill is classified as a normal skill. This means that this skill also doesn't have much combat power. No wonder it was rated as 1 star. The rank itself is already quite trash. And this dog's potential is only 1 star. This made Li Tian feel like he had a hellish start. Other protagonists with a hellish start at least have a golden finger. My hellish start has nothing. While complaining, Li Tian searched online for ways to cultivate Chinese rural dogs. However, after a short while of browsing, Li Tian gave up. For such a trash-destined beast, the only method is to throw resources at it. As long as the resources are sufficient, upgrading the destined beast to Black Iron rank would allow him to attempt a second contract with a pet. The second pet isn't random like the destined beast. With his family's financial resources, he could easily buy a powerful battle pet. However, the destined beast cannot be replaced. And every advancement must be limited by the strength of the destined beast. This means that in the future, he would have to work hard to invest resources in the dog. Only when the dog becomes strong can he contract more battle pets. Looking at the dog circling around him, Li Tian lamented that this was not a Chinese rural dog at all. This was clearly a money-consuming beast. Sigh. The destined beast can grow better in the beast mastery space. Picking up the phone on the table, he found it was already 9:30 p.m. There was no need to ask. He must have missed mealtime, and eating at this time isn't good for health. Forget it. Li Tian lay back down on the bed, planning his next life. He thought about this as he fell asleep. Welcome to the Illusion Sea world, where there is nothing you can't imagine, and nothing this world can't achieve. Li Tian opened his eyes to find himself standing on unfamiliar land. What is going on? Did I just cross into the Beastmaster world, and now I've crossed again? Chapter 4. The Golden Finger is here. Li Tian looked at the scene before him, completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened. System, are you my system? Just a welcome to the Illusion Sea world, and that's it? Then Li Tian tried to communicate with his beast mastery space, and soon a small yellow dog appeared in front of him. The dog also looked a bit confused. Where's this? However, seeing that Li Tian was there too, it wagged its tail and started circling around him again. Seeing that he could still summon the dog, Li Tian thought this might be his golden finger. He continued walking forward with the dog. This was a patch of grass. Rustle. A rustling sound rang out. And then a chicken about a meter tall appeared in Li Tian's view. Li Tian looked up, and an automatic message appeared in his mind. Lu Hua Chicken, rank. Description, the lowest level monster from the Illusion Sea world. Kid, you can give it a try, but I hope you don't get tortured too badly. What is going on? Your Lu Hua chicken is this big? Li Tian couldn't help but complain wildly as he looked at the meter-high Lu Hua chicken. When the Lu Hua chicken saw Li Tian, it flapped its wings and charged at him. Go, Xiao Hei. Li Tian pointed at the Lu Hua chicken and gave the attack command. The small yellow dog was a bit surprised. Clearly, it was a yellow dog, okay? Why are you calling me Xiao Hei? However, due to the effect of the loyalty skill, the small yellow dog didn't care about the name and launched an attack on the Lu Hua chicken. Li Tian was quite pleased. As long as he had the golden finger, this world would eventually crawl at his feet one day. Woof! Before Xiao Hei could launch an attack, it was directly knocked away by the Lu Hua chicken. What the hell? Is this Lu Hua chicken so fierce? Or is my Xiao Hei too weak? After knocking Xiao Hei aside, the Lu Hua chicken charged directly at Li Tian. Uffed! Li Tian felt darkness before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain. Feeling the intense pain all over his body. Li Tian didn't know if he was having a nightmare or if he had really discovered a golden finger. The intense pain all over his body made it hard for him to think of anything else. Half an hour later, Li Tian gradually started to recover. Damn! It hurt so much. And that big rooster was just too fierce, killing him in one move. After resting for a while, Li Tian fell asleep again. A friendly reminder. Using skills can increase monster killing efficiency. Skills? Li Tian quickly checked his attributes, only to find he had no skills at all. Summoning Little Black again. Li Tian continued to move forward. He broke a branch to use as a weapon. Otherwise, fighting barehanded would be too disadvantageous. He also picked up 2 stones of moderate size as weapons. Not long after, he saw that Lu Hua chicken again. Little Black, you distracted, and I'll attack. Sniff. Due to their mental contract, Little Black perfectly understood Li Tian's intentions. At Li Tian's command, Little Black dashed out. It charged towards Li Tian. Seeing this, Li Tian immediately changed his strategy and said, Little Black, you go for the sneak attack, and I'll take the lead. Since there was no need to distract the monster anymore, Li Tian ordered Little Black to sneak attack. As the Lu Hua chicken got closer, Li Tian threw the stone in his hand fiercely. Damn, he missed. Fortunately, Li Tian had anticipated this and threw the other stone as well. Bang! This time, the stone hit the Lu Hua chicken squarely on the head. The stone's attack was quite effective, causing the Lu Hua chicken to fall into a dazed state. Li Tian seized the opportunity, brandishing the wooden stick in his hand and stabbing it towards the chicken's eyes. Gak! The Lu Hua chicken screamed in pain as its eyes were attacked. At this moment, Little Black also launched its biting skill, sinking its teeth into the chicken's rear. Little Black, don't bite its rear, bite its neck. Woof! Little Black barked and launched another attack, biting down hard on the Lu Hua chicken's neck. Gak! Even if Little Black wasn't very skilled, it was still a high-level pet, and its bite was much more effective than Li Tian's attack. At this point, Li Tian picked up the stone that had just hit the Lu Hua chicken and attacked its head again. Bang! Gak! Li Tian smashed the stone onto the Lu Hua chicken's head, making it fall into a dazed state once more. Taking advantage of this, Little Black bit down fiercely on the chicken's neck again. With the cooperation of Li Tian and Little Black, they finally killed the Lu Hua chicken. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Lu Hua chicken and gained 1 divine attribute gene point. What is this? Before Li Tian could ask, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations on successfully hunting your first monster. You have gained 10 achievement points. The divine attribute shop is now open for you. As this voice ended, a shop option appeared in Li Tian's view. Without hesitation, he chose to open it, and soon a screen appeared with various magical treasures. 1 Chi transforming 3 clears. Grade. Description: can simultaneously create 3 avatars, possessing 100 of the main body's combat power, lasting for 10 minutes. Can be brought into reality. Price: 10 billion divine attribute gene points. Great stuff. Too bad I can't afford it. However, Li Tian was not discouraged at all. Just because he couldn't afford it now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. The shop was filled with many rare treasures, and Li Tian was dazzled by the options. But every item was priced beyond his reach. He scrolled down to the very bottom of the product list, and, sure enough, found an item he could afford. Beginner's gift pack. Grade: none. Description: essential items prepared for newbies. With it you can survive better in the illusory sea world. Price: 1. Limited to 1 purchase. Seeing this description, Li Tian couldn't help but complain. This illusory sea world is so stingy. The beginner's gift pack actually requires purchase. Fortunately, the price was reasonable, and Li Tian chose to buy it directly. A flash of white light, and a large gift pack appeared in Li Tian's hands. Before he could open it himself, the gift pack disappeared, and the system's voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, you have received a broken iron sword, 5 healing ointments, 5 resurrection waters, the skill, heavy strike, 1, and a space backpack with 1,000 slots. That's it. This is really a beginner's gift pack. It's too basic. However, the space backpack was quite large, and Li Tian silently gave a thumbs up to the illusory sea world. The illusory sea world ignored Li Tian's complaints as he looked at the heavy strike skill. Heavy strike. Grade. Description: A strike using all your strength can cause 200 attack power, cooldown time 5 seconds, can be brought into reality. This is a decent skill, especially since it can be brought into reality, which Tian was very satisfied with. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. And then Tian felt the method of using the heavy strike skill appear in his mind. Gaining this new skill made Tian feel confident. Let's go, little black. Let's go kill some chickens. Chapter 5, Wooden Treasure Chest Woof. Continuing to explore the illusory sea world with Little Black, they soon encountered another lone Lu Hua chicken. Little Black, let's use the same strategy as before. Remember to bite its neck. Tian instructed. Woof. There was no need for Little Black to lure the monster. The Lu Hua chicken charged directly at Tian upon seeing him. Little Black, be careful. As soon as the Lu Hua chicken entered Tian's attack range, he drew the broken iron sword and delivered a heavy strike. Thud. The sword struck hard on the Lu Hua chicken's head, causing it to fall into a dazed state. However, he missed the target slightly, hitting its beak instead. At this moment, Little Black took advantage of the Lu Hua chicken's dazed state and bit down on its neck again. Gak. Tian realized his combat skills were still too poor. He couldn't even hit the chicken properly. But now was not the time for self-pity. He used the sword as a hammer, striking the Lu Hua chicken's head repeatedly. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the Lu Hua chicken, gaining 1 divine attribute gene point. Phew. Tian watched as the Lu Hua chicken he killed turned into white light and disappeared, while his account gained another divine attribute gene point. However, this battle also made Tian aware of his shortcomings, especially since his weapon was already broken. After this battle, it could break at any moment, and the most basic weapon in the shop costs 10 divine attribute gene points. Looking at the severely worn weapon in his hand, Tian felt that he might not be able to kill 10 Lu Hua chickens before this weapon was completely useless. Moreover, due to the continuous use of the heavy strike skill earlier, he had also wasted a bottle of healing potion. But it wasn't the time to think about these things. He needed to kill monsters first. Continuing forward with Little Black, they soon encountered 2 Lu Hua chickens at once. Retreat. Tian did not choose to fight head-on. He was very aware of his own strength. He knew that facing 2 Lu Hua chickens at once would only lead to death, with no other possibility. Fortunately, the 2 Lu Hua chickens did not notice him, which relieved Tian. Changing direction, he continued to explore and finally spotted a lone Lu Hua chicken. Through constant cooperation with Little Black, Tian had become a chicken-killing machine in this illusory sea world. Crack. Damn it. Tian cursed fiercely. He had just killed 8 Lu Hua chickens when his sword broke. Fortunately, a broken sword still had some lethality, and he finally managed to wear down the Lu Hua chicken in front of him. Looking at the divine attribute gene points in his account, which had increased to over 9 points, Tian smiled. Just 1 more Lu Hua chicken, and he could exchange for a complete weapon. Let's go, Little Black. Let's kill some chickens. Woof. After several battles, Little Black was also quite exhausted. Tian and Xiao Hei can supplement their vitality. But Xiao Hei does not have that privilege. However, due to the influence of the loyalty skill, Xiao Hei, even though he is quite exhausted, still faithfully executes Tian's orders. Hee. Tian carefully peeks through the bushes and his eyes light up. What is that? He sees 3 Lu Hua chickens guarding a wooden treasure chest not far from him. Instantly, Tian has an idea and gives Xiao Hei a command in his heart. Xiao Hei, lead those 3 Lu Hua chickens away from another direction. Xiao Hei nods without making a sound. Tian then sees Xiao Hei scampering off to lure the monsters. Sure enough, when the 3 Lu Hua chickens see Xiao Hei, 2 of them immediately chase after him. 1 remains behind to guard the treasure chest. Only 1 left. Xiao Hei, try to stall for time. After giving Xiao Hei another command in his heart, Tian rushes towards the remaining Lu Hua chicken. The Lu Hua chicken sees Tian and quickly charges at him. Tian uses the same tactic as before, throwing stones to continuously attack the Lu Hua chicken's head. With the experience from the previous attempts, his accuracy has greatly improved. 3 stones hit the Lu Hua chicken's head in succession, causing it to become dizzy. At this point, Tian has already reached the Lu Hua chicken and continues to attack it. This time, there is no dodging. When injured, he chooses to use Xiao Hei to maintain his life. He delivers powerful strikes one after another. Indeed, this method of directly hacking at the monster is the fastest, although it consumes a lot of medicine. Thud. Seeing the Lu Hua chicken fall, Tian ignores the sound ringing in his ears and rushes to the wooden treasure chest. Congratulations, you have discovered a wooden treasure chest. It will take 10 seconds to open. Please wait patiently and do not interrupt. A wooden treasure chest? Tian is filled with anticipation for what is inside. Just as he is filled with excitement, the system's prompt sounds in his ears again. Unfortunately, your battle pet has died in battle. Xiao Hei is dead. Tian understands this. His destined beast will not truly die. As long as it is given enough time and energy, Xiao Hei can be resurrected. However, this only applies to his destined beasts. If other pets die, they do not have this privilege. They are truly dead. Not to mention that when other pets die in battle, it also wastes a precious beast space, preventing the beast master from continuing to use that space to contract pets. Knowing that Xiao Hei would not truly die, Tian continues to open the treasure chest. He knows that running away now would mean all his efforts would be in vain, and he estimates that he is more likely to be chased by the 2 Lu Hua chickens. Just thinking about Xiao Hei makes him realize what would happen if he were chased. Since he is bound to die anyway, he decides to open the treasure chest before dying. The 2 Lu Hua chickens, seeing someone trying to steal the chest, are naturally furious and charge towards Tian. Finally, just as the 2 Lu Hua chickens are about to reach him, Tian successfully opens the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the wooden treasure chest and obtained. Not hearing clearly what the system said, Tian suddenly feels a darkness before him, followed by a familiar intense pain. Tian can't help but scream in agony. This feeling is truly overwhelming. What are you shouting about? Can't you let people sleep? Hearing Wu Youxuan's roar from next door, Tian quickly shuts his mouth. He can only endure the intense pain and silently bear it. On the other side, Wu Yuxian frowns slightly, thinking that her brother is utterly useless. He has been spoiled since childhood, and he is even less capable than her, a young girl. He always cries and whines when he gets hurt, showing no masculinity at all. Sigh, how did I end up with such a useless brother? Chapter 6. The Chicken Slayer. Half an hour later, Tian finally begins to recover slowly. Phew. Indeed, to gain something, one must pay the price. There are no free lunches in this world. He tries to summon Xiao Hei, and there are no issues. However, the moment Xiao Hei appears, he lets out a mournful cry. It seems that death in the illusory sea world is not true death, as both he and Xiao Hei are like this. But the cost is the same, and this gives Tian an answer in his heart. He closes his eyes and soon enters the illusory sea world again. The moment he enters the illusory sea world, Tian checks his backpack. Sure enough, he finds several items that did not appear before. Copper skin, iron bone, grade. Description: increases defense by 5 times after learning. Passive skill, can be brought into reality. A good skill, especially since it is a passive skill, which is particularly important for Tian. Without a second thought, he chooses to learn it. And then a skill called copper skin, iron bone appears in his mind. Fortunately, passive skills do not occupy skill slots, which relieves Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn new skills after obtaining skill books. However, a voice within seems to tell Tian that as his realm grows, he will unlock more skill slots. He continues to check the rest of his haul. Berserk charge, grade. Description: charge fiercely at the enemy, using your head to strike. Can cause the opponent to enter a 3-second daze and deal double damage. Cooldown of 10 seconds, exclusive to battle pets, can be brought into reality. This is also a good skill, but unfortunately, it is for battle pets. Summoning Xiao Hei and using this skill on him, Tian feels through their mental contract that Xiao Hei currently has 2 original skills and an extra skill slot. At this moment, Berserk Charge has already taken 1 skill slot. After being summoned, Xiao Hei is fully revived and is curious about how he has gained an extra skill. Ignoring Xiao Hei's curiosity, Tian continues to check the other treasures. Cutting saber, grade. Description: an ordinary weapon that cannot be more ordinary. With a sharp blade, usable only in the illusory sea world. A nice long knife, very suitable for Tian to use now. Although it cannot be brought into the real world, it is sufficient for Tian to kill monsters in the illusory sea world. Refinement pill, grade. Description: can improve pet qualifications to grade, can be brought into reality. The illusory sea world actually has such a treasure. Tian's eyes light up instantly. You have to know that Xiao Hei's current grade is only level 1, and it would take countless resources to train him up. Level 1 qualification can be said to be the worst, yet this pill can raise Xiao Hei's qualification to level 2. Although most people see no difference between level 1 and level 2, for Tian, it is a different situation. Since there is a level 2 qualification pill here, will he eventually obtain level 3, level 4, or even level 5 once? Picking up the refinement pill, he directly feeds it to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei swallows the refinement pill in 1 bite, and feels a roaring sound explode in his mind. Inside the wooden treasure chest, there are only these 4 treasures. But Tian is already quite satisfied. Let us go, Xiao Hei, let us go kill some chickens. This time, with his power greatly increased, Tian is eager to have a good battle. Not far into their journey, Tian spots a lone Lu Hua chicken. Sniff. Tian points at the Lu Hua chicken in front of him, and says to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's qualifications have improved, and he has learned a new skill. So his strength has greatly increased. The Lu Hua chicken also notices the approaching Xiao Hei and charges at him. Xiao Hei, use Berserk Charge. Once the Lu Hua chicken enters the attack range, Xiao Hei uses Berserk Charge, causing the Lu Hua chicken to enter a 3-second daze. At this moment, Li Tian also rushes over and delivers a powerful strike to the Lu Hua chicken's neck. Thud. He instantly kills the Lu Hua chicken in front of him. What the hell? Changing weapons makes a difference. It actually one-shot killed the Lu Hua chicken. Li Tian was pleasantly surprised as well, knowing that his efficiency in killing monsters would definitely increase. Xiao Hei, well done. Li Tian gave Xiao Hei a thumbs up. If it weren't for Xiao Hei's savage charge, he wouldn't have been able to achieve a one-hit kill. Woof. Xiao Hei wagged its tail and barked at Li Tian. Let's go, we continue. Today, we are the chicken-killing maniacs. For the next while, the Lu Hua chickens here were out of luck, continuously being slaughtered by Li Tian. It wasn't until the system's voice rang out that Li Tian ended his killing spree. Your fatigue value has reached its limit and will exit the illusory sea world in 5 minutes. What? Li Tian felt he must have misheard. How could there be a fatigue value in the illusory sea world? And what exactly is this fatigue value? As this thought passed through his mind, a panel about fatigue value appeared in his consciousness. The current fatigue value displayed was 1 point, and it was about to end. It seemed that this 1 point of fatigue corresponded to 5 minutes. After finishing off the Lu Hua chicken in front of him, Li Tian began to tally his gains from the night. At this point, his account already had 68 points of divine attribute genes. Li Tian decided to take advantage of the last bit of time to browse the shop. After all, he was a bit of a moneyed person now. He opened the shop again and scrolled straight to the end. Whirlwind slash, rank. Description, creates an arc attack in front, can deal 5 times attack damage. Cooldown time 6 seconds, can be brought into reality. Price, 50 points. Seeing this skill, Li Tian felt it suited him perfectly. However, thinking that there was only 1 skill slot left and this skill was at rank, made him hesitate. After all, the skill slots were limited and he couldn't waste them. Dear Chosen One, there are items in the illusory sea world that can upgrade skill levels, available for purchase in the shop. Items that upgrade skills. This was indeed good, and Li Tian was a bit tempted, but he thought it best to continue looking. Mastery of movement, rank. Description, greatly enhances movement after use. Passive skill, can be brought into reality. Price, 50 points. The rank Whirlwind Slash and the rank Mastery of Movement both had the same price. However, one was an active skill and the other was a passive skill, which Li Tian could understand. After some thought, Li Tian ultimately chose the passive skill Mastery of Movement. There were simply too many good skills in the shop, and with the skill slots being limited, he felt it was more appropriate to choose a passive skill first. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and Li Tian's mind was filled with much experience related to the application of movement. Gradually, this experience turned into instinct for his body, and Li Tian could clearly feel the changes in his body. Before he could fully appreciate it, the 5 minutes were up, and Li Tian was kicked out of the illusory sea world. Chapter 7. Let me play with your spirit beast. Upon exiting the illusory sea world, Li Tian opened his eyes and took out his phone to check the time, finding it was already 6 in the morning. This can't be right. He thought he hadn't been inside for that long. How could it be 6 in the morning already? But here in the real world, there was no system to explain it to him. However, coming out of the illusory sea world, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, he felt refreshed. Truly a golden finger, high-tech. He summoned Xiao Hei from the beast space and immediately took out the pet identification device to assess Xiao Hei. Chinese rural dog, rank. Potential, 1 star, skills, loyalty, bite, evaluation, a dog that is extremely loyal to its owner, but has little combat potential. Why is there no change? That shouldn't be right. Li Tian looked at the dog in confusion. This dog had entered the illusory sea world with him. Why could his skills be brought out, but the dog's couldn't? Xiao Hei, use savage charge on me. Li Tian immediately gave Xiao Hei the attack command. The benefit of having 100 loyalty showed at that moment. Xiao Hei didn't hesitate at all and charged at Li Tian with a savage charge. Boom. Li Tian was slammed against the wall by Xiao Hei's savage charge, producing a loud crash. Li Tian, are you trying to demolish the house? At this moment, Li Tian was still in a daze and didn't hear Wu Youxuan's roar from next door. Wu Yuxian was also frustrated. She had finally caught a summer vacation and thought she could sleep in. But her idiot brother next door was howling in the middle of the night and started demolishing the house early in the morning. She felt she couldn't take it anymore. As a tough woman from northeast China, she had to teach him a memorable lesson. However, when she came to her brother's room in her pajamas, she was stunned by the scene before her. She saw her brother lying against the bedroom wall in a big letter shape. Not knowing what kind of monster he was acting like. Woof. Seeing a stranger enter the bedroom, Xiao Hei instinctively barked. At this moment, Wu Yuxian noticed there was also a little puppy in the room. So cute. Is this Li Tian's spirit beast? Although she knew it was a Chinese rural dog, she didn't expect the little puppy to be so adorable. Come here, let me hug you. Wu Yuxian squatted down and said to Xiao Hei. Woof. Xiao Hei remained unfazed, still loyally guarding Li Tian's side. Ahem. Li Tian felt that if it weren't for yesterday's adventure that taught him the skill Copper Wall and Iron Bastion, he might have been done for today. It was still the case of being knocked to death by his own battle pet. And the most incredible part was being knocked to death by a Chinese rural dog that had the loyalty skill. Hearing Li Tian's cough, Wu Yuxian, dissatisfied, said, "Are you trying to let people sleep in this early morning? I put up with your screams in the middle of the night, and now it's 6 o'clock. You're demolishing the house." Li Tian completely ignored his sister's roar, but was thinking about another matter. It seemed that the pet identification device wasn't accurate. It didn't measure Xiao Hei's true strength. Perhaps the technology of the illusory sea world was simply beyond what Blue Star could compare to, so not measuring it was normal. Meanwhile, Wu Yuxian at the door saw that Li Tian was ignoring her, and her temper flared up. If she weren't in her nightgown, she'd give him a high kick. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Wu Yuxian roared. At this moment, Li Tian finally realized that Wu Yuxian was still at the door. "Li Tian, you are finished. I'm telling you, you have successfully annoyed me. Just wait until I change my clothes. Today we are not done." Li Tian was also startled. He had actually ignored this violent girl. Almost instinctively, he shouted, "Xiao Hei, follow me," and then ran out of the bedroom. "Li Tian, if you're brave, don't run. If you're a man, stand still." As he passed next door, he could still hear Wu Yoshuan's roar. Only a fool would stand still. Looking for trouble? Li Tian quickly ran downstairs and made a turn to slip into his mother's bedroom. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" As soon as he entered the room, he heard his mother's dissatisfied voice. "Help! I'm in a hurry." Li Tian lowered his head and ran directly into the wardrobe. Seeing her son like this, Wu Yin was also helpless. This kind of situation happened almost once or twice every week. She was quite speechless about it. How could such a mighty starry beast tamer give birth to such a cowardly son? Every time he got bullied by his sister, he had never shown any manly spirit. He was both bad at fighting and loved to play. The saying, "If you don't seek death, you won't die," was just about her son. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, Mom. Open the door for me, and see if I don't beat this trash to death today." Hearing her daughter's roar outside the door, Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that her daughter was like her. All right. Your brother has already realized his mistake, so let him go this time." Wu Yin pleaded for her son. "No way. This time, I have to beat him up." Outside the door, Wu Yuxian showed no signs of giving up. Even her mother's plea didn't work. "Be good. Later, Mom will buy you a bag." Wu Yin was very experienced in dealing with her daughter. Hearing that her daughter had left, Wu Yin said to Li Tian, who was hiding in the wardrobe, "Come out." Only then did Li Tian dare to emerge from the wardrobe. "No need for thanks. Goodbye," he said, bowing slightly to his mother. As for whether he would be ambushed by his sister on the way, years of experience told him that his sister always kept her word. Since she said they would settle it next time, she definitely wouldn't attack him this time. Otherwise, the bag would be gone. As he passed by his sister's room, Li Tian saw Wu Yuxian blocking the doorway. "Hey, why do you always break your promises?" "Mom, Wu." Before Li Tian could finish, Wu Yuxian directly covered his mouth. "Uft. You've been telling on people since childhood. You have no future at all. Am I the kind of person who breaks promises?" Seeing that Wu Yuxian didn't choose to hit him, but just covered his mouth, Li Tian nodded. However, upon seeing his sister's knife-like gaze and the suddenly cold atmosphere around, he immediately shook his head vigorously. "That's more like it." Satisfied, Wu Yuxian released her grip on Li Tian's mouth and said, "Let me play with your spirit beast." "No way. I still need to train Xiao Hei well." Li Tian directly refused. Wu Yuxian looked at Xiao Hei in disbelief, then at Li Tian. "Are you colorblind? This is clearly a little yellow dog. How can you call it Xiao Hei?" Li Tian replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Can a yellow dog be called Xiao Hei? My dog's surname is Hei. Is that a problem? You're something else. It's the first time I've heard that dogs have surnames." Wu Yuxian couldn't help but curse at Li Tian's words. "I can name my dog however I want. What's wrong with calling it Xiao Hei?" Wu Yuxian smirked and said, "Li Tian, are you provoking me again?" Besides, now is the crucial moment to build mutual trust with my spirit beast. We can't waste such precious time." Just as Li Tian said, it was indeed the time to establish loyalty with his spirit beast. Wait a second. Damn, I've been tricked. Wu Yuxian felt deceived. The initial skill of a Chinese rural dog was loyalty, which represented 100% loyalty. There was no need to train it at all. But looking at the tightly closed door, Wu Yuxian decided to let it go. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Chapter 8. My dog is not ordinary. After returning to his room, Li Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Hei was wagging its tail and circling at Li Tian's feet. Looking at Xiao Hei, Li Tian fell into deep thought. This wild collision skill was indeed impressive. The 3 seconds of dizziness was too useful. He himself had been dizzy for 3 seconds, and the power was not small. If it weren't for his training in copper skin iron bones today, he might have been knocked out. The Chinese rural dog that others looked down on, with the blessing of the illusory sea world, would definitely astonish everyone in the future. However, He couldn't rely entirely on the illusory sea world. He still needed to prepare the necessary resources for Xiao Hei. Tian opened his computer to search for suitable training resources for Xiao Hei. Tian, it's time to eat. Wu Youxuan's voice came from outside, and Tian took Xiao Hei downstairs. Hey, son, is this your spirit beast? Come give Mom a hug. Wu Yin was also charmed by Xiao Hei and waved at it. However, Xiao Hei ignored Wu Yin and continued to circle around Tian's feet. Wu Yin was not surprised by this. The Chinese rural dog had an initial loyalty of 100%. Unlike Wu Yuxian, Tian knew that his mom was the real master of the house. Since dad wasn't home most of the time, only mom had the final say. Xiao Hei, go give grandma a hug. Tian kicked Xiao Hei lightly, signaling it to go over. Xiao Hei, grandma, what kind of titles are these? Son, you call this little yellow dog Xiao Hei. Just like Wu Yuxian, Wu Yin wondered if her son was colorblind. This dog is clearly yellow. How can you call it Xiao Hei? Mom, my brother said his dog's surname is Hei. It has nothing to do with its color. Wu Yuxian explained from the side. Surname Hei? Wu Yin looked at her son. It was the first time she had heard of spirit beasts having surnames in her life. Truly, her silly son, whom she had watched grow up, still had not changed after awakening. It seemed she was overthinking it. He was still that clueless, playful, and endlessly silly boy. What's wrong with that? Who says a yellow dog has to be called De Huang or Xiao Huang? I have the final say on my dog's name. From now on, it will be called Xiao Hei. Tian felt there was nothing wrong with the name he chose and defended himself while eating. Wu Yin raised her hand and hugged Xiao Hei, while Wu Yuxian also leaned over to look at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei lay in Wu Yan's arms, thoroughly enjoying her petting. Xiao Tian, look how well-behaved Xiao Hei is. What are you planning to do to train it? Wu Yin asked while petting the dog. How to train it? Looking at his mom, Tian said, how else? Just throw money at it. At this moment, Wu Yin also realized that this was the most worthless Chinese rural dog, a one-star spirit beast. Indeed, there was no better training method than throwing money at it. Well, don't be discouraged. At least our Xiao Hei is cute, right? Wu Yin felt it was better to comfort her son. Mom, do you think this measuring instrument is broken? Is this thing even accurate? Tian felt it was better to share some information with his mom. After all, they were the closest family, and this way, when Xiao Hei turned the tables, he would be mentally prepared. How could that be? This is the latest identification instrument, worth over $1 million. Wu Yin directly refuted Tian's words. Tian raised his head and said seriously, Mom, then why do I feel this instrument is inaccurate? Huh, what do you mean by that? Wu Yin looked at her son in surprise. Mom, Xiao Xian, I didn't mean to cause a mess this morning. That incident nearly made me unable to see you. Tian spoke sincerely, with no pretense in his expression. You didn't mean to cause a mess, and you almost didn't see us? Wu Yin didn't understand why her son said this. Tian looked at his mom seriously and said, have you heard of a Chinese rural dog that can perform a wild collision? A Chinese rural dog that can perform a wild collision? Wu Yin and Wu Yuxian exclaimed in unison, looking at Tian in shock. Otherwise, how else would I say the identification instrument is fake? How could such an important skill not be identified? Tian said seriously. Impossible. How could a Chinese rural dog perform a wild collision? That's a high-level skill. Xiao Hei is only a low-level spirit beast. This is impossible. Before Wu Yin could speak, Wu Yuxian directly denied Tian's words. Don't believe me? Fine, let's go. I'll show you Xiao Hei's true strength. Let's go? Wu Yin was pondering her son's words. A Chinese rural dog that could perform a wild collision? She had indeed heard some legends about spirit beasts having skills other than their original ones. However, the probability of such things happening was incredibly low. Could it be that the little black dog in her arms was such a spirit beast? Following her children, they arrived at the training room, and with a whistle, Tian called Xiao Hei down from Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yuxian looked at Xiao Hei, disbelief written all over her face. Since when can a Chinese rural dog perform a wild collision? Seeing that his mother, a starry beast master, was present, Tian was not worried about any accidents. Xiao Hei, wild collision. Tian pointed at Wu Yuxian and issued a combat command to Xiao Hei. After receiving the order, Xiao Hei immediately charged at Wu Yuxian. Wu Yuxian did not dodge or avoid it, just watching as Xiao Hei charged towards her. Meanwhile, Wu Yin noticed something different. Initially, Xiao Hei didn't show any signs of change. However, as the distance between Xiao Hei and Wu Yuxian decreased, there were faint energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Hei. Once within attack range, Xiao Hei launched a wild charge. Sure enough, it was the energy fluctuation of the wild charge, and at that moment, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Bang! Without any surprises, Wu Yuxian was directly knocked away by Xiao Hei's wild charge. Fortunately, her mother was there, and with a wave of her hand, she made Wu Yuxian float in the air before she hit the ground. Although the physical damage was mitigated, the 3 seconds of dizziness had not ended. Wu Yuxian was directly left with a 3-second dizziness after being hit by Xiao Hei. After 3 seconds, Li Tian smugly said to Wu Yuxian, "How about it? Is my Xiao Hei a bit different?" Wu Yuxian still felt a bit dizzy and, hearing Li Tian's words, replied incredulously, "Is this really the wild charge?" "Yes, it is indeed the wild charge." Before Li Tian could speak, Wu Yin had already confirmed the skill. Such things had occurred before. Theoretically, it was possible. "Xiao Tian, it seems that Xiao Hei is really not an ordinary Chinese rural dog," Wu Yin patiently explained to her 2 children. My dog is just that unique and exceptional. Let's go. Dad will take you to eat something delicious." Woof. Xiao Hei happily followed Li Tian. Chapter 9. This thing is useless if eaten too much with her mother. The alchemist, around, the house truly lacked for various pet elixirs. Li Tian took out a quality elixir and prepared to feed it to Xiao Hei. "Wait." Wu Yin interrupted her son's reckless action. "What's wrong, Mom?" Li Tian looked up at his mother in confusion. "This thing can't be eaten too much. A maximum of 3 a day. Eating more won't have any effect." Li Tian searched his memory but found no such knowledge. "Mom, how come I didn't know about this? And this quality elixir doesn't state that." Li Tian asked in confusion. Wu Yin patiently explained to her son, "Of course, if those people knew about this effect, who would they sell the quality elixirs to?" Li Tian looked up at his mother, his expression seeming to say, "What a schemer." However, thinking that his family was also a beneficiary, he could only obediently shut his mouth. "Don't let this matter out. It's an unspoken rule among us alchemists," Wu Yin warned. "Don't worry, Mom, I understand," Li Tian said with a serious expression. "Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian." At that moment, Shang Yinzhu's voice came. Li Tian looked up and saw Shang Yinzhu had arrived in the living room, with a cute little girl squatting on her shoulder. Without asking, it was definitely his spirit beast, the flower fairy. Li Tian looked at the flower fairy and then at his own dog. Indeed, there was no harm in comparison. Both were spirit beasts, but how could their looks differ so much? "Hey, Xiao Tian." Shang Yinzhu first greeted Wu Yin, then ran to Li Tian's side. Li Tian glanced at this extremely feminine guy and said, "Can you explain to me why a big man like you is wearing a skirt? Isn't it disgusting?" Shang Yinzhu, however, showed no embarrassment and replied seriously, "It's cool to wear this." Alright, Li Tian really didn't want to say too much to this weirdo, mainly out of fear of being turned. Let's go shopping," Shang Yinzhu suggested. Li Tian shook his head and said, "No, I still need to develop my relationship with my dog. You can forget it. Does your dog even need to develop a relationship? Its loyalty is already at 100%, okay? It won't lie. Let's go shopping." Li Tian didn't plan to go, but he couldn't resist Shang Yinzhu's enthusiasm and was dragged along. "Wait for me, I'm going too." The voice of Wu Yuxian came from behind. Li Tian felt that going shopping with these 2 natives was quite good. At least the chance of being exposed was reduced. Before long, Wu Yuxian had also changed her clothes and came out after saying goodbye to her mother. "Wow, Xiao Xian, that dress is really beautiful today. It matches your temperament perfectly." Shang Yinzhu praised Wu Yuxian. Really? Really? Sister Zhu, your dress is also very beautiful today. Is it true? Let me tell you." Li Tian watched the 2 of them flattering each other and felt helpless. Memories told him that such things had become a daily occurrence. The 3 of them had grown up together and shared a good relationship. Wu Yuxian had never regarded Shang Yinzhu as a male and always addressed her as Sister Zhu. If it weren't for the memories of having bathed together and being honest with each other, he would really think this person was a girl, and a pretty one at that. Thus, the 3 of them began shopping together. When passing by a pet mall, they all walked in. "Welcome. How can I assist you?" Before Li Tian could speak, Wu Yuxian directly said, "I need fire attribute pet food. Take me to see it." "Certainly, it's my pleasure to serve you." Li Tian followed the attendant to a counter filled with fire attribute pet food. "Respected Beast Master, this is a 1000-year fire spirit fruit. A great fire attribute food that has a chance to allow pets to evolve." Li Tian also saw the introduction of the fire spirit fruit on the large screen beside him. Fire spirit fruit. Grade. Description. A 1000-year fire spirit fruit, which has a chance to allow pets to evolve. Price. 500 blue star coins. Damn. It's so expensive. Li Tian couldn't help but complain. This item only has a chance to allow evolution, not a 100% guarantee. Wu Yuxian naturally knew this, and she said to the attendant, "No need for something so good. Just give me 10 of the 200-year ones." "Understood, Beastmaster." Li Tian saw that the price for the 200-year fire spirit fruit plummeted to only 10,000 per piece. Moreover, the only change in the description was the year. Everything else remained the same. Sure enough, this item was just like the quality elixir. It seemed that this Beast Master Mall had deep waters. Seeing Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu selecting pet food, Li Tian also thought of his Xiao Hei. "Hey, what do you think Xiao Hei should eat?" Shang Yinzhu looked at the little yellow dog at Li Tian's feet and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't it be called Little Yellow or Big Yellow? Why is it called Xiao Hei? My brother said his dog's surname is Hei." Wu Yuxian was the first to explain to Shang Yinzhu. His dog's surname is Hei. Shang Yinzhu looked at Li Tian for confirmation. Shang Yinzhu nodded repeatedly. It was indeed very Li Tian-like. He thought that after awakening, he could stop being so silly. Now it seemed he was overthinking. The silliness was already ingrained in his bones, unrelated to whether he awakened or not. Then, seriously observing Xiao Hei, he said, "You've already reached 100% loyalty. It just depends on which direction you want your Xiao Hei to evolve." As for Xiao Hei's future evolution direction, Li Tian hadn't thought it through yet. "I haven't thought about it yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Tian thought to himself that he didn't want to choose either of those evolution paths. Just hearing the names made it clear they weren't good directions. "I still haven't thought it through. Let's talk about it later," Li Tian perfunctorily replied. "Next month, we're going to Fengcheng Beastmaster Academy. You know what kind of freaks are there? I've heard that new students can have bronze Beastmasters. You can't still be an ordinary Beastmaster, right? At least let Xiao Hei evolve once and become a black iron level Beastmaster." Li Tian understood what Shang Yinzhu meant, but he really hadn't thought about which direction to evolve Xiao Hei. "Moreover, now that I have a golden finger, perhaps there are better evolution routes in the illusory sea world?" I naturally understand that, but my dog's rank is low, and the evolution routes are limited, so I think it's better to be cautious. Upon hearing Li Tian's explanation, Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian also remembered that Little Black was just a low-level pet beast, and its growth potential was only 1 star. Even if Li Tian frantically poured resources into it, Shang Yinzhu looked at Wu Yuxian, and the two tacitly decided not to persuade Li Tian any further. Chapter 10. Little Black's Evolution Route. Welcome back to the illusory sea world. Today, Death 03. Let's go. Little Black, go kill a chicken. With a wave of his hand, Li Tian took Little Black and charged into the distance. Not long after, they spotted a lone Lu Hua chicken. Little Black, barbaric charge. Following Li Tian's command, Little Black charged at the Lu Hua chicken. Immediately afterward, Li Tian followed closely behind Little Black and slashed at the dazed Lu Hua chicken. Puff! With a swift stroke, he directly eliminated a Lu Hua chicken. Congratulations! You have successfully killed a Lu Hua chicken and obtained 1 point of Divine Attribute Gene. Hee 1 point of Divine Attribute Gene in hand. Li Tian then checked his fatigue value and discovered it had actually decreased by 1 point. What is going on? Just entered the illusory sea world and my fatigue value dropped? Even domestic phones don't lose battery this fast. After hunting down 3 more Lu Hua chickens, Li Tian found that each time he killed a Lu Hua chicken, he would lose 1 point of fatigue. Hiss. So, if I only hunt Lu Hua chickens in a day, I can obtain a maximum of 100 points of Divine Attribute Gene. Thinking of this, Li Tian felt that hunting Lu Hua chickens was no longer suitable. He had to switch to a different monster. He led Little Black deeper into the illusory sea world. During the journey, he saw many lone Lu Hua chickens or small groups of them, but Li Tian ignored them. After walking for 10 minutes, he finally spotted a different prey. Long-haired rabbit. Rank. Description: a monster from the lowest tier of the illusory sea world. Has a very small chance of dropping items upon death, but don't get your hopes up. A monster that can drop items? The Lu Hua chicken didn't have such a description. Previously, Li Tian thought that the monsters in the illusory sea world wouldn't drop items except for Divine Attribute Gene points. It seems the Lu Hua chicken's rank was just too low. Although the long-haired rabbit in front of him wasn't much better, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Little Black, barbaric charge. Little Black charged at the long-haired rabbit, which, upon noticing Little Black, charged back. Li Tian closely followed behind Little Black, and as soon as Little Black executed the barbaric charge, he immediately drew his knife and slashed. Puff! The knife struck fiercely at the long-haired rabbit's neck, but it didn't die in one hit as expected. The long-haired rabbit, after being attacked, turned around and ignored Little Black, launching an attack at Li Tian. It leaped over 2 meters high and kicked out with its hind legs. Fortunately, having learned the art of movement yesterday, Li Tian easily dodged this attack. Seizing the opportunity as the long-haired rabbit landed, Li Tian struck again. Puff! After receiving another blow from Li Tian, the long-haired rabbit still didn't die, but it was clearly weakened quite a bit. At this moment, Little Black also activated its biting skill, sinking its teeth into the long-haired rabbit's neck. Congratulations! You have successfully hunted a long-haired rabbit and obtained 3 points of Divine Attribute Gene. 3 points of Divine Attribute Gene? Li Tian felt that was pretty good. Better than hunting Lu Hua chickens in terms of cost-effectiveness. In the following time, Li Tian and Little Black began hunting lone long-haired rabbits. 2 or more were no longer in Li Tian's consideration. It wasn't that they couldn't kill them. If they went all out, they could still be defeated. But that would waste too many potions. A bottle of small red potions in the mall sells for 1 point of Divine Attribute Gene. And hunting 2 long-haired rabbits would at least require 1 bottle of small red, making the cost-effectiveness not worth it. So Li Tian decisively gave up. Dong, dong, dong. What sound is that? Just after hunting a long-haired rabbit, Tian heard a thumping sound coming from a distance. Not long after, a giant rabbit that stood 10 meters tall appeared in Tian's view. Long-haired rabbit king. Rank. Description: the lowest ranked kingly life form in the illusory sea world. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Kingly life form? Tian didn't know what this kingly life form was like. But he knew he definitely wasn't a match for this long-haired rabbit. Run. Without any hesitation, Tian grabbed Little Black and ran toward the Lu Hua chicken's territory. As for killing, don't be ridiculous. With its 10-meter height, I can't even reach its neck when I jump. This isn't about seeking fortune and danger. It's about seeking death. Fortunately, the long-haired rabbit didn't pursue Tian, or perhaps in its eyes, Tian wasn't worth chasing. At this moment, Tian let out a long breath, almost reviving again. He didn't want to experience such life and death again. Oh, Tian was surprised to find a nest of eggs in front of him. He stepped closer and collected all 9 eggs. Lu Hua chicken egg. Rank. Description: eggs of the Lu Hua chicken, a low-end food material, can be sold in the mall. After placing 1 Lu Hua chicken egg, it showed a sell price of 10 points of divine attribute gene. This is great. 1 egg equals 10 points of divine attribute gene, and there were 9 eggs just now. Without hesitation, Tian sold all 9 eggs. Now, his divine attribute gene points had reached 300. After glancing at his fatigue value, which was running low, Tian gave Little Black a task to find Lu Hua chicken eggs and then began to browse them all. Little Black, upon receiving Tian's command, scampered off. Tian then started to check the items in the mall, mainly looking for Little Black's evolution route, which was very important to him at this moment. However, there were simply too many items in the mall, and browsing through them one by one would take an eternity. Dear Chosen One, if you need anything, you can search in the mall. Hearing the system's prompt, Tian felt that this notification came just in time. After the voice finished, a search interface appeared in the mall. Tian directly entered Chinese rural dog evolution route. Then a bunch of items related to the evolution of the Chinese rural dog appeared. Wolf bloodline. Rank. Description: can be used to evolve any dog into a wolf. Price: 10 billion divine attribute gene points. What a good item. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. Tengu bloodline. Rank. Forget it. Tian directly skipped it. Just looking at the rank, it was something he couldn't afford right now. Even if it was discounted by 90, he still couldn't buy it. He scrolled to the end of the interface, and finally, a single item appeared in Tian's view. Dog bloodline blind box. Rank: none. Description: bet on dogs. Bet on dogs. This time it's truly a bet on dogs. Price: 1,000 divine attribute gene points. Tian looked at this and felt he could give it a try, even though he didn't have that many divine attribute gene points at the moment. But according to his current monster hunting efficiency, he could try it in 2 days. Woof. While Tian was still browsing the mall items, he heard Little Black's barking and looked up, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 11. A glimmer of wolf bloodline. He saw that Little Black was holding a Lu Hua chicken egg in its mouth, which meant another 10 points of divine attribute gene. It hadn't been long, and this was far more suitable than hunting Lu Hua chickens. Where did you find it? Take me to see. Tian collected the egg from Little Black's mouth and said to Little Black. Woof. Little Black barked at Tian and turned to leave. Tian followed closely behind Xiao Hei and soon spotted a nest of chicken eggs. Although this nest didn't have as many eggs as the previous one, it still contained 6. Tian quickly collected the eggs and sold all 7 eggs to the shop again. Xiao Hei, good job, keep it up. Receiving Tian's praise, Xiao Hei wagged his tail and barked at him. In the following time, Tian continued to follow Xiao Hei, picking up chicken eggs. After all, this was the habitat of the Lu Hua chicken, so there were quite a few eggs. Tian felt that he had finally found the right way to navigate the illusory sea world. The previous method of killing monsters to obtain divine attribute gene points was simply too slow. When he saw that his fatigue level had dropped to just 8 points, he regretted not discovering this method sooner. Finally, with only 3 points of fatigue left, Tian had accumulated enough divine attribute genes, totaling 1,000 points. He quickly opened the shop and purchased the canine bloodline blind box. Just like that, Tian spent all 1,000 points of divine attribute genes. Looking at the bloodline blind box in his backpack, he began to pray to the heavens for luck in obtaining a high-level bloodline. Please, just one is enough. With his fatigue points nearly depleted, Tian no longer hesitated and directly opened the bloodline blind box. Congratulations, you have obtained a trace of Kanga bloodline. A trace of Kanga bloodline? This is a big win. Tian felt that he had struck gold. After all, this was a Kanga bloodline worth 100 billion. He immediately opened his backpack to check the newly obtained Kanga bloodline. Trace of Kanga bloodline. Grade. Description: this is just a trace of Kanga bloodline, which can significantly enhance a pet's potential. It turned out it wasn't a complete Kanga bloodline, just a trace of it. Li Tian felt a bit disappointed, thinking it was the one worth 100 billion. But it was still something. One shouldn't be too greedy. In any case, it was still a Kanga bloodline. Even if it was just a trace, he used it directly on Xiao Hei. He didn't put it in the system's buyback interface, fearing he might sell it if he saw the price. Although he didn't know how many divine attribute gene points it could be worth, he assumed it wouldn't be cheap given the reputation of the Kangu. After Xiao Hei absorbed the Kanga bloodline, his attributes underwent a significant change. Xiao Hei, grade, potential, 5 stars, skills, devour, void cannon, barbaric charge, evaluation, a lucky Chinese rural dog, fortunate to have absorbed a trace of Kanga bloodline. Evolving towards Kangu, can devour more Kanga bloodlines to accelerate evolution. Wow. Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Just a trace of Kanga bloodline had elevated Xiao Hei from level to level. This was a high level. Li Tian knew how rare high levels were, and Xiao Hei's potential had now reached 5 stars. Previously, Xiao Hei had only 1-star potential, but now it had directly increased to 5 stars. The skills also changed. The previous loyalty and bite skills were gone, replaced by devour and void cannon. Devour, grade. Description, can devour all energy to quickly restore its own vitality and mental strength. Also accelerates its own growth. Passive skill, this skill was great. A recovery skill that was more effective in reality than in the illusory sea world. Plus, it could devour all energy to accelerate growth, which was quite rare. Void cannon, grade. Description, uses void energy as ammunition to attack distant enemies. Possesses powerful lethality. Cooldown time 3 seconds. A long-range cannon? This was also a good skill with only a 3-second cooldown. The main point was that this was a high-level skill, which was the most important part. However, the following barbaric charge skill seemed a bit lackluster, being a low-level skill. Thankfully, there were items in the illusory sea world to enhance skills, which could be upgraded when he had the money. Let's go, Xiao Hei. Let's hunt some chickens and show me your skills. Woof. Xiao Hei barked happily. Although he no longer had the loyalty skill, his loyalty was still at 100. Xiao Hei was also quite intelligent, understanding that all these changes were brought by his master. Upon hearing Li Tian's command, he immediately charged towards 2 Lu Hua chickens in the distance. When he was still 30 meters away, Xiao Hei launched his attack. A black cannonball formed in the void and quickly struck the 2 Lu Hua chickens. Boom. As expected, the 2 Lu Hua chickens were instantly killed. Witnessing this scene, Li Tian was also amazed and then checked his fatigue level. He found that after Xiao Hei hunted the 2 Lu Hua chickens, his fatigue had only dropped by 1 point, leaving him with 2 points remaining. However, the divine attribute genes he obtained remained unchanged at 2 points. Not bad. Li Tian gave Xiao Hei an encouraging look. This void cannon was incredibly powerful, with an attack range of 30 meters, which was even farther than he had imagined. It could be considered a long-range cannon. Seeing that time was running out, Li Tian took Xiao Hei to look for Lu Hua chicken eggs again. In 10 minutes, Li Tian found only 2 nests of eggs, barely accumulating 180 points of divine attribute genes. At this time, due to the time limit, he was kicked out of the illusory sea world. This time, since he hadn't died in the illusory sea world, there was no midnight scream incident. When he opened his eyes, it was already 6 in the morning the next day. This made Li Tian feel as if he had lost the joy of sleeping. Although he felt refreshed, not dreaming felt like something was missing. He summoned Xiao Hei and used the identification device on him again. Sure enough, Xiao Hei was still at the level of 1 star, without any changes. However, Li Tian knew that Xiao Hei was no longer the same Xiao Hei from yesterday. Having experienced the near-death incident caused by a dog yesterday, Li Tian was determined not to let Xiao Hei test his skills at home. He quietly left home with Xiao Hei while Wu Yuxian was still asleep. His mother, Wu Yan, as a starry beast master, naturally knew when Li Tian went downstairs. However, she didn't pay much attention, only asking a question as he passed by her door before letting him go. Li Tian took Xiao Hei to a battle pet training center, which had specialized skill training rooms. After getting a membership card, he immediately found a battle pet skill training room. Xiao Hei, use void cannon on that wall. After receiving the command, Xiao Hei immediately used void cannon on a wall. A black cannonball formed in the void and quickly struck the opposite wall. Boom. It didn't penetrate the wall as he had imagined, but left a small mark on it. Li Tian wasn't surprised by this. This skill was a low-level one, merely indicating the rarity of the skill and its future growth potential. Xiao Hei was still an ordinary destined beast and hadn't advanced yet, so he couldn't fully unleash its power. Li Tian approached the wall, where there was a testing device. The device displayed that Xiao Hei's attack had just produced a power equivalent to a black iron 1 star. This meant that Xiao Hei's void cannon had already reached black iron level combat power. Not bad. However, Li Tian was a bit troubled, unsure of Xiao Hei's specific realm, whether he was truly a black iron level beast. If it were someone else's beast, he could use the pet identification device to determine it. But after Xiao Hei's transformation in the illusory sea world, the pet identification was essentially useless in front of him. Without having awakened a second beast space, Tian estimated that Xiao Hei should still be an ordinary beast. Chapter 12. This dog can eat too much at this point. It was time for breakfast. Tian remembered Xiao Hei's devour skill and took all the pet food he had purchased yesterday and threw it all to Xiao Hei. Xiao Tian, why did you feed all this pet food to Xiao Hei? He'll get stuffed. Wu Yin saw Tian's actions and reprimanded him. Is this just nonsense? The contract beast is very important, and other battle pets simply cannot be compared to it. Only when the contract beast evolves can the beast master improve their realm. It's fine, Mom. I know my own contract beast. Our dog eats a lot, and it complained to me yesterday that it wasn't full. Tian naturally understood what his mother was thinking and explained to her at that moment. Really? Wu Yin was still somewhat skeptical and looked at Xiao Hei. After Xiao Hei swallowed something 3 times its size without any discomfort, Wu Yin began to believe Tian's words. Considering that Xiao Hei would also charge wildly, it seemed that the dog had mutated, so it could eat a lot, which was understandable. At this moment, Wu Yuxian had also come downstairs. Seeing Xiao Hei eating, she came over to watch. Is it really that much of an eater? Wu Yuxian exclaimed as she watched Xiao Hei gulp down half a pound of meat. Being able to eat is a blessing. Seeing that Xiao Hei showed no signs of any adverse reactions, Wu Yin was also surprised. Tian could clearly sense through their spiritual contract that Xiao Hei was in great condition. Throughout the next day, Xiao Hei grew a little by constantly eating. Tian felt that the energy in these foods was too low and could not be compensated by quantity alone. He brought Xiao Hei back to the Beastmaster Mall. Hello, how may I assist you? As soon as Tian entered the mall, a servant approached him to inquire. I need some energy-packed pet food. Tian stated his request directly. Certainly, esteemed Beastmaster, please follow me. The servant led Tian to a display where various energy foods were introduced. Energy biscuit, grade. Description, a pet biscuit filled with energy, suitable for quick energy replenishment after battles. Price, 30 blue star coins per pound soon. A type of food caught Tian's eye, but the price seemed a bit steep. Esteemed Beastmaster, I recommend this energy-rich and gentle pet food. Please take a look. Following the servant's gaze, Tian focused on a type of energy food. Ethereal fruit, grade. Description, a fruit containing a large amount of gentle energy. Suitable for recovering weak battle pets, with no side effects. Price, 800 blue star coins. Damn. Are you kidding me? It costs 800 blue star coins. Tian originally thought that with his balance of 130 million blue star coins, he would be considered wealthy here. Now it seemed like it wasn't nearly enough. No wonder people said being a beast master was a bottomless pit. Although it pained him to spend the money. Tian knew this was the crucial time for his contract beast to grow quickly, and he couldn't afford to be stingy. Give me 2 ethereal fruits and 10 pounds of energy biscuits. Tian gritted his teeth and decided to invest heavily in raising his dog. Okay, esteemed Beastmaster. Please wait a moment. Before long, Tian received the pet food he purchased. It's nothing. Just went to the Beastmaster Mall to buy some pet food for Xiao Hei. Tian casually replied. He took out an ethereal fruit and handed it to Xiao Hei, saying, Dog, I'm even using my savings to raise you. Woof. Xiao Hei swallowed the ethereal fruit in one bite. With the devour skill, Xiao Hei could quickly absorb the energy inside. Through the spiritual contract, Tian sensed that Xiao Hei was accelerating its growth. Soon, after absorbing 1 ethereal fruit, Tian felt that Xiao Hei was not far from leveling up. He fed the remaining ethereal fruit to Xiao Hei as well. After the continuous supplementation of the 2 ethereal fruits, Xiao Hei finally reached the edge of evolution. Now, only a little more energy was needed for Xiao Hei to enter the black iron level. Looking at the remaining 20 pounds of energy biscuits, Tian gritted his teeth and gave them all to Xiao Hei. After finally devouring these energy biscuits, Xiao Hei entered the black iron level. At the same time, Tian felt a darkness before his eyes, but in an instant, he felt a refreshing sensation. Even seeing things became clearer, and he could sense a trace of spiritual energy in the air. Finally entered the black iron level, especially in the first few months after contracting a contract beast. This was even more pronounced. Every year when the Beastmaster Academy opened, almost all the students entering the academy were at the black iron level. Only a few were ordinary Beastmasters, and these people would not have much of a future. The academy would reassign them to auxiliary colleges, not combat colleges. Of course, every class also had its prodigies, who entered the academy at the bronze level. These individuals were the treasures of the academy, and the academy's resources would tilt toward them. According to the information in his memory, there was no concept of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger in the Beastmaster Academy. Doing so would only lead to diminishing resources. Thus, what novels portray is deceptive. The reality of the Beastmaster Academy is that if you have 10 points of ability, you must exert 12 points of effort to prove yourself. Only then can you obtain more resources to better cultivate your beasts. Keep in mind that being a beast master is a gold-consuming profession. On the surface, it seems that all beast masters are quite wealthy. In fact, they do have money. But if they want to cultivate their pets, the expenses are astronomical. In the world of beast masters, there is a saying, there are no rookie beast masters. Only broke beast masters. This means that your lack of skill is because you lack money. As long as the money is sufficient, your strength will soar. Downstairs, Wu Yan, as a stellar beast master, felt the energy fluctuations the moment Li Tian entered the black iron level. What's going on? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. Her daughter's 3-star fiery angel contract beast hadn't leveled up, yet her son's 1-star Chinese rural dog had entered the black iron realm. Wu Yan confirmed that it was indeed a 1-star Chinese rural dog, with no differences at all. But what on earth was happening now? Just as Wu Yan was feeling incredulous, another surge of energy arose, followed by a qualitative change in energy. Without a doubt, her daughter had also leveled up. However, Wu Youxuan's level up was within her understanding, but what was going on with Li Tian? A 1-star Chinese rural dog entered the black iron level earlier than a 3-star fiery angel. Whether Wu Yan wanted to believe it or not, this fact was right in front of her. Originally, she thought her son would just be like this for the rest of his life. And with herself and old Li around, at least he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for his whole life. But now, it seemed she had jumped to conclusions too early. Perhaps there was still hope. She wondered how excited old Li would be when he found out. Chapter 13. The Rooster King. After successfully entering the black iron realm, Li Tian felt his body filled with power. If he were to fight his former self, Li Tian felt that he could knock himself out with one punch now. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. So he immediately lay down on the bed, preparing to enter the Dream Sea world. This time, Li Tian had experience and did not hunt for reed chickens or long-haired rabbits. The returns were too low for him. It was more profitable to collect chicken eggs. Let's go, Xiao Hei, let's collect some eggs. Li Tian commanded Xiao Hei. Woof. Xiao Hei barked excitedly and led the way. Taking advantage of this time, Li Tian also checked Xiao Hei's attributes. Outside, the pet identification device was completely ineffective on Xiao Hei, so Li Tian could only enter the Dream Sea world to check. Xiao Hei, grade, 5-star, realm, black iron 1-star, skills, devour, void cannon, wild charge, teleport, description. Li Tian discovered that after this level up, Xiao Hei had comprehended a new skill called teleport. Without needing to look at the description, Li Tian could understand the function of this skill. According to the records and books, teleport was a level skill. Each evolution of a pet could comprehend 12 skills. Although Xiao Hei only comprehended 1 skill this time, Li Tian was already satisfied. After all, this was a level teleportation skill, much better than those useless skills. Woof! Xiao Hei barked, interrupting Li Tian's thoughts. Following Xiao Hai's gaze, he indeed discovered a nest of eggs. Without hesitation, he directly collected the nest of eggs. With Xiao Hei around, Li Tian continuously harvested eggs from here. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Li Tian felt the ground vibrate, and then a 3-meter-tall rooster appeared in his line of sight. Lu Hua Chicken King. Rank. Description: the lowest level of king-class creatures in the illusory sea world. Its strength should not be underestimated. Another king-class life form. Li Tian felt he could take it on. What's the worst that could happen? Just a death? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he didn't take on the Lu Hua Chicken King now, when would he? Xiao Hei, void cannon. Attack it. Upon receiving Li Tian's command, Xiao Hei launched a void cannon at the Lu Hua Chicken King. The Lu Hua Chicken King had clearly noticed Li Tian's presence and initiated an attack against him. Bang! Xiao Hai's void cannon struck the Chicken King first. It must be said that after entering the Black Iron realm, Xiao Hai's strength had increased several times. This shot knocked the Chicken King back several meters, and blood flowed from its head. The void cannon completely enraged the Chicken King, and after stabilizing itself, it charged at Xiao Hei again. Xiao Hei was not polite either and attacked the Chicken King as well. Once the Chicken King entered the attack range, Xiao Hei executed a brutal charge. At that moment, the Chicken King clearly didn't expect Xiao Hei to have this skill. During the 3 seconds of dizziness, Xiao Hei continuously attacked the Chicken King. Unfortunately, after this evolution, Xiao Hai's bite skill was gone, but even so, it still dealt considerable damage to the Chicken King. Li Tian did not participate in the battle. He didn't think his current small frame had the strength to fight the Chicken King one-on-one. Moreover, he was a beast master. How could he personally go to the battlefield? If there was a fight, let the dog handle it. If there was nothing, pet the dog. At this point, the Chicken King had already recovered from the 3 seconds of dizziness. However, before it could attack Xiao Hei teleported out of the Chicken King's attack range. When Xiao Hei reappeared, it was already 30 meters behind the Chicken King. Seeing Xiao Hai's maneuver, Li Tian gave it a thumbs up. The Chicken King only felt a flash of white light in front of it, and then its opponent disappeared. It looked left and right, but couldn't find the little one that had just attacked it. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei, who had now come behind the Chicken King, granted it another void cannon. Bang! The Chicken King felt a sharp pain and then involuntarily moved forward. Due to the immense energy of the void cannon, the Chicken King was unable to maintain its balance and rolled on the ground. As expected of a king-class creature, even after sustaining such an injury, it did not die. However, after taking 2 consecutive void cannons, the Chicken King was now in a very bad state. It managed to stand up with great effort, only to be met by Xiao Hei's next void cannon. This time, it struck the Chicken King's rear, the same place as the previous wound. Bang! The Chicken King fell again. After 3 consecutive void cannons, the Chicken King still did not die. However, it was now in a state of taking in more air than it was exhaling. Xiao Hei, don't get too close. Be careful of tricks. Continue with the void cannon. Xiao Hei originally planned to attack at close range, but after hearing Li Tian's words, it stopped teleporting and stood still, preparing for the next void cannon. Boom. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Chicken King and gained 500 points of divine attribute genes. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a king-class creature in the illusory sea world, rewarding you with 300 achievement points. Not bad. One Chicken King gave him 500 points of divine attribute genes and 300 achievement points. Now he just didn't know what these achievement points were for. However, the divine attribute genes were indeed a good thing. Li Tian hurried to the Chicken King's corpse. He had seen some items drop earlier. Sure enough, the Chicken King generously dropped several items for Li Tian. The first thing that caught his eye was a pet egg. Lu Hua Chicken Pet Egg. Rank, level 5 star. Skills, chain kick, strong and sturdy. Description, a gift from the illusory sea world. A pet egg of the king-class Lu Hua Chicken can be brought into reality. A very good pet egg, with level 5 star growth, quite decent. He continued to check the obtained items. Lu Hua Chicken Evolution Route. Rank, none. Description, an evolution route that allows the Lu Hua Chicken to evolve into a colorful phoenix, valid in reality. Wow, this is impressive. The Lu Hua Chicken is a level pet, comparable to his Xiao Hei, and the colorful phoenix is a level creature. A super life form that can be reborn from flames. Li Tian quickly checked the Lu Hua Chicken's evolution route and found that the Chicken King's second evolutionary form was the Chicken King itself. This means that his pet egg would come in handy. He had been pondering which pet to contract after entering the Black Iron level, and now he had one. Li Tian decided that his second pet would be the Lu Hua Chicken. After the Chicken King died, in addition to these 2 items, there were other drops. Chicken Heart Necklace. Rank. Description, exclusive equipment for beast masters. Wearing it can quickly restore vitality, can be brought into reality. A very good piece of equipment for Beastmasters. Li Tian had checked it before in the Beastmaster Mall. The equipment there was not cheap. The cheapest level equipment started at $1 million. A level necklace for Beastmasters, especially one that restores vitality, would cost at least 10 million blue star coins. Li Tian stored the Chicken Heart Necklace, planning to give it to the Lu Hua Chicken after it hatches. As for Xiao Hei, with the Devour skill, wouldn't it be stronger than this Chicken Heart Necklace? He opened the fatigue value and took a look, finding that killing a king-class creature only dropped 5 points of fatigue. It seemed that in the illusory sea world, hunting higher-level life forms was more cost-effective. Chapter 14. Cultivation Techniques. Li Tian checked Xiao Hai's status and found that after killing the Chicken King, Xiao Hai's energy was nearly depleted. It couldn't use the Void Cannon again. He took out a blue potion to replenish Xiao Hei, but the results showed that one bottle only restored 10% of Xiao Hai's energy. Damn, this dog is truly a gold guzzler. Recovering full energy actually required 10 points of divine attribute genes. However, Li Tian knew that this was not the time to save money. So he immediately purchased 20 bottles of blue potions. Since the blue potions could restore energy, could Xiao Hei quickly level up by consuming them? After Xiao Hai's energy was fully restored, when he tried to use the blue potion, the system prompted that the energy value was full and could not be used. And after letting Xiao Hei devour a bottle of blue potion, Li Tian didn't feel any increase in energy within Xiao Hai's body. It seemed that leveling up through potions was not going to work. He could only earnestly take Xiao Hei to level up. After rampaging through the Lu Hua Chicken's territory, he gained about 1,000 points of divine attribute genes. Looking at the time, less than an hour had passed, and the cost-effectiveness was already very high. He opened the system mall, and his current balance was already close to 2,000 points of divine attribute genes. He had previously checked that Xiao Hei could still learn one skill, and he had 3 idle skill slots. Xiao Hai's combat power was already quite impressive, and he felt like he was lagging behind. As a Beastmaster, he couldn't appear too weak. He opened the search bar and typed in the word skill. A large number of skill books appeared, making Li Tian dizzy. Then he thought of the canine bloodline blind box he had encountered before. Was there a skill blind box? Thinking of this, he immediately typed skill blind box into the search bar. Not long after, a martial arts skill blind box icon appeared. Martial arts skill blind box. Rank, none. Description, Contains countless martial arts skills. It's a blind box. Anything is possible. Friendly reminder. Gamblers don't end well. Price. 1,000 points of divine attribute genes. Tian looked at the 2,000 points of divine attribute genes in his hand and directly purchased 2. What do you mean gamblers don't end well? He was currently broke. Any skill would be a huge profit. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Sword Mastery. Congratulations. You have obtained the martial art Taishan Gong. Tian quickly checked these 2 skills. Sword Mastery. Rank. Description. Contains a wealth of experience in sword techniques. Passive skill. Can be brought into reality. A very good passive skill, and it has a rank. Without thinking, Tian clicked to learn it. A level 1 passive skill would definitely not be cheap. This was absolutely a huge profit, and besides, Tian already had some understanding of sword techniques. So he was very satisfied to get sword mastery. Soon, a vast amount of sword technique experience integrated into his mind, which then transformed into physical instinct. Next, he began to check the martial art he had obtained. Taishan Gong. Incomplete. Rank. Description. After use, you can obtain the method of practicing Taishan Gong, which can be cultivated to planetary level at most, can be brought into reality. Wow, it's actually a level martial art. This is a huge profit. Tian hurriedly opened the system mall and searched for Taishan Gong. Upon seeing the price column, Tian was dumbfounded. It actually required 3 billion divine attribute gene points. At this rate, how long would it take to accumulate points by fighting monsters? What do you mean gamblers don't end well? His gamble was a huge profit. And what was this planetary level? In Tian's memory, the ranks for beast tamers were only black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, king, legend, and 9 titles. So what the heck was this planetary level? Was it above the 9 titles? Tian had never even heard of this rank. It seemed he could only learn about it later at the Beast Tamer Academy. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked to use Taishan Gong. Soon, a martial arts section appeared in his attribute interface, with only one option, Taishan Gong. At the same time, the operating route for Taishan Gong formed in Tian's mind. Looking at the complex operating route, Tian felt dizzy. Fortunately, after learning, the operating route was already fixed, so he didn't have to rely on memory again. He just needed to operate the martial art according to the existing route. Spending these 2,000 divine attribute genes was simply worth it. It was a huge profit. Tian suddenly thought of something and typed energy food into the system mall. Immediately, a large number of energy food products appeared. Tian knew the system well. The first item would definitely be the most expensive. With his current less than 200 divine attribute genes, Tian felt even more upset looking at the prices. He directly scrolled to the end, and one type of energy food appeared in his view. Spirit Stone. Rank. Description. A specialty from the Illusion Sea world, whether feeding pet beasts or self-cultivation. It is a rare delicacy. Price. 1,000 points each. This is good. Although the price is high, it's useful for both Little Black and himself. Now that he had learned Taishan Gong, relying on absorbing the spiritual energy from the air would take a long time to level up. These spirit stones were the best cultivation resource, but the price was indeed not cheap. Closing the system mall, Tian looked at his fatigue value, which was still around 70. He had already swept through the territory of the Lu Hua chicken, and there weren't many eggs left to pick up. Tian continued to explore with Little Black, and when passing by the territory of the long-haired rabbit, he simply skipped it. The long-haired rabbit was no longer his primary hunting target. Continuing forward, he finally saw a brand new prey. Ba sheep. Rank. Description. A low-level monster from the Illusion Sea world, possessing strong jumping ability. Little Black, go. This time, Tian didn't let Little Black use the void cannon. Instead, he followed closely behind Little Black and charged forward together. When the Ba sheep noticed Tian, it also charged towards them. Once they entered the attack range, both Little Black and the Ba sheep launched a brutal charge at the same time. Bang! Little Black and the Ba sheep crashed into each other, producing a loud noise. At the same time, both Little Black and the Ba sheep fell into a state of unconsciousness. This was the first time Tian encountered such a situation. But it wasn't the time to be dazed. He drew his knife and struck fiercely at the Ba sheep. With the enhancement of sword mastery, even without any skills, he could still inflict considerable damage on the Ba sheep. After Tian's continuous attacks, when the Ba sheep woke up from its daze, it was knocked unconscious again with another strike from Tian. Following that, under the continuous attacks from Tian and Little Black, it finally turned into white light and disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Ba sheep and earned 10 points of divine attribute genes. Not bad. A Ba sheep gave Tian 10 points of divine attribute genes, which was much better value than the long-haired rabbit's 3 points. At the same time, Tian noticed that the Ba sheep had dropped an item upon death. Sheep horn. Rank. Type. Material. Description. comes from the horn of the Baba sheep. A material for making low-level accessories can be sold. This was also an unexpected gain for Tian. He just didn't know the drop rate of this item. Little Black, let us go, let us hunt some sheep. Chapter 15. What? You entered the Black Iron Realm? In the following time, with the continuous efforts of Tian and Little Black, more and more Baba sheep turned into white light. Tian found that the drop rate of sheep horns wasn't too low. On average, after 3 or 4 sheep, 1 sheep horn would drop. When the system reminded Tian that his fatigue value was about to run out, he had already collected 16 or 17 sheep horns in his backpack. Tian stopped hunting monsters and sold all these sheep horns to the system mall. At the same time, he purchased 2 spirit stones from the mall, feeding one to Little Black and using one himself. Although the attribute panel still showed that Little Black was at Black Iron 1 star, Tian was already very satisfied. In just one night, Little Black had grown so much, it was quite rare. After returning to reality, it was already the next morning. After washing up, he went downstairs, and his mother had already prepared all the meals. Seeing Tian come downstairs, Wu Yan asked, "Did you enter the Black Iron Realm?" Wu Yuxian, who was eating, thought her mother was asking her, and replied, "Yeah, I entered last night. I wasn't asking you, I was asking your brother." Xiao Hei, did you enter the Black Iron Realm? Wu Yan looked at her son and asked, "What is going on?" Wu Yuxian felt that her mother might be losing her mind or had a brain malfunction. Did she forget that her brother's beast was a level 1 star Chinese rural dog? With such qualifications, it shouldn't be able to enter the Black Iron Realm, let alone do it so quickly, even if they madly threw resources at it. Trying to level up Little Black to the Black Iron Realm in a short time was simply a pipe dream. If Little Black were a level 5-star beast, then it might be a bit faster, but a level 1-star beast absolutely wouldn't level up this quickly. Tian wasn't surprised that his mother already knew. If a starry beast tamer couldn't see this, that would be truly abnormal. Yeah, I entered last night. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing Tian's words, Wu Yuxian was even more surprised. It was actually true. Bro, what is going on? Wu Yuxian asked in shock. What is going on? I just accidentally entered the Black Iron Realm. If you can enter, why can't I? No, bro, your beast is a level 1 star Chinese rural dog. How could it level up so quickly? Wu Yuxian looked at him in disbelief. What's so surprising about that? My dog can charge wildly too. Tian didn't know how to explain it, so in the end, he simply didn't explain. No, this mom. Did you give him special treatment? The only thing Wu Yuxian could think of was that her mom had given her brother some precious resources, which allowed Xiao Hei to enter the Black Iron Realm. Otherwise, Xiao Hei definitely wouldn't have entered the Black Iron Realm so quickly. Absolutely impossible. Wu Yan looked helpless and said, Xiao Xian, your mom has always been fair. Whatever you have, your brother will definitely have, and whatever your brother has, he will naturally share with you. Humph, I don't believe it. Wu Yuxian wouldn't believe her mom's words. Based on her years of experience, her mom had definitely given Tian special treatment. Wu Yan looked innocent. This time, she really hadn't. But seeing that no matter how she explained, Wu Yuxian wouldn't believe her, she decided not to explain anymore. Xiao Hei, I didn't expect you to enter the Black Iron Realm so quickly. What is your second pet beast going to be? Tian understood what his mom meant. After entering the Black Iron Realm, he could contract a second battle beast. I haven't thought of it yet. Mom, do you have any suggestions? Tian didn't mention the Chicken King. Wu Yan thought for a moment and said, my suggestions are Violent Bear, Unicorn Wolf, or Flame Bull. Wu Yuxian saw that her mom actually didn't give her an explanation and was sending warmth to her brother right in front of her. None of these 3 pets were cheap. They were all beast eggs worth over 100 million. Sure enough, Mom is the most biased. Who says we don't have a preference for boys here? Mom is definitely one of them. I want Violent Bear. Without waiting for Tian to speak, Wu Yuxian answered first. What does a girl need with a Violent Bear? Look at you. Aren't you violent enough already? Tian looked at Wu Yuxian seriously and said, Tian, say that again. Let me see if you're itching for trouble. Wu Yuxian felt that her authority was being challenged again. Humph, I'm already in the Black Iron Realm. Who is afraid of who? Tian was quite confident saying this. After 2 days of practical combat in the Illusion Sea world, he didn't believe he was still no match for Wu Yuxian, and he still had his mastery of movement techniques. Wu Yuxian put down her bowl and chopsticks, no longer eating, and said, is that a challenge? Do you dare to practice? If practicing is practicing, am I afraid of you? Tian said defiantly. Seeing the 2 siblings like this again, Wu Yan had long been used to it. She just hoped her daughter would take it easy this time and just teach him a lesson. And as for her son, who had a poor memory, yes, he had entered the Black Iron Realm, but his sister had also entered the Black Iron Realm. Tian, I particularly admire your courage to seek death. Come on, let me see what's different now that you're in the Black Iron Realm. Facing Wu Yoshuan's provocation, Tian smirked and said, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I've always let you before, but now that you've entered the Black Iron Realm, Don't blame me for being ruthless. Fine. I want to see how ruthless you can be. Watch my kick. Wu Yuxian said, and without any courtesy, she immediately executed a high whip kick. Facing Wu Yuxian's attack, Li Tian easily dodged. His mastery of movement techniques was not for nothing. Seeing that Li Tian had dodged, Wu Yuxian was somewhat surprised. No wonder he dared to provoke her this time. It turned out he had some confidence. Entering the Black Iron Realm had indeed brought about changes. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Then Wu Yuxian kicked one after another, quickly attacking Li Tian. However, today Li Tian was indeed a bit different. He dodged all of them with ease. While dodging effortlessly, Li Tian teased. Wu Yin had been watching from the side, and seeing her son's strength increase so much after entering the Black Iron Realm, she was quite surprised. Especially Li Tian's movement techniques, which allowed him to easily evade Wu Yuxian's attacks. Is this still the son she remembered? Wu Yuxian was even more confused. What was going on? She hadn't landed a single hit on Li Tian. This was not scientific. Since you won attack, then it's my turn. Watch my punch. After hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yuxian also perked up, preparing to face his attack. But this bastard called out to watch his punch, only to kick instead. Li Tian used his heavy strike skill with this kick. He also wanted to see the effect of this heavy strike in reality. Wu Yuxian clearly didn't expect this kick to have such power. Not knowing the truth, she chose to clash with Li Tian head-on and kicked back. Bang! Wu Yuxian only felt a sharp pain. It felt like her leg was about to break. Meanwhile, Li Tian, with his passive skill of having a tough body, only felt a slight pain. Wu Yin looked shocked at this scene. What was going on? How did the positions of these siblings swap? And that damn bastard didn't even show his sister any mercy. He went all out. Chapter 16. You actually chose the Luhua chicken? Wu Yuxian, supported by her mother, exited the training room. You can't do it either. Look at you. You were just letting me win. Now your true colors are showing, right? Shut your mouth. Bullying a girl isn't any skill. Facing her mom's gaze, Li Tian felt it was better to keep his mouth shut. Wu Yuxian had also recovered quickly with her mom's medicinal pills. But what she couldn't accept was that she had actually lost, losing to her brother Li Tian. That silly son was something she found hard to accept. Wu Yin didn't care about her son now. Taking care of her daughter was more important. It wasn't the physical injury that mattered. The psychological impact was more significant. Being defeated by the brother who had bullied her all her life. Her daughter probably wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. Mom, how did my brother do it? Wu Yuxian asked the question that was on her mind after seeing Li Tian leave. That brat just used a skill. You just entered the Black Iron Realm and haven't noticed it yet. As a starry beast master, Wu Yin immediately saw the key to Li Tian's victory. But what kind of skill was that? Wu Yin hadn't figured it out yet. Skill? Wu Yuxian was even more confused. Didn't only pets have skills? Or was it that beast masters could only use battle pet skills when fused with their pets? However, as far as she knew, to use fusion skills, one had to at least be a silver beast master to manage it. Generally, only golden beast masters could achieve fusion. Yes, it is a skill, Wu Yin affirmed. But isn't it only in fusion situations that skills can be used? How did he do it? Wu Yin understood more and explained. What you said is correct. But you forgot that there are indeed some people in this world who have researched skills suitable for humans to use. Warriors? Wu Yuxian knew about this group. They were composed of people who hadn't awakened. These people, who failed to awaken but were unwilling to be ordinary, began researching how humans could use pet skills. However, over the years, there haven't been many famous warriors. When did my brother start to practice martial arts? I haven't noticed it all these years. Wu Yuxian wasn't the only one thinking this. Wu Yin was also having the same thought. Her son actually practiced martial arts, and she hadn't noticed for so many years. She thought her son was just hanging out with Shang Yinju, being a sissy. Now it seemed that everything was just a disguise, and he had even deceived her. The skill she saw earlier was definitely not weaker than an intermediate Beastmaster-esque skill. No one would expect a low-level Beastmaster to be able to use skills by himself. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed her son wasn't completely useless after all. It seems that he also has his own opportunities, but Wu Yan didn't intend to delve into it. Who doesn't have a few secrets of their own? At the same time, he operated the Tai Shin Gong, channeling the energy from the Spirit Stone along the established pathways. One complete cycle took an hour, and Li Tian continuously ran through 3 cycles, depleting the energy of the Spirit Stone until it turned to nothingness. Standing up, he felt refreshed all over, his body filled with energy. The energy from a single Spirit Stone had solidified his Black Iron Realm. However, during his earlier sparring with Wu Yuxian, he felt that when using the heavy strike, his body was faintly unable to bear the skill. This was very different from the situation in the Illusion Sea world, where he could use the heavy strike skill as long as he had enough blue. But just now, when Li Tian used the heavy strike, he felt a kind of explosive sensation in all his meridians. However, After cultivating the Tai Shin Gong, that feeling of meridian tearing completely disappeared. Li Tian extended his hand and used the heavy strike skill against the air. Boom. There was actually a sound of sonic boom in the air. Indeed, after using it this time, he did not feel that tearing sensation in his meridians. After realizing this, Li Tian took out the Lu Hua chicken pet egg. Since he had already entered the Black Iron realm, it was time to contract his second pet. He dripped a drop of his blood onto the pet egg, and then a complex contract formation occurred. Following that was the sound of the shell cracking, and a dazed Lu Hua chicken was born. The newly hatched Lu Hua chicken looked just like an ordinary Lu Hua chicken and was currently looking at Li Tian with excitement. Li Tian also learned through the spiritual contract that the newly born Lu Hua chicken had a strong dependence on him. What should I call you? Little chicken? That sounds bad. Li Tian thought of a name, but immediately rejected it. Little chicken sounded too ugly. How about Kuan Kuan? No, that's too offensive. Finally, Li Tian thought of a name and said, from now on, you'll be called Ji Tai Mei. Ji Tai Mei looked confused. What kind of name is that? But never mind, a name is just a code anyway. Call it whatever you want. Thus, Li Tian's second pet's name was settled, Ji Tai Mei. Li Tian took out the pet identification device and scanned Ji Tai Mei, which then displayed the information. Lu Hua chicken, rank, level 5 star. Skills, chain kick. Strong body. Description, Lu Hua chicken, can lay 1 egg daily, is a good food source. Seeing the description, it was not much different from those in the Illusion Sea world. Now he just needed to wait for the Lu Hua chicken to grow into a chicken king. At that time, Ji Tai Mei would also comprehend new skills. Li Tian had personally experienced the combat power of a chicken king, and it was quite impressive. If it weren't for Xiao Hei, capturing the chicken king back, then would have been a dream. During dinner, Wu Yin asked, have you decided? Do you want the violent bear, the unicorn wolf, or the flame bull? Li Tian calmly replied, no need. I have already contracted my second pet. Huh. Hearing Li Tian's words, both Wu Yin and Wu Yuxian were surprised. When did you contract one? Yes, I just contracted it, a Lu Hua chicken. Ji Tai Mei. Say hello to everyone. At this moment, Ji Tai Mei was summoned. Looking at the dazed Ji Tai Mei, the mother and daughter were both stunned. Xiao Tian. What is going on? Why did you contract a Lu Hua chicken? That's just wasting a beast space. Wu Yin looked at her son with great dissatisfaction, knowing that for beast tamers, each beast space was extremely precious. Wasting a beast space on a Lu Hua chicken was not a wise decision at all. Li Tian had anticipated this situation and said, Mom, don't be angry yet. Here is my thinking. My destined beast is just a Chinese rural dog, which means no matter how hard I work in the future, my achievements will be limited. Hearing her son's words, Wu Yin sighed. Although Li Tian's promotion speed was very fast now, it could very well be just a coincidence. After all, the potential of a Chinese rural dog is limited. And as Li Tian said, future achievements will be limited. Then I thought, instead of being a main battle beast master with low realms, it would be better to honestly pursue the support system. This way, I would still have the means to make a living in the future, right? Hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yin felt as if her son had suddenly grown up. Chapter 17. The son has grown up. Wu Yuxian, who was eating, was also touched by her brother's words. The slight feeling of her mother being biased vanished in an instant. She also did not expect her brother to give up the battle pet route. In her opinion, with their family background, it was not a problem to cultivate her brother into a golden beast master. But she never thought her brother would actively choose the support system. It should be noted that in the Beast-Taming World, the social status of battle pets and support pets is vastly different. Unless you possess special skills, like Mama's alchemist. Could it be that her brother planned to pursue the path of an alchemist? That could also be a way out. Wu Yan's eyes became slightly moist. She understood very well why Li Tian made this choice. With the qualifications of a Chinese rural dog, reaching the golden realm was already the limit. It was impossible to cultivate further, and their family couldn't support him in continuing his cultivation. Now seeing her son actively choose the support system, she couldn't express how she felt. It was a bit uncomfortable, yet somewhat comforting. Not everyone could be so clear-headed in an environment where battle pets were prevalent. Have you thought it through? Wu Yan asked. Li Tian nodded and said, yes. The battle pet system may be tempting. Although the combat power of a Golden Realm Beastmaster is not low, it's still not very high. Rather than being a half-hearted battle master, it's better to honestly pursue the support system. Mom, I plan to report to the support system and follow the path of an alchemist. With you around, I believe that even if I can't surpass you in the future, it won't be a problem to support a family. After hearing Li Tian's words, both Wu Yin and Wu Yuxian felt that Li Tian was truly clear-headed. Li Tian, however, was laughing wildly in his heart. Clear-headed? Hee, I am a man with a cheat. How could I be constrained by the support system? I want to be the most outstanding one in the support system. Yes, son, I'm very pleased that you think this way. Being an alchemist is also good. As long as you learn it well, it has a broader future than being a golden beast master. Wu Yin looked at Li Tian with increasing fondness, feeling that this son of hers was worth raising. Li Tian nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too, Mom. I believe that the development of beast masters cannot be separated from these supporting professions. Besides, having skills in hand is better than having resources at home. Having resources at home is not as good as having skills in hand." This saying was excellent, and Wu Yan felt that today Li Tian had truly grown up. His understanding surpassed that of children his age. "Yes, you're right. Mom supports you." Wu Yuxian had been silent throughout. She knew that her brother's actions were also for her benefit. She glanced gratefully at her brother, and everything was unspoken. After entering the game, Li Tian did not rush to hunt monsters, but opened the system mall. The things he said at the dinner table to his mom were not baseless. He had his own considerations. He knew that being a beast master was a money-burning profession. Although their family was relatively wealthy, cultivating 2 beast masters was still a bit tight. Now that he had the system, he would allocate the family resources to his sister. With the help of the Illusion Sea world, Li Tian didn't think anyone could surpass him. Furthermore, being a support profession was also very necessary. Didn't you see that in cultivation novels, the protagonists are often famous alchemists? Having read hundreds of various novels on Earth, I have no experience like this. And if that's the case, I might as well buy a block of tofu to die. After opening the shop, I entered Alchemist in the search bar, and a large number of items related to alchemists appeared. Ultimate Alchemist Insights, Rank, Description. Li Tian took a glance and immediately scrolled down to the last page. What a joke. Just looking at the rank, one could tell that this item would definitely not be cheap. It's better to be practical right now and not look at these unaffordable things. It's just tempting. What a waste of time. At the last section of the menu, Li Tian found something that piqued his interest. Alchemist Job Change Certificate, Rank, Description, After Use. You will have all the experience of a black iron level alchemist. Price, 1,000 divine attribute genes, for personal use only. Not too expensive. Li Tian felt he could get it today. Why is there no blind box for me to open? This doesn't make sense. After searching carefully, he finally found what he wanted. Alchemist Blind Box, Rank, None, Description, contains everything you want. There's nothing you can't get from the blind box. Warm reminder, gamblers don't die well. Price, 2,000 points. I knew it. With the nature of the Mirage Sea world, it's impossible for there not to be a blind box. Li Tian closed the system shop. What do you mean gamblers don't die well? I'm currently broke. As long as I get something, it's not a loss. He summoned Xiao Hei and Defy. This is a great way to earn divine attribute gene points. And Li Tian naturally wouldn't give up. Perhaps he had scavenged too ruthlessly in the past couple of days. Today he only sold less than 800 points of divine attribute genes. However, when passing by the long-haired rabbit territory, something caught his eye. Another treasure chest. He remembered that his previous treasure chest yielded quite a few good items. Moreover, that previous chest was just wooden. The one in front of him was pitch black. Clearly not an ordinary item. The guardian of the chest was 5 long-haired rabbits, and Li Tian directly commanded Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, Void Cannon, take down these rabbits. Woof. Entering the Black Iron realm, Xiao Hei's strength surged, and the power of the Void Cannon also significantly increased. With one shot, he directly killed 3 long-haired rabbits. The remaining 2 were also struggling for breath, and clearly wouldn't last long. Li Tian approached the 2 long-haired rabbits and let Defy take action, quickly resolving them. Meanwhile, Li Tian stood before the treasure chest, using his prior experience with the wooden chest. This time, he placed his hand on it without encountering any unexpected events, successfully opening the chest. Congratulations. You have opened the black iron chest and obtained 5,000 divine attribute gene points. That's it. Li Tian felt a bit disappointed, thinking there would be a lot of treasures, but he only received 5,000 points of divine attribute genes. However, it was still pretty good. These 5,000 points came just in time. He opened the system shop and directly purchased 2 alchemist blind boxes. What do you mean gamblers don't die well? Today is the moment to witness miracles. Li Tian silently recited it in his heart and directly opened both blind boxes. Congratulations. You have obtained Strength Potion Recipe 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Alchemist Job Change Certificate 1. Li Tian didn't bother with the Strength Potion Recipe and directly checked the Job Change Certificate. Alchemist Job Change Certificate, Rank, Description, After Use. You will have all the experience of a silver-level alchemist. Not bad. Li Tian was quite satisfied with this result. Although it wasn't a starry level or diamond level, silver level was still good. The remaining item was a potion recipe, and Li Tian clicked to view it as well. Strength Potion Recipe, Rank, Ingredients, 10 grams of 9 vine basket, 1 blue star grass, 1 petal of white jade flower. Li Tian saw that the ingredients for this potion recipe were very simple, only 3 items. He just didn't know how effective it would be. He opened the system shop and entered Strength Potion. Soon, the introduction about the Strength Potion appeared. Chapter 18. Hunting the Long-Haired Rabbit King. Strength Potion. Rank. Description. A low-level potion that can increase strength. Price. 300 points. A very straightforward introduction. But the price isn't cheap at all, requiring 300 points of divine attribute genes. Then Tian searched for the materials needed for potion making in the shop. Luckily, each material cost less than 50 points of divine attribute genes. This was still acceptable for Tian, but he still didn't plan to brew potions in the Mirage Sea world. Closing the system shop, Tian continued exploring the Mirage Sea world with Xiao Hei and Mei. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing this familiar sound, Tian looked up and indeed saw the long-haired Rabbit King. He didn't expect to encounter it again here, but this time Tian didn't avoid it. Since they were both in the Black Iron realm, Tian felt he could give it a try. The long-haired Rabbit King noticed Tian from a distance, but didn't seem to care. However, as Tian got closer, this little creature surprisingly didn't leave. The long-haired Rabbit King felt its authority was being challenged. Xiao Hei, Void Cannon, stay back, don't let you take action. After giving orders to his two pets, Tian drew his long knife, preparing to clash with the long-haired Rabbit King. Receiving the command, Xiao Hei began charging the Void Cannon. And when the long-haired Rabbit King approached, he fired a shot at it. Boom. Standing 10 meters tall, the long-haired Rabbit King didn't expect the opponent not only wouldn't flee, but would also dare to initiate an attack. Is this little guy underestimating me? However, the tremendous energy made it realize the reality. Xiao Hei's Void Cannon was not to be underestimated. The shot struck the long-haired Rabbit King squarely in the chest, creating a bloody hole. The long-haired Rabbit King paid a heavy price for its overconfidence. Seeing this, Tian felt more confident. The long-haired Rabbit King only seemed large. Its actual strength was probably not much. His previous worries were unnecessary. Xiao Hei, continue with the Void Cannon. Tian had no intention of attacking at close range. The long-haired Rabbit King still posed a certain danger. The long-haired Rabbit King was severely injured, and Xiao Hei's attack also successfully enraged it. A woo. The long-haired Rabbit King howled, and then raced towards Tian at high speed. This speed is no joke. Tian initially thought that with such a large body, the rabbit would move relatively slowly. It turns out he was thinking too much. This big rabbit's speed was anything but slow. Just as the long-haired Rabbit King was about to close in, Xiao Hei fired the Void Cannon once more. Uffed. This shot also created a bloody hole on the other side of the long-haired Rabbit King's chest. The two holes formed a symmetrical pattern, making Tian suspect if Xiao Hei had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The long-haired Rabbit King was once again gravely wounded, and Xiao Hei's strike made it stop. At the same time, Tian climbed onto the back of the long-haired Rabbit King. At around 10 meters in height, Tian quickly reached the Rabbit King's neck by grabbing its fur. Clearly, at this moment, the long-haired Rabbit King was completely focused on Xiao Hei and had no intention of paying attention to Tian. This was just what Tian wanted. He delivered a heavy blow right onto the long-haired Rabbit King's neck. Uffed. The knife plunged deep into the long-haired Rabbit King's neck, spilling a lot of blood. The long-haired Rabbit King cried out in pain and suffered another serious injury. Before it could retaliate against Tian, Xiao Hei's next Void Cannon was already ready. Uffed. This time, Xiao Hei's Void Cannon struck the long-haired Rabbit King's head directly. It knocked the long-haired Rabbit King down to the ground. And Tian also jumped down in the process, continuously attacking the long-haired Rabbit King as he landed. This time, the long-haired Rabbit King suffered a fatal blow and could no longer stand up. After struggling a few times, it transformed into white light under the continuous attacks from Tian and Xiao Hei. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Tian's ears. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the long-haired Rabbit King and gained 1,000 divine attribute genes. Not bad. A big rabbit gave him 1,000 divine attribute genes. Although he wasted a few small blue potions, it was still pretty good. Next came the happy moment of checking the loot. However, this time, possibly because it was not his first time hunting a king-level creature, he only received 2 items. This left Tian somewhat disappointed. After all, it was a king-level life, and such a small drop was really unworthy of its name. But Tian complained and still checked the items in his hand. Long-haired Rabbit King Pet Egg, Grade. Description, cannot be brought into reality. Seeing the last line, Tian directly threw it into the system mall. Since it couldn't be brought into reality, it was useless to keep it. However, this long-haired Rabbit King's pet egg was still quite valuable, selling for a full 3,000 divine attribute genes. Seeing this number, Tian felt it was acceptable. Rabbit King's leg guards, grade. Description, leg guards from the long-haired Rabbit King. Can increase movement speed by 300, cannot be brought into reality. Another piece of equipment that could not be brought into reality. However, it would be very useful in the illusionary sea world, so Tian chose to equip it directly. This gave Li Tian another piece of equipment besides his weapon. After the previous battle, Li Tian felt he lacked powerful attack skills. At the same time, he was envious of Xiao Hei's void cannon. He opened the fatigue value interface and found that he had only lost 5 points of fatigue. Then he opened the system mall again and directly purchased 3 skill blind boxes. What a gamble! Li Tian felt that opening them now was a profit. First, he offered a prayer to all the gods, unsure if they could sense his sincerity. Then he opened the 3 blind boxes together. Congratulations, you have obtained Mountain Splitter, Opening Mountain Palm, and Charge. Li Tian quickly checked the attributes of these 3 skills. Mountain Splitter, grade. Description, jump high and fiercely chop down at the enemy. Can deal 500 damage, cooldown 3 seconds, can be brought into reality. 5 times damage? Not bad, especially since the cooldown time is only 3 seconds. The cooldown time for Heavy Strike is 5 seconds, and this one is 3 seconds, so it seems necessary to upgrade the grade of Heavy Strike. Opening Mountain Palm, grade. Description, a powerful palm technique that can deal 500 attack. Cooldown 3 seconds, can be brought into reality. It turned out to be a high-grade skill as well, and Li Tian felt that Opening Mountain Palm was also quite good. The cooldown time is only 3 seconds, and this is a palm technique. Li Tian valued this because he was currently learning sword techniques. If he found himself without a weapon in the future, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? A hand blade is still a blade? That could work. But compared to a real weapon, a hand blade still falls short. Charge, grade. Category, exclusive to battle pets. Description, no matter how many troops you face, I can pass through safely, forcefully charging at the enemy, can deal 10 times damage to a single enemy, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes, can be brought into reality. A battle pet skill? Li Tian was surprised that this blind box could yield a battle pet skill. However, this high-grade skill is indeed powerful. 10 times damage lasting for 10 seconds is quite significant. Although the cooldown time is as high as 10 minutes. Li Tian felt this was already strong enough. Chapter 19. Jitai Mei Evolution. Holding the charge skill in his hand, Li Tian looked at the 2 battle pets and hesitated. Which pet would benefit more from this skill? Xiao Hei was currently his primary fighter, so theoretically, it should go to Xiao Hei. However, Xiao Hei's skills lean more towards being a ranged turret, so it seemed a bit wasteful to give it to Xiao Hei. He then looked at Jitai Mei, thinking about its 2-meter-tall form after evolving into the Chicken King. Li Tian felt it was more suitable to give it to Jitai Mei. He opened Jitai Mei's attribute panel, which now had only 2 empty skill slots. Li Tian directly gave the high-grade skill charge to Jitai Mei. He believed that with its strong physique, it would be able to unleash even greater power. He then glanced at Xiao Hei's attribute panel, which also had 2 empty skill slots. This meant that Xiao Hei could still learn 2 more skills. Considering its current array of high-grade skills, Li Tian felt a bit of a headache, as he would have to upgrade all those useless skills after learning them. These were all Divine Attribute Gene points. He initially thought Divine Attribute Gene points were easy to come by, but now it seemed really tough. With these 2 money-burning pets around, no matter how many Divine Attribute Gene points he had, it would never be enough. Right now, there were only 2 battle pets. And Li Tian estimated that with his upgrading speed, it wouldn't be long before he could contract a 3rd battle pet. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, he brought both battle pets to the territory of the Bleeding Sheep. Now Li Tian was also upgrading his offensive capabilities, having learned 2 attack skills, greatly increasing his monster-slaying efficiency. Before long, his fatigue value was down to less than 20 points, prompting Li Tian to stop killing monsters. Looking at the 15 sheep horns in his hand, he felt it was time to switch to a different monster tomorrow, as the cost-effectiveness of the Bleeding Sheep was no longer high. After selling 15 sheep horns, his account's Divine Attribute Gene points broke through the 2,000-point mark again. Li Tian decided to buy 2 more Spirit Stones, which were essential for both him and Xiao Hei's cultivation. Woof! At that moment, a call from Xiao Hei came from afar, and Li Tian quickly ran over. He saw a small tree laden with fruits, with Xiao Hei guarding it. Li Tian approached and picked 1 fruit to check using the system's identification function. Sheepskin fruit, grade. Description, a specialty of the Bleeding Sheep territory. A low-level alchemy material, can be sold. Li Tian sold this sheepskin fruit to the system mall and earned 30 Divine Attribute Genes. Not too much, but there were at least 70 or 80 sheepskin fruits on this tree. This made Li Tian realize that he seemed to have found the right way to navigate the illusionary sea world. It turned out that killing monsters was the slowest way to obtain Divine Attribute Gene points. This 1 tree of sheepskin fruits was worth over 2,000 Divine Attribute Genes. Far more cost-effective than killing monsters. After picking all the sheepskin fruits and selling them to the system mall, Li Tian's Divine Attribute Gene points had already surpassed 5,000 points. He initially thought there were only 70 or 80 fruits, but it turned out he picked over 90 sheepskin fruits. Looking at the remaining fatigue value, Li Tian ordered Xiao Hei to continue searching. However, the sheepskin fruits were not as easy to find as eggs. It wasn't until Li Tian's fatigue value dropped to 15 points that he found another spot. But this time, there were not as many as before. He only picked around 50 fruits. Even so, Li Tian was very satisfied. In the remaining time, he did not continue searching for sheepskin fruits, but opened the system mall to start purchasing the items he needed. Spirit stones were essential. One for him and one for Xiao Hei. With over 4,000 divine attribute genes left, Li Tian chose to buy resources to nurture Ji-Tai-Mei. After all, Ji-Tai-Mei was still just a high-grade battle pet, and its strength couldn't keep up with him and Xiao Hei. Cultivating it now would allow him to quickly increase his combat power. It must be said that the illusionary sea world is indeed magical, as the good things in the system mall are simply too numerous. Gene Liquid, Grade. Introduction, a magical item from the illusory sea world that allows a pet to directly enter the Black Iron realm, can be brought into reality. For personal use only. Price, 3,000 points. Seeing such an item, Li Tian was a bit curious as to why he hadn't seen it before. He remembered that when he searched for resources for Xiao Hei, there was no Gene Liquid available. Moreover, the system was only selling Gene Liquids for the Black Iron realm, not for the Bronze or Silver realms. Was it because such items didn't exist in the illusory sea world, or was it based on his own realm? This saved him a lot of precious time and allowed the newly arrived battle pet to quickly gain combat power. He spent 3,000 points of divine attribute genes to purchase this Gene Liquid and directly fed it to Ji-Tai-Mei. With the help of this Gene Liquid, Ji-Tai-Mei evolved directly into a Chicken King. Originally only 1 meter tall, it had now grown to over 2 meters. Li Tian quickly checked the attributes of the Luhua chicken. Ji-Tai-Mei, Realm, Black Iron Realm 1 star. Skills, Chain Kick, Strong and Sturdy, Ramming Charge, Barbaric Collision. Iron Claw Slash, not bad. This evolution granted 2 new skills. Barbaric Collision goes without saying, it's a good skill. The other, Iron Claw Slash, is a lower tier skill and somewhat useless. However, with the system's mall available, he could upgrade skills in the future, which is still good. Li Tian looked at the remaining 1,500 points of divine attribute genes in his account and couldn't think of what to buy. In the end, he simply gave up and decided to save it for now, planning to wait until the next time he entered the illusory sea world. After checking that there was still some time left, Li Tian prepared to refine a batch of strength pills. After all, the materials weren't expensive, and he could afford it. He bought the materials, a Dan furnace, and a low-level disposable flame. The time to refine the strength pills was not long. Possibly due to being in the illusory sea world, it only took 5 minutes. Before long, a batch of strength pills was produced, surprisingly yielding 9 pills. Seeing this, Li Tian was dumbfounded, as he was actually rejected. It seemed that he couldn't take advantage of the system. At that moment, the time was up, and he was directly kicked out of the illusory sea world. When Li Tian opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning at 6 o'clock. When he went downstairs, his mom had already prepared breakfast. After hurriedly eating a few bites, Li Tian got ready to head to the pet training center. Now that Ji-Tai-Mei had just evolved into a Chicken King, Li Tian hadn't familiarized himself with Ji-Tai-Mei's current skills in the illusory sea world. So he planned to get familiar with it at the pet training center, which would help him arrange strategies better when the evening came. Where are you going? Wu Yan asked. Li Tian casually lied, saying, I plan to go to the library to look for some basic books on alchemy. That's good. The books at home are too profound and not suitable for you. Wu Yan thought it was better for her son to start from the basics. The foundation of any profession is quite important. After leaving home, Li Tian headed straight to the pet training center. This pet training center wasn't too far from his home. It took about half an hour to walk there. Previously, Xiao Hei was too small for him to ride, and besides, it was a bit embarrassing to ride a dog. But now it was different. With Ji-Tai-Mei around, he didn't need to walk anymore. Ji-Tai-Mei. With Li Tian's call, Ji-Tai-Mei came out of the beast space. Li Tian flipped over and rode on Ji-Tai-Mei's back, commanding, let's go. Riding on Ji-Tai-Mei, who was over 2 meters tall, Li Tian felt much better about having a battle pet. Ji-Tai-Mei quickly ran forward upon receiving Li Tian's command. Wow, look, there's someone riding a chicken. This is the first time I've seen someone ride a chicken. Hey, there really is someone riding a chicken. What breed is this? It's running so fast. Li Tian enjoyed the astonished looks of the crowd while riding Ji-Tai-Mei. It felt really cool. Chapter 20. Come on, let's race. Riding on Ji-Tai-Mei, Li Tian indeed became the most eye-catching figure on the street. Especially now that Ji-Tai-Mei was 2 meters tall, running with its long legs was impressive. Many people were curious about what breed of chicken this was, having never seen it before. Hey, brother, what breed of chicken is this? Its appearance is too flashy. It's a Chicken King. This is a variant of the Luhua chicken. Not bad, right? The man, seeing Li Tian's proud introduction, became interested and said, dude, how about a race? Let's see if your Chicken King is faster or my Unicorn Wolf. At that moment, several beast masters riding various battle pets joined in. Tian knew that racing pets was a tradition in the Beastmaster world. He had seen others race pets in his memories, so he wasn't surprised. Sure. What are we betting? In such racing events, there were often stakes involved. The man was also generous, saying, let's not bet too much. How about 100? 100. That's really not much. Tian felt it was a bit low and said, make it 500. The man who spoke earlier saw that Tian's attire didn't look like that of a wealthy person, which was why he quoted 100. He didn't expect this kid to be quite wealthy, saying, all right, 500 it is. Let's see who reaches Peace Square first. Tian estimated that it was only a 10-minute walk to Peace Square from here and said, okay. At this time, the other few people also became interested, wanting to see what this kid riding a chicken was capable of. Tian noticed that the opponent was riding a unicorn wolf, which was also at the Black Iron realm. Otherwise, the unicorn wolf should have evolved into a fiercer two-headed wolf or a thunder wolf by now. Tian stood at the starting line with the opponent, and soon, as both shouted 123, they charged forward together. Jitai-mei, charge! Jitai-mei immediately rushed forward upon receiving Tian's command. In the Beastmaster world, there was no speed limit. You could run as fast as you could. Moreover, there were exclusive roads for Beastmasters, so the two pets wouldn't affect others while running. The unicorn wolf was indeed fast, and Tian estimated that the opponent was not far from evolving. But Jitai-mei under him was no slouch. Its long legs seemed to be made for running. In less than a minute, Jitai-mei had already pulled ahead of the unicorn wolf by a position. This scene astonished those who were following and cheering. Wow, what kind of chicken is this? It's even faster than the unicorn wolf. Haha, this time Lei Zi is probably going to lose. So happy. What realm is this chicken? It can't possibly be at the bronze level, right? Alright, stop guessing. It shouldn't be at the bronze level. Haven't you seen that kid is still young? He probably hasn't even gone to the Beastmaster Academy yet. The one called Lei Zi was the man who had made a bet with Tian, whose full name was Lei Mukun. He was a second-year student at the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy and was already a silver-level Beastmaster. He was quite a prominent figure at the academy and happened to encounter Tian riding a chicken while out shopping with classmates. Out of curiosity, he made a bet with Tian, but he didn't expect that the unicorn wolf he had just contracted would be outpaced by Tian's pet. Jitai-mei was running faster and faster, and the unicorn wolf was clearly losing steam. Tian was feeling proud. After all, he had a chicken king, which was hardly inferior to the unicorn wolf. Besides, Jitai-mei had a chicken heart necklace, an equipment that could continuously restore vitality. Such a necklace wasn't cheap. Tian had seen similar equipment in the Beastmaster Mall, costing at least over 5,000. Before long, Tian was the first to reach Peace Square. After a dozen seconds, Lei Mukun also arrived at Peace Square. Bro, your chicken is amazing. Here you go. As he spoke, Lei Mukun tossed a card to Tian. Tian didn't even check if it was 500 inside. He believed that as a Beastmaster, the other party wouldn't be unable to come up with 500. Tian accepted the card and said, of course. My mount might not have other skills, but it runs fast. I'm telling you, it just entered the Black Iron realm. And once it levels up a bit more, it'll run even faster. Lei Mukun didn't really intend to short Tian of the 500. Seeing Tian say this, he asked, which Beastmaster Academy are you from? I'm from the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy, but I haven't enrolled yet. Hearing this, Lei Mukun wasn't surprised. Alright, I'm Lei Mukun. You're senior. I'm somewhat known at the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy. If you need anything in the future, just find me. Lei Mukun said generously. Sure. Tian readily agreed. Lei Mukun had other matters to attend to, so he left with some classmates. Tian rode Jitai-mei towards the pet training hall. After running for over 10 minutes, Jitai-mei was a bit tired. After all, it had just entered the Black Iron realm, and such intense running was quite exhausting for it. Fortunately, with the Chicken King necklace, it could recover its stamina slowly while walking at a leisurely pace. By the time they arrived at the pet training hall, Jitai-mei had mostly recovered. Give me a pet skill training room, Tian said to the front desk. Yes, Master Beastmaster. Following the attendant, they found an available skill training room, and Tian began to check Jitai-mei's skills. He mainly focused on Iron Claw, as Jitai-mei's other skills were all charge type. When Tian saw the thick metal walls, he thought it was better to skip it. If Jitai-mei crashed into it, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, Iron Claw was quite good. It could perform 3 consecutive attacks while jumping. Based on the damage to the metal wall, its power wouldn't be too bad. After exiting the skill training room, Tian planned to stroll around the Beastmaster Mall. But as he passed the battle room, he stopped. Inside, a fierce battle was underway. 2 Beastmasters were engaged in a heated fight, and the area outside the battle room was packed with spectators. Luo, who is getting fiercer, Bai Hao is struggling to hold on. But Bai Hao has done well to last this long. After all, he just became a silver Beastmaster. Looks like Luo who is about to unleash his ultimate move. Bai Hao is in danger. Li Tian stood outside the door, carefully watching. Both Beastmasters seemed to be in the Silver Realm, and they were fighting in conjunction with their battle pets. This was one way for Beastmasters to fight, merging with their battle pets and using their skills in combat. After watching for a while, Li Tian felt he could learn a lot from this kind of battle. It didn't take long for the one named Bai Hao to be knocked down. Seeing the outcome, Li Tian didn't linger any longer and rode Ji Tai Mei away from the pet training hall. Ji Tai Mei's appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. After all, while many people rode various creatures nowadays, riding a chicken was still quite rare, and many were seeing it for the first time. Chapter 21. Just follow me, and you're good. Riding Ji Tai Mei, Li Tian enjoyed the attention all the way. On his way to the Beastmaster Mall, his phone rang, and he saw that it was Shang Yinju calling. Hey, Xiao Dian, I just entered the Black Iron Realm, huh? How about that? Am I fast? Listening to Shang Yinju's bragging, Li Tian felt it was necessary to bring him back to reality. Where are you? Li Tian asked. At home. Okay. You should head to the Beastmaster Mall on Donglin Road. I have a surprise for you. Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinju immediately became interested. He thought that the surprise awaiting him at the Beastmaster Mall must be a gift from Li Tian. All right, I'm on my way. Shang Yinju's voice was filled with excitement. Li Tian was going to give him a gift, so he had to hurry. I'll give you half an hour. You manage your time. And don't say I left once the time is up. Okay, just wait for me. I'll go without makeup. Li Tian said this out of experience, based on his memory. This guy wouldn't leave home without at least an hour of makeup. So, Li Tian set the time limit. On the other side, Shang Yinju quickly washed up and rushed out. He hopped into the fastest taxi Beast and arrived in 20 minutes. At this moment, Li Tian had just reached the Beastmaster Mall. When Shang Yinju saw Li Tian riding Ji Tai Mei, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Li Tian actually has a second pet. Shang Yinju was stunned, staring blankly at Li Tian. So what do you think of my Ji Tai Mei? Li Tian proudly boasted to Shang Yinju. Ji Tai Mei? After thinking for a while, Shang Yinju realized it was a pun on Chicken Tai Mei. Xiao Dian, what's going on? Did you enter the Black Iron Realm? Shang Yinju asked, voicing his confusion. Li Tian looked at Shang Yinju proudly and said, yeah, I entered a couple of days ago. Sigh, there's still a difference between Beastmasters. Look, some people awaken and enter the Black Iron Realm the next day, while it took me several days to get here. The gap is just too big. I can't compare to a genius. Big? What is so big about it? Seeing Li Tian's smug expression, Shang Yinju wanted to drag him down and give him a beating. This guy was just showing off. How could Shang Yinju, who grew up with him, not know? Get down. Where's my gift? Shang Yinju felt it was better to get the gift first before beating him up. Li Tian looked at Shang Yinju in confusion and asked, Gift? What gift? Didn't you say you had a surprise for me? Seeing Li Tian trying to backtrack, Shang Yinju naturally wouldn't let him off the hook. Isn't this already a surprise? Li Tian proudly patted Ji Tai Mei's head, showing off to Shang Yinju. Seeing Li Tian being so shameless, Shang Yinju felt like he was blinded by pig oil, believing this guy would actually give him a gift. You bastard, how dare you deceive me? Get down. And let me see if I don't scratch you to death. Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to get down and argue with him, saying, Hee, you can't beat me now. I'm a man with 2 battle pets. Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinju also reacted, saying, What breed is your second battle pet? I've never seen it before. Come on, let's talk while we walk. After saying that, Li Tian pulled Shang Yinju up. Shang Yinju climbed onto Ji Tai Mei's back and felt it was quite a novelty. It was his first time riding a chicken. What breed of chicken is this? And how did you contract a chicken? Facing Shang Yinju's questions, Li Tian whispered, I'll tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. Seeing Li Tian being mysterious, Shang Yinju became interested and replied, Okay, go ahead, I definitely won't tell anyone. I discovered a little-known evolution route for the Luhua chicken. Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinju reacted. It turned out this was the evolutionary form of the Luhua chicken. The evolutionary form of the Luhua chicken was still unknown and could evolve to that level. Of course, Li Tian wouldn't say the truth and said, Starry Realm. How about that? Not bad, right? Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinju nodded. The Starry Realm was indeed impressive. Not every Beastmaster could cultivate to the Starry Realm. Most could only reach the Gold Realm, which was already quite good. That's really impressive. Li Tian said to Shang Yinju, So? Are you interested in getting a Luhua chicken to play with like me? Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinju looked at Ji Tai Mei beneath him. It feels pretty good to have such a mount. Riding it looks quite impressive. I just don't know if the evolution route that Li Tian mentioned is reliable. Xiao Tian, you better not trick me. Hearing Shang Yinju's words, Li Tian knew he was tempted. Hee, look, I have even contracted the Luhua chicken myself. Do you think I would trick you? Besides, we've grown up together. My brother wouldn't deceive me on such matters. Just tell me honestly. How reliable is this evolution route, and what is your confidence level? 12 out of 10. Just kidding. Things produced by the illusory Sea World can't go wrong, right? Alright, this time I'll risk my life to accompany you. Shang Yinju gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. What if what Li Tian said is true? You should know that this is an evolution route that can cultivate to the Star Radiance realm. Not every kind of battle pet can reach the Star Radiance realm, especially for contracted pets when the Beastmaster level is low. A pet contracted in the Black Iron realm that can be used at the Golden level is already quite good. Let us go. Let us buy a chicken. Li Tian took Shang Yinju to the Beastmaster Mall. Respected Beastmaster, how can I serve you? The attendant asked. Li Tian said, I want a Luhua chicken pet egg. Do you have it here? Yes, sir, please follow me. The two followed the attendant to a display where there were Luhua chicken pet eggs. Is there a 5-star one? Li Tian asked again. Look at this one. The attendant pointed to a pet egg. Li Tian took out the identification device and took a look. It was indeed a 5-star one. How much? This 5-star pet egg is the lowest level here. Not worth much. Sir, the price for the 5-star Luhua chicken pet egg is 50 blue star coins. That's really not expensive. Li Tian immediately swiped his card to buy it for Shang Yinju. After leaving the Beastmaster Mall, Shang Yinju held the Luhua chicken pet egg and felt a bit anxious. Xiao Tian, you better not be lying to me. Li Tian naturally knew Shang Yinju's anxiety. This is how anyone would feel. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and contract it. Shang Yinju also steeled his heart, placing his hand on the Luhua chicken pet egg, dripping a drop of blood to begin the contract. The contract was completed quickly, and with a thought, a Luhua chicken appeared before him. Looking at the Luhua chicken, which was only 1 meter tall, Shang Yinju felt a bit regretful. Li Tian noticed Shang Yinju's expression and said, no need to look so glum. You'll know that following me will never be a mistake. Now that it had come to this, Shang Yinju knew it was useless to regret. Previously, Li Tian had already bought resources for cultivating the Luhua chicken and materials for advancement. Now he could only slowly cultivate it. Shang Yinju looked at Li Tian's Jitai Mei, feeling a bit better. This Jitai Mei looked quite impressive, and according to Li Tian's introduction, its skills were also good. I'm in. Raising chickens from now on. Chapter 22. What? You contracted a Luhua chicken? Where's the riding chicken? What breed of chicken is this? I've never seen it before. Mom, this is my second battle pet. Didn't I tell you earlier? I contracted a Luhua chicken. Luhua chicken? Wu Yan looked at Jitai Mei. You call this a Luhua chicken? Are you taking advantage of me not having seen a Luhua chicken, or are you assuming I don't know its evolution route? Seeing her expression, Li Tian proudly said, Mom, to tell you the truth, I accidentally got hold of a little-known evolution route for the Luhua chicken. So what you see now is actually the evolved form of the Luhua chicken, the Chicken King. I named it Jitai Mei. Wu Yan didn't have too many doubts about her son's words. After all, the Chicken King looked quite good. At this moment, Wu Yuxian also became interested. Watching Li Tian's Jitai Mei move around. Bro, what skills does Jitai Mei have? Hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. The Iron Claw is pretty impressive, but the Barbaric Charge is a good skill. In Wu Yan's view, it was quite good. Little brother, do you want to contract a Luhua chicken to play with? By the way, that kid Shang Yinju has already contracted a Luhua chicken. Shang Yinju contracted a Luhua chicken too. Wu Yuxian was a bit surprised. Of course, with Jitai Mei as an example, how could he not be tempted? Want to contract a chicken together? Li Tian said as a matter of course. Then how high can this evolution route cultivate? Wu Yan asked the key question. Li Tian naturally repeated his claim. It can reach the Star Radiance realm at most. Wu Yan gasped. Star Radiance realm? That's no small matter. Son, where did you get this evolution route? Is it reliable? Li Tian certainly wouldn't tell the truth, saying, don't worry about where it came from. It's a secret. I can only say it's super reliable, otherwise I wouldn't have contracted a Luhua chicken. Wu Yan knew that if this evolution route were to be made public, it would definitely cause a sensation. After all, how much does a Luhua chicken cost? Compared to the prices of other battle pet eggs like the Unicorn Wolf or the Violent Bear, the prices are worlds apart. At this moment, Wu Yuxian was also tempted. After all, both Li Tian and Shang Yinju had contracted, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Besides, if they were going to die, they might as well die together. She didn't believe her brother would deceive her. Mom, I also want to contract a Luhua chicken. I'll go buy it right away. Wu Yan saw her daughter was also tempted and didn't stop her, as this Jitai Mei was indeed quite impressive. You think it through, I won't interfere. Wu Yan also wanted to see if Li Tian's evolution route was reliable. If all three could succeed, it would be a blessing for all Beastmasters. Li Tian took his sister and rode on Jitai Mei, pointing to the door. Jitai Mei, let us go. Jitai Mei received the order and dashed out. Sitting on Jitai Mei, Wu Yuxian also felt the speed of Jitai Mei. This speed was indeed not slow, making Wu Yuxian even more envious. When they arrived at the Beastmaster Mall, Li Tian directly reported the list he had bought for Shang Yinju. By the time they got home, it was already getting dark. Wu Yuxian hurriedly contracted the Luhua chicken. Seeing her Luhua chicken was only 1 meter tall, Wu Yuxian felt a bit regretful like Shang Yinju. This unknown evolution route seemed uncertain, and now she could only hope her brother hadn't tricked her. Don't worry, little sister, trust your brother, there's definitely no problem. This Luhua chicken grows very fast. In less than 10 days, it'll be time to witness a miracle. Hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yuxian felt relieved, but then curiously asked, then how did your Jitai Mei evolve so quickly? Li Tian certainly wouldn't tell her that he had a cheat. Have you heard of the blessing of the heavenly way? I'm the first to walk this route with a Luhua chicken, so naturally, I have special treatment. Li Tian said seriously while joking. The blessing of the heavenly way? Wu Yuxian actually knew about this. In the Beastmaster world, there was indeed talk of the blessing of the heavenly way. It's just that everyone knew how low the probability was. Now hearing Li Tian say this, she was surprised. Could such a thing really happen? Li Tian didn't explain too much anyway. As long as there was an explanation, it was up to her whether she believed it. Li Tian directly summoned Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei, giving the two pets the command to look for sheepskin fruits. Li Tian himself was also looking for sheepskin fruits. Now that he had successfully tricked Shang Yinju and Wu Yuxian into cultivating Luhua chickens, he felt he had to give the two Luhua chickens an additional skill. Not to mention other battle pets. Since he had them cultivate, he should give them some benefits. Before long, Xiao Hei called out, and according to the mental contract, Li Tian quickly found Xiao Hei. Sure enough, he discovered a tree full of sheepskin fruits, and there were quite a few. Just as he finished picking on this side, Jitai Mei also made a discovery on the other side. Li Tian continuously wandered around the territory of the sheep until he was almost exhausted. At which point he stopped this frantic lifestyle. He sold all the sheepskins and received nearly 20,000 points of divine attribute genes in total. With the original amount in his account, Li Tian's divine attribute genes broke through 20,000 for the first time, opening the system mall. Today Li Tian decided to indulge a bit and directly purchased 10 spirit stones and 10 skill blind boxes. Upon seeing the 10 skill blind boxes, Li Tian began the routine of praying to all the gods. He then chose to open all of them at once, with the system notification sounds ringing in his ears. Congratulations, you have obtained. Li Tian looked at the skills in his hands and almost jumped with excitement. Beast King skill, rank. Description, a cultivation method from the Beast King that can accelerate pet growth, can be cultivated up to stellar level, exclusive to battle pets. Can be brought into reality. Seeing the rank of Beast King skill, Li Tian didn't hesitate and directly gave it to Xiao Hei. As a Beastmaster, he could grow alongside Xiao Hei. Wind slash, rank. Description, causes 10 times damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius after use. Cooldown time of 10 seconds, cannot be brought into reality. Initially, when he saw Wind Slash, Li Tian was overjoyed. But he was dumbfounded upon seeing the note that it could not be brought into reality. He never expected that this skill couldn't be used in reality, meaning he couldn't deploy it there. However, being able to use it in the Illusion Sea world was still good, as this was the foundation of his rise. Gritting his teeth, he chose to learn it. Then he was surprised to find that this skill, which could only be learned in the Illusion Sea world, did not occupy his skill slots. This made Li Tian overjoyed. As long as it didn't take up a skill slot, it was still quite nice. At the same time, a new option appeared next to the skill slots, which was a skill slot that could only be used in the Illusion Sea world. At this moment, that skill slot still had quite a few empty spaces. Chapter 23. The rapid evolution method of the Lu Hua chicken. The remaining skills were not particularly outstanding. It seemed that being reckless was indeed quite common, as he received 3 of them at once. Just right for those 2 fellow skills, and they were exactly the same as his. This made it easier to explain. After all, having the same skills for the 3 Chicken Kings was quite nice. He also received 2 garbage skills like Heavy Strike, which he tossed into the warehouse to collect dust. As for letting Shang Yinju or Wu Yuxian learn, Li Tian never even considered it. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but rather that he couldn't explain where they came from. This was different from pets. After all, pets didn't have human-level intelligence, so it was easy to fool them. At this moment, Li Tian was kicked out of the Illusion Sea world. It was still 6 in the morning. Instead of having breakfast, he summoned Xiao Hei and fed it 2 spirit stones. Now he had a total of 10 spirit stones. But Li Tian didn't dare to give all of them to Xiao Hei at once. Although the Devour skill could digest spirit stones, who knew if there was a limit to it? After Xiao Hei swallowed 2 spirit stones, Li Tian could clearly sense its growth rate. Sure enough, 2 spirit stones had already reached Xiao Hei's absorption limit, indicating that this devouring also had restrictions and could not go on infinitely. With the enhancement of the Beast King skill, the energy within Xiao Hei was flowing along its predetermined path, and its growth speed had increased by several notches. Li Tian estimated that Xiao Hei's realm should now be between Black Iron 2nd star and 3rd star. Ignoring Xiao Hei, he took out a spirit stone and gave it to Jitai Mei, allowing it to slowly absorb the energy within. Since Jitai Mei did not have the Devour skill, its training speed was much slower than Xiao Hei. However, this guy also had an advantage. It was only a second-tier pet, unlike Xiao Hei, which was of a higher tier. In the Illusion Sea world, the higher the pet's aptitude, the more energy it needed to level up. Now it was only at the strength of Black Iron 2nd star to 3rd star, whereas Jitai Mei was just a second-tier pet. So it didn't require as much energy. Allowing the two battle pets to absorb the energy from the spirit stones in the room, Tian walked downstairs alone. Huh? Why are there so many eggs today? Tian asked in confusion. Wu Yuxian, looking gloomy, summoned the Lu Hua chicken and said, "It laid them." Tian was also shocked. He had seen the eggs of the Lu Hua chicken, and they were not much different from ostrich eggs. No wonder he had eaten so many scrambled eggs early in the morning. Well, not bad. Just think, if we run out of food in the wild in the future, the value of these Lu Hua chicken eggs will be evident, right? By the way, what is your Lu Hua chicken's name? I haven't named it yet. Hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up and said, "Little brother, look at mine named Jitai Mei. Let us start a series. How about yours being called Jitai Ying?" Wu Yuxian didn't mind, feeling it was just a code name. However, Wu Yin immediately caught the meaning behind Tian's words and scolded, "Xiao Xian. Don't listen to him. What a terrible name." Seeing that his mom had caught on, Tian chuckled and said, "How about Jitai Jun? That is not bad, right?" This time Wu Yin didn't speak, and Wu Yuxian thought the name was also quite good. Thus, the second pet name for Wu Yuxian was officially decided to be Jitai Jun. Tian thought that the name Jitai Ying could be given to Shang Yingzhu's family, as she would probably like it. "Brother, do you really think Jitai Jun can evolve into a Chicken King in 10 days? Don't lie to me." Tian seriously said, "Little brother, you can rest assured about this. Your brother guarantees that Jitai Jun will evolve into a Chicken King in 10 days. Well, if you're willing to spend money, it might take less than 10 days. Really? What resources would be needed?" Wu Yuxian suddenly became interested. She was very skeptical of Tian's words, mainly because no one had seen when he made the contract. When she saw it, Jitai Mei was already in its Chicken King form. Tian recalled some records in the evolution route and said, "If there is a drop of Qinghuan blood, Jitai Jun can evolve in less than 3 days. Qinghuan blood? That is not too expensive. 2 million for a drop. 2 million is still considered not expensive." However, Tian thought about it and felt it was indeed not expensive. If he prepared 2 unicorn wolves for himself, one pet egg would cost 500 million blue star coins. Now, the pet egg for the Lu Hua chicken was only in the hundreds of thousands, which really couldn't be compared. After hearing this, Wu Yuxian's eyes lit up, feeling that this money was worth spending. "What's wrong?" Wu Yan asked. Wu Yuxian saw Tian grinning and said, "Brother, I'm going to ride your Jitai Mei." Tian didn't hesitate, giving a command for Jitai Mei to be summoned into the Beast Master space, and then summoned it out again. "Let us go." Tian pulled Wu Yuxian onto Jitai Mei's back and ordered, "Set off." Jitai Mei took off running, which made Wu Yan shake her head. However, she was also curious about whether Xiao Xian's Lu Hua chicken could evolve into a Chicken King form. On the other side, Tian took Wu Yuxian towards the Beastmaster Mall. "Little brother, if you're willing to spend for 2 drops of Qinghuan blood, I guarantee Jitai Jun will evolve immediately." "Really?" Wu Yuxian asked, puzzled. "There is no doubt about it. As long as you're willing to spend money, Jitai Jun can immediately enter the Chicken King form." "Okay, I'm buying." Wu Yuxian didn't want to wait even a moment longer. She liked Jitai Mei's current Chicken King form too much. Such a mount would definitely be the most eye-catching existence on the street. Influenced by Tian and Shang Yingzhu since childhood, how could Wu Yuxian not be a bit silly? Arriving at the Beastmaster Mall, without waiting for the attendant to inquire, Wu Yuxian directly said, 2 drops of Qinghuan blood." "Okay, esteemed Beastmaster." Before long, 2 drops of Qinghuan blood were in hand, and Wu Yuxian was a bit excited. "Brother, let us start here." Tian rolled his eyes at Wu Yuxian and said, "What is the rush? This is our family's secret. How can we let outsiders know?" Hearing Tian's words, Wu Yuxian felt it made a lot of sense. This is an evolutionary path that nobody knows about, and its rarity is evident. Moreover, according to Tian, this is an evolutionary path that can lead to the Starry Realm. Its preciousness goes without saying. This evolutionary potion is not just as simple as the blood of the Qinghuan. It requires other materials to assist as well. A few minutes later, Tian finally finished concocting it and said to Wu Yuxian, "Little brother, summon Jitai Jun." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuxian immediately summoned Jitai Jun. After Tian fed the evolutionary potion to Jitai Jun, its body underwent drastic changes. Wu Yuxian could also sense Jitai Jun's changes through their mental contract. Indeed, Tian was not wrong. This evolutionary potion was truly effective. It was still unclear whether Jitai Jun could evolve into the Chicken King form. Half an hour later, Jitai Jun finally completed its evolution, although it was slightly shorter than Jitai Mei. This was also related to Jitai Jun just entering the Black Iron realm. It would naturally grow taller as its realm increased. Wu Yuxian was overjoyed to see that Jitai Jun had truly evolved into the Chicken King form. However, when checking Jitai Jun's skills, Wu Yuxian was stunned. How could this be possible? Chapter 24. The Blessing of Heaven. Dragon Capture Hand. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Li Tian felt very proud. Just a moment ago, he had used the skill rushing on Jitai Jun. At this moment, his silly sister probably still thought that a blessing from heaven had occurred. Wu Yuxian looked at Li Tian and her mother in surprise, unable to speak for a moment due to her excitement. Wu Yan also noticed her daughter's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "The blessing of heaven. Jitai Jun just received the blessing of heaven." "Mom, the blessing of heaven." Jitai Jun received the blessing of heaven. Wu Yuxian finally stammered out the reason. The blessing of heaven? Wu Yan was also surprised. The probability of such a blessing occurring was almost 1 in a million. She did not expect it to happen to her daughter's pet. The blessing of heaven had various incredible effects. Some pets would grow faster, while others might suddenly comprehend skills. The most outrageous aspect was that it could help pets improve their realms. In short, the blessing of heaven could achieve what one could not even imagine. The blessing of heaven. Did Jitai Jun suddenly comprehend 2 skills just now? Wu Yuxian nodded her little head vigorously, saying seriously, 2 skills? Could it really be that the blessing of heaven occurred? Li Tian was no longer calm. Could it be that his silly sister's luck was just too extraordinary? Yes. 2 skills. At that moment, Li Tian became interested and hurriedly asked, "Little brother, what are the skills?" Rushing. Wu Yan was also surprised. This skill was quite impressive. Jitai Jun was still in the Black Iron realm, yet it could possess the rushing skill, which could only be comprehended in the Starry realm. That was already quite remarkable. Moreover, after evolving into the Chicken King, Jitai Jun also had a higher level skill, Savage Charge, with one being Savage Charge and the other rushing. These 2 skills could form a combination attack if used well. Wu Yan was also intrigued by the new evolutionary path of the Lu Hua Chicken. The higher level skill rushing is not even the best. The most impressive skill is Dragon Capture Hand. Dragon Capture Hand. Dragon Capture Hand. Li Tian and his mother Wu Yan spoke almost simultaneously. To know that it was the Dragon Capture Hand, a higher level skill, was not just impressive. It was like a little cow taking a flight, incredibly amazing. Yes, Dragon Capture Hand. It really is the Dragon Capture Hand. Jitai Jun, use the Dragon Capture Hand. Wu Yuxian nodded excitedly, eager to show them her Jitai Jun. Upon receiving the command, Jitai Jun immediately used the Dragon Capture Hand. However, this skill required a lot of energy, so Jitai Jun could only use it once. Suddenly, an energy wave surged, and a chair several meters away flew over. Jitai Jun raised its hand and directly shattered the chair. Wu Yan was stunned. She was well informed, and this was indeed the Dragon Capture Hand. However, Jitai Jun's realm was too low to fully unleash the power of the Dragon Capture Hand. Higher level skill? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. This had completely exceeded her expectations. A Black Iron realm pet actually possessed a higher level skill. Who would believe it if she told them? Yet, such a thing was happening right before her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. At this moment, Li Tian was drooling. Why didn't he have such treatment? A higher level skill? He didn't even have one himself. This silly girl actually obtained a higher level skill. It would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous. However, the jealousy was only temporary. More than that, he felt happy for Wu Yuxian. He knew that with the illusory sea world at his disposal, he would eventually possess skills. If not now, then later. But Wu Yuxian was different. She could now obtain skills, and Li Tian was genuinely happy for her. At this time, Wu Yuxian was immersed in happiness. If what Li Tian said was true, the Lu Hua Chicken could evolve into the Starry Realm. Then, a Jitai Jun in the Starry Realm, possessing legendary realm skills, would have no rivals in the Starry Realm. Just thinking about it made Wu Yuxian excited. The blessing of heaven was just too powerful. Meanwhile, Wu Yan thought of even more possibilities. Since Jitai Jun could comprehend higher level skills now, did that mean the Lu Hua Chicken could evolve to the legendary realm in the future? Otherwise, how could Jitai Jun comprehend the higher level skill Dragon Capture Hand? She never expected that the Lu Hua Chicken had such great potential. That was legendary level. If this got out, who knows how many people would go crazy. However, Wu Yan had no plans to announce it for now. She was observing how far the Lu Hua Chicken could evolve. Her son Jitai Mei and daughter Jitai Jun were her subjects of observation. If it could indeed evolve into the Starry Realm, or even higher, could she build the Li family into a beast-taming family? But all of that was too far off. Right now, her daughter had Jitai Jun, which gave her a significant advantage in the Beast-Taming Academy. Wu Yan was also happy for her daughter. With such a battle pet, the future was promising. However, the two of them could hardly sleep. With such events happening, few could get a good night's rest. After checking the attributes of the two pets, Xiao Hei was now a Black Iron Realm 3-star. Ji-Tai-Mei had also entered Black Iron 2-star, which made Li Tian quite satisfied. Next, they continued the search for sheepskin fruit, but this item was not as readily available as eggs. Li Tian traversed the entire territory of the Miemie sheep today, but did not obtain many sheepskin fruits. After selling them to the mall, he only received less than 8,000 points of divine attribute genes. This left Li Tian, who had seen 20,000 points of divine attribute genes, feeling quite dissatisfied. It seemed that the territory of the Miemie sheep was no longer a suitable place to stay. With his two pets, he ventured deeper into the illusory sea world. After walking for about half an hour, they finally encountered new monsters. Psyduck. Grade. Description: a low-level monster from the illusory sea world. Beware of its soundwave attacks. Psyduck? What a cute name. This time, Li Tian had learned his lesson. He did not choose to hunt Psyduck and instead tried to escape whenever he encountered one. If he absolutely couldn't escape, he would then kill the Psyduck. The soundwave attack from the Psyduck was quite powerful, and the noise made Li Tian's head ache. Fortunately, this creature did not have great physical defense, and Li Tian could easily deal with it alone. Finally, in the territory of the Psyduck, he discovered the local specialty, Psyduck's eggs. This was not a small number. So Li Tian continued searching for Psyduck's eggs with his two pets. Woof! Xiao Hei called out to Li Tian, who followed Xiao Hei's gaze and smiled as well. Not far away, 5 Psyduck were guarding a bronze treasure chest. This was the first time Li Tian had seen a bronze treasure chest, and he wondered what treasures it might contain. 5 Psyduck. Li Tian checked his fatigue points, which were still at 28. So taking down these 5 Psyduck was definitely not a problem. Xiao Hei, use the void cannon. Take out 2 first. Following the order, Xiao Hei was ready with the void cannon and fired at the gathering Psyduck. Chapter 25, Bronze Treasure Chest Boom. After entering the Black Iron Realm at 3 stars, Xiao Hei's void cannon had significantly increased in power. Xiao Hei teleported in front of one Psyduck, using a brutal charge to knock it into a state of confusion. At that moment, Li Tian rode over on his Ji-Tai-Mei. He jumped down from Ji-Tai-Mei and simultaneously unleashed a Gale Slash. Just this one skill caused Li Tian to lose more than half of his blue energy. However, it must be said that the power of this skill was quite impressive. 2 Psyduck were instantly killed without any chance to resist. Li Tian approached the bronze treasure chest and placed his hand on it. 10 seconds later, the system's notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained Psyduck's evolution route 1, 3 spirit stones, 1 skill upgrade card, and 10,000 divine attribute gene points. Although there were only 4 items, Li Tian was still very satisfied, especially with the Psyduck evolution route. He took a look and found it was quite different from his previous impression. In the real world, there was indeed a Psyduck beast, which could only evolve to the Golden Realm, after which there were no further evolution routes. However, the Psyduck evolution route in front of him directly reached the level of the Tidal Realm, just like the evolution endpoint of the Luhua chicken, which made Li Tian very pleased. Next, he checked Psyduck's evolution forms and found that there was not much difference before reaching the golden level. The main focus was on the evolution route after reaching the golden level, which was exactly what Li Tian needed. He knew that his mother had a Psyduck as her beast, which was contracted in the Black Iron Realm. It had not been used for a long time, partly because his mother rarely fought. Moreover, the golden level Psyduck was no longer of any help to her. When he was young, that Psyduck often played with him and Xiao Xian, and he even called it Aunt Xiaoya. Now that he had the evolution route for Psyduck, Li Tian felt that his mother's Psyduck could still be saved. However, the origin of this Psyduck evolution route was a bit troublesome. If he just gave it to his mother, how would he explain it? Having one Lu Hua chicken's evolution route had already raised her suspicions. He could explain that one is a coincidence, but how would he explain the Psyduck evolution route? He couldn't just say it was another coincidence, could he? Why was it that he kept getting lucky while others did not? Looking at the Psyduck evolution route in his hand, Li Tian felt troubled, unsure how to explain this to his mother. Putting down the Psyduck evolution route, he took out the other treasures. The spirit stones were good treasures, and getting 3 at once saved him quite a few divine attribute gene points. Skill upgrade card. Grade. Description: can upgrade a current skill to level, can be brought into reality, but limited to personal use. This skill upgrade card was also quite good, although it could only be used by him. That was enough for Li Tian as he had no plans to let others use it. He took out the skill upgrade card and upgraded his heavy strike skill. This skill was originally only a level skill, which had not been very helpful to him now and was occupying a skill slot. Now it was just right to upgrade it. A flash of white light occurred, and the description of heavy strike in the skill slot changed. Heavy strike. Grade. Description: a full-powered strike that can deal 5 times attack power. Cooldown time 5 seconds, can be brought into reality. Li Tian saw that the upgraded heavy strike skill had significantly increased its attack power to 5 times. This attack power was already comparable to level skills like Split Mountain and Mountain Crushing Palm. The cooldown time, however, remained unchanged at 5 seconds. Nevertheless, Li Tian was very satisfied with this attack power. The remaining 10,000 divine attribute gene points were also quite substantial. Looking at the few fatigue points left, Li Tian transformed into an egg-collecting expert once again. When his fatigue points were down to just 3, he sold all the Psyduck eggs to exchange for divine attribute gene points. Opening the system store, he saw he had 32,000 divine attribute gene points, making him feel accomplished again. However, as he browsed through other items, he felt like a beggar. There were simply too many good things in the system store, making Li Tian itch with desire, until he saw the space ring, which made him feel excited again. Space ring, grade. Description: a gift from the illusory sea world, with an internal space of 101,010, can be brought into reality. Price: 30,000 points. Seeing this space ring, Li Tian didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to buy it. This item was too important for him. With it, outdoor training would be incredibly convenient. Such space equipment was also sold in the Beastmaster Mall, but the prices were beyond his reach. The lowest level space equipment, which only had a cubic meter, cost 200 million blue star coins. However, this one had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, and if it were placed in the Beastmaster Mall, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Moreover, such equipment was generally sold at auction, requiring luck to come across it. After purchasing the space ring, Li Tian's divine attribute gene points were down to 2,000 points. As usual, he bought a martial arts skill blind box and a dog bloodline blind box. The 2 blind boxes drained his account of divine attribute gene points. After opening them all, the system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 drop of Hellhound bloodline. And congratulations, you have obtained the skill barbaric charge, another useless barbaric charge, which he already had 3 copies of. As for the Hellhound bloodline, that was quite good. Unfortunately, he was planning to evolve Xiao Hei into its song dog, so he could only sell this to the store. A drop of Hellhound bloodline surprisingly sold for 5 divine attribute gene points, which made Li Tian extremely happy. He hadn't expected this item to be so valuable, and his previously empty account was filled again. This time, Li Tian did not continue buying and decided to wait until the next time he entered the illusory sea world. After exiting the illusory sea world, it was the next morning. When he went downstairs, he saw that his mother had already prepared breakfast. Sure enough, it was eggs again, and Li Tian wondered why his Jitai Mei had not laid any eggs. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. His Jitai Jun laid 1 egg every day, so his Jitai Mei should have done the same. Summoning Jitai Mei and asking through the mental contract, he learned that Jitai Jun did indeed lay eggs every day, but they were all swallowed by Xiao Hei, that dog. Li Tian hadn't expected this situation, but since there were eggs, it was fine. As for Xiao Hei eating them, it didn't matter. After all, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. When he went downstairs, he saw Wu Yuxian was also there. Brother. Sister Zhu's Luhua chicken hasn't evolved yet. Should we help her? Xingyin Zhu? It turned out that this guy's family was not simple. He was actually a love child from a certain Beastmaster family, secretly arranged in Feng City, so this guy really doesn't lack money. Alright, Li Tian agreed immediately. Whether it's 1 sheep or 2 sheep, it's all the same. Chapter 26. Li Tian is stimulated. Wu Yan also became interested upon hearing this. She wanted to see what kind of evolution would happen to Shang Yinzhu's Luhua chicken. So, Xiao Tian, let Shang Yinzhu's Luhua chicken come to my house for evolution. Wu Yan instructed. Okay. After finishing breakfast, Li Tian picked up his phone and called Shang Yinzhu. The call connected quickly, and Shang Yinzhu's voice came through. Hey Xiao Tian, what's up? Why are you so proactive in calling me today? Missing your sister? Huh? Get lost. I just finished eating. Don't mess around. I have serious matters to discuss. Hearing that there was something serious, Shang Yinzhu stopped joking around. Generally speaking, when Li Tian said this, it meant there was something important. So Shang Yinzhu didn't dare to be careless. What is it? Li Tian recalled yesterday's events and asked, has your Luhua chicken got a name yet? Shang Yinzhu thought it was something important, but it turned out to be this. Not yet, why? Li Tian chuckled mischievously. It's nothing. By the way, my sister Yuxian has also contracted a Luhua chicken. Really? Hearing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinzhu felt more confident about the Luhua chicken. This guy can't possibly cheat his own sister, right? Well, you see, mine is called Jitai Mei, and Yuxian's is called Jitai Jun. Why don't you give yours a name in the same series? As Li Tian spoke, he couldn't contain his excitement. The name Jitai Ying could finally be promoted. That's it. Okay, mine will be Jitai Chong. What? Sure enough, this guy isn't any good, so reserved. He didn't even think of this name himself. But it was instantly thought of by him. No wonder people say that birds of a feather flock together. There's a reason I'm so silly. I think Ji-Tai-ing sounds pretty good. Let's go with Ji-Tai-ing. It's better than Ji-Tai-chong. Li Tian felt he could still negotiate. Shang Yinju clearly understood Li Tian's intention and said, no, no, no. Tying doesn't match my temperament like Tai Chong does. Mine will be called Ji-Tai Chong. Damn. Li Tian cursed inwardly. She was indeed reserved, and this name was given to him. Humph. No culture at all. Isn't tying better than Tai Chong? Alright. Ji-Tai Chong is Ji-Tai Chong. It's up to you. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Hearing that there was something else, Shang Yinju immediately asked, what else? Go to the Beastmaster Mall and buy 2 drops of Qing Wan blood. Come to my house. And I'll prepare a potion for you that can make your Ji-Tai Chong evolve immediately. What? Okay, I'm on my way. Less than an hour after hanging up Shang Yinju's call, she rushed over. Where? Where? As soon as she entered, Shang Yinju shouted excitedly. For her. Making Ji-Tai Chong evolve immediately was incredibly thrilling. The sooner the battle pet evolves, the greater the help it will be to her. Plus, there was a new student competition at the Feng City Beastmaster Academy, so the earlier Ji-Tai Chong evolved, the more beneficial it would be for her. Li Tian saw Shang Yinju rushing in and gestured for her to calm down. Xiao Tian, hurry, hurry. Here are 2 drops of Qing Wan blood for you. While speaking, Shang Yinju handed a bottle containing Qing Wan blood to Li Tian. Li Tian took the bottle, opened it, and poured it into the potion he had already prepared. Give this to your Ji-Tai Chong. Li Tian handed the potion to Shang Yinju. Shang Yinju immediately fed the potion to Ji-Tai Chong, and after drinking it, Ji-Tai Chong underwent a dramatic transformation. Wu Yin shot a glare at the two of them. What a terrible name. However, she was quite concerned about Ji-Tai Chang's evolution. It turned out to be similar to Ji-Tai Jun's evolution. In less than an hour, Ji-Tai Chong completed its evolution. Through the spiritual contract, Shang Yinju could clearly sense Ji-Tai Chang's changes. Xiao Tian, my Ji-Tai Chong has been blessed by the heavenly Tao. Blessed by the heavenly Tao. Shang Yinju shouted excitedly, her voice trembling. What's going on? Wu Yin and Wu Yuxian looked at Shang Yinju. Is the heavenly Tao's blessing so casual now? It was the same with Wu Yuxian before, and now with Shang Yinju. What was going on? Li Tian, however, sneered, Heh, it's just a level skill charging forward. Look at how excited you are. He pretended to be excited on the surface and asked, what? Blessed by the heavenly Tao? Tell me more. Damn. This time, Li Tian could no longer hold back. Was there no justice in the world? Clearly, his Ji-Tai Mei was the first Chicken King. Yet there was no blessing from the heavenly Tao. These 2 fools were receiving blessings one after another. Was there any justice? Shang Yinju was also excited at this moment, saying, really, Xiao Tian, my Ji-Tai Chong has been blessed by the heavenly Tao and got 2 skills. What skills? Li Tian hurriedly asked. Level skill charging forward, level skill sky-splitting claw. Level skills. At this point, Shang Yinju was almost incoherent. Overwhelmed with happiness from the level skills. Damn, Li Tian wanted to curse. Another level skill. You two are beyond reason. This is completely inhuman. Right, not human. At this moment, Li Tian's heart was extremely unsettled. Why? He decided that tonight, no matter what, he had to give Ji-Tai Mei a level skill. His Ji-Tai Mei absolutely could not fall behind those 2 chickens' pets. Hearing Shang Yinju's words, Wu Yin and Wu Yuxian in the room were stunned. What's going on? Is the heavenly Tao's blessing so worthless now? Wu Yin, who had seen a lot, was still shocked by the continuous blessings. In her impression, the heavenly Tao's blessing should only have 1 skill. Yet, both Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinju's pets were granted 2 skills. 1 skill was already enough to be considered abnormal. Now, with 2 skills, Wu Yin didn't even want to speak anymore. The most infuriating thing was that both of their pets had comprehended level skills. This was a level skill. She was a beast master at the stellar realm. Yet none of her pets had a single level skill. As a beast master, seeing such a situation, it was impossible not to feel envious. Wow, Sister Zhu. Your Ji-Tai Chong comprehended a skill too. My Ji-Tai Jun also comprehended the level skill dragon capture. At this moment, Wu Yuxian was also stunned. She didn't expect Shang Yinju's Ji-Tai Chong to be blessed by the heavenly Tao as well. It comprehended a level skill charging forward, and also had a level skill. Hearing her sister's words really pierced Li Tian's heart deeply. Shang Yinju, however, clearly did not consider Li Tian's feelings and said, really? Is the heavenly Tao's blessing so easy now? I'm not sure. When Ji-Tai Jun evolved, it was blessed by the heavenly Tao, and I was dumbfounded when I saw dragon capture, feeling just like you do now. Level skill. Xiao Xian, I feel like I'm going to go crazy with happiness. Shang Yinju's feelings at this moment were truly like this. After all, it was a level skill. Who wouldn't feel this way? Li Tian felt he really couldn't listen anymore. If this continued, his heart would be pierced through. TCH, it's It's just a blessing from the heavenly Tao. What's so impressive about it? Just wait. Today, I'll sell my house and land to give Ji-Tai-Mei a level skill. If I can't get it today, then tomorrow. For the next few days, I won't do anything else but open skill blind boxes. I refuse to believe that my Ji-Tai-Mei will fall behind your two fools' pets. I'm a man with a hook. At that moment, Li Tian was genuinely stimulated. Receiving the heavenly Tao's blessing twice in a row, who could bear that? Chapter 27. Selling houses and land, opening skill blind boxes. Shang Yinzhu stayed at Li Tian's house for a while before leaving. Now that Ji Tai Chong has just completed its evolution, it is the perfect time for them to build mutual trust. Shang Yinzhu also needs to understand the various skills of Ji Tai Chong. This is not the Illusion Sea world. Li Tian has that game-like intuitive feeling in the Illusion Sea world. In this real world, whether it's Wu Yuxian or Shang Yinzhu, they both need to gradually understand the skills of their pets. Li Tian was so stimulated that he wished he could enter the Illusion Sea world right now. After riding Ji-Tai-Mei and racing through the streets for a while, the feeling of imbalance in his heart finally subsided. Seeing that it was already 8 o'clock, Li Tian couldn't wait to fall asleep. Over these past few days, he had also figured out the timing to enter the Illusion Sea world. As long as he lay in bed to sleep at 8 o'clock, he would immediately enter the Illusion Sea world. Upon entering the Illusion Sea world, Li Tian's first action was to open the system store. Yesterday, he sold a drop of Hellhound's blood and earned 50,000 points of divine attribute genes. Today was the perfect opportunity to open blind boxes. No matter what, Ji-Tai-Mei had to have a high-level skill. His own chicken couldn't be worse than someone else's chicken. Yes, absolutely not. He bought 20 skill blind boxes in one breath and chose to open them all. Congratulations. After a series of system prompts, Li Tian was somewhat dumbfounded. The 20,000 points of divine attribute genes did not give him any particularly useful skills. Not to mention high-level skills. He didn't even get a single mid-level skill, but he had bought them all. In that moment, Li Tian felt like a gambler who had lost everything, directly purchasing skills blind boxes with all his divine attribute gene points without even looking. Another series of system prompts followed, and this time, there was finally a surprise. Li Tian's face showed ecstasy. Thinking to himself that those who say gamblers meet a bad end are wrong, this gambler was absolutely destined for success. Blood rebirth. Grade. Description. Collect a drop of your pet's blood in advance. When the pet dies in battle, it can be resurrected using the blood, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Each battle pet can only collect one drop of blood at a time. Can be brought into reality. Seeing this skill, how could Li Tian not be overjoyed? This was a skill that countless beast masters dreamt of. With this skill, his battle pet would no longer have to fear death. Moreover, this was not a skill for the battle pet. It was a skill he could use. In other words, his future battle pets would truly be a death squad. Just thinking about it excited Li Tian. This was a high-level skill he could use. Without further thought, he chose to learn it. With such a skill, not learning it would be foolish. After learning Blood Rebirth, Li Tian found all 4 of his skill slots filled. What left Li Tian dumbfounded was that this Blood Rebirth skill was actually tied to his realm. This meant that he could only resurrect battle pets of the Black Iron realm at the moment. However, that was still fine. The pets would level up along with him, so it wouldn't be a big deal. In addition to Blood Rebirth, there were other gains as well. Scorching Heaven and Boiling Sea. Grade. Description. Creates a large area of flames around oneself, causing varying degrees of damage based on the pet's realm. Exclusive to battle pets. Can be brought into reality. Did Ji-Tai-Mei just get a high-level skill? Skills like Sky-Splitting Claw and Dragon-Subduing Hand were nothing compared to his Scorching Heaven and Boiling Sea. At that moment, Li Tian felt invincible and directly gave this skill to Ji-Tai-Mei to learn. Aside from these 2 powerful skills, there was one more that greatly satisfied Li Tian. Mastery of Fist and Foot. Grade. Description. Increases experience in using fists and feet after use. Passive skill. Can be brought into reality. Seeing this, Li Tian felt he had definitely made a fortune this time. Although this was just a mid-level skill, it couldn't compare to high-level skills. But a mid-level skill was still quite good, especially since it was a passive skill that didn't occupy a skill slot. After choosing to learn it, a wealth of experience about fists and feet poured into Li Tian's mind, and then transformed into his body's instincts. After a while, Li Tian completely absorbed this experience. He casually used the Mountain Splitting Palm and found that its attack power had increased under the enhancement of mastery of fist and foot. Li Tian was even more satisfied, feeling as though he had hit the jackpot. The remaining skills were not particularly outstanding, and Li Tian felt he wouldn't use them. So he packaged and sold them all back to the system. Checking his fatigue points, he summoned Ji-Tai-Mei from the small black box and set off to explore the distance. The Illusion Sea world was uncertain in size. Li Tian walked for about an hour before encountering a new monster. Unicorn Wolf. Grade. Description. a low-level monster from the Illusion Sea world, known for its ferocity. Seeing the unicorn wolf, Tian smiled. This unicorn wolf also existed in the real world. It was the same one he had raced against with Defy earlier. It was just right for him to familiarize himself with the unicorn wolf's combat style here, so that he would have experience when facing it in the real world. Tian jumped off Defy and charged towards the unicorn wolf on his own. Now that he had all his skills filled, he wanted to see if he could take down the unicorn wolf in a one-on-one fight. The unicorn wolf spotted Tian and quickly rushed over. Tian knew that the unicorn wolf had the skill barbaric charge, so he was always on guard against it. Sure enough, as it approached Tian, the unicorn wolf used barbaric charge. Tian skillfully dodged to the side with the mastery of body movement, narrowly avoiding the attack. His mastery of body movement was still at a low level, only level 1. Tian decided that after this encounter, he must level up his mastery of body movement. But for now, he would deal with the unicorn wolf first. The unicorn wolf missed its strike and immediately turned to launch another skill, bite, at Tian. Seeing the unicorn wolf charge at him again, Tian did not hold back and delivered a heavy strike to its body. The unicorn wolf took the hit and was not feeling well. After all, this was a high-level skill, while it was merely a mid-level monster, which was quite hard for it to endure. Tian did not let up. After using heavy strike, he followed up with a mountain-splitting slash. Puff! The unicorn wolf was dealt a severe blow by Tian's strike. Tian dodged again, but this time he didn't fully evade and got bitten, losing a tenth of his health. This showed that the unicorn wolf's attacks were still quite fierce. Tian drew his sword again and delivered another mountain-splitting slash to the unicorn wolf. Puff! This time, the unicorn wolf could no longer stand and was cut down by Tian. Tian followed up with a few more strikes, directly ending the unicorn wolf's life. Congratulations! You have killed the unicorn wolf and gained 15 points of divine attribute genes. After the unicorn wolf died, it dropped an item, and Tian quickly picked it up to check its attributes. Unicorn wolf pet egg, grade, level 4 star. Description, a gift from the Illusion Sea world. Cannot be brought into reality. Damn, Tian cursed, saying that it was useless if it couldn't be brought into reality. What good was it to say it was a gift from the Illusion Sea world? The price was simply too tempting. It actually sold for 10,000 divine attribute gene points. This price exceeded Tian's expectations. 10,000 points of divine attribute genes. Tian felt like spring had come for him. Chapter 28, Resist the Wolves. Resist the Wolves. Resist. After dealing with the unicorn wolf, Tian recognized his own shortcomings. First of all, his mastery of body movement was too poor. It was no longer keeping up with his progress. He opened the system store and searched for skill upgrade cards. Just seeing the prices made Tian feel like he had boarded a pirate ship. Initially, he had found opening blind boxes exhilarating and thought he had hit the jackpot. Now, seeing the prices of skill upgrade cards, Tian felt he had truly celebrated too early. A level skill upgrade card actually cost 20,000 points of divine attribute genes. Is this simply robbery? And a level upgrade card is even priced at 50,000 points of divine attribute genes. Tian felt dizzy. Wanting to upgrade in the future would require astronomical amounts of divine attribute gene points. However, no matter how expensive it was, he had to buy it. Tian decided to save money to purchase the level card. Although he could afford a level card now, it was still more cost-effective for him to get the level 1. Since this place could drop unicorn wolf pet eggs, 50,000 points was just a matter of 5 eggs. I don't have, dinosaurs resist wolves, dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves. In the time that followed, Tian transformed into a wolf-slaying machine. Of course, this time it wasn't him doing the killing. But he assigned the task to Xiao Hei and Defy. As a beast master, how could he do it himself? Defy took a bit more effort to kill a unicorn wolf, averaging about 2 minutes per kill. In contrast, Xiao Hei's efficiency was much quicker, almost half a minute per wolf. The power of the void cannon was no joke. Its attack power was absolutely off the charts. Although Defy had the skill burning heaven and boiling sea, which was indeed powerful, using it would drain all her current mana. To replenish that mana required at least a dozen small blue potions. Tian thought the cost-effectiveness was too low, so he simply gave up on having Defy use burning heaven and boiling sea. On the other hand, although Xiao Hei's void cannon also consumed mana, Tian felt he could still afford it. It wasn't until Tian's fatigue value dropped to just 3 points that he concluded the wolf-slaying operation. Looking at the 4 unicorn wolf pet eggs, Tian sighed, feeling that the drop rate for these was too low. However, there was a pleasant surprise during the process. He also obtained a lone wolf dagger. Since it couldn't be brought into reality and was a level weapon, Tian sold it directly to the system mall for divine attribute gene points. In addition to the lone wolf dagger, He also dropped a set of lone wolf leggings, which he equipped himself. Among the 4 pet eggs he held, one could be brought into reality. This excited Li Tian, as being able to bring it into reality meant some pocket money. The unicorn wolf pet egg wasn't cheap. Previously, Li Tian had inquired about a level 5 unicorn wolf egg, which could sell for at least 500 million blue star coins. Although the one he had wasn't 5 star, it was still 3 star, so selling it for 1 or 200 million should be no problem, right? He first sold the 3 eggs that couldn't be brought into reality and purchased a level skill upgrade card. After upgrading his agility mastery to level, Li Tian felt his whole body became much lighter. Seeing that he still had 3 points of fatigue left, Li Tian decided to challenge another unicorn wolf. The unicorn wolf used its usual tactic, charging at Li Tian with a barbaric charge. After upgrading agility mastery to level, Li Tian dodged it without any pressure. He simply sidestepped, feeling like a bullfighter. When the unicorn wolf saw its attack miss, it turned around and launched another attack at Li Tian. Thus, the unicorn wolf continued its assault, while Li Tian jumped around without attacking. In the end, the unicorn wolf was too exhausted to continue, and only then did Li Tian choose to kill it. As the unicorn wolf fell, Li Tian was also kicked out of the illusory sea world, and his fatigue value hit rock bottom. After washing up, Li Tian went downstairs. It was still eggs. Li Tian felt that his family wouldn't need to buy eggs anymore. Moreover, the eggs from the Chicken King were far more nutritious than those from the Lu Hua chicken. Even selling them could fetch a good price. Of course, given his family's conditions, they wouldn't care about this little money. Brother, Sister Zhu invited us to go shopping together. Are you going? While eating, Li Tian heard this and looked up, saying, of course. How could I miss out on something like this? All right, let us finish our meal and then go find her. Okay. After breakfast, Li Tian summoned Ji Tai Mei, while Wu Yuxian rode Ji Tai Jun. The 2 siblings rode a chicken to go shopping. Seeing this absurd scene, Wu Yan felt that her education must have gone wrong somewhere. Otherwise, it was impossible for both kids to be so silly. Who rides a chicken on the street? The Li Tian siblings didn't think so. What's wrong with riding a chicken? Who said you can't ride a chicken? Besides, they're all pets. Why can others ride theirs, but they can't? Passers-by were curious to see 2 people riding a chicken. These days, anything could be seen. Before long, the 2 met up with Shang Yinzhu, and their chicken riding had already attracted attention. Xiao Tian, look. My Ji Tai Chang and Yuxian's Ji Tai Jun have both received the blessing of the Tao of Heaven. Has your Ji Tai Mei? Shang Yinzhu looked at Li Tian with a mischievous expression, having noticed that Li Tian's complexion was a bit off yesterday. He thought about teasing his brother, but after a night's sleep, he figured Li Tian could handle it now. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen this guy cry for a long time since his awakening. Now that he thought about it, he kind of missed it. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt proud. If it were yesterday, he would have definitely fought back. But now, it was as if everyone's chicken didn't have level skills. My Ji Tai Mei. Of course it does. Just that I'm not as unsteady as you 2. Upon hearing this, both of them became interested. Based on their impression of Li Tian, if his Ji Tai Mei had received the blessing of the Tao of Heaven, he would definitely be more excited than they were. So what was going on now? Brother, since your Ji Tai Mei has also received the blessing of the Tao of Heaven, why haven't you mentioned it before? Li Tian rolled his eyes at his silly sister and said, do you think I'm as foolish as you 2? Such a secret matter is naturally meant to be a trump card. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu exchanged glances, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear. What the heck? This isn't the Li Tian we know, is it? When did this guy become so cunning? Unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. At this moment, Shang Yinzhu also spoke up, saying, no way, now that I and Xiao Xian know your trump card, you have to reveal yours. Right, brother? Sister Zhu is right. You can't keep it to yourself. Wu Yuxian chimed in. Li Tian looked at the 2, feeling pleased. All right, we've grown up together. So I want to hide it. That's more like it. What is our relationship? Xiao Tian. What skills does your Ji Tai Mei have from the blessing of the Tao of Heaven, and how many? Shang Yinzhu asked. Just like you guys. Both are 2. One is a level charge skill, and the other is the level burning heaven and boiling sea. Burning heaven and boiling sea. Burning heaven and boiling sea. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu exclaimed simultaneously. The burning heaven and boiling sea was mentioned in the book as a level skill. Li Tian's Ji Tai Mei actually received the blessing of the Tao of Heaven. Thinking about this guy's calmness, both felt it was unbelievable. This was very unlike Li Tian. Chapter 29. Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea. Li Tian saw that both of them had satisfied expressions and felt that his investment in Ji Tai Mei's skill upgrade yesterday was worth it. All right. It's just a level skill. Calm down. Look at you 2 now. Do you even look like Beast Masters? You're still Black Iron Realm Beast Masters. In response to Li Tian's teasing, the 2 ignored him. They were still stunned by Li Tian's mention of Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea, a skill that was a level skill. although their own battle pets also had it. How did Li Tian manage to stay so calm? Reflecting on how their battle pets acted when they first received the blessing of the Tao of Heaven, and then looking at Li Tian's calm demeanor now, it was completely different from their impression of Li Tian. Brother, I haven't seen what burning heaven and boiling sea looks like. Can you show us? Wu Yuxian said with an expectant look, looking at Li Tian. Yes, Xiao Tian, Xiao Xian is right. I haven't seen what burning heaven, boiling sea looks like either. How about you show us? Shang Yinzhu also agreed with Wu Youxuan's words. When Li Tian saw the expressions of the two, he knew they didn't believe him. All right, let's go. Today, I will show you what burning heaven, boiling sea really is. Li Tian waved his hand and led the two towards the Beast Training Center. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit incredulous. Could what Li Tian said really be true? Otherwise, how could he dare to take them to see it? If it turned out to be fake, it would be embarrassing. They exchanged a look and chose to silently follow, wanting to see if Li Tian was lying. The distance to the Beast Training Center wasn't far, and the three soon entered. Inside, there were quite a few Beast Masters, and when they saw the three riding on chickens, they became interested. Wow, I can't believe there are still people riding chickens these days. Hey, does anyone know what rank of beast this is? It looks quite majestic. Wow, I've never seen a chicken beast over 2 meters tall. It must be some kind of mutated chicken. Many people are researching various evolutionary paths now, and low-level mutations are popping up everywhere. That's probably what these three have. Li Tian and the others ignored the discussions and had the attendant find an empty beast training room. Once inside, Li Tian instructed the two to stand back. The power of burning heaven, boiling sea was no joke. He was worried that Jitai wouldn't be able to control it and would end up roasting the three of them. If that happened, it would be a huge embarrassment for them, and they would become a negative example for the Beastmaster Academy. The two knew the power of advanced skills, and although Jitai realm was still low, they didn't dare to be careless. Wu Yuxian even summoned her destined beast, the Fire Angel, to create a protective shield around the three. Shang Yinzhu also summoned the Flower Fairy, ready to heal the three at any moment. Seeing their actions, Li Tian didn't say anything. He knew the power of the skill. As long as they stayed far enough away, there wouldn't be any major issues. However, seeing how cautious the two were, Li Tian decided not to mention it. All right, I'm about to begin, Li Tian said to the two. Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian both got ready, eager to see the power of burning heaven, boiling sea. Seeing that they were prepared, Li Tian commanded Jitai Mei, burning heaven, boiling sea. Upon receiving Li Tian's order, Jitai Mei immediately unleashed burning heaven, boiling sea. A violent flame erupted within a 5-meter radius centered on Jitai Mei. The terrifying temperature was felt by the three even inside the protective shield. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu were astonished. Everything Li Tian said was true. Jitai Mei had really comprehended burning heaven, boiling sea, and Li Tian wasn't lying to them. Due to Jitai Mei's realm, the burning heaven, boiling sea only lasted about 3 to 4 seconds before it ended. However, even so, it left the two in shock. Unlike the advanced skills they possessed, this was an area of effect attack skill. This made the two a bit envious. Although they also had advanced skills, who wouldn't want more? Shang Yinzhu thought further and said to Li Tian, Xiao Tian, you said your evolutionary path can help the Lu Hua chicken evolve to the stellar realm, but now look, our battle pets have comprehended advanced skills. Does that mean they all have the potential to become legendary beasts? Li Tian thought to himself, advanced, legendary, no. I know they can evolve to the titled level in the future. Well, there's a possibility. I feel the same. Wu Yuxian chimed in. Li Tian smiled slightly and said, why think so much? I'm already very satisfied if they can cultivate to the stellar level. You have a point. I was too greedy. At that moment, Shang Yinzhu also realized that the stellar level was indeed not low. Which family has a black iron contract battle pet that can last a lifetime? After realizing this, Shang Yinzhu stopped thinking about those irrelevant things. The three exited the beast training room and were immediately surrounded by people. Hey, young man. Can I ask you something? Li Tian looked up and saw a middle-aged man speaking. Yes, uncle, go ahead. I just saw that you were riding what seems to be a chicken beast. I was wondering where you bought it. Li Tian naturally wouldn't tell the truth, saying, my chicken beast is also a research project by a doctor. I can't disclose the specifics. Although he didn't know which doctor it was. Anyone referred to as a doctor must have considerable strength. After leaving the Beast Training Center, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu planned to go shopping for clothes. Li Tian was not interested at all. Shopping with women was the most annoying thing. Especially with two women. Well, Shang Yinzhu might not be a woman, but he was more finicky than women when shopping. Thinking that he still had a unicorn wolf beast egg in his spatial ring, Li Tian headed towards the Beastmaster Mall. Hello, esteemed Beastmaster, how may I assist you? Li Tian was not polite and said directly, I have a beast egg I want to sell. Can you help me see how much it's worth? Certainly, esteemed Beastmaster. Please follow me. Li Tian followed the attendant to a reception room, and soon an elder came out. Esteemed guest, what are you planning to sell? Li Tian took out the beast egg from his spatial ring and said, I want to sell a unicorn wolf beast egg. Please see how much it's worth. If the price is right, I will sell it. All right, no problem. The elder noticed Li Tian's spatial equipment, realizing he was not short on money. You should know that a piece of spatial equipment is worth a fortune. After taking the beast egg from Li Tian, the elder first examined it with a device. Li Tian was quite satisfied with the price and said, well then, I have no use for it, so I'll sell it to you. Chapter 30. The crafting master grandpa looking at the balance in his account, Li Tian was quite pleased. He waved to the attendant in the distance, who immediately ran over. Esteemed Beastmaster, how may I serve you? Li Tian looked at him and said, I would like a long knife as a weapon. Do you have any in your store? Hearing Li Tian's words, the attendant quickly said, yes, sir, please follow me. Li Tian followed the attendant to a display where he saw introductions for long knives. What? You don't have any physical items? Li Tian was a bit surprised. Otherwise, why only have pictures? Sir, all the weapons here need to be custom-made, so we only have style selections for now. A crafting master will tailor it for you. Upon hearing the attendant's explanation, Li Tian understood and said, I see. Then let me take a look at the styles. Opening the pictures, Li Tian began to choose a style. After browsing, he selected a long knife that looked quite similar to his own horse-slaying knife. Wait a minute. I have the illusory sea world. Why do I need to buy weapons from outside? Realizing this, Li Tian decided to abandon the purchase and said to the attendant, I'll think about it some more. Sorry to bother you. No problem, sir. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Li Tian nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave the Beastmaster Mall. The attendant looked on with envy, regretting that he couldn't awaken and was just an ordinary person. Otherwise, even the lowest level Beastmaster wouldn't be working as a servant here. Those who successfully awakened are the true pride of heaven. After leaving, Li Tian summoned Jitai Mei and rode off towards home. As Li Tian walked along the road, he was contemplating whether to change careers and become a blacksmith. After all, the protagonists in those novels he had read were all skilled in alchemy and blacksmithing, right? He couldn't appear to be lacking either. However, the blacksmith profession wasn't as popular as alchemy. After all, this was a beast-taming world, not a cultivation world. Here, pet beasts were the mainstream, and those who bought weapons were either beast tamers following the fusion route or pure warriors. In the beast-taming world, blacksmiths really weren't as sought after as alchemists. Otherwise, spending time with these two slowpokes shopping would be a waste of life. Returning to his room, he took out a spirit stone and began to cultivate. After practicing the Tai Xian Gong for a few days, Li Tian had a lot of insights. Cultivating the Tai Xian Gong was similar to the concept of blue in the illusory sea world. As his realm increased, the blue would also increase. At the same time, the power of his attacks grew stronger, unlike the digitized data in the illusory sea world. In the real world, the power of skills was linked to the energy within one's body. The more energy one had, the more skills one could unleash. Moreover, the higher the quality of the energy, the greater the damage of the skills. Additionally, his bond with Xiao Hei was unmatched by any other pet. He could tap into the energy within Xiao Hei's body, and Xiao Hei could also access the energy within his own body. This was not applicable to Jitai Mei, as he couldn't draw energy from her at all. While cultivating, it was as if he was giving Xiao Hei a backup blue. In the real world, when using the void cannon, Xiao Hei could only use it 3 times before exhausting his energy. However, if he borrowed energy from Li Tian's body, Xiao Hei could unleash the void cannon 8 times. Li Tian had more energy in his body than Xiao Hei, so naturally, the number of times he could use the void cannon increased. Similarly, when Li Tian was low on energy while using skills, he could also borrow from Xiao Hei's energy. This was the role of a contracted beast, which was why Li Tian was so diligent in practicing the Tai Xian Gong. After using a spirit stone for 2 hours, Li Tian felt that the energy in his body had increased a bit, and its quality had improved. With his current realm, he could absorb a maximum of 1 spirit stone per day. Any more, and his body wouldn't be able to absorb it. He went downstairs and had a simple meal. Still not having told his mom about Psyduck's evolution route, he really didn't know how to explain it to her. Should he fabricate a story about an old grandpa? It wasn't impossible. After all, where did his Lu Hua chicken's evolution route come from? Didn't the protagonists in novels often fool their families like this? The main thing was that his family had no doubts whatsoever. By the time he went back upstairs, it was already 8 in the evening, and he could enter the illusory sea world again. Li Tian opened the system shop to see if there were any suitable weapons available. After looking around, he found quite a few suitable weapons at affordable prices. However, all these weapons couldn't be brought into reality, which frustrated Li Tian. He continued searching for blacksmith blind boxes and soon found a blacksmith profession blind box, priced the same as the alchemist's. Li Tian thought it would be fine to get a level or 2. His expectations weren't high, so he bought just 1 blind box. If he got something good, he'd use it, and if not, he'd let it go. If it really didn't work out, he could just buy one from the system shop. It would be convenient. After all, there wasn't a huge market for blacksmiths outside. Plus, spending all day by the forge didn't suit his delicate demeanor. Congratulations. You have opened a blacksmith profession blind box and received a blacksmith profession certificate. Tian was surprised to have actually obtained a profession certificate. He felt lucky. Blacksmith profession certificate, grade. Description. After use, you will possess all the experience of a legendary level blacksmith, not for sale, can be brought into reality. For personal use only. What the hell? Tian couldn't help but curse. He had actually received a legendary level blacksmith profession certificate. This was incredibly impressive. But upon seeing the final restriction, he fell silent. He couldn't sell it to the system shop. Otherwise, with this profession certificate, he felt he could sell it for several billion without a doubt. But the not-for-sale label made Tian feel as if the illusory sea world was targeting him. Why would a profession he was not keen on give him something legendary? Meanwhile, the alchemist he wanted to learn from only gave him a silver level 1. The difference was too stark. It was as if the system was forcing him to become a blacksmith. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Regardless, this legendary level blacksmith was still very tempting. Tian chose to learn it directly. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. If he really couldn't make it in the future, he could also rely on blacksmithing to make a living. Suddenly, an idea struck Tian. What if his old grandpa came to mind? He could just say he had a master who was a titled level blacksmith, but this person was very low-key. After passing down all his knowledge, he would then wander the world. Tian felt this idea was quite good. This way, he would have a source for the evolution routes of the Lu Hua chicken and Psyduck. Once he had this thought, Tian remembered that his mom was still at the Starry Realm. The reason she was constrained was also due to her contracted beast. His mom's contracted beast was an ice feather crane, which was a level beast. Once the ice feather crane evolved to a certain level, it wouldn't have a continued evolution route. In this situation, relying on the ice feather crane to cultivate and break through the Starry Realm would be incredibly difficult. If there were a fixed evolution route, it would be much easier. Now that he had an unknown master, could he also provide his mom with the evolution route for the ice feather crane? Thinking of this, he immediately searched for the evolution route of the ice feather crane in the system shop. To his surprise, it was indeed available for sale. Ice feather crane evolution route. Grade, none. Description, contains 8 evolution routes for the ice feather crane. Price, 10 points, so expensive. Tian felt it was quite pricey when he saw the price, but then thought that since he was helping his mom, it was reasonable. Although he had crossed over, the merging of memories had already made Tian accept this mother. Moreover, since he occupied someone else's son's body, the evolution route for the ice feather crane could be considered compensation for his mom. Closing the system shop, Tian decided to focus on saving money to buy the ice feather crane's evolution route today. Xiao Hei Jitaimei, go collect Psyduck's eggs. Chapter 31. Unicorn Wolf King. I remember you. In the following time, Tian took Xiao Hei and Jitaimei to collect Psyduck's eggs. This round took 2 hours. According to the rules of the illusory sea world, 5 minutes yielded 1 point of fatigue, and 2 hours only resulted in 12 points of fatigue. However, this round netted him nearly 20,000 points of divine attribute genes. Compared to the unreliable drop rate of the unicorn wolf pet eggs, this 20,000 points was considered fixed income. Next, it was time to hunt unicorn wolves. Tian, along with his 2 beasts, began to hunt unicorn wolves frantically. Perhaps the system sensed Tian's filial piety, but today the drop rate for unicorn wolf pet eggs was unusually high. When he had 20 points of divine attribute genes left, he dropped 7 pet eggs that couldn't be brought into reality, along with 2 that could. Among the 2, one was a 5-star and the other was a 4-star, both of which could sell for a good amount of money. Just as Tian was feeling pleased, a wolf howl shattered the tranquility. Then, he was stunned to see a scene before him. Hundreds of unicorn wolves were charging toward him. Jitaimei, run. Upon receiving the order, Jitaimei didn't dare to linger, sprinting back. However, they had barely covered 500 meters when countless unicorn wolves appeared behind them. At this moment, Tian decisively gave the order, shouting at Jitaimei, Jitaimei, charge forward and use ramming to take them down. Tian's idea was simple, since they couldn't escape. They could only rely on Jitaimei's ramming to kill these unicorn wolves. When his fatigue reached the bottom, he could be kicked out of the illusion sea world. Riding on Jitaimei's back, Tian felt the murderous intent from the unicorn wolves. When they entered the wolf pack, Jitaimei directly used ramming. To be fair, this skill was quite powerful. Within 10 seconds, Jitaimei managed to break through the wolf siege. Tian initially thought he could use ramming to consume his fatigue points, but he overestimated Jitaimei's attack power. Ramming was indeed strong, but the defense of these unicorn wolves was not weak either. Ramming did not instantly kill these unicorn wolves. What he didn't expect was that he could actually break through the Unicorn Wolf's defense circle. When Li Tian rode out on Ji-Tai-Mei, the Unicorn Wolves were a bit dumbfounded. What was happening? They had been penetrated by someone. However, Li Tian was quite happy. Not only did he preserve his fatigue, but he also managed to escape. But he soon realized he was too early to celebrate, as a 5-meter-tall giant wolf appeared in front of him. Unicorn Sky Wolf King. Rank. Description: a low-level king from the Illusion Sea world, possessing great intelligence. Upon seeing this introduction and the wolf pack behind it, Li Tian knew he was in serious trouble today. If he had known earlier, he would have had Ji-Tai-Mei use the heaven-burning sea cooking skill. Perhaps he could have been kicked out. Seeing the Unicorn Sky Wolf King, Li Tian did not think he was a match for the Golden Realm Unicorn Wolf King. Before he could think too much, he felt a darkness before his eyes, followed by intense pain. Lying on the bed, Li Tian experienced this stimulating feeling again. He thought that entering the Black Iron Realm would alleviate this pain, but the reality told him he was overthinking. This intense pain would not decrease with an increase in realm. After a full hour, Li Tian finally recovered. When he re-entered the Illusion Sea world, he was randomly teleported to another location. For this, Li Tian gave a thumbs up to the Illusion Sea world. Damn, Unicorn Sky Wolf King, I remember you. When I enter the Golden Realm, I will slaughter you daily, killing you every time you spawn. After venting, Li Tian opened the system shop and sold all the Unicorn Wolf pet eggs that couldn't be brought into reality. With these Unicorn Wolf pet eggs, Li Tian's divine attribute gene points finally barely reached 100,000 points. Without hesitation, he directly chose to purchase the evolution route for the Ice Feather Crane. Looking at his remaining fatigue points, Li Tian felt gloomy. He didn't expect that dying once would reduce his fatigue points by 10. No wonder he spent such a short time in the Illusion Sea world the first time. It turned out that dying also deducted fatigue points. With only 10 fatigue points left, it wasn't enough for Li Tian to do anything, so he summoned Xiao Hei and Ji-Tai-Mei to explore ahead. They had already left the territory of the Unicorn Wolves, and soon new ferocious beasts appeared before them. Flame Bull. Rank. Description: a low-level monster from the Illusion Sea world, with a stubborn temperament. Instead of choosing to hunt the Flame Bull, he circled around to see if there were any specialties belonging to the Flame Bull. After walking for a long time, he found nothing related to the Flame Bull, wasting a good amount of fatigue points. With no choice, he decided to hunt the Flame Bull, and as usual, Li Tian hunted a Flame Bull alone. The Flame Bull was slightly more challenging than the Unicorn Wolf, mainly because the Flame Bull had magical damage. Li Tian's current gear was all physical resistance. He didn't have any magical resistance equipment. He endured the entire battle with sheer toughness. Although it hurt a bit, he still managed to kill the Flame Bull. Thinking back to when Wu Yuxian had the Fire Angel release a shield to test Ji-Tai-Mei's heaven-burning sea cooking, Li Tian felt it necessary to learn a similar defensive skill. Otherwise, encountering such magic physical hybrid monsters would be too disadvantageous. He looked at the skill slots of both pets. Ji-Tai-Mei had 1 empty slot, while Xiao Hei had 2. Checking his divine attribute gene points, he could only wait until he came in next time to deal with it. Moreover, the level of this defensive skill couldn't be too low, otherwise, upgrading them would cost a lot of divine attribute gene points. Since he had become familiar with the Flame Bull's attack patterns, Li Tian saw no need to continue fighting personally. He left the battlefield to Xiao Hei and Ji-Tai-Mei. It was too embarrassing for a Beastmaster to fight personally. Ji-Tai-Mei struggled a bit against the Flame Bull, taking a long time to kill one. It wasn't that it couldn't kill it, but it took about 5 minutes to bring down a single Flame Bull. On the other hand, Xiao Hei was still like when hunting Unicorn Wolves, taking half a minute per kill. Before the Flame Bull could get close, it was killed by Xiao Hei's Void Cannon. Especially now that Xiao Hei had entered the Black Iron 4 stars, the attack range of the Void Cannon had also increased. Moreover, when the Flame Bull got close, Xiao Hei would teleport to create distance again. Often, after one teleport, a Void Cannon would solve the Flame Bull. Watching this, Li Tian couldn't help but marvel. The high growth limit of a contracted beast and battle pet was indeed different. He also felt fortunate that Xiao Hei possessed a trace of the Tsang dog bloodline. Otherwise, it would evolve slowly like Ji-Tai-Mei. If that were the case, Xiao Hei's attack power wouldn't be much stronger than Ji-Tai-Mei's now. As Xiao Hei killed a Flame Bull, an item dropped. Flame Bull Pet Egg. Rank. 5 stars. Skills: Little Fireball, Chain Fireball, Charge. Strong Build. Description: a gift from the Illusion Sea world, can be brought into reality. Seeing it was a Flame Bull Pet Egg, Li Tian's eyes lit up. This was a good item. Chapter 32. Mom, I actually have a master. After exiting the Illusion Sea world, it was still the next morning. After washing up, he prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. There were only a few days left before school started. There weren't many peaceful days left to enjoy. When he went downstairs, the mother and daughter had already started eating. When Wu Yuxian saw Li Tian come down, she greeted him and continued to focus on her meal. Li Tian greeted his mom. Hurry up and eat. Wu Yin nodded, signaling Li Tian to eat quickly. Mom, I have something to tell you. Li Tian decided to tell his mom about the evolution route of the ice feather crane. Seeing Li Tian's serious expression, Wu Yin put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, Go ahead. Mom, I'm quite curious about something. Why have you never asked me about the origin of the Lu Hua chicken's evolution route? This was indeed something Li Tian was curious about for so long. His mom had never asked a word about it. Wu Yin smiled and said, Everyone has their own secrets. You've grown up and should have your own privacy space. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to, I won't ask. What an understanding mom. Li Tian couldn't help but feel that his mom was really great. Mom, actually, I have a master who has been teaching me for many years. And I never told you. Hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yuxian looked at her brother in disbelief. Could it be that her brother had read too many novels and developed fantasies? You are with me every day. How could I not know if you have a master? However, Wu Yin did not become suspicious. She had her doubts when Li Tian used Heavy Strike that day, but she respected her son's privacy and had not inquired further. Now that she heard her son mention it, she was a bit curious. Just who was this person that had taught her son for so many years without her noticing? Oh, who is this master of yours? Wu Yin asked. He is a powerful artifact refiner, not a beast master, but a martial artist. Some of my skills were taught to me by him. He asked me to call him Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang? Wu Yin pondered for a moment and realized she had never heard of this name before. But a martial artist? That's pretty good. Wu Yin nodded and said calmly. Li Tian continued, Mom, my master is really powerful. There are indeed strong martial artists, and at least my master is a hidden master. Wu Yin nodded but didn't speak. Feeling skeptical, a martial artist at the Starry Realm is indeed formidable, and it would be quite troublesome to encounter one. However, the Starry Realm is already their peak, and there is no way to cultivate further. Beast Masters, on the other hand, have 3 higher realms above them, and their potential is not something martial artists can compare to. Mom, don't underestimate it. My master is really impressive. Li Tian emphasized upon seeing his mother's reaction. All right, a martial artist at the Starry Realm is indeed strong. If you can cultivate to the Starry Realm, that's also quite good. Wu Yin, seeing her son so respectful towards his master, decided not to discourage him further. Who said my master is at the Starry Realm? My master is at least a titled-level powerhouse. Wu Yin smiled, knowing well about martial artists. Seeing her son defend his master so fiercely, she chose not to counter him and just watched Li Tian. Li Tian sighed, but it was fine as long as she believed he had a master. As for the evolution routes of Psyduck and Ice Feather Crane, Wu Yan's eyes finally showed a flicker of interest as she asked, Is that so? Let's evolve the Ice Feather Crane to the king level first. I told my master about your situation, and he gave me 2 types of evolution materials for the pets. Would you like to give it a try? Wu Yin was intrigued to hear that Li Tian's master could actually evolve the Ice Feather Crane. She had been stuck at the Starry Realm for many years, and it would be great if she could break through. Not to mention, just the lifespan would double. Tell me about it. Li Tian then explained the materials needed for the evolution of Ice Feather Crane and Psyduck. Since the Ice Feather Crane is at the Starry level, the materials required are exceptionally precious. In contrast, the materials needed for Psyduck are relatively cheaper. Wu Yin already had several types of evolution materials for Psyduck. She handed over the remaining materials to her daughter to buy from the Beastmaster Mall. She was also curious about whether what her brother said was true. After confirming that the materials were complete, Wu Yin summoned Psyduck. It had been a long time since she summoned her Psyduck, mainly because it had fallen behind her realm. Over the years, Psyduck had already cultivated to its limit in the Beastmaster space. Now, in its golden form, Psyduck was called Red Feather Platypus. After being summoned, it showed affection towards Wu Yin. After Li Tian prepared all the materials, about an hour passed. Mom, let Aunt Xiaoya give it a try. His mother Psyduck was named Xiaoya, who used to play with them when Li Tian was young. So, Li Tian had a good impression of Xiaoya. Wu Yin was also feeling experimental. She didn't particularly believe Li Tian's words, mainly because he said that Feng Qingyang was a martial artist. And how could a martial artist have the evolution route for Psyduck? So many beast masters had not figured it out over the years. How could a martial artist know it? But seeing her son's eager expression, she still fed the prepared potion to Xiaoya. Xiaoya was also attracted by the potion and felt that it contained something very important for itself. Soon, Xiaoya drank the potion in one gulp, and its body emitted dazzling white light. Since it had already reached the peak of the Golden Realm, it was only a matter of taking the final step. Wu Yin widened her eyes in disbelief. No way. Xiaoya was actually going to evolve. Through the spiritual contract, she could clearly sense Xiaoya's current state. It was indeed the feeling of evolution. As a Starry Realm Beastmaster, she wouldn't misjudge this. Then, the white light around Xiaoya grew more intense, and it lasted for about 10 minutes before completely disappearing. At this moment, Xiaoya had undergone a tremendous transformation. Wu Yin was even more surprised to see Xiaoya now. Through the spiritual contract, she discovered that Xiaoya was no longer a red feather platypus, but had evolved into a diamond-level four-winged ice duck, with newly comprehended skills also at the diamond level. How is this possible? Wu Yin looked at Xiaoya in shock, then turned her gaze to Tian. Now that Xiaoya had truly entered the diamond realm, what about her destined beast, the ice feather crane? Could it also enter the king realm? At this moment, Wu Yin was also excited, as she had been stuck at the starry realm for so many years. The hope of promotion was right in front of her, and she couldn't help but be thrilled. At the same time, Wu Yin became increasingly curious about Tian's master. What kind of person was he? Feng Xingyang, what kind of character are you? Chapter 33. Ice Feather Crane Evolution. Tian watched Xiaoya evolve and felt happy for his mother. Son, what kind of person is your master? Why have I never heard of this name before? Facing his mother's inquiry, Tian was already prepared and said, I don't know. My master has never told me about his past. He only taught me some refining knowledge and some martial skills. By the way, I heard you say before that your master is a refiner? Wu Yin recalled what Tian had said earlier and asked, Yes, my master is indeed a refiner. He mentioned that he is a titled-level refiner, but I don't know how true that is. Wu Yin instinctively wanted to deny it. A titled-level refiner? How is that possible? But thinking about Xiaoya's evolution right before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. However, as far as I know, there are no titled-level refiners on Blue Star. Could it be from another planet? Tian knew that there was more than one planet in this world. The entire Beastmaster civilization consisted of 36 planets. Upon hearing her son's words, Wu Yin felt that this was the only possibility. It seemed that it should be a powerhouse from another planet who saw her son's outstanding talent and took him as a disciple. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Mom, my master provided me with the evolution route for Psyduck that goes beyond the Diamond Realm. There is also one for the King Realm. The King Realm too? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be surprised. The entire Beastmaster civilization had never heard of anyone mastering the evolution route for Psyduck to the King Realm. Wait, Wu Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that her son's master came from the Holy Land? Otherwise, how could he be a titled-level refiner and also claim to be a martial artist? Perhaps only in that place could there be such experts. Now that such an expert had taken her son as a disciple, Wu Yan instantly became excited. If her son could connect with the Holy Land, even if he couldn't eventually enter it, as long as he could make that connection, his future would be limitless. Meanwhile, Tian hadn't thought so much. He didn't even know the term Holy Land. His master was entirely fabricated to provide a reasonable source for the evolution routes of Psyduck and Luhua Chicken. But obviously, Wu Yin misunderstood, linking Tian's non-existent master to a Holy Land expert. Mom, your destined beast, the ice feather crane, has already cultivated to its limit, right? As long as we prepare the materials, you can enter the King Realm. I'll go prepare now. Earlier, Tian had already given his mother the materials for the ice feather crane's evolution, but they were only for the King Realm. Wu Yin was also a bit excited at the thought of entering the King Realm. This time, Wu Yuxian did not go to the Beast Merchant Mall, but went there personally. Tian and Wu Yuxian rode along with their mother on her mount. A starry-level Taishan bull. Normally, this Taishan bull would be at least 10 meters tall in its natural form. However, after entering the Golden Realm, beast pets can control their size. So now, the Taishan bull is only 3 meters high, and even then, the three of them riding on it do not feel cramped. Tian had ridden the Taishan bull more than once before and had a deep impression of it. As soon as the starry-level Taishan bull started moving, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. This is a starry-level expert, one of the top existences in the entire function. The speed of the Taishan bull is not something the Jitai Mei can compare to. When it runs, it truly moves like the wind. Since the materials needed this time are too precious, Wu Yin went directly to the main store of the Beast Merchant Mall in Fengcheng. When Wu Yin entered the Beast Merchant Mall with her children, attendants immediately came to greet them. They recognized this starry-level alchemist and showed great respect for Wu Yin. The person in charge here personally attended to Wu Yin, and she handed a list of materials to him. This list was not complete. Wu Yin already had more than 10 kinds herself, so she was not worried about the list being leaked. The person in charge glanced at the list and gasped. It was not that they did not have these materials, but that these materials were not cheap. Before long, the person in charge had prepared all the materials on the list. Tian glanced at the total amount of Blue Star coins needed for the final payment, which was over 800 billion. Tian couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that his family was so wealthy. This was over 800 billion Blue Star coins. And judging by his mother's card-swiping demeanor, it seemed to be within her means. Neither Tian nor Wu Yuxian expected that their family was actually so rich. They had only thought that their family had a bit of money. Tian even felt that raising 2 beast tamers would be a struggle. But now it seemed he had underestimated. Their family background was quite substantial. After Wu Yin received the materials, she did not linger and mounted the Taishan bull to head home. Mom, is our family really this rich? Li Tian couldn't help but ask curiously as he sat on the Taishan bull. Wu Yin smiled and said, what do you think? Your mom is a starry-level alchemist, and your dad is the captain of the pioneering army. Over the years, he has contributed a lot of money to the family. After hearing this, Li Tian nodded and said, Mom, do alchemists really make that much money? Of course. Alchemists are considered the most lucrative profession in the beast-taming civilization, bar none. Suddenly, Li Tian thought that if he could change his legendary-level blacksmith profession to a legendary-level alchemist, that would be great. If starry-level alchemists made so much money, then legendary-level ones would be making a fortune. After receiving the materials, Wu Yin personally began to concoct the potion. There were many things to pay attention to in the evolutionary route Li Tian had given her. However, for a starry-level alchemist, this was nothing. Half an hour later, the evolutionary potion for the ice feather crane was finally completed. Wu Yin summoned her destined beast and fed it the potion. The ice feather crane was enveloped in white light, clearly indicating the sign of evolution. Through the spiritual contract, Wu Yin could sense the current state of the ice feather crane clearly. It was indeed about to evolve, and it seemed that the 800 billion had not been spent in vain. An hour passed, but the ice feather crane still had not broken through. After 2 hours, the ice feather crane was still surrounded by the white light. Li Tian and Wu Yuxian were both getting anxious, but Wu Yin was not worried at all. Mom, why hasn't any being broken through yet after so long? Wu Yuxian asked worriedly. What's the rush? How could the breakthrough to the starry realm be accomplished in a short time? But it will be soon. About an hour later, the ice feather crane finally completed its breakthrough. Yo! A cry rang out, and then the ice feather crane, after evolving, soared into the sky. The entire Fengcheng was covered by the sound of its cry. Countless people curiously looked at the icy-colored bird in the sky, wondering what realm this pet beast belonged to, as it was so beautiful. At this moment, several old folks at the Fengcheng Beast-Taming Academy looked up at the icy-colored bird in the sky. This was actually a king-level beast? It seemed to have just completed its evolution, but what kind of large bird was this? They had never seen it before. Moreover, Fengcheng had gained another king-level beast, which was good news for them. King-level. In the Xia country, that was already high-level, and even in Blue Star, it was a presence that could speak. Soon, these people deduced from the location of the icebird's appearance that it was the residence of starry-level alchemist Wu Yin. Could it be that Wu Yin had entered the king realm? But wasn't her destined beast the ice feather crane? The evolutionary route of the ice feather crane only reached the starry realm at most. Had there been a mutation? Such things were not unheard of in the beast-taming world. A destined beast could undergo mutation and break through its current realm. However, such occurrences were rare and had a pitifully low probability. But it seemed that Wu Yin had struck lucky this year, as her destined beast unexpectedly mutated and leveled up. At this moment, at Li Tian's home, his mother Wu Yin, after her destined beast completed its evolution, also entered the king realm. Wu Yin was currently experiencing this new realm. She never expected that she would one day enter the king realm. If old Li knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Moreover, now that her destined beast had evolved, it was no longer the ice feather crane, but should now be called Ice Luan. The skills she comprehended were also of 2 levels, both incredibly formidable. Its size had also changed to about 1 meter, and she looked at Li Tian and said, Thank you, Xiao Tian, for helping Annie successfully evolve. Pets can speak human language after entering the starry realm. Of course, some pets can speak human language even at lower realms, like parrots and magpies. I still have to thank you. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. Back in the day, you were just a little kid. Time really flies. At this moment, Wu Yin also realized the difference of the king realm. Xiao Tian, thank you, and also thank your master for me. If it weren't for him, I would never have entered the king realm in my life. Wu Yin was genuinely grateful to Li Tian's non-existent master at this moment. She also lamented that the 800 billion spent was worth it. Although it caused her family's assets to shrink by 1/3, it was all worth it. Mom, you're being too polite. I'm your son, and my master also said that when you reach the peak of the king realm, he will help Annie Bing evolve again. It can still evolve? This time, Wu Yin couldn't help but be excited. Being in the king realm had already made her very satisfied. She never expected Li Tian to say that the Ice Luan could evolve again, which meant she could reach the legendary level, surpassing old Li's realm. Yes, my master said so, and he also said that after Ice Luan evolves, it will be a 3-tailed Ice Luan, and its final form will be a 9-tailed Ice Phoenix. Hiss, a title level beast? She actually had a chance to reach the title level in her lifetime. This was a realm Wu Yin had never even dared to think about before. After all, the original ice feather crane had its limits, and there was no evolutionary route beyond that. Now, hearing her son say this, she was even more convinced that that expert came from the Holy Land. Just then, an old man's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyan, congratulations. Wu Yan hurried to the door and invited the old man in. Xiao Tian, Xiao Xian. Quickly call out to the master. This is the dean of your academy. Li Tian and Wu Yuxian hurriedly paid their respects to the old man, who smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Wow, time flies. I didn't expect your children to have grown so big. Master, you should consider how old I am this year. Over 200. Wu Yan smiled at the old man. Wu Yan rolled her eyes. This old man was her master in alchemy, a king-level alchemist. If she remembered correctly, her teacher was only a little over 3,000 years old this year. And king-level beastmasters could live to at least 8,000 years, so this old fellow was far from reaching the end of his life. Master, you're in your prime now. Stop saying such things about heroes fading. The old man didn't take it to heart, but examined the ice phoenix before him, saying, "Ah, this is your opportunity. I didn't expect it." The old man didn't know why Wu Yan had entered the king level, thinking it was due to the ice feather crane's own evolution. Such occurrences weren't unheard of. Theoretically, every destined beast could achieve this. However, in reality, it was the destined beast that could evolve, while the lifespan of the Beastmaster limited the evolution of the destined beast. Before the destined beast could break through, the Beastmaster's life would often come to an end. After all, a destined beast needed a long time to grind and improve. Seeing the ice feather crane break through, the old man assumed it was due to a mutation of the ice feather crane. Wu Yan hosted the old man for dinner at her home before he left. In less than a week, you will report to the academy, so make the most of the remaining time to train. This freshman competition is very important for you, the old man said to Li Tian and his sister as he departed. Both Li Tian and Wu Yuxian nodded in agreement, knowing the old man was right. The freshman competition was related to the allocation of resources in the academy. After entering the academy, everything relied on strength. The stronger you were, the more resources you would receive. If your strength was lacking, then sorry, you would only get the minimum resources. As for pretending to be weak to gain an advantage, that was possible too. As long as your family wasn't short on money or resources from the school, you could pretend however you liked. Their mother, Wu Yan, had just entered the king level and still needed time to experience it. The beginner phase was over, and from now on, the illusory sea world would cancel the beginner benefits, becoming even more realistic. What is going on? Li Tian was a bit confused. The beginner phase was over? What beginner phase? And what did it mean that the beginner benefits had ended? After thinking for a long time, Li Tian still couldn't understand the illusory sea world system's words. Finally, he decided to stop thinking and summon Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei, heading towards the gathering place of the flame cattle. Moo. Li Tian saw a lone flame cattle and ordered Xiao Hei to charge in. Today he planned to level up his low-level skills. He also wanted to enhance Jitai Mei's Iron Claw triple strike. Soon, the flame cattle fell to the ground, transforming into white light, and the system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations. You have killed a flame cattle and gained 5 divine attribute gene points. What is going on? Li Tian was bewildered. How come it was only 5 points? Did the system make a mistake? Just yesterday, it was 25 points. How could it shrink so much all of a sudden? Then he remembered the system's prompt about the end of the beginner phase and the cancellation of beginner benefits. Li Tian quickly opened the system store. Fortunately, the prices of items inside hadn't changed, or he would have felt like hitting a wall. However, the speed at which he could earn divine attribute gene points had noticeably slowed down, and it seemed impossible to level up like before. Chapter 35. Life without beginner benefits. Li Tian, accompanied by his 2 pets, killed dozens of flame cattles, but only 2 pet eggs dropped. The drop rate had decreased significantly, making Li Tian grind his teeth in frustration. However, one thing had become more reasonable. Fatigue points no longer decreased based on monster kills. This meant 5 minutes for 1 fatigue point, and 100 points of fatigue equated to 500 minutes. A total of over 8 hours. Li Tian found this aspect quite satisfactory. Since there was no longer a fatigue point restriction, Li Tian joined the monster-killing army. This way, his practical combat skills also improved. He discovered that even without skill upgrade cards, frequently using a skill could still raise its level. This was becoming increasingly similar to reality, where the same principle applied. After 8 hours of continuous monster killing, Li Tian felt a bit tired. Seeing the pet eggs in his hand brought a smile to his face. Although the drop rate was lower than yesterday, without the fatigue point limitation, his monster killing efficiency had improved. Thus, his overall gains hadn't changed dramatically. Moreover, since he had joined the battle today, his practical experience had significantly increased. Noticing that his fatigue points were running low, Li Tian stopped killing monsters. He opened the system store and sold all the pet eggs that couldn't be brought into reality. He earned nearly 100,000 divine attribute gene points in total, which, combined with his previous points, amounted to exactly 100,000. As usual, he bought a few spirit stones, and the rest was prepared for skill upgrades. Xiao Hei still had several blank skills, and currently, He was repeatedly using those few moves. Although the Void Cannon was efficient, it consumed a lot of mana. With the Void Cannon's power increasing, so did its mana requirements. Tian felt that he should give Xiao Hei a few more skills. After all, as long as he increased proficiency, he could level up. At worst, he could just grind for proficiency. First, he upgraded his own body technique mastery to level. And then he raised Jitai Mei's Iron Claw Triple Strike and Chain Kick to level. At this point, he had very few Divine Attribute Gene points left. So he directly purchased skill and technique blind boxes. Ox Demon Technique. Grade. Description: a trash technique that can be cultivated up to the Silver Realm, cannot be sold. Cannot be brought into reality. Tian was speechless upon seeing this technique. With the Tai Xin technique around, this Ox Demon technique was truly rubbish. The main issue was that it couldn't be sold, which rendered it useless. It also couldn't be brought into reality, making it even less useful. So Tian directly learned it. After all, it didn't occupy a skill slot, and learning these techniques didn't have slot restrictions. Ox Demon 5 Strikes. Grade. Description: 5 consecutive strikes, each stronger than the last, increasing attack by 10 each time, when combined with the Ox Demon technique. The attack can double, cannot be sold, cannot be brought into reality. Tian was also speechless. It couldn't be sold again. What good was it then? Although it seemed like it could be combined with the Ox Demon technique, its grade was too low to be useful. Additionally, the price to upgrade them with Divine Attribute Gene points wasn't cheap at all, so Tian had no intention of upgrading. He clicked to learn it anyway. It didn't occupy a skill slot, so he could just use it in the illusory sea world. Ox Demon 9 Kicks. Grade. Description: continuous, cannot be sold. Cannot be brought into reality. Tian didn't even have the interest to read the description and directly clicked to learn it. Golden Bell Shield. Grade. Description: after use. Forms a transparent golden bell that covers a radius of 33 around the user, exclusive to battle pets, can be brought into reality. This skill was good. Tian had envied Wu Yoxuan's Flame Shield before, and now he had a defensive skill too. He directly let Xiao Hei learn it, so he could enjoy the Golden Bell Shield as well. This time, Tian only bought a few skill blind boxes and felt he had made a profit, especially with the Golden Bell Shield. Although it was only a level skill, it was already quite good. After closing the system store, he continued to fight monsters for a while until his fatigue points were nearly depleted, and then Tian exited the illusory sea world. In the following days, Tian constantly leveled up his skills in the illusory sea world. After the update, he discovered a new benefit. That means you can enter the illusory sea world anytime and anywhere. However, entering the illusory sea world does not mean that his body will disappear. Additionally, after the updates in the illusory sea world, you can only stay there for a little over 8 hours a day. According to Tian's tests over the past few days, the flow of time in the illusory sea world and the real world is not the same. In the real world, 1 hour leads to a complete depletion of fatigue points in the illusory sea world. As a result, Tian has enjoyed the pleasure of sleeping and dreaming again, but he doesn't feel as refreshed as before when he wakes up. Tian also experimented and found that fatigue points can accumulate. For example, if you enter the illusory sea world today, the fatigue points for the next day will be 200 points. This discovery made Tian feel that the illusory sea world is becoming more user-friendly. Xiao Tian, you'll be going to school the day after tomorrow. How are you preparing? Before the school starts, Shang Yinzhu came to Tian's house to discuss their future college life. What can I prepare? I'm still far from the Bronze Realm. What about you? Tian spoke the truth. Right now, Xiao Hei is already at the Black Iron Realm, 5 stars, having just reached 5 stars yesterday. It's impossible to enter the Bronze Realm by the time school starts. Shang Yinzhu chuckled. I'm getting close. I estimate I can reach the Bronze Realm in just a few days, before the new student competition. Wow, the 5-star Flower Fairy is impressive. Your promotion speed is incredible. Tian pretended to be envious. It wasn't this fast originally. My illegitimate father gave me a drop of life water, or else it wouldn't have been so quick. What? Life water? Your dad must be really wealthy. Tian had heard of this item. A single drop could sell for at least several billion. That's no small amount. It seems Shang Yinzhu's beast-taming family is quite powerful. I said I didn't want it, but he insisted, and I had no choice. In the end, my little arms couldn't twist the big thighs, so I had to give in. Enough about that. By the way, what kind of pet beast are you planning to contract after entering the Bronze Realm? Tian asked again. Originally, I planned to contract a wooden puppet, but this time my illegitimate father was really helpful. He got me a pterosaur pet egg. Wow, a dragon-type pet beast? This time, Tian was genuinely shocked. He didn't expect Shang Yinzhu's father to be so impressive that he managed to get a dragon-type pet beast. There is a special faction among beast tamers called dragon tamers. Most of the battle pets of dragon tamers are dragon-type beasts, and dragon-type beasts are almost invincible at the same realm. Hearing Shang Yinzhu say this, Li Tian became curious about his father's family. Could it be a dragon tamer family? If it's true, then Shang Yinzhu would be incredibly impressive. Yeah, I didn't expect my illegitimate father to be so helpful. Actually getting me a dragon-type pet beast. Shang Yinzhu spoke with a sense of pride, but Li Tian could understand. If he had a dragon-type pet beast, he'd definitely be even prouder. Chapter 36. Weapon Refining and Warriors. Li Tian chatted with Shang Yinzhu for a while. And then Shang Yinzhu went out shopping with Wu Yuxian. Li Tian was increasingly suspicious that these two were involved, but he had no evidence. Riding on his G-Time Mei, Li Tian headed towards the weapon refining workshop. After all, school starts the day after tomorrow. And Li Tian was also preparing to forge a suitable weapon for himself. Weapon refining is different from alchemy. There are not as many formulas involved, and it relies more on refining techniques. Now that Li Tian has changed his profession to a legendary level weapon refiner, forging a suitable weapon is a piece of cake. He had already informed the workshop in advance that he would come today. Upon entering the workshop, a servant immediately welcomed him. Respected Master Refiner, please come in. Li Tian nodded and didn't say much, following the servant into the workshop. Since he had already reserved a room, Li Tian was directly assigned to a refining room. This was Li Tian's first time refining, and he felt a bit excited. The moment he picked up the blacksmith's hammer, the experience of a legendary level weapon refiner surged into his mind. In less than 10 minutes, a horse-slaying knife was successfully forged under Li Tian's hammer. It was simply too easy to create this kind of knife. For someone with the experience of a legendary refiner like Li Tian, it was child's play. Weighing the long knife in his hand, Li Tian felt it was more comfortable and sharper than the one from the illusory sea world. But this was normal since the one in the illusory sea world was just a standard weapon. The one he held was custom-made, so the two were naturally not comparable. Only golden level and above refiners can inscribe runes. Li Tian barely managed to sketch a rune and was already panting from exhaustion. He had enough experience now, but unfortunately, the energy in his body was insufficient. This single rune was completed using his experience as a legendary refiner and special techniques. Wiping the sweat off his face, Li Tian looked at the long knife in his hand and felt quite satisfied. The rune he inscribed earlier meant sharpness, which could increase the knife's sharpness. Li Tian estimated that with this rune, the sharpness of the knife could be improved by at least double. However, forging this long knife had exhausted all his energy, and now he couldn't even use his skills. Taking a spirit stone out of his space ring, Li Tian held it in his hand and activated the Tai Xian Gong. Threads of energy flowed into Li Tian's body as he practiced Tai Xian Gong. After an hour, his energy was fully replenished. Li Tian discovered that this time, exhausting his energy had slightly expanded his energy sea. It seems that refining can also assist in cultivation. Li Tian decided that he really shouldn't neglect refining in the future. This is also a way to increase his cultivation, which is an unexpected joy. Picking up the long knife, he casually swung it a few times and felt very comfortable with it. After leaving the refining room, he coincidentally saw the door of the adjacent refining room open. It was a middle-aged man who was momentarily stunned when he saw Li Tian. Zheng Guangzhu did not expect to see such a young weapon refiner. It's really rare to become a refiner at this age. Li Tian politely nodded to this refiner and had no intention of getting too close. However, Zheng Guangzhu, seeing Li Tian, curiously asked, "Little brother, are you also a weapon refiner?" Hearing Zheng Guangzhu's words, Li Tian smiled and replied, "Yes. I have a bit of research in refining." Haha, it's indeed rare to see such a young refiner. My name is Zheng Guangzhu. I have some reputation among weapon refiners. Seeing Zheng Guangzhu take the initiative to introduce himself, Li Tian, influenced by his childhood education, felt compelled to respond. I'm Li Tian, just doing a bit of research in refining. Little brother, I see you're quite young. Is this skill inherited? No. I had a very powerful master who taught me some refining knowledge, and then I gradually explored my way to where I am now. Li Tian naturally wouldn't say he was a legendary level weapon refiner. That would discourage the other party. It's rare to see young people still interested in the profession of weapon refiners. I feel reassured to see someone so young. As a Starry Realm weapon refiner, Zheng Guangzhu is considered a prominent figure in Feng City. Over the years, the profession of weapon refiners has indeed declined. People prefer alchemists instead, and the market reflects this. A golden level alchemist earns much more in a year than a weapon refiner. Now, seeing someone as young as Li Tian already a weapon refiner, Zheng Guangzhu felt a sense of hope for the future. Li Tian and Zheng Guangzhu chatted as they walked, and when they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw a group of people practicing martial arts. Li Tian knew that there were warriors in this world. These were people who hadn't awakened, yet were unwilling to be ordinary. Zheng Guangzhu looked at these warriors with a sense of emotion. They are all people with resilient characters, but it's a pity they couldn't awaken. Awakening completely depends on fate. Li Tian also sighed, realizing that awakening indeed relies on luck. If there is a beast master in the family, then the probability of awakening will be higher. However, this is not absolute, as there are people from beast master families who have not managed to awaken. This world is indeed unfair. Once one awakens, they are elevated. And even the lowest level beast master has a much stronger social status than ordinary people. At this moment, an old man walked out and, seeing Li Tian and another person lost in thought, casually said something. At this time, Zheng Guangzhu introduced Li Tian, saying, Xiao Tian. This is the master of the crafting workshop, a starry realm crafting master, and also a martial artist. You can call him Old Master Tian. Hello, Old Master Tian. Li Tian respectfully bowed to Old Master Tian. Although a starry realm crafting master was not as strong as him, he knew how much hardship a martial artist must endure to reach the starry realm. Old Master Tian nodded and graciously accepted Li Tian's greeting, saying, Young friend, are you also a crafting master? Yes, I just became a crafting master not long ago. I'm here today to forge a suitable weapon, Li Tian replied honestly, admitting that he had only recently become a crafting master. However, I am a legendary level crafting master. You don't need to know that. Upon seeing how young Li Tian was, Old Master Tian asked, You are a beast master? Li Tian did not hide it and replied, Yes, I awakened this year. Old Master Tian had no intention of discriminating against beast masters and said, Yes. The growth of a beast master after awakening is not something a martial artist can compare to. Crafting also has its innate advantages. Work hard. Although the craft has declined, it is not without prospects. Old Master Tian is right. However, I am not just a beast master. I can also be considered a martial artist. Oh, you also practice martial arts? Old Master Tian became interested. In this day and age, there are not many who awaken and also practice martial arts. As martial artists are inherently weaker than beast masters, this is an attempt in the beast master world. To be honest, my crafting teacher is also a martial artist. So I started practicing martial arts at a young age, fearing that if I couldn't awaken, I could still walk the path of a martial artist. Hearing Li Tian's words, Old Master Tian nodded slightly, finding Li Tian more likable. There are indeed those who prepare in advance, but they are very few. People prefer to rely on luck to awaken and become beast masters rather than work hard to become martial artists. After all, being a martial artist is truly exhausting and painful. Chapter 37. The original owner's dream shattered. Zheng Guangzhu looked at Li Tian curiously, surprised to find out that he was also a martial artist. Good, Xiao Tian. I didn't expect you to have made 2 preparations, but now that you have awakened, you don't have to work so hard. Li Tian shook his head and said, No, I have not given up on the idea of becoming a martial artist. Becoming a martial artist is my dream. Both Zheng Guangzhu and Old Master Tian frowned slightly. This is not a good choice. Although Old Master Tian himself is a martial artist, he still disagreed upon hearing Li Tian's words. The reason he became a martial artist was that he had no other choice. In this day and age, anyone who can become a beast master would not want to be a martial artist. Xiao Tian, you are already a beast master. Why do you still want to become a martial artist? You have to know that a person's energy is limited. If you pursue both paths, you may end up with nothing. At this moment, Zheng Guangzhu also spoke up to advise Li Tian. Just as he said, it is difficult to pursue both. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, both of them suddenly realized. Indeed, if one's destined beast is too weak, it might be better to pursue the path of a martial artist. Moreover, with the help of a destined beast, there is a significant advantage compared to pure martial artists, at least for the energy aspect. One can borrow from their destined beast, which pure martial artists cannot enjoy. The 2 crafting masters nodded upon hearing Li Tian's words. After all, they were not very familiar with Li Tian, and the reason they could chat so much was that he was a young crafting master. Otherwise, given their status, they would hardly bother with him. Old Master Tian was clearly here to discuss crafting matters with Zheng Guangzhu. Li Tian, on the other hand, wanted to summon Jitai Mei and leave this place when suddenly a voice called out to him. Li Tian, why are you here too? Xia Qingxian did not expect to run into him here. Li Tian was also a bit surprised. She was the school beauty back then and considered a prominent figure in high school. Hearing Li Tian's words, Xia Qingxuan's eyes showed a hint of despondency. But then she firmed up again. I'm here because I didn't manage to awaken successfully and want to make a name for myself, so I chose to practice martial arts. At this moment, Li Tian realized that he was metaphorically stabbing a knife into the girl's heart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Li Tian quickly apologized. It's okay. Awakening is just a matter of luck. Since the heavens are not preparing to reward me with this meal, I will earn it myself. When Xia Qingxian said this, her eyes were filled with determination. Li Tian was somewhat moved. He remembered that this school beauty was a strong-willed person. Moreover, she was the main character in many of the original owner's spring dreams, which gave Li Tian a special feeling towards her. He never expected that even after failing to awaken, this main character did not give up on the path of becoming strong. Li Tian genuinely admired this. After all, her parents were both beastmasters. Even if she did not succeed in awakening, her family conditions would not let her suffer. Yet, Xia Qingxian chose the difficult and tiring path of a martial artist. By the way, Li Tian, how did you end up here? Li Tian quickly thought of a lie and almost blurted it out. Sigh, I really have no choice. Although I successfully awakened, you don't know that I awakened a level 1-star Chinese rural dog. What can I do? Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Xia Qingxian immediately understood his meaning. A level 1-star Chinese rural dog, although awakened, would require an immense amount of resources to grow. The path of a martial artist is indeed a wise choice. Oh, so that's why you came here to find a martial arts teacher? Li Tian nodded and said, I do have this plan. With the help of a destined beast, walking the path of a martial artist will be much easier. Xia Qingxian agreed with Li Tian's words. Then how about this? Come with me. I will introduce you to a teacher. Li Tian happily agreed, mainly wanting to see the original owner's crush a little more. He would absolutely not admit that he found the girl pretty. It was all the influence of the original owner's messy dreams. Yes, definitely. Li Tian followed Xia Qingxian into a room where a teacher was giving a lecture. Xia Qingxian pulled Li Tian to a corner where no one was sitting. The teacher on stage was explaining the various acupoints in the human body. These acupoints make up the meridians within the human body. As long as we open these acupoints, we can connect the energy between them. Once a cycle is formed, the energy will increase, eventually flowing to the dantian. When the energy in the dantian suddenly surges beyond a certain limit, this is how one enters the next realm. Li Tian looked at the diagram of human acupoints being explained by the teacher on stage and felt it was so familiar. Suddenly, he realized that this was the route for the operation of skills in the Illusion Sea world. This technique is to open various acupoints for connection and operation. While skills are formed by connecting several or a dozen acupoints together, he felt he gained a lot from this, and although he had already been practicing, this practice was only for his own development. He did not understand the principles of cultivation, how acupoints are opened, or how they are located. Li Tian, this is my second uncle, Xia Yuanxiao, and he is also our martial arts teacher. He is currently a martial artist at the Golden Realm. Uncle, this is Li Tian, my high school classmate. He also wants to pursue the path of a warrior. Xia Yuanxiao smiled slightly upon seeing Li Tian and said, to walk the path of a warrior, you need to endure a lot of hardship. Can you accept that? Li Tian also smiled and replied, hello, teacher. Actually, I am a beast master, but my beast qualifications are quite ordinary, so I am preparing to take the path of a warrior. Hearing Li Tian's explanation, Xia Yuanxiao suddenly understood and said, haha, so you are already a student of the Beastmaster Academy? Yes. Li Tian nodded, as there was nothing to hide about that. Xia Yuanxiao looked at Li Tian and then at Xia Qingxian, saying, since you are a student of the Beastmaster Academy, that makes things easier. This year, the Beastmaster Academy has opened a new warrior course, and I am your warrior teacher. Just enroll in our warrior department when the time comes. Haha. Now warriors are being increasingly valued. This year, major Beastmaster Academies have opened warrior divisions. If you're interested, you can consider joining our warrior division. Warrior division? Yes. It's the warrior division, but it caters to beast masters like you, whose beasts have low potential. Ordinary people don't have this opportunity. Xia Yuanxiao explained to Li Tian. I see, teacher Xiao, I will think about it seriously. Li Tian said earnestly. All right, then we'll see you at the Beastmaster Academy. Xia Yuanxiao said with a smile. Okay, teacher Xia. After Xia Yuanxiao finished speaking, he left the classroom, and at that moment, a boy walked over. He gently hugged Xia Qingxian and asked, Qingxian, this is. Xia Qingxian quickly introduced the two. Li Tian, this is my boyfriend, Chao Yuan Lu. Lu, this is my high school classmate, Li Tian. Seeing this scene, Li Tian suddenly felt as if he had been messed with by Xiao Hei. Damn it, Chao Yuan Lu, grassland green. Haha, congratulations. You will have green hair like the grassland in the future. While greeting the boy, Li Tian cursed him to be as green as the grassland in the future. Chapter 38. What's wrong with me knowing inscriptions? On the way back, Li Tian rode his Jitai Mei at full speed. Just thinking about Chao Yuanlu hugging Xia Qingxian ignited an unnamed fury within him. When he got home, it was just in time for dinner. Li Tian washed his hands and sat down to eat. Isn't school starting soon? Today I went to the refining workshop to forge a suitable long knife as a weapon. Li Tian said directly without hiding anything. Weapon? Oh, I almost forgot your master is a refiner. Wu Yan also suddenly remembered that Li Tian's master was indeed a refiner. Brother, where's the knife? Let me see. Wu Yuxin also became interested, stopping her meal and curiously looking at Li Tian. Li Tian took out the horse-slaying knife from his space ring and handed it to Wu Yuxian. No one in the mother-daughter duo was curious about Li Tian having a space ring, since his master even gave him such a precious evolution path. This space ring was really nothing. Wu Yuxian stood up and swung the long knife a couple of times, feeling that it was indeed very good. Mom, look. This long knife is really nice. Wu Yan also took the horse-slaying knife and glanced at it. She was quite knowledgeable. At a glance, she saw the inscriptions on the long knife. Although she didn't know the function of these inscriptions, they were definitely inscriptions. Son, is this an inscription? Wu Yan looked at Li Tian in surprise. Li Tian didn't understand why his mom was so surprised, and said, yeah, inscriptions. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? Looking at your son's calm expression, Wu Yan really didn't know what to say. This is an inscription. There are not more than 5 refiners in the whole Blue Star who understand inscriptions. From this, you can see how rare refiners who can inscribe are. But with my son, it feels like it's as casual as eating and drinking. Moreover, Wu Yan was not someone without experience. None of those 5 refiners had a realm lower than the king level. Now her son actually said, what's wrong? What's wrong? This is a big deal, okay? Son, did your master give you this inscription as well? Now that Li Tian had an imaginary master, he naturally pushed everything onto his master. Of course, otherwise, how would I know inscriptions? But to carve this inscription nearly exhausted me. Mom, let me tell you, this inscription is definitely not something that can be carved at a low level. It's just me. If it were someone else, they would have failed long ago. Seeing her son openly complaining, yet actually showing off, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She guessed that this kid still didn't know what it meant to know inscriptions. Son, do you know why refiners have declined? Li Tian was taken aback. Why would his mom ask him this question? Isn't it because the weapons refined by refiners are all used by warriors? With such a small market, it naturally declines. Wu Yan shook her head and said, that's only part of the reason. Think about it. You are now a refiner. Don't beast masters need equipment? Especially those beast masters with inscription equipment. How much would their combat power increase? How could the market for refiners be small? Li Tian wasn't a fool and quickly understood what his mom meant. Mom, are you saying that these refiners can't inscribe? Wu Yan nodded and said, that's right. As far as I know, there are no more than 5 refiners in the whole Blue Star who can inscribe. Are you the 6th? Huh. Not only Li Tian, but even Wu Yuxian looked at her mom in surprise. They understood what this meant. Don't be surprised. This is true. I don't know how many inscriptions your teacher has taught you, but those 5 masters definitely don't have many. Being able to master 10 is already considered a lot. These 5 refiners are the 5 presidents of the Blue Star Refiner Association. So now you know what it means that you know inscriptions, right? Li Tian shivered, feeling a chill down his back, and said, does that mean I'm in great danger? As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Doesn't that mean I have a vendetta against them? Wu Yan really wanted to knock on her son's head to see what was going on in there. Rolling her eyes at Li Tian, she said, what are you thinking? Would they really go after a small fry like you? You're overthinking it. Li Tian was unconvinced and said, Mom, you don't understand. Once these people find out I've taken away their financial path, they definitely won't let me go. No way. I can't use this inscription in the future. Wu Yan was almost driven to laughter by her son's ignorance. It's not as serious as you think. The reason no one can master inscriptions isn't that these few people are unwilling to teach, but that even if they teach, no one can learn it. They have already put the methods for carving inscriptions in textbooks, but very few people can actually learn it. That president has been teaching for thousands of years and has only produced 2 disciples, and those 2 are immigrants from other planets. How can this be? It's not that difficult to learn inscriptions. Li Tian really didn't feel that inscriptions were that difficult. It was just a matter of hitting the skill book. And then he had all the experience of a legendary level refiner. It was really simple. Haha, it's hard for those who can't do it, but easy for those who can. Let me tell you, learning inscriptions requires strong mental strength. Without exceptional talent, one can't learn it at all. I estimate your master approached you because he valued your talent for learning inscriptions. Li Tian didn't know what to say anymore. Where did I get a master? I just made that up, but I can't say that now. So it's like this? Does that mean I don't have to hide it anymore? Li Tian asked. For now, it's better not to tell anyone. Otherwise, many people will come to you to carve inscriptions, and that will disrupt your normal cultivation. Li Tian agreed with his mom's words. Now was indeed a golden time for beast masters to grow rapidly, and he couldn't waste such a valuable opportunity. By the way, Mom, today I saw Xia Qingxian at the refining workshop. Her uncle is a warrior, and according to him, this year the major Beastmaster Academies plan to open warrior divisions. Do you know about this? Xia Qingxian, your high school deskmate? Wu Yan still has an impression of this girl. Yes, Mom, she's my brother's first love. Wu Yuxian chimed in. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. What first love? Besides, she already has a boyfriend now. Oh, she has a boyfriend? Is he a beastmaster? Wu Yan also became curious. Not really. He should be a martial artist. Li Tian explained. Hee, what a clever little girl. Finding a martial artist is also good. Li Tian was puzzled as to why his mom would say that and felt a bit unhappy. Mom, that's my brother's crush. Have you considered my brother's feelings when you say that? Wu Yuxian teased again. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Li Tian shot her another glare. Hee hee, Xiao Dian, you two are not suitable. That girl thinks much clearer than you. Li Tian asked in confusion. Why? Do you know that Beastmasters have a lifespan of 200 years as soon as they awaken, and every time they advance, their lifespan extends? As for martial artists, they won't increase their lifespan before reaching the Silver Realm. She won't choose you. Your lifespans are not on the same level. If she can't reach the Silver Realm, she'll only have a normal person's lifespan. Do you think you two would be suitable together? After hearing his mother's explanation, Li Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Beastmasters all look for other Beastmasters. It's not just the disparity in social status. Lifespan is also a criterion for choosing a partner. Otherwise, if one party grows old while the other remains young, would such a marriage be happy? Mom, I understand. Li Tian nodded, no longer saying anything. It's good that you understand. Your dad and I met very early, but we only confirmed our relationship after I reached the Starry Realm, considering the issue of lifespan. Later, your dad reached the King Realm. Although our lifespans were extended again, at least we can be together for 4,000 years. Besides, we've been together for 4,000 years. That's enough. Mom, now you've also reached the King Realm, so your lifespan is the same as Dad's. You don't have to worry about these things anymore. Wu Yuxian said. This is thanks to Xiao Yan's master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter the King Realm. Speaking of this, Wu Yan also had a look of emotion. She never expected such a thing could happen. Chapter 39. Is the bull meeting deliberate? Mom, we've digressed. I'm talking about the martial artist division. What do you think? Li Tian remembered the key point he wanted to discuss, wondering how it had turned to lifespan. The martial artist division, I know about this. It's for students whose destined beasts have poor potential. Are you thinking of entering the martial artist academy? Li Tian nodded. His innate conditions were too good, and he felt that not entering the martial artist division would be a waste of his skills. Wu Yan thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. After all, you have a martial artist foundation. Plus, the martial artist division has just been established, and the resources are heavily tilted. Hearing his mom's words, Li Tian also had an idea. He must go to the martial artist division. Mom, what do you think about me going to the martial artist academy? I also have a martial artist foundation. The violent girl Wu Yuxian looked at her mom with anticipation. What does a level 3 fire angel like you have to do with the martial artist division? Isn't that wasting your talent? Wu Yan directly refuted her daughter's request, saying that the martial artist division was meant for those with poor destined beast potential. What are you doing there with a level 3 fire angel? Mom, didn't you say the resources in the martial artist division are heavily tilted? I'm going for the resources, Wu Yuxian said reluctantly. The so-called heavy resource tilt is relative. It can't compare to the Beastmaster system. Besides, going to the martial artist division means you have to learn martial skills. And the assessments are not about beast mastery, but martial skills. Do you know any? Wu Yuxian really wanted to go to the martial artist division. The feeling of hitting flesh was what she longed for. Seeing that her mom disagreed, Wu Yuxian could only sigh. Mom, I think it's also good to let my younger brother go to the martial artist division with me. Li Tian thought of his illusory sea world, which had quite a few martial arts techniques. Being a beastmaster learning martial skills is definitely a greater advantage than pure martial artists, and progress would be faster. Hearing Li Tian say this, Wu Yan became curious and asked, how can you say that? Martial arts? What are martial arts? Wu Yan had never heard of this term. It had never appeared on Blue Star. Li Tian organized his thoughts and explained, Mom, martial arts are skills that can accelerate cultivation. With them, martial artists won't cultivate so slowly. I'm currently cultivating with martial arts, but this martial art was taught by my master, so I can't teach it casually. Wait a minute. Are you saying martial arts can speed up martial artist cultivation? How much can it speed up? Wu Yan's tone was a bit anxious. If what Li Tian said was true, it would definitely be something that could change the world, and Wu Yan couldn't afford to ignore it. Hearing Li Tian mention his master, Wu Yan suppressed her excitement. Yes, this thing doesn't belong to my son, but to that esteemed person. If that esteemed person is unwilling, even if it's good, it can't be spread. Alright. Xiaoxian, you can follow your brother to the martial artist division first. If his master disagrees, then I'll think of a way to transfer you over. Now that she was a powerful being in the King Realm, she would still have some influence in the Beastmaster Academy. Moreover, the current dean of the Beastmaster Academy was still her master, so it wouldn't be difficult. After entering the illusory sea world, Li Tian immediately began to operate the Taishan Gong, but unfortunately, there was not the slightest reaction. How could this be? Li Tian was a bit confused. He clearly remembered that the first time he operated the Taishan Gong, he could see the operation route of the Taishan Gong. But this time, he couldn't see anything. How could he teach others? Then Li Tian operated the bull technique, and this time he clearly sensed all the acupoints needed for the bull technique. The energy was also flowing through these acupoints required by the bull technique. After stopping, Tian operated the bull technique again. This time he could still clearly sense each acupoint's position. Then Tian used the bull technique to perform the bull 5 strikes and bull 9 strikes kick. Under the operation of the bull technique, the power of these martial skills was greatly enhanced. Tian even felt that it was not much inferior to his heavy strike, which was quite remarkable. It turned out that this was the correct way to use martial arts, requiring special skills to cooperate. It was not just about using martial arts to improve one's realm. The Tai Xian Gong should also have corresponding skills. However, neither heavy strike nor split mountain was skills included in the Tai Xian Gong. Opening the system mall and searching for Tai Xian Gong skills, indeed, products appeared. However, upon seeing these skills, Tian decisively chose to ignore them. Not a single skill was priced below 1 billion divine attribute gene points. They were far beyond what Tian could aspire to right now. After hunting unicorn wolves and firebulls for several days, he only accumulated over 300,000 divine attribute gene points. He was still far from being able to buy a skill. Then Tian thought of getting Wu Yuxian a set of martial arts that could be cultivated. The bull technique's rank was too low. It could only be cultivated up to the silver realm. Although it was already good for ordinary martial artists, Tian was not satisfied. He spent 20,000 divine attribute gene points to purchase 20 martial arts skill blind boxes and chose to open them all. After seeing the skills he opened, Tian fell silent. It wasn't that they were bad, but it made Tian doubt whether the illusory sea world was intentional. Ancient bull technique. Rank. Description: a martial art that can be cultivated up to the starry realm. Quite good. Not for sale. Cannot be brought into reality. This was completely an advanced version of the bull technique, and that was not the main point. What follows is the key to Tian's suspicion. Wild bull technique. Rank. Description: a technique that can reach the tidal realm at most. A medium-level technique. Not for sale. Cannot be brought into reality. How could there be such a coincidence? As if it was prepared for Tian. Could it be that this illusory sea world has intelligence? Otherwise, how could it give itself a 3-tier advancement? Moreover, since there is the wild bull technique, could there be even higher ones? Tian searched for the bull technique again in the system mall, and indeed there was. Primordial wild bull technique. Rank. Description: a technique that can reach the stellar realm at most, a sub-advanced technique. Price: 3 billion divine attribute gene points, a sub-advanced technique. Does that mean there are advanced techniques, and in the future, top-level techniques, super techniques? The more Tian thought about it, the more confused he became. How could there be such coincidences? This time, in addition to these 2 techniques, there were also 6 skills suitable for practicing the bull technique. They were bull roar, bull strike, bull charge forward, bull trample, bull flash. Is this a bull conference? Most of the skills given are bull technique skills. However, this is good for Tian, as he can also let Wu Yuxian learn the bull technique. After all, he has the 2 advanced techniques above the bull technique, which can let her cultivate to the tidal level. The tidal level is definitely a high level in Blue Star, quite impressive. Thinking about it this way, it's not bad. Perhaps he could even create a martial artist family. Now that Blue Star already has beast-taming families, forming a martial artist family shouldn't be too much, right? But now Tian couldn't quite understand why the illusory sea world was doing this. He couldn't believe it was a coincidence. How could there be such coincidences in the world? Shaking his head, he no longer cared why the illusory sea world did this. What Tian wanted to know now was whether this technique could open the acupoints in reality. This was the most concerning issue for Tian at the moment. Chapter 40. It really can be cultivated after the update in the illusory sea world. Tian could exit at any time. Back in his room, Tian began to position the first acupoint according to the operation route of the bull technique. The energy in his body quickly gathered toward that acupoint. This is also the advantage of beast tamers over pure martial artists. Once awakened, beast tamers can borrow energy from their destined beasts. Even if it's just a little bit, it's no problem to open the first acupoint. Puff! Tian felt as if something had been opened up inside his body. Immediately, the first acupoint of the bull technique was opened. Tian was a bit excited. He didn't expect it to be so easy to open this acupoint. Following his memory, he proceeded to open the next acupoint, and this one was even easier. As soon as Tian gathered the energy, he found that the acupoint had already opened, likely due to the overlap with the Tai Xian technique. Then came the next one, continuing to impact with energy. There are only 16 acupoints to be opened in total for the bull technique, which is quite simple. For Tian, it was even simpler, as 9 of these 16 already overlapped with the Tai Xian technique. Moreover, his body inherently contained energy, and with the help of his destined beast, Little Black, the combination made opening the acupoints even easier. In less than 2 hours, Tian opened all these acupoints. Following the operation route in his memory, he tried running it for a while and found no issues. He could indeed absorb the energy floating in the air. but the speed was countless times slower than the Taishan technique. This was understandable. The Taishan technique is of a higher rank, while the bull technique is of a lower rank. The two are simply not on the same level. Next, Tian continued to open acupoints. The ancient bull technique required an additional 16 acupoints to be opened, bringing the total to 32. The remaining 16 acupoints took Tian quite a bit longer to open this time. It took him a full 5 hours to open them all. After all were opened, Tian felt drenched in sweat. Opening so many acupoints at once was indeed not something a person could typically do. Tian felt that only he could manage it. No one else could accomplish this. Of the remaining 16 acupoints, 10 overlapped with the Taishan technique. This meant that in the 5 hours, he had only opened 6 acupoints. The reason he said this was not something a person could do was that opening this many acupoints at once really consumed a lot of energy. If it weren't for Tian having the foundation of the Taishan technique and being able to borrow energy from Little Black, he really couldn't have done it. However, even so, Little Black was temporarily summoned and absorbed 2 spirit stones to replenish energy for Tian to fully open them. If it were someone else without such a strong energy backing, they would not be able to open so many acupoints at once. After opening 6 more acupoints, Tian began to operate energy according to the run of the ancient bull technique. This time, all 32 acupoints absorbed energy from the air, and he didn't know how many times faster it was than the bull technique. Tian even felt that it was almost as fast as the Taishan technique. But how could that be? What rank was the Taishan technique, and what rank was the ancient bull technique? The two simply could not be compared, yet the facts were right in front of him, and Tian was at a loss for words. This was just the ancient bull technique. What about the wild bull technique? Thinking of this, Tian had a guess. Could it be that the ancient bull technique was faster because he opened the acupoints himself and operated the technique himself? Therefore, it was faster than the passive energy absorption of the Taishan technique. When he operated the Taishan technique, he only needed to hold a spirit stone. The rest would be automatically absorbed by his body. The Taishan technique would also operate automatically, requiring no effort from Tian. So one was active and thus faster, while the other was passive and slower. This was the only explanation. If he could remember the acupoints opened by the Taishan technique, perhaps actively operating it would definitely be stronger than the current ancient bull technique. However, the ancient bull technique also had the wild bull technique above it, as well as the even more advanced primordial wild bull technique. Tian felt that it wasn't impossible for him to switch techniques now, especially since the bull technique had many exclusive skills beneath it. This was the crux of the matter. The Taishan technique currently had no skills beneath it, just a method for absorbing energy. Having made up his mind, Tian planned to continue opening the acupoints of the wild bull technique in the future. Today was definitely not going to work. The night was already gone, so he would sleep first and talk about it later. After the update of the illusory sea world, the service that made people feel refreshed was gone, which made Tian a bit depressed. He slept straight until 9 o'clock the next day, missing breakfast. Going downstairs, he saw his mom handling some herbs, and Wu Yuxian was nowhere to be seen, not knowing what she was busy with. "There's food in the pot. Serve yourself," Wu Yin said as she looked up at her son. This was the first time Tian had slept in so late after so many days, and Wu Yin didn't mind him. Tomorrow school would start, and he couldn't afford to sleep in like this again, so she generously didn't hold it against him. "Mom, where's my sister?" Tian asked. "She went shopping with Shang Yinju, saying that she needed to buy some things since school is starting," Wu Yin replied, continuing to handle her herbs. "Mom, do you think these two have something going on? I feel like my little brother might have been abducted." Tian had this suspicion even before, and seeing the two of them run off again today made him suspicious. Wu Yin hadn't really thought about this issue, mainly. The three had grown up together, and Shang Yinju always dressed like a girl. Over the years, she had been worried that Shang Yinju would turn her son gay. However, she had never considered the possibility of her daughter being abducted. Hearing her son say this now made Wu Yin feel that it was indeed possible. Her daughter was beautiful like a flower, and anywhere she went, she was a big beauty. As for Shang Yinju, he was just a bit prettier than her daughter. As for him being interested in her daughter, forget it. Wu Yin felt that she didn't want to think about it anymore. It was good that Shang Yinju liked her daughter. He was even prettier than her own daughter and had grown up under her watch. His character and conduct, she knew well. If he really ended up with her somewhat crazy daughter, that would be her daughter's fate, right? That is not bad. Huh. Her mother's words left Tian stunned. "Aren't you worried about your daughter? She's almost being taken away, and you're not worried at all. What is so good about that Shang Yinju?" Tian thought for a moment about Shang Yinju's flaws. It seemed that apart from being a bit effeminate, there was nothing else wrong with him. The two had grown up together, so they could be considered childhood sweethearts. And it would be a good story if they got together. Plus, with his younger brother's silly personality and violent tendencies, no one else would dare to want her. Thinking this way, Shang Yinju didn't he seem so bad after all. At least he wouldn't he bully his sister. Li Tian decisively shut his mouth and stopped discussing this issue with his mother. Really? I didn't he even notice when you left? Wu Yin looked surprised, but then thought that the master was at least of a title level. How could she have noticed? With that in mind, Wu Yin felt relieved and said, "Oh, I see. Did you tell him about the martial arts?" Chapter 41. Teaching the bull technique. Li Tian ate while saying, "My master said it can be taught. But this martial art is divided into 3 versions. Except for family members, I can only teach the first 2 versions at most. Moreover, this technique cannot be passed on lightly." This was something Li Tian had thought about beforehand. He wouldn't casually teach this bull technique. If someone wanted to learn, they had to pay. After all, he was a beast master, a gold-consuming profession. How could he do it without money? So anyone who wanted to learn had to pay me a licensing fee, or selling it directly to the state was also an option. Upon hearing her son's words, Wu Yan nodded and said, "Oh, that's good. So what are you thinking? If someone wants to learn, they can, as long as they pay. This isn't a charity. Although my master gave me the technique, I'm a gold-consuming beast master, so charging a fee isn't unreasonable, right?" Wu Yan fully supported her son's words. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. What is wrong with paying some tuition to learn? Isn't this a perfectly reasonable thing? Yeah, you're right. Mom supports you. But now we need to see if this technique is effective. Once it is, Mom will help you sell it. Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled. It's still his mother. And this way, he didn't have to worry so much about how to do business, something he didn't understand in both his past and present lives. If he sold it too cheaply, he would suffer a big loss. Now that Mom was handling it, he didn't have to worry too much. After all, the matter of the quality-enhancing elixir had given Li Tian a lot of confidence in his mother. By the way, son, what is the name of this technique? And what realms can the first 2 versions cultivate to? Wu Yan thought that since they were going to sell the technique, it was better to understand it more, which would help in pricing it when selling it. Bull technique. The first version can cultivate to the silver realm, containing 8 skills. Since my current realm isn't high, my master hasn't taught me the skills from the second version. The skills that were opened up last night were all below-level skills. They were all skills for dealing with the black iron to silver realms. So many skills. Wu Yan was also astonished. She thought it would be good if there were 2 or 3 skills in it. She didn't expect there to be 8 skills. And that was just the first version. It seemed this bull technique was not simple. After all, it should be a technique from a holy land. How could it be simple? So what realm can the second version cultivate to? Wu Yan asked again. Li Tian didn't hide it. They were all close relatives. And his mother couldn't possibly cheat her son. Wow. Wu Yan gasped upon hearing Li Tian's words, being able to cultivate to the tidal realm. This was incredible. There were only 7 tidal beast masters in the entire Blue Star. Now this technique could actually allow someone to cultivate to the tidal realm, which was quite shocking. Son, don't mention this for now. Just say there are 2 versions, and don't talk about the 3rd version. Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do. Aside from us, I won't tell anyone else. Li Tian was certainly not foolish. He understood the principle of not revealing wealth. By the way, Mom, do you want to learn? Li Tian casually asked. Wu Yan was stunned. She hadn't really thought about this. She originally thought her daughter would learn from her brother. Now that she heard her son ask this, she realized if this was just a technique that could cultivate to the starry realm, then it wouldn't matter whether she learned or not. She was already a beast master at the king realm and didn't really care for a technique at the starry realm. But now that her son said it could cultivate to the tidal realm, she couldn't help but take it seriously. Can I learn too? Why not? Based on my speculation, if the master learns the technique and levels up, it can also stimulate the evolution of the contracted beast since the spiritual contract between the two is mutual. Previously, it was the contracted beast that stimulated the master to level up, so if the master levels up, theoretically, it should also stimulate the contracted beast to level up. Mom, what do you think? After hearing this, Wu Yan immediately said, Son, remember not to share the second version either. This matter is crucial. I need to discuss it with your dad first. Li Tian's earlier words made Wu Yan think of many things. If her son's speculation was correct, then the influence of this technique was far beyond just martial artists. It would have a greater impact on beast masters. How many people were restricted by the quality of their contracted beasts and unable to level up, just like herself, who had been stuck at the starry realm for decades? If there had been such a technique back then, wouldn't she have broken through to the king realm long ago? If this matter got out, it would definitely cause a storm in the Beastmaster world. Wu Yan didn't believe that her family background could protect this technique. Thinking of this, Wu Yan said, this technique can't be shared. At least don't share it until you reach the tidal realm. We should just cultivate it ourselves. Just now, Wu Yan felt that even the first version of the technique shouldn't be shared, mainly because the temptation of this thing was too great. Li Tian saw that his mother was taking it so seriously. Although he still felt it was a bit exaggerated, his mother's concerns were not without reason. In the face of not having absolute strength, it was better not to share it. I understand, Mom. I won't tell anyone about this. Seeing her son say this, Wu Yin nodded and asked, Son, is this technique difficult to learn? It's not difficult, but it's mainly about having someone to identify the acupoints for you. That's the hardest part. If no one helps you locate them, you won't learn it in your lifetime. Hearing her son's words, Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. This was good. Although it wasn't conducive to the spread of the technique, its confidentiality was not an issue. Even if others had doubts, they wouldn't think there was such an extraordinary technique. Mom, should I share it with Shang Yinju? Tian thought of his good buddy since they had grown up together. It was only right to share something good. Wu Yin hesitated for a moment. This kid could be considered half her son. The three children had grown up together, and she had a good impression of him. She could share it. But he had to make a heavenly oath that this matter about the technique must not be revealed to outsiders. And he couldn't even mention that there was such a technique. Tian felt that his mother's caution was justified, as this matter was significant. And it was better to be careful. All right, I'll have him make a grand oath. Mom, I'll transmit this technique to you now. Wu Yin nodded, curious about the technique, wondering if it was as miraculous as Tian described. By this time, Tian had already finished his meal and washed his hands, ready to transmit the technique to his mother. He placed his hands on her back and sent a wave of energy into her body. Wu Yin felt an energy enter her body and then stop at a specific point. Mom, this is the first acupoint. Remember this spot. In a moment, you'll use your energy to impact this acupoint, and then I'll help you locate the second acupoint. After hearing this, Wu Yin mobilized her body's energy to strike at the acupoint, and almost instantly, it was opened. The energy in her body gathered at this point, and in a short while, the acupoint was refined. Next, Tian confirmed all 64 acupoints of the Wild Bull technique for his mother. Wu Yin tried to open these acupoints and found that the first 40 or so could be easily opened, while the latter ones would take time to refine. However, with her energy, she would be able to completely open these acupoints in just a few days. For now, the 32 opened acupoints could already complete a small cycle. The energy that was drifting around was beginning to rapidly gather within her body. This so-called technique was indeed miraculous. And Wu Yin was filled with ambition regarding the realm of sealing. Chapter 42. Mom, where's our home? Tian saw that his mother could not open so many acupoints at once, so it seemed he would have a harder time practicing the Wild Bull technique. Mom, this is the operation route of the skills. Remember it. Tian then explained the operation routes of the 8 skills to his mother one by one, also mentioning their names and descriptions. Wu Yin memorized everything. As a beast master, her memory was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary person, they certainly wouldn't remember so much in a short time. But after hearing it once, his mother said she had completely memorized it. How powerful are these skills? Wu Yin asked. I'm not sure. They should be quite powerful, as these skills are linked to the realm. The stronger the realm, the greater the power of the skills. Tian explained. Oh, Wu Yin nodded, understanding this principle, as it should be similar to pet skills. Let's go. I want to see the power of these skills. After saying this, Wu Yin walked towards the training room. And Tian also wanted to see how powerful the skills really were. After all, the real world and the illusion sea world were quite different. And he didn't know if the effects of the skills would change. Following his mother into the training room, Tian saw her preparing to use the skill. He stepped back a bit to avoid being harmed, but then thought it was inappropriate and asked his mom to wait a moment before using it. Meanwhile, he summoned Little Black to add a protective shield around himself. Wu Yin was now completely immersed in the technique and skills, not even noticing that Little Black had not evolved. In her mind, Little Black should have already evolved into a flame two-headed dog or a thunder unicorn. Tian felt much safer with the protective shield surrounding him. Mom, I'm ready. You can use the skill now. Once she heard that her son was ready, Wu Yin began to use the skill Wild Bull Tread according to the operation route. Boom. A loud noise echoed, and in an instant, Tian felt that he had been too careless. Before he could react much, a massive shockwave of energy rushed towards him. After all, this was a skill used by someone at the King Realm, and their home was not a specialized training ground for pets. Tian felt the protective shield held up for only 2 seconds before completely shattering. It wasn't that the shield was ineffective. It was just that his mother's realm was too high. This attack was not something that Little Black, at the Black Iron Realm, could withstand. After the shield shattered, Tian felt his body being thrown out. Bang! He felt as if he had crashed through a wall and then landed on the spacious road outside. He then hit the ground hard, and a wave of pain surged through him. Assessing his injuries, Tian sighed in relief. It was bearable, although it was quite bad. He wasn't going to die. With his mother being an alchemist, this level of injury should be manageable. But the pain was indeed real. And it was only because Tian had upgraded to copper skin iron bones, enhancing his defense. Otherwise, he would still be at the original level of copper skin iron bones. At that moment, Wu Yin also realized the seriousness of the situation. After all, she was at the king realm, and this move, Wild Bull Tread, was not something everyone could withstand. She quickly appeared beside Li Tian and saw that her son could still open his eyes. Lying there groaning, she was relieved. But this kid's defense was impressive. How could he survive such an attack? Damn it, what am I thinking? It's good that he's not dead. Bad luck. Li Tian lay on the ground, looking at his unreliable mother, unsure of what to say. Son, are you okay? Wu Yin asked with a worried expression. Li Tian thought, how could he be okay? He probably didn't know how many bones he had broken. But this was his mother. How could he say that? Seeing Li Tian silent, Wu Yin quickly fed him a pill. As the pill entered, Li Tian felt a wave of energy rushing in, quickly healing his injuries. To be honest, the pills in the Beast-Master world were truly magical. In no time, Li Tian felt much less pain. Meanwhile, several figures in Feng City took to the air. They also wanted to know who had the audacity to fight in Feng City. These people assessed the energy fluctuations and determined that the combatants were definitely not weak. By the time they arrived at Li Tian's house, the villa had already turned into ruins. They then saw Wu Yin treating her son's injuries. And they all knew that Wu Yin had reached the king realm. Did someone attack Wu Yan's son? Tian Jing'an, Wu Yan's master and the head of the Beast-Master Academy, spoke up. Xiao Yin, what happened? Who hurt Xiao Tian like this? Upon hearing this, the others broke out in a cold sweat. This person was truly ruthless, even to her own son. There were rumors that this disciple was pushed out of the Pioneer Legion for being too harsh. Now it seemed that the rumors were not unfounded. She was indeed ruthless. Not only was she cruel to others, but she was also harsh on her own son. Just thinking about it made it clear what she must be like outside. Well, Xiao Yin, you can't just rely on hitting when educating your child. You have to reason with him. He's already such a big kid. Why wouldn't he listen? The other strong ones who had come over nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Yin, you should temper your temper. This is your own son. Junior sister, how could you be so heavy-handed? This is your own son. How could you do that? Indeed, while you can't spoil the child, you need to be mindful of the severity of your actions. Hitting like this could lead to serious problems. Wu Yin was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain to them. So in the end, she simply gave up on explaining. Think what you want. Seeing that it was Wu Yan's family matter, the group began to leave. After all, it was her own son. She could discipline him however she wanted. They, as outsiders, had no right to interfere in her family matters. They could only pity that child. Unfortunate to have such a hot-tempered mother. At this moment, Li Tian's injuries had mostly healed, thanks to his mother's powerful elixirs. The two stood up, looking at the ruins behind them, unsure of what to say. This perfectly good villa was just torn down, sigh. Seeing her home turned into ruins, Wu Yuxian was also dumbfounded. When she saw her mother and brother standing outside, Wu Yuxian quickly asked, Mom, what happened to our home? But thinking of Shang Yinzhu still being there, she quickly closed her mouth. Not wanting to air their family's dirty laundry, Wu Yin glanced at her daughter and slowly spoke. Well, this house looked a bit old. So I planned to tear it down and rebuild. Tear it down and rebuild? Wu Yuxian looked at her mother in confusion, wondering why they would demolish such a nice villa. Li Tian shot a glare at his oblivious sister and quickly said, Right? I think we've lived here for many years. It's a bit old. Tearing it down is good. It's good. Wu Yuxian thought to herself that she still had many things she hadn't taken out yet. So why would they tear it down? But before she could speak, Shang Yinzhu, who had sensed something was off, quickly grabbed her hand and said, Yes. This house is indeed a bit old. Tearing it down is a good idea. Wu Yin looked at Shang Yinzhu with satisfaction, thinking that this kid had some sense. Her own daughter was a total loss. Not a bit of insight. Chapter 43. If you want to learn, you must pledge the great Tao. Auntie, I happen to have a place. Why don't you all stay at my house tonight? Shang Yinzhu proposed. Wu Yin found herself liking the boy more and more, saying, Yes. That's fine. Wu Yuxian still had many questions, but seeing Shang Yinzhu frantically signaling her with his eyes, and noticing her brother's strange expression, she realized something was off and obediently shut her mouth. The group arrived at Shang Yinzhu's house, which was also a villa, so their entry didn't feel crowded at all. After arriving at Shang Yinzhu's house, Wu Yuxian learned the truth of the matter from Li Tian. She was surprised to find out that her home had been demolished by her mother herself. No wonder her brother didn't want her to ask. Li Tian then found Shang Yinzhu and said, School starts tomorrow. What division are you planning to enroll in? Shang Yinzhu was puzzled by Li Tian's question and replied, What else could I enroll in? Of course, it's the Beast-Master Academy. Am I supposed to enroll in the Support Academy? This year a new Warrior Division has opened. And both Xiao Xian and I are going to the Warrior Division. How about you join us? What? Shang Yinzhu thought Li Tian had gone mad. Why would he give up being a Beast-Master to become a warrior? Xiao Tian, what's so good about being a warrior? We're all Beast-Masters now. Why practice martial arts? Besides, warriors have a hard and tiring life. Are you crazy? Li Tian had anticipated his reaction and said, "Why so much nonsense? Xiao Xian and I are going to the warrior division, just asking if you're going or not. No, if you want to go, just go by yourself. Why drag Xiao Xian along? Aren't you just putting your sister in a difficult position? I can choose to put my own sister in a difficult position, and it's none of your business. Just asking if you're going or not." Shang Yinzhu wasn't foolish. He believed Li Tian wasn't foolish either, even if he was acting silly. Wu Yin definitely wasn't foolish. She wouldn't let her children go to the warrior division for no reason. "Xiao Tian, you're being unreasonable. If there's some inside story, spill it quickly. Hee. If you want to know, you must first pledge the great Tao. Otherwise, I won't say a word about it." Seeing Li Tian being so cautious, even requiring a pledge, Shang Yinzhu became interested. Without wasting any time, he made the pledge in front of Li Tian, guaranteeing that he wouldn't reveal a word of what was discussed today. In the Beast-Master world, nothing is more binding than the Great Tao Pledge. No one would dare violate it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Shang Yinzhu make the pledge, Li Tian finally revealed the matter of the cultivation technique to him. What? There's such a magical thing? Shang Yinzhu was stunned and understood why Li Tian wanted him to make the Great Tao Pledge. If this matter got out, it would definitely cause a sensation. "So, are you coming with me to the warrior division now?" Shang Yinzhu wasn't stupid, hearing Li Tian say that. He had no reason not to go. "Yes, I must go? Xiao Tian, look at this cultivation technique." Li Tian rolled his eyes at Shang Yinzhu and said, "Since I'm letting you go, of course, I won't withhold the teachings from you." Upon hearing this, Shang Yinzhu immediately hugged Li Tian's neck, saying, "Xiao Tian, you're too good. How should I thank you? How about I offer myself to you? Get lost. Get away from me, you damn gay. Also, I warn you. Keep your distance from my sister. I'm seriously starting to suspect your intentions towards Xiao Xian." Shang Yinzhu looked at Li Tian in surprise and said, "How could you have such a dirty thought? Xiao Xian and I are completely innocent." Li Tian wouldn't believe his nonsense. However, thinking that if this guy were to be with Xiao Xian, it might not be a bad thing after all, he decided not to continue on that topic. All right. I won't meddle in your affairs. Hurry up, I'm going to teach you the cultivation technique now. Okay. Meanwhile, Wu Yin also began to teach her daughter the cultivation technique, explaining the positioning of the acupoints to her. By the end of the afternoon, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu had only opened 5 acupoints, and the energy in their bodies was completely exhausted. "Xiao Tian, is this cultivation technique really as miraculous as you said?" Li Tian replied while cultivating. "I'm just guessing. I'm not sure yet, but theoretically it should work. Currently, beast masters rely on their contracted beasts to elevate their realms. Since one side rises, the other should also rise. Therefore, I think it should work in reverse as well." After hearing Li Tian's explanation, Shang Yinzhu realized why he had to pledge the Great Tao. This kind of matter should be handled with utmost caution, and he cast a grateful look at Li Tian. If Li Tian didn't teach him, he wouldn't be able to find any faults. After all, this cultivation technique belonged to Li Tian, or rather, the Li family. Being able to be taught was already a huge favor. Since they didn't stay long in the illusory sea world yesterday, they could remain there for a long time today. Li Tian summoned Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei. Xiao Hei was now a Black Iron 5-star. Li Tian estimated that Xiao Hei's promotion had only happened in the past week. However, reaching the bronze realm before the new student competition would be a bit challenging. According to past customs, the new student competition would start on the 5th day of enrollment, and Xiao Hei's evolution required 7 days. So to catch up with the new student competition, he could only rely on his own efforts. At the same time, Li Tian wanted to verify his hypothesis. He sent Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei to hunt monsters while he opened the system mall to look for treasures for quick advancement. The illusory sea world had everything. Li Tian didn't believe there weren't any treasures that could help him advance quickly. Breakthrough fruit. Grade. Description: just one can help you break through your current realm, can be brought into reality, limited to personal use. Effective below bronze level. Price: 30. Seeing this price, Li Tian sighed, saying, "Cheap goods are never good, and good goods are never cheap." This thing was good, but it was just too expensive. It wasn't worth it to save a few days. Li Tian decisively gave up on the breakthrough fruit and continued searching for other treasures. 1000-year bull inner pill. Grade. Description: enhances the cultivation of the bull master technique, significantly increases training speed, can be brought into reality. Price: 5. This one was good, and there were no restrictions on personal use. Looking at his account balance, he figured he could afford 2 after a hard day's work. 1 for himself and 1 for his sister. As for Shang Yinzhu, sorry, but we have to distinguish between close and distant relatives. Closing the system mall, Li Tian joined the hunt for flame bulls. Moo. A loud moo caught Li Tian's attention. It was a giant bull that stood 5 meters tall. Flame Bull King. Rank. Description: a low-level king in the illusory sea world with a bad temper. Seeing it was just a rank, Li Tian thought it was no different from an ordinary flame bull and charged at it with his second pet. However, the Flame Bull King quickly showed Li Tian that there was a difference between ranks. After all, it was a king-level life. With a headbutt, the Flame Bull King nearly sent Li Tian flying out of the illusory sea world, and unexpectedly, it landed a critical hit. Li Tian's health plummeted, leaving him with less than 1/10. Fortunately, at that moment, Jitai Mei activated Rampage, directly sending the Flame Bull King flying. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tian quickly drank a Big Red potion. This was not the time to save money. Although a bottle of Big Red cost 100 points of divine attribute genes, Li Tian drank it without hesitation. Chapter 44. Entering the Bronze Realm. Xiao Hei, fire the Void Cannon. Jitai Mei, set the heavens ablaze. Li Tian was furious at this moment. He hadn't expected that hunting a rank monster would nearly lead to disaster. At the same time, this Flame Bull King taught Li Tian a deep lesson. In the illusory sea world, one cannot just look at ranks. Upon receiving Li Tian's command, Jitai Mei immediately unleashed the skill Burn Heaven and Boil Sea. Jitai Mei rarely used this skill in the illusory sea world mainly because it consumed too much mana, which Li Tian was reluctant to part with. However, after being head-butt by the Flame Bull King, he no longer cared about money. The name of the Flame Bull King contained the word flame, indicating it had strong fire resistance. Unfortunately, this was a rank skill. Even though Jitai Mei's level was still low, it was still enough for the Flame Bull King to drink a pot of it. At this moment, Xiao Hei's Void Cannon also arrived. After 3 consecutive shots from Xiao Hei, the Flame Bull King could no longer hold on and transformed into white light. Only then did Li Tian start to feel the pain of spending money. Although it was enjoyable, the mana cost was high. To fully recover Jitai Mei required at least 300 points of divine attribute genes, while Xiao Hei needed around 100 points. And Li Tian had also consumed a bottle of Big Red. To hunt a Flame Bull King, they had spent over 500 points of divine attribute genes, which was not cost-effective. Now he could only hope that the Flame Bull King would drop something good. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Li Tian's ear. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the Flame Bull King and obtained 500 points of divine attribute genes. Damn, Li Tian cursed. It was only 500 points. Was there no justice? Previously, the long-haired Rabbit King had given him 1,000 points. The Flame Bull King was clearly stronger than the long-haired Rabbit King, yet it only gave 500 points. Was the long-haired Rabbit King killed during the novice protection period? Forget it. Li Tian didn't care about that anymore and went to pick up the treasures dropped by the Flame Bull King. Cowhide Cloak. Rank. Description. Dropped by the Flame Bull King. Wearing it increases movement speed by 100. Cannot be taken into reality. An increase in movement speed was quite good. With the previous shoes, his movement speed was not much worse than Jitai Mei's. Flame Bull Beast Egg. Rank. 5-star. Skill. Trash. Li Tian cursed. This thing could be dropped by ordinary flame bulls. It wasn't worth anything. Only suitable for selling in the system mall. Bullhead Blade. Rank. Description. Li Tian looked at the bullhead blade in his hand and felt it was better than the horse-slaying blade. His horse-slaying blade was somewhat damaged, making this bullhead blade arrive at the right time. Li Tian picked up the bullhead blade and played with it for a bit, feeling it was quite good. He picked up the last dropped item and began to check its attributes. Longhorn Charge. Rank. Description. Attack when the enemy is unprepared. Using it increases attack speed by 300 for 3 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. And has synergy with Longhorn skills. Cannot be taken into reality. Another attacking skill related to Longhorn skills? By now, Longhorn skills had 9 skills beneath them. This was a decent harvest, especially since the Flame Bull King's attack on him was likely this skill. This sudden acceleration would indeed catch most people off guard. Li Tian felt this skill was quite practical. Overall, this was a good haul, especially with the acquisition of the Longhorn Charge skill. Next, it was time to hunt more Flame Bulls. He wondered if he was just lucky today. He unexpectedly encountered 3 Flame Bull Kings in a row. And Li Tian naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. This time, being prepared made hunting the Flame Bull Kings not too laborious. However, the drops from these Flame Bull Kings were not as rich as the first one. Nonetheless, each one dropped a beast egg, which Li Tian was quite satisfied with. By the time was almost up, Li Tian already had over 20 beast eggs in his backpack. After selling them all in the system mall, he bought 2 Millennium Longhorn Innerdan, thought for a moment, and bought another one. Forget it. Exiting the illusory sea world, Li Tian picked up the Millennium Longhorn Innerdan and began to cultivate. With this item, his cultivation speed was indeed quick. 2 hours later, the Millennium Longhorn Innerdan in his hand was completely absorbed. Li Tian felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he was still a bit short. Looking at the other 2 Millennium Longhorn Innerdan in his hand, he could only feel sorry for them. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them. He just wanted to confirm his guess. Li Tian picked up another Millennium Longhorn Innerdan and continued to operate the ancient Longhorn skill. Boom. Tian felt his cultivation break through a barrier, entering another level of cultivation. Wu Yan, as a master in the King realm, naturally sensed the aura of Tian's breakthrough. How could it be so fast? It shouldn't be. How long has it been since this kid broke through the Black Iron realm? During the day when she treated his injuries, her son said he wanted to break through, which would take at least a week. How could he say a week during the day and then break through at night? What was going on? However, no matter how she looked at it, this aura of the Bronze realm couldn't lie to her. Tian felt a flash before his eyes, and his mother appeared in his bedroom. Mom, what are you doing here? Wu Yan ignored her son's words and asked in return, you entered the Bronze realm. What's going on? My master said that using the Millennium Longhorn Inner Dan can assist in cultivation, so I tried it, and it really worked. Tian answered immediately. After all, this item was indeed effective. The Millennium Longhorn Inner Dan, that's quite an obscure medicinal material. Wu Yan thought for a moment and had some impression of it. However, that wasn't the point. The point was that her son had advanced, and moreover, it was the master who advanced first. In this case, would her own life beast also advance? Just like Tian's previous guess, this was what Wu Yan was most concerned about. Son, see if Xiao Hei has evolved. Tian followed her instructions and summoned Xiao Hei. Through their mental contract, he sensed it. Xiao Hei had indeed entered the bronze mirror and had gained an additional slot in his beast-taming space. This further proved that his guess was correct. The advancements were indeed mutual. Seeing Xiao Hei's appearance, Wu Yan was also taken aback, saying, it has regressed. How could this happen? She had always thought that since Xiao Hei had entered the Black Iron level, it must have evolved into a flame two-headed dog or a unicorn thunder dog. But now, Xiao Hei clearly still resembled a Chinese rural dog, which didn't make sense at all. How could this technique cause a life beast to regress? It should have evolved instead. And even if it didn't evolve, it shouldn't have regressed. Tian saw his mother's reaction and realized she had misunderstood. He previously had no way to explain it. But now I have an old grandpa, so this dirty water naturally has to be splashed onto the non-existent master. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Hei has indeed entered the bronze realm now. It's just that my master gave Xiao Hei a drop of Kanga's blood, forcibly enhancing Xiao Hei's potential. Which is why there hasn't been any change yet. Hearing her son's words, Wu Yan sighed that this holy land is indeed a magical place. There are even such heaven-defying treasures. But what on earth is this Kangu? I had never heard of it before. It must also be a heaven-defying existence. Otherwise, one drop of blood wouldn't be able to enhance Xiao Hei's potential. So, does that mean Xiao Hei has now entered the bronze realm? Tian nodded and said, Mom. That's right. Xiao Hei has indeed entered the bronze realm, and I have also unlocked the third Beastmaster space, which means my previous guess was correct. Alright, you should rest. We have to report to the Beastmaster Academy tomorrow. After saying that, Wu Yan flashed away from Tian's bedroom again. After seeing his mom leave, Tian quickly used the spiritual contract to sense the skills that Xiao Hei comprehended after leveling up. Chapter 45. Isn't this the atmosphere group coming? Soon. Tian sensed the skills that Xiao Hei comprehended after leveling up through the spiritual contract. This time, he comprehended two skills. One is the level skill space / and the other is the level skill different dimension space. Seeing these two skills, Tian was ecstatic. There was actually a level skill, which absolutely exceeded his expectations. After all, that is a level skill. Just thinking about it made Tian excited. However, after calming down from his excitement, Tian also became rational. The level of skills in reality doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the level, the better, but rather that it should be suitable for oneself. For example, the different dimension space is good, but with Xiao Hei's current energy, it can only last for a maximum of 1 second. What use is that? This so-called different dimension space forms a protective shield, allowing oneself and the opponent to not be in the same dimensional space. This means that no matter what attack the opponent makes, it won't hit you. This is indeed very heaven-defying, but what can you do with only 1 second? Even if I lend my energy to Xiao Hei, this skill would probably only last for 3 seconds at most. Of course, as both my and Xiao Hei's realms improve, this skill will become more and more heaven-defying. The other level skill, Space / is also quite good. With Xiao Hei's current energy, it can be used once. And with my energy, it can be used 1 to 2 more times. This continuous level skill would probably be enough to make anyone who encounters it drink a pot of tea. After understanding Xiao Hei's condition, Tian fell into a deep sleep. His mom was right. He still had to report to the Beastmaster Academy tomorrow. The next day, after waking up, Tian washed up and went downstairs. The housekeeper at Shang Yinju's home had prepared a table full of food. His mom and sister were already at the dining table. And Tian walked over and sat down. At this moment, there were only the 4 of them at the dining table. Wu Yan said, since you've entered the bronze realm, what kind of beast do you plan to contract next? What's going on? Wu Yuxian looked at her mom. then at Li Tian, and then at Shang Yinju, realizing that Shang Yinju was also looking at her. Both of them were thinking the same thing. What's going on? Li Tian has entered the Bronze Realm. Neither of us has leveled up, yet he, a one-star beast of the original realm, has leveled up? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. But seeing her mom's expression, it didn't seem like she was lying, right? Could it be because of the cultivation method that Li Tian leveled up first, bringing Xiao Hei along? Hiss. The two of them weren't fools. At this moment, they both thought of Li Tian's guess. It seems that this guess is correct. When one levels up, the other will follow. I haven't thought it through yet, but I think Psyduck is pretty good, and now that there's an evolution route for Psyduck, I feel like I can give it a try? Li Tian said this seriously, mainly because he had the evolution route for Psyduck to reach the titled realm. With such conditions, not using it would be a waste. Wu Yin shook her head and said, Psyduck's growth is too low, and you still have to cultivate it from the Black Iron realm little by little. It's a waste of time. Li Tian thought to himself that it wouldn't be a waste of time. He is gene fluid and can cultivate it to the Bronze realm in one go. Of course, he could only say this in his heart. So, Mom, do you have any good suggestions? Wu Yin smiled slightly and said, I have already prepared it for you. I just didn't tell you before. What? Li Tian and Wu Yuxian were both surprised, not knowing what kind of pet egg their mom had prepared. Wu Yin was very satisfied with her children's reactions and said, Before, your dad knew that you both had awakened. So he entrusted someone to send these 2 pet eggs to me. Mom, what kind of pet egg is it? So mysterious. Wu Yuxian couldn't help but ask curiously first. Dark Knight Phantom? Li Tian searched his memory and indeed found some information about the Dark Knight Phantom. The Dark Knight Phantom ignores physical damage. It is indeed a rare pet egg. However, it seems that this thing's evolution route is only up to the legendary level, right? But that's still good. There must be an evolution route for the Dark Knight Phantom in the illusionary sea world. Wow. Dark Knight Phantom. Brother, hurry up and contract it. I want to see what a ghost looks like. Li Tian helplessly glanced at his sister. The Dark Knight Phantom is a pet, not a ghost. The two are completely different, okay? However, he was also quite curious about the Dark Knight Phantom. After all, this thing can ignore physical damage. His mom, Wu Yin, handed a Dark Knight Phantom pet egg to Li Tian. Li Tian dripped a drop of blood and then began to sign the spiritual contract. As the contract was completed, the pet egg slowly opened and cracked. A flash of white light followed, and a white ghost appeared in front of Li Tian. Wow, is that you, a Piao? A Piao. No wonder Wu Yuxian would call this Dark Knight Phantom a ghost. It looks just like the ghosts in his impression. If it weren't for the existence of the spiritual contract, Li Tian would probably be shouting for his mom right now. Looking at the white-clothed female ghost in front of him, Li Tian also felt a chill. This is actually a female ghost. Some terrifying rumors from Earth immediately flooded into his mind. Wow, brother, a female ghost, you've struck gold. Wu Yuxian was also happy for her brother. This Dark Knight Phantom has no fixed form. This means that once the Dark Knight Phantom hatches, it can be either humanoid or beast-shaped. And the humanoid form clearly has higher intelligence and greater potential. Li Tian looked at his sister's happy expression, and memories about the Dark Knight Phantom appeared in his mind. Brother, give her a name. Wu Yuxian said to Li Tian. A name? Li Tian thought that he indeed should give the white-clothed female ghost a name. But what should it be? A Piao? Sadako? The corpse of the mountain village? They all seemed too kitsch and not worthy of the white-clothed female ghost's aura. Xiao Qian? That's good. Suddenly, Li Tian had an idea and looked at the white-clothed female ghost. Since you're in white, your name will be Bai Xiao Qian. Bai Xiao Qian. This name is quite normal. No one objected. The white-clothed female ghost slowly opened her mouth and said, Thank you for the name, Master. Huh, you can talk? This time it was Li Tian's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect Bai Xiao Qian to be able to communicate with him. Of course, Master. Hearing Bai Xiao Qian's words, Li Tian became interested and checked Bai Xiao Qian's skills through the spiritual contract. The bronze level Bai Xiao Qian has a total of 6 skills. Physical immunity, which is a passive skill that all netherworld type pets possess. Aerial movement, which is also a passive skill of the netherworld type. In addition to these 2 passive skills, the remaining 3 are attack skills, Ghost Claw, Bite, and Phantom Clone, all of which are attack skills. The Shadow Clone skill can create a phantom to confuse enemies, which is quite a good skill. Additionally, there is an interesting skill called Soul Snatching Song, which can influence others' hearts and souls through song. Li Tian looked up at Bai Xiao Qian and asked, Can you sing? Bai Xiao Qian nodded, Yes, Master. Li Tian immediately became delighted upon hearing this. This skill is great. And he can listen to free songs. Does this Soul Snatching Song mean you can sing any song? Bai Xiao Qian didn't understand why Li Tian asked this, but still nodded. Theoretically, yes. So ordinary songs can also have this effect. Yes. It doesn't matter about the song. It mainly influences others' minds through sound. Li Tian laughed heartily. causing others to be puzzled about his sudden merriment. All right, I'll teach you a few songs later, and we'll sing those in the future. In Li Tian's mind, he instantly envisioned himself leading a battle, with Bai Xiaoqian singing the most dazzling national style beside him. Just thinking about it made Li Tian feel excited. Wouldn't he that create a great atmosphere? Chapter 46. Enrollment. The few people at the dining table couldn't understand what had gotten into Li Tian, who was laughing so lewdly. After breakfast, Wu Yan took the three little ones to the Beast-Taming Academy. The Taishan bowl had grown a bit larger, and the four of them sitting on it felt no crowding at all. Xiao Tian, this Taishan bowl is really nice. What do you think about me contracting one in the future? Li Tian had been sick of killing bulls these past few days, so he had no interest in bulls at the moment. Do as you wish, but I won't contract a Taishan bull. No one can compare to my Ji Tai Mei. Upon hearing this, Shang Yinzhu felt that her Ji Tai Chong was also quite good. The Taishan bull was just running fast because of its high realm. Once her Ji Tai Chong grew up, it would surely not be slower than the Taishan bull. By the way, how long until you can enter the bronze realm? Li Tian asked. Shang Yinzhu estimated and replied, in a couple of days, it should be soon. I'll definitely be in the bronze realm before the new student competition. Well, you need to hurry up. My little Xian will also be ready in these days. When the three of us unite in the bronze realm, we'll have an advantage. Li Tian's words were agreed upon by Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian. The Beast-Taming Academy was filled with experts. Among them, Wu Yuxian's contracted beast was relatively better, but still not the best. It was said that this year, there were more than 10 awaken-level contracted beasts in Fengcheng, and even 3 awaken-level contracted beasts. These were treasures that their dean had expensively acquired from the imperial capital Beast-Taming Academy, seen as the hope for the rise of Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy. In recent years, Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy had indeed experienced some decline, ranking only in the middle and lower tiers among the 36 universities nationwide. 200 years ago, Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy had won the National League Championship. In those years, they often made it to the finals. Back then, anyone mentioning Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy would give a thumbs up. However, in recent years, the academy had truly fallen on hard times, finishing third to last in the last national competition. This time, Old Man Tian had invested heavily to recruit those 3 good seedlings, hoping to restore the glory of Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy. Not long after, Wu Yan brought the 3 little ones to Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy. Being locals, the 3 were naturally familiar with the place. They quickly arrived at the registration location, since they had already received the admission notice from Fengcheng's Beast-Taming Academy. The registration was very simple. They just had to submit the admission notice. Afterward, the staff issued a badge to the 3 of them, allowing them to register according to their preferences. This was much more humane than selecting a major on Earth. There was no such thing as adjustments. As long as you liked a major, no one would stop you. Each division had no limit on the number of students, as long as you didn't mind the crowd. It was fine. The Beast-Taming Academy mainly included the Support Division, Battle Pet Division, Command Division, and the newly opened Warrior Division this year. Each of these divisions had many specialties. The Support Division had the most, covering aspects like equipment refining, alchemy, talisman making, and various aspects of livelihood. The Battle Pet Division also had many small subcategories such as air, water, land, plant, physics, and mental systems. The Command Division was relatively simple, with only one command specialty. It was specifically designed to cultivate command talents for various military groups. As for the newly opened Warrior Division, it was even simpler, with only one warrior specialty. The 3 of them went to the Warrior Division to submit their badges. The staff was taken aback and said, I say, you guys, this is the Warrior Division. You must have made a mistake, right? Li Tian smiled and said, hello, teacher, we didn't make a mistake. We are applying for the Warrior specialty. Haha. As long as you didn't make a mistake, that's good. All right, don't leave. Come with me to recruit students here. What? The 3 of them were a bit confused. What was going on? Other majors had seniors coming over to greet them warmly, but when it came to them, they didn't even get that treatment. Instead, they were pulled in to help recruit students, which was a bit unreasonable, right? If you're unwilling, it doesn't matter. You 3 are the first to come in this year, and our division is opening for the first time this year. You are now the big brothers and big sisters here. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help with recruitment. Li Tian was bewildered. Was the Warrior Division really looked down upon like this? The 3 of them being pulled in as helpers. It must be said that Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu's looks were quite impressive. Standing there, many people came to inquire, but unfortunately, as soon as they heard it was the Warrior Division, they left the next second. Anyone who could awaken understood that their specialty was much more important than flirting. Moreover, if they chose other specialties, there were beauties waiting for them, so there was no need to come to the tough and exhausting Warrior Division. Of course, there were some who asked for phone numbers without inquiring about the specialty, but they were all rejected by the 2. With these 2 beauties around, Li Tian was also happy to relax and chatted with the teacher there. Kid, how did you come to the warrior division? Li Tian grinned and said, of course. It's for the benefits. There are fewer people and less competition here. My contracted beast's potential is low, so where else could I go? The teacher gave Li Tian a thumbs up and said, you're quite enlightened. Did someone give you pointers? Li Tian looked around, mysteriously pointed to the sky, and said, hee, my mom is in the king realm. Hiss. Also, I'm only telling you, don't spread it outside. Seeing Li Tian so mysterious, the teacher became interested and said, you say, I definitely won't tell anyone. Li Tian looked left and right, then whispered, the dean is my mom's master. Just keep it to yourself, okay? Don't spread it outside. Hiss. The teacher clearly wasn't inexperienced and quickly guessed who Li Tian was the son of. Wu Yan had recently entered the king realm, causing quite a stir in Fengqing. This teacher had been a prodigy of Fengqing's Beast-Taming Academy, and the year she was there was when Fengqing's Beast-Taming Academy won the National League Championship. At that time, she had made significant contributions. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was ruthless in her actions. When she participated in the global competition, she had eliminated 3 beasts from the Sakura country in one match, making the Sakura country hate her to the bone, as it indirectly eliminated 3 of their prodigies. Later, due to the qualifications of her contracted beast, she married after reaching the Starshine realm. It was said that she married a king realm expert, and now she had also entered the king realm. This kid before her could be said to come from a family of 2 king realm experts. That family background was impressive. Oh, you must be Wu Yan's son, right? Looking at you, you do resemble her quite a bit. Li Tian laughed upon hearing this, surprised that this person actually knew his mother. He asked, do you know my mom? Not really. I've just seen her a couple of times. We both hang out in the same academy, so we run into each other occasionally. Li Tian didn't think much of it. After all, his mom was a teacher in the alchemy department of the Beast Tamer Academy. It wasn't too strange that someone knew her. Throughout the morning, many came to look at the beautiful girls, and many asked for phone numbers, but not a single person signed up. For these beast tamers, they thought, I've already awakened. Why would I still practice martial arts? Practicing martial arts is exhausting, while being a beast tamer is much easier. The purpose of opening the martial artist department was to provide another option for those with poor aptitude. Those students with poor aptitude also had their own thoughts. Even if their aptitude was bad, they were still beast tamers. If they couldn't fight, they could still assist. And contracting 2 or 3 pet beasts was better than being a martial artist. If all else fails, becoming a bus driver is also a decent choice. Practicing martial arts is tough and tiring. Only a fool would go to the martial artist department. Chapter 47. The martial artist department for 3 people, alright. You 2 don't bother trying anymore. Let's just sit here. If anyone wants to come over, we'll accept them. If they don't want to, that's their loss. The teacher in charge of recruitment had no intention of promoting the martial artist department. In his view, the martial artist department was just nonsense. They had already awakened as beast tamers, so why practice martial arts? The fewer students, the better. Ideally, just these 3. That way, he would have less work, lighter tasks, and his salary wouldn't change, which was great. Moreover, with fewer students, there would be less hassle. Unlike other departments where there were fights today and students skipping class tomorrow, with just these 3 students, it would be great. They wouldn't even be able to skip class if they wanted to. If they wanted to fight, there were dozens of teachers watching. Let us see how they fight. By 3 in the afternoon, the teacher glanced over and said, all right, let's pack up. Pack up? But there are still 2 hours until closing. Isn't this a bit hasty? The teacher noticed the confusion on the 3 faces and said, what are you thinking? Just the 3 of you is great. No matter how poorly you all perform, you will still be the top 3 in the department. Wow. Thinking of this, the 3 quickly packed up their things and followed the teacher. Teacher, where are we going to stay tonight? Li Tian noticed it was getting dark and they still had no accommodations. What are you rushing for? Just follow me. The 3 followed the teacher for over 10 minutes until they saw a row of villas. You can choose from these. Originally, I thought there would be a lot of people, but now there are only 3 of you. You can stay wherever you like. These places belong to our department. Li Tian looked up. There were about 30 villas in total. With just the 3 of them, they could stay wherever they wanted. This was the benefit of having fewer people. Let me tell you 3. If 3,000 people had come today, you still would have to cram into these 30 villas. The school only gives us this little resource. We can't help it. But now, other departments have 100 people sharing one room. Don't even think about getting a villa here. These are all resources for our martial artist department. Li Tian couldn't help but marvel at how he had made the right choice by joining the martial artist department. In terms of resources, no one could compare to the 3 of them. Teacher, do you think we can rent out these empty houses? That would also generate income, right? Shang Yinzhu said helplessly, Teacher, I'm a guy. You're a guy? Wang Yuan looked at the girl speaking in front of him and said, don't joke around. What guy wears a skirt? Wu Yuxian giggled and explained for Shang Yinzhu. Teacher, he really is a guy? I'm the only girl among us three. Wang Yuan still found it hard to believe. Shang Yinzhu was even prettier than Wu Yuxian. He then turned to Shang Yinzhu and asked, so why are you still wearing a skirt? Teacher, it's cool to wear. You can try it if you don't believe me. Wang Yuan sighed. If this kid wore it, no one would say anything. But if he wore it, he would definitely be labeled a pervert. Just then, another teacher walked over. It was Xia Qingxuan's second uncle, Xia Yuanchao. Old Wang, are these this year's students? Wang Yuan proudly replied. Of course, just 3 of them. What do you think? 3 is good, better than none. This way, our department won't be cancelled for now. Xia Yuanchao also felt that having 3 students was the best. No need to worry, and they still got paid. Although it was very likely that the martial artist department would be cancelled after this year, at least they could enjoy a year of leisure, right? The 3 of them found 3 adjacent villas to stay in. The supplies in the villas needed to be prepared by themselves, but luckily, Tian had a space ring. He had prepared everything long ago, even for the other 2. At this moment, he just needed to take them out. The cleaning process was very simple. That evening, the 3 of them went to the school canteen for dinner, but they felt a bit uncomfortable sitting there, compared to the bustling canteens of other departments. When the 3 of them sat down, it felt like they had their own private room. The martial artist department was allocated a separate canteen, but this canteen couldn't compare to other academies. It was even less than 1/5 the size of other departments, but for the 3 of them, it was already spacious enough. Tian also felt uncomfortable, and before he could speak, a chef came out and said, enjoy yourselves. Other departments have communal meals, but you have your own special service. Also, the resources allocated by the school are all for the 3 of you. Dream on and enjoy. After that, the chef glanced at the 3 and said, come on, tell me, what do you 3 want to eat? The 3 looked at each other. Feeling that this wasn't a canteen, it was more like a restaurant. But remember, each person can only order 2 dishes. Finally, the 3 confirmed that this wasn't a restaurant. It was indeed a canteen. At this moment, a few teachers walked in from outside and, seeing the 3 of them, curiously gathered around. Wang Yuan walked to the front and introduced them to a group of teachers, saying, let me introduce you. These are all the students in our martial artist department. Now you 3 introduce yourselves to the teachers so we can get to know each other in advance. The 3 felt like they had entered a zoo, but instead of being the ones watching the animals, they were the ones being watched. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, they were the students. Shang Yinzhu stood up first and said, hello, teachers, my name is Shang Yinzhu. I'm a guy, please don't misunderstand. I wear skirts because it's cool. Also, the Beast-Tamer Academy doesn't have a rule against men wearing skirts, right? The teachers were a bit surprised. If the kid hadn't said anything, they would have really thought he was a girl. All right, let us start with you. Tell us about your situation so we can teach you better. Wang Yuan said to Shang Yinzhu. Okay, teacher, my main beast is a 5-star flower fairy. Currently at the black iron level. My second pet beast is a variant of the Lu Hua chicken. After hearing Shang Yinzhu's introduction, the teachers frowned. This kid's main beast has good potential. A 5-star flower fairy is quite decent even in the combat pet department. How did he end up in the martial artist department? And his second pet beast is a variant of the Lu Hua chicken. Isn't that ridiculous? It's a complete waste of his potential. What is better than a Lu Hua chicken? Even if it's a variant, how much better can it get? Maybe this kid comes from a poor family, which is understandable. Otherwise, why would he choose the martial artist department? However, this kid is indeed a prospect. A 5-star flower fairy as a main beast is a healing type, which is always in demand. Not bad. I can see your energy fluctuations. You're about to level up, right? Wang Yuan asked. Shang Yinzhu nodded and said, yes, teacher. I estimate that I can enter the bronze realm before the freshman competition. Wang Yuan turned to the other teachers and said, this one can be cultivated with focus. Once he enters the bronze realm, we need to get him a powerful battle pet. The other teachers nodded in agreement. With only 3 students in the martial arts division, it was impossible not to prioritize them. Teacher, my dad has already prepared a bronze realm pet egg for me. The teachers looked at Shang Yinzhu, and Wang Yuan said, you have already contracted a second pet, the Lu Hua chicken variant. You can't waste your third beast space. Shang Yinzhu smiled and said, teacher, it's fine. My dad prepared a pterosaur for me. Chapter 48. What kind of students are these? A pterosaur? The teachers almost asked in unison. A pterosaur is not a cheap pet. After all, it's a dragon species. Any pet with dragon in its name is not inexpensive. Yes, teacher, it's a dragon species pterosaur. Seeing Shang Yinzhu's certainty, the teachers were somewhat confused. Your family is so wealthy, and you contracted a Lu Hua chicken variant as your second battle pet. What a play. However, since it was a personal matter, they didn't want to interfere too much. Wang Yuan then glanced at Wu Yuxian and said, what about you, little girl? Wu Yuxian stood up and said, hello, teacher, my mom is Wu Yan, in the King realm. Li Tianyi covered his forehead, thinking, damn. This feels like my dad is Li Gang. Wait, damn. My dad really is named Li Gang. What kind of situation is this? The other teachers were stunned by Wu Youxuan's unique self-introduction. After a moment, they realized, is she the ruthless Wu Yan? Damn. Why did her daughter come to the martial arts division? This one must be prioritized. It can't be otherwise. The reputation of Wu Yan's ruthlessness was well known, and they could not afford to neglect her. Come, little girl, sit down and talk. Wu Yuxian was very pleased with her way of introduction. It seems her mom's reputation is quite loud. My name is Wu Yuxian. I take my mom's surname. My innate beast is a level 3 fire angel. Currently at the Black Iron Realm. A level 3 fire angel? That's not weak at all. A student worthy of priority training. How did you end up in the martial arts division? My second pet is a Lu Hua chicken variant, just like Shangyin Zhu's. I can also enter the bronze realm before the freshman competition. Damn, what's going on this year? Why is the Lu Hua chicken so popular? Why is everyone getting a Lu Hua chicken variant? I need to check what this Lu Hua chicken variant looks like. Well, not bad, a good seedling. Have you prepared your third pet? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I have prepared it. My dad got me a Netherworld-type Dark Knight Phantom. Hiss. The teachers all gasped. The Dark Knight Phantom's combat power is indeed not as strong as that of a dragon species. That's an undeniable fact. However, in terms of rarity, the Dark Knight Phantom is much better than the Pterosaur. Moreover, the Dark Knight Phantom is immune to physical attacks, which is quite abnormal. If the beast trainers in the Beast Trainer division found out, they would definitely be eager to get it. The Dark Knight Phantom is the best pet for mental types. No competition there. However, now that someone possessing a Dark Knight Phantom has come to the martial arts division, the teachers exchanged glances. This year's bonuses are looking hopeful. They originally thought they would be assigned to the martial arts division and have no chance for bonuses, but now it seems they might still compete for it. Next, the teachers turned their attention to Li Tian. Wang Yuan took the initiative and said, this kid's innate beast is a level 1 Chinese rural dog. The teachers breathed a sigh of relief, finally encountering someone more normal. Otherwise, they would have doubted whether these three had lost their minds coming to the martial arts division. It seems the other two came along with him. They could tell the three of them had known each other for a long time. Li Tian, why don't you introduce yourself? Wang Yuan said. Li Tian thought for a moment and decided it was better not to mention his dad being Li Gang, as these people probably wouldn't know him. After all, his dad wasn't a teacher in the Beast Trainer Academy. He was in the Pioneer Legion. Hello, teacher. My name is Li Tian. My innate beast has already been introduced by Teacher Wang, so I won't repeat it. I am currently at the Bronze Realm. Uft. The teachers felt like they were going to spit blood. Are you kidding? Your innate beast is trash, and yet you, whose innate beast potential is lower than theirs, have reached the Bronze Realm? Teacher, I'm not joking. Although my innate beast has low potential, my martial talent is high. So my situation is that I upgrade with my innate beast. What is going on? The teachers looked at each other, as if they were hearing a story. The master upgrades with the innate beast. This is the first time we've encountered this. This already violated the basic principles of beast trainers, okay? Can you still call yourself a beast trainer? Wang Yuan looked at Li Tian and asked, you've reached the Bronze Realm? What battle pets have you contracted? Lu Hua chicken variant? Another Lu Hua chicken variant? Why are all three of these kids' second pets Lu Hua chicken variants? And this third pet? How come it's the same as Wu Youxuan's, a Dark Knight Phantom? Xia Yu and Xiao looked at Li Tian and confirmed, Li Tian, your third battle pet is the same as Wu Youxuan's? Yes, teacher, I'm a fraternal twin with Xiao Xian. Li Tian explained to everyone. So that's how it is. It seems this kid is also Wu Yan's child. No wonder he has a Dark Knight Phantom. Wang Yuan had heard Li Tian mention it before, so he wasn't too surprised now. Kid, let me ask you something. Wang Yuan said. Teacher, go ahead. Why do all of you have Lu Hua chicken variants as your second pets? This question piqued the interest of the other teachers, all of whom turned their gaze to Li Tian. Teacher, it's like this. My dad has mastered a special evolution route for Lu Hua chickens. So we all contracted Lu Hua chickens. Li Tian directly shifted the blame to his dad, which was also something Wu Yin had instructed him about beforehand. If anyone questioned it, they could just go ask his dad in the Pioneer Legion. Oh, my dad is Li Gang, the captain of the Pioneer Legion. Li Tian explained a bit. After hearing Li Tian's explanation, the teachers quieted down. They weren't sure who Li Gang was, but the name Pioneer Legion was not something they could afford to offend. The four major legions of Blue Star are the Pioneer Legion, the Dragon Tamer Legion, the Peace Dove Legion, and the Iron Blood Legion. Among these four major legions, the Pioneer Legion ranks second in strength, only behind the Dragon Tamer Legion. Furthermore, this kid's dad is not just an ordinary beast trainer in the Pioneer Legion, he is a captain. With how many detachments are in a legion? It's clear that this dad's rank is definitely not low. Kid, summon your Lu Hua chicken variants. Let us take a look. Wang Yuan said to Li Tian. Okay. Li Tian and the others didn't waste any time and directly summoned their battle pets. Since they had entered the academy, there was no need to hide anything. Besides, these are teachers, and showcasing themselves to them could also lead to better training. Jitai Mei, come out. Jitai Jun, come out. Jitai Chong, come out. The teachers were somewhat accepting upon hearing the names of Li Tian and Wu Youxuan's pets. However, what on earth was Shang Yin Zhu's Jitai Chong? That really doesn't match your beautiful girl aura. But when the three chicken kings appeared, the teachers were all captivated by their appearance. The Lu Hua chicken variant looked impressive. Standing 2 meters tall, looking quite robust, and their strength should be considerable. Wang Yuan spoke up. Kid, how's the skill of your second pet? Li Tian naturally had confidence in his Jitai Mei, saying, let's put it this way. No one has appeared, yet who can beat my Jitai Mei at the black iron level. As for entering bronze, that's hard to say, after all. I only entered the bronze realm yesterday. The teachers didn't take Li Tian's words seriously. They thought, whose child is this? It's the same with pets. If you don't say they're good, how can they be? Chapter 49. The terrifying Lu Hua chicken variant. Alright, kid. Let us go outside and see how strong your Lu Hua chicken variant is. Li Tian wanted to say they hadn't eaten yet, but seeing the teacher's expressions, he decided to keep quiet. The three of them took their pets and left the school cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria was a standard basketball court, and Wang Yuan signaled Li Tian to showcase it there. Li Tian looked around for a reference point, but found none. How was he supposed to demonstrate? Seeing Li Tian's predicament, Wang Yuan waved his hand, summoning one of his pets. This is a silver-level white feather sheep. Let your pet battle my white feather sheep. Silver level? Li Tian estimated that his Jitai Mei really wasn't a match for the silver-level opponent. If Jitai Mei had just entered the bronze level, there might be a chance to fight. But now, forget it. Jitai Mei, charge, use wild charge. Li Tian commanded Jitai Mei. Wild charge? The teachers nodded. This skill was impressive. They didn't expect this Lu Hua chicken variant to comprehend a skill like wild charge. Xiao Xian, does your brother Jitai Mei have this wild charge skill? Yes, our pet skills are almost the same. Wu Yuxian didn't tell the whole truth. After all, this skill was quite significant, and she didn't want to expose it too early. All three pets have the same skill. It seemed the evolution path of the Lu Hua chicken was quite stable. At this point, Jitai Mei had already launched an attack on the white feather sheep, using iron claw and chain kick. After the 3 seconds of dizziness passed, Jitai Mei decisively chose to retreat. Jitai Mei, charge. Hit it. Li Tian commanded Jitai Mei again to use wild charge. He wanted to see if this move would have any effect on the silver-level white feather sheep. Following Li Tian's order, Jitai Mei initiated the wild charge skill and slammed into the white feather sheep. The other teachers were somewhat surprised. Wild charge? They thought they misheard. This was a high-level skill, a very rare and powerful one. Generally, this skill could only be comprehended by pets at the Starry Realm. Without giving the teachers much time to react, Jitai Mei had already activated the wild charge skill against the white feather sheep. Bang! The white feather sheep was knocked away by Jitai Mei and fell heavily to the ground. The teachers had confirmed that this was indeed the high-level skill wild charge. Li Tian didn't let Jitai Mei continue attacking the white feather sheep. After all, this was meant to showcase Jitai Mei's skills, not to battle the white feather sheep. Moreover, throughout the engagement, the white feather sheep hadn't executed any skills. It was unreasonable to keep ramming into a sheep like this. Not bad, not bad, Xiao Tian. Your Jitai Mei is really impressive. Is this wild charge also a skill of this variant Lu Hua chicken? Li Tian shook his head. Teacher, that's not it. This is a skill bestowed by the heavenly Tao on my Jitai Mei. Hearing this, the teachers were somewhat envious of Li Tian. Heavenly Tao's blessing. Even they hadn't encountered it, yet this kid had, truly a person favored by the heavens. However, even without the wild charge skill, the combat power of this Lu Hua chicken variant was quite good. It was not weaker than mainstream battle pets like the unicorn wolf and violent bear. Today was just the enrollment. The school hadn't officially started yet. They would have plenty of time to understand these 3 little ones. What happened earlier was just a spur of the moment. With a few teachers around, Li Tian and the others also restrained themselves and quickly finished their meal. The teachers continued discussing the new female teacher, completely ignoring the feelings of the 3 little ones. Back in their villa, Li Tian glanced at the time and entered the illusory sea world. Now that he had entered the bronze level, he wanted to see if he could evolve Jitai Mei to the bronze level as well. Since the host has reached the bronze level, the Celestial Tower activity is now open. You can enter once a day. Celestial Tower activity? Li Tian had always thought that his illusory sea world was just for leveling up by battling monsters. He didn't expect there would be other activities. Then a menu appeared in his mind, and now there was only the Celestial Tower option. Closing the activity menu, Li Tian opened the system store. Sure enough, the gene liquid for the bronze level had been updated, but it required a substantial amount of gene points. It needed a full 5 divine attribute gene points. But for Li Tian now, that wasn't much at all. There was no rush for the Celestial Tower. It would open every day. Raising Ji-Tai-Mei was the priority. He summoned all 3 pets. It was White Xiao Qian's first time in the illusory sea world. Li Tian didn't give her a chance to explain and took them straight into the territory of the Fire Bull. From his discoveries over the past few days, the territory of the Fire Bull was the most profitable place. So for now, Li Tian didn't plan to change locations. He also wanted to see if he could obtain the skill of the Ox Bull. After 2 continuous hours, he finally raised Ji-Tai-Mei to the peak of the Black Iron Realm. Li Tian quickly prepared the materials he had ready and made the potion to feed Ji-Tai-Mei. Leveling up in the illusory sea world would also apply outside. So Li Tian wasn't worried about Ji-Tai-Mei having synchronization issues. After a few minutes, Ji-Tai-Mei finally completed its evolution. And Li Tian quickly checked Ji-Tai-Mei's current attributes. Ji-Tai-Mei, Realm, Bronze Level 1 Star, Skills, Chain Kick, Strong Body, Iron Claw, Wild Charge, Flame Breath. Frenzy. Ji-Tai-Mei had newly comprehended 2 skills, one being Frenzy, a high-level skill, which was quite good. The other was Flame Breath, which was also a powerful skill. Moreover, the evolved Ji-Tai-Mei was no longer in the Chicken King form. It should now be called the Violent Chicken. Its height had significantly changed, from over 2 meters to now 3.5 meters. Its feathers had turned fiery red, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Looking at Ji-Tai-Mei's current appearance, Li Tian was very satisfied. This look was much cooler than the Chicken King form. Riding on Ji-Tai-Mei, he would definitely be the most eye-catching guy in the Beastmaster Academy. Now that Ji-Tai-Mei had entered the Bronze Realm, Li Tian was also ready to see what was inside the Celestial Tower. He opened the activity menu and confirmed participation in the Celestial Tower. He felt a distortion in the visuals before he appeared in the Celestial Tower. Welcome to the Celestial Tower. Defeating the current monsters will earn you rewards. Each level can only earn rewards once, and you can only enter the next level after clearing the current one. As the system prompt ended, Li Tian saw 10 monsters appear before him. Celestial Tower Floor 1 monsters. Realm, Ordinary. Description, trash monsters not worthy of having their own names. Rookie. Don't tell me you can't even beat such monsters. Who does this look down upon? Such trash monsters weren't even worth his attention. Li Tian didn't even use his pets. He ran over a few steps, and those monsters surrounded him. Seeing that he had gathered all 10 monsters together, Li Tian directly unleashed a gale slash. Puff. The sound of Pu is the noise of Li Tian hitting the monster. The sound of Ah is the noise of Li Tian being bitten by the monster. A single gale slash surprisingly did not kill these monsters in front of him, and he saw that they had only lost 1/3 of their health. Damn it, I was careless. Chapter 50, Tower of Heaven. Xiao Hei, Ji-Tai-Mei, by Xiao Qian. Hurry to save me. The 3 pets received Li Tian's command and immediately ran over. Xiao Hei was the fastest, using a teleportation to reach Li Tian's side, followed by a fierce charge that took 1 enemy away. Bai Xiaoqian was not slow either, using Ghost Claw to take another enemy away. Ji-Tai-Mei directly charged forward. Although the slowest, this guy scattered the enemy's formation. Immediately, amidst these ordinary monsters, they charged continuously, resolving Li Tian's crisis in an instant. Li Tian also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, almost failing to make it past the first level. If he had been surrounded by these 10 monsters earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through. Fortunately, he was not just a martial artist, but also a beast master. With the help of 3 pet eggs, Li Tian's advantage became very obvious. In less than half a minute, all 10 monsters on the first level were eliminated. The system's voice also rang in Li Tian's ears. Congratulations, newbie, you have successfully passed the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Reward, 2 divine attribute gene points. Li Tian was not happy to be called a newbie, but the 20,000 divine attribute points made him completely ignore this title. Although 20,000 points were not much, this was just the first level. He had no idea how many more levels there were to come. At this moment, a light gate appeared, and Li Tian knew this was the door to the second level. After replenishing himself and the 3 pets, Li Tian entered the second level in full health and full condition. This time, the system did not provide a hint. It was directly 10 monsters. Ji-Tai-Mei charge. Xiao Hei, follow up. Xiao Qian, provide support. Li Tian immediately assigned tasks, riding on Ji-Tai-Mei's back and becoming a violent chicken knight. His long knife continuously unleashed skills. Now that Ji-Tai-Mei had entered the bronze stage, her charge was incredibly powerful. Even though the monsters in the second level were tougher and more aggressive than those in the first level, under Ji-Tai-Mei's charge, they were nothing. Li Tian even thought he should give Ji-Tai-Mei 2 more charging skills. This violent chicken knight was just too cool. Ji-Tai-Mei Flame Breath. At this moment, Li Tian ordered Ji-Tai-Mei to use Flame Breath. A jet of flame erupted from Ji-Tai-Mei's mouth, hitting the 3 monsters in front. Li Tian noticed that this flame was different from ordinary flames and was difficult to extinguish. He casually struck twice, and all 3 monsters died. 3 minutes later, the system's prompt sounded again in Li Tian's ears. Congratulations, you have passed the 2nd level of the Tower of Heaven. Reward, 50,000 Divine Attribute Gene Points. This is good. Li Tian did not expect that in less than 10 minutes, he would earn 70,000 Divine Attribute Gene Points. It's a pity that the Tower of Heaven only had a one-time clearance reward. It was indeed a bit regrettable. After replenishing energy again, he entered the 3rd level. As soon as he entered, Li Tian was a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 monsters? Why was there only 1 this time? Tower of Heaven 3rd level Guardian. Realm, Bronze. Description. Only by killing me can you enter the 4th level. Seeing this description, Li Tian issued commands again. Jitai may charge to the front, Xiao Hei as a ranged cannon, and Xiaoqian as auxiliary harassment. After specifying the tactics, Li Tian pointed at the monster in front and said, "Charge." Jitai Mei quickly rushed forward. The Guardian was a spider-like monster. Seeing Li Tian charging toward it, it jumped over 10 meters in distance. Li Tian was stunned. What kind of breed was this? Its jumping ability was too strong. Without giving Li Tian a chance to react, the spider's 2 front legs stabbed forward like long spears. Jitai Mei initiated a savage charge, instantly increasing her speed and dodging this attack. At the same time, she crashed hard into the spider's body, triggering a 3-second stun. Xiao Hei used Space Slash. This time, Li Tian didn't let Xiao Hei continue using Void Cannon, but instead used the more powerful Space Slash. Xiao Hei's Space Slash was indeed powerful, directly severing one of the spider's front legs. Ow! The spider cried out in pain, suffering a severe injury from this blow. Li Tian had no intention of letting the spider go. He ordered Jitai Mei again, saying, "Jitai Mei, burn heaven and boil sea." Jitai Mei received the order and quickly executed burn heaven and boil sea. The spider was directly engulfed in flames. The bronze stage Jitai Mei's version of burn heaven and boil sea was much more powerful. However, this skill consumed a lot of mana. Just this one move drained all her mana. Li Tian knew it was not the time to be stingy and immediately used a large mana potion, restoring half of Jitai Mei's mana. Meanwhile, the spider's health was rapidly depleting in the flames. Li Tian ordered Xiao Hei to use Space Slash again. Xiao Hei had just drunk a large mana potion, restoring some energy, plus there was Li Tian's super large mana potion available. Now Xiao Hei could use Space Slash 4 times in a row without needing to drink mana. The spider's other front leg was also severed. With this, it had lost its sharpest weapons. Ow! The spider let out a miserable cry, and then the front leg that had just been severed regrew. What the hell? This big spider actually had the skill to regrow limbs. Li Tian quickly instructed Jitai Mei to run a bit farther and let Xiao Hei use Space Slash again. At the same time, Li Tian and Xiao Hei both drank large mana potions to replenish energy. The spider, in pain, ignored Li Tian and charged directly at Xiao Hei. Unfortunately, Xiao Hei's speed was not something it could compare to. With a teleportation, Xiao Hei vanished from the spot. When Xiao Hei reappeared, it was already behind the spider, executing another Space Slash. Just like that, Li Tian frantically replenished mana while Xiao Hei continuously used Space Slash. The spider finally could not hold on any longer. Just when the spider's health was down to 5%, it suddenly went berserk. Li Tian was about to curse. The post-berserk spider was incredibly fast, and its attack power surged. During Xiao Hei's teleportation cooldown, it instantly killed Xiao Hei. Realizing the danger, Li Tian immediately ordered Jitai Mei to charge. He jumped off Jitai Mei's back and ran to a corner of the room. Jitai Mei had to say that her defense was still quite good. After taking one attack from the spider, she remained lively. Moreover, during her charge, she dealt significant damage to the spider. Unfortunately, the spider was too abnormal. Even though Jitai Mei was fierce, she was still no match for the spider. Jitai Mei turned into white light and vanished, and at this moment, the spider also set its sights on Li Tian. Bai Xiaoqian, save me. Bai Xiaoqian received the order and immediately rushed over, constantly attacking the spider with Ghost Claw. Compared to Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei, Bai Xiaoqian's attacks were significantly weaker. However, Bai Xiaoqian had her own advantage, immunity to physical attacks. This meant that while her attacks might be low, you couldn't kill her. She could continuously deal damage to you. The spider, now in a berserk state, lost its rationality and attacked only Bai Xiaoqian. Li Tian hid in the corner, not daring to come out. He knew this was not the time to be a hero. Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei were living examples. Now, all he had to do was wait for the berserk state to end, and victory would be his. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, the spider's berserk state ended. The after effects of the berserk state became evident. The spider's movement speed, attack power, and defense all significantly decreased. Seeing this scene, Li Tian knew his chance had come. A bull rushed in front of the giant spider, followed by a whirlwind slash, and then the bull trampled down. With Li Tian's involvement, the giant spider finally fell. Li Tian watched the giant spider collapse and let out a heavy sigh. This creature was too difficult to kill. Chapter 51. Dark Hunter. Looking at only by Xiao Qian left, Li Tian no longer had the desire to continue fighting. If the third level was this hard, who knew how tough the next one would be? At this moment, the system's voice rang in Li Tian's ears. Congratulations on passing the third level of the Tower of Heaven. You have obtained 20 divine attribute gene points, a Dark Hunter pet egg, and a pet egg blind box. Wow. 20 divine attribute gene points were already enough to satisfy Li Tian, and he also received a Dark Hunter pet egg. He quickly opened his space backpack to check the attributes of this pet egg. Dark Hunter pet egg, grade, 5-star. Description, a gift from the Tower of Heaven, can be brought into reality, for personal use only. Seeing this, Li Tian knew that the so-called Dark Hunter was indeed that giant spider. He didn't expect the giant spider's scientific name to be Dark Hunter. Looking at the skills, Li Tian was also quite satisfied, especially with the last two skills, limb regeneration and life blessing. Both skills were very powerful, especially the life blessing. There are similar skills in reality. Every pet with this skill is referred to as an indestructible cockroach. The main function of this skill is life recovery. Its recovery ability is almost 10 times that of ordinary pets, which is quite terrifying. No matter how serious the injury, as long as there is a breath left, it will not die. Moreover, this skill has a very special effect. When health drops below 10%, it will trigger a full health recovery once. This is equivalent to giving it a second life. Who wouldn't be troubled when encountering such a pet? Li Tian was very satisfied with this Dark Hunter pet egg, thinking it was prepared for his silver realm. In addition to this Dark Hunter pet egg, the system also rewarded him with a pet egg blind box. The pet egg blind box was also sold in the system mall, but it was too expensive. Li Tian had seen it, but didn't want to buy it. This thing costs as much as 50 divine attribute gene points in the system mall. Li Tian felt that he wouldn't buy such a pet egg blind box unless he went crazy. However, now that the system had given him one, Li Tian was full of anticipation for this blind box. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to open it, and the system's voice rang in his ears again. Ignoring what the system said, he quickly checked the attributes of the pet egg. Dark Hunter pet egg, grade, 5-star, skills, description, can be brought into reality. For personal use only. What the heck? He actually got another Dark Hunter pet egg. This was a bit ridiculous. Moreover, the skills were the same. Li Tian felt he had lost out this time. However, fortunately, the pet egg blind box was still quite considerate. In addition to giving him a pet egg, it even provided the evolution route. From this perspective, it wasn't a total loss. Otherwise, if he contracted the Dark Hunter but had no follow-up evolution route, it would be better to contract a Psyduck. Looking at the two identical pet eggs in his hand, Li Tian hesitated. What should he do with these? He couldn't possibly contract two identical pets, could he? It's not that no one had done this, nor was it that the Dark Hunter pet egg was weak. It's just that Li Tian felt it was a bit wasteful. After all, having two identical pets would overlap in their uses. After all, Beastmasters have limited beast space, and every one of them cannot be wasted. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even give it away. It clearly stated it was for personal use only. System, what should I do with these two identical pet eggs? Li Tian shouted to the sky to express his dissatisfaction. In the system mall, anything is possible. Damn it, there was no such treatment before. But anyway, at least it pointed him in a direction. He opened the system mall and entered the two identical pet eggs. To his surprise, a treasure appeared. Twin birth stone. Grade, none. Category, oddity. Description, using it allows two identical pet eggs to merge into a twin birth. The lower the grade of the pet egg, the higher the merging chance. The higher the grade, the lower the merging chance. Price, 20 twin birth? Li Tian understood this. There had been probabilities of twin births in the Beastmaster world. Simply put, it was like human twins, where one beast space could accommodate two pets. However, the probability was too low, not much better than the blessings of the heavenly way. Now the system mall could artificially perform such a merge. That was incredible. Looking at the two Dark Hunter pet eggs in his hand, Li Tian gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. He bought a twin birth stone, spending 20 divine attribute gene points, which still made Li Tian feel a bit pained. Taking out the twin birth stone, a merging interface appeared before him. Li Tian placed both Dark Hunter pet eggs on it, and a 30 probability appeared. Seeing this probability, Li Tian regretted it a bit. The merging chance was too low, wasn't it? But since he had already bought it, there was no point in regretting it. He clicked the merge button, followed by a dazzling white light. Then, a prompt indicating successful merging appeared, making Li Tian overjoyed. The 20 points weren't wasted. With this, he also had a pet egg for his silver realm, and it was a twin birth. Thinking about it made Li Tian quite excited. The advantages of twin births were too great. This could be said to give him one more pet than others at the same realm, and it was a powerful battle pet like the Dark Hunter. Looking at the remaining fatigue value, Li Tian directly exited the illusory sea world. He still had class tomorrow, so he decided to call it a day. Back in reality, Li Tian fell asleep immediately. The next day, Li Tian woke up and picked up his phone to check the time, only to find 2 missed calls. Both were from Wu Yuxian. He didn't need to ask to know that the girl must have entered the Bronze Realm. Brother, I've entered the Bronze Realm. Hearing his sister's excited tone, Li Tian felt nothing. So what if she was in the Bronze Realm? He had already entered it long ago. Well, congratulations on becoming a Bronze Beastmaster. Faced with Li Tian's perfunctory response, Wu Yuxian didn't mind at all and continued, Brother, that's not the point. The point is I contracted my 3rd pet. Oh, isn't that normal? Isn't your Night Phantom a human form? Shouldn't it be a beast form? It's a human form. Brother, that's not the point. The point is I had a twin birth and gave birth to 2 big fat boys. Damn. Li Tian could no longer hold back. Who was the protagonist here? He had fought hard, sacrificing Xiao Hei and Mei just to barely pass. Meanwhile, she had blessings from the heavens and twin births. Was there no justice? How about it? Surprised? Unexpected? Ha ha ha, don't worry. Little brother will take care of you from now on. Ha ha. Damn it, this is unfair. Li Tian angrily hung up the phone, but Wu Yuxian didn't mind. All she felt was joy. She understood the advantages of twin births. She guessed her brother must be feeling frustrated right now. Ha ha. Chapter 52, Twin Birth? No matter how frustrated Li Tian felt, he was still happy for his sister. Luck was something that couldn't be envied. You already have the Phantom Sea World. So why not let someone else have a little luck? After washing up, he went downstairs to the cafeteria. When Li Tian arrived at the cafeteria, Wu Yuxian was showing off to Shang Yinju. At this moment, Shang Yinju also had a face full of envy. After all, having twins in one pregnancy was something no one could envy. Brother, come here, come here. Seeing his sister's smug expression, Li Tian felt helpless. He walked over a few steps and saw Wu Yuxian waving her hand, and 2 somewhat transparent babies appeared in front of Li Tian. Brother, this is my contracted Night Phantom in the Bronze Realm. They are twins. This is the first treasure, and this is the second treasure. Quickly say hello to your uncle. The 2 little ones didn't understand what uncle meant, but they still followed Wu Yuxian's cue and greeted Li Tian. Li Tian noticed that the 2 Night Phantoms were in the form of infants. They looked to be less than a year old. In an instant, Li Tian thought of a term, infant spirits. However, this was the Beast-Master world, so there was no such thing as ghosts or deities. Just as Li Tian was admiring the 2 little cuties, several teachers from yesterday walked in. Wow, these little guys are up pretty early. Everyone's here. Wang Yuan saw that all the students from the warrior branch had arrived and started joking with the other teachers. Teacher Wang, I've entered the Bronze Realm. Wu Yuxian quickly boasted as she saw the newcomers. Oh, not bad. Yes, indeed it's the Bronze Realm. Hey, guys, look at our Warrior Academy's average strength. It's not weak at all. Shang Yinju, you need to work hard. Look, they've all entered the Bronze Realm. You can't hold back our Warrior Academy. Shang Yinju quickly nodded and promised, don't worry, teacher, I will definitely enter the Bronze Realm before the new student competition. Good. By then, our Warrior branch will have an average Bronze Realm. I wonder if there is anyone left in the Beastmaster Academy? The other teachers also agreed with Wang Yuan's words, realizing that having fewer students was actually beneficial. Just look at how the average strength has gone up. At this moment, Wu Yuxian quickly interrupted, Teacher, I've contracted a Night Phantom, and they are twins. What? At this moment, all the teachers looked at Wu Yuxian in surprise, wondering if they had heard wrong. Twins? Teacher, I contracted a Night Phantom and had twins. Look, this is my first treasure, and this is the second treasure. Quickly say hello to the teachers. The 2 cute little ones waved at the teachers again, making cooing sounds. Seeing the 2 somewhat transparent little ones, the teachers finally confirmed they hadn't misheard. This little girl really had twins. How incredibly lucky. In the entire Beastmaster Academy, there might not even be one set of twins. But now, such a thing had happened in their warrior branch. The teachers all understood what this meant. This little girl had unlimited potential. This matter had to be reported to the dean. She was a key talent for cultivation. Yes, not bad. Yuxian, right? I will report this matter to the branch dean. You are our hope in the warrior department. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Li Tian wanted to complain. There are only 3 students in our branch. And aren't they all key cultivations? After breakfast, the 3 of them prepared to go to class. When they arrived at the classroom, they found that it was not very large. It was indeed smaller than an ordinary classroom. But for the 3 of them, it was already quite spacious. At this moment, Wang Yuan walked in, looking at the 3 little ones. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Well, I don't need to introduce myself, right? I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. and let us start by selecting class leaders. Li Tian raised his hand to signal that he had something to say, and Wang Yuan nodded. Yes, Li Tian, what do you want to say? Teacher, look, there are just the three of us. Is there any need to select class leaders? We can just discuss it ourselves. The three looked at each other, feeling that this first class was ending a bit quickly. Was it not even a minute? And today's lesson was over? It seemed that Wang Yuan understood the confusion of Li Tian and the others and explained, there's no way. Our leaders have given us the task to introduce ourselves and select class leaders. You've already introduced yourselves. So I don't think there's any need to do it again, right? Hearing this was part of the enrollment process. Li Tian and the others didn't feel anything was wrong. It was just that their group was small, so they could finish early. It would be impossible for larger departments to finish so quickly. For instance, in the Battle Pet Academy, a random class would have 50 or 60 students. Now that everyone had awakened, they were all beast masters, so naturally, no one would submit to anyone else. Moreover, class leaders also had some advantages regarding resources. So one could imagine how fierce the competition was over there. Alright, class dismissed. By the way, Shang Yinju, you need to hurry up and advance. You're the only one left now, Wang Yuan reminded. Shang Yinju felt somewhat looked down upon, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had two freaks by her side. Okay, teacher, don't worry. I will definitely advance as quickly as possible. Alright, but don't be too anxious. I believe you understand the principle of moderation. In the entire classroom, only Li Tian and the three remained. They looked at each other, all feeling that having fewer people had its advantages. Xiao Tian, is that Millennium Bull inner pill you mentioned really effective? Yes, it's definitely effective. Well then, let us go buy some. Sure, there's nothing else to do right now. The three of them tidied up their things and followed Shang Yinju to the inner pill Beastmaster Mall of the Academy. This Beastmaster Mall was an affiliated institution of the Fengcheng Beastmaster Academy, so there was a Beastmaster Mall within the academy. Although it wasn't the main store, the items here were still much more complete than those outside. Sir, how may I assist you? After the few of them entered, a server approached to inquire. Do you have the Millennium Bull inner pill? Take me to see it. Shang Yinju spoke. Yes, sir, please follow me. The few of them followed the server to a counter and saw that there were inner pills for sale. The price of the Millennium Bull inner pill wasn't very high, only 500 blue star coins. This made Li Tian exclaim in surprise. It was so expensive in the Phantom Sea world. Outside, it was only 500 blue star coins, while the System Mall sold it for 5 divine attribute gene points. It seems that the System Mall isn't cheap for everything. It looks like I'll have to come to the Beastmaster Mall often in the future. Comparing prices is the hard truth. Shang Yinju wasn't short on money either. Seeing that the price wasn't high, she directly bought 10. Li Tian and Wu Yuxian also each bought 10. Is your stock of Millennium Bull inner pills abundant? Will we buy them all? Hearing Li Tian's inquiry, the server smiled and said, Sir, let me check for you. Okay. Li Tian was worried that they would buy out all the Millennium Bull inner pills at once. However, the server felt that this person was really overthinking. This was the Beastmaster Mall. How could it be bought out by them? After a simple check, the server politely told Li Tian, Sir, we currently have less than 1,000 in stock, and the total inventory in the city is around 50,000. If you need, we can source from outside. After hearing the server's words, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been overly worried, and he smiled at the server. Sorry for the trouble. Sir, it's my duty. Li Tian looked at the balance in his account. There were over 2 billion, all obtained from selling pet eggs. Now it was just right to buy the Millennium Bull inner pill, which would greatly increase his training speed. And it wouldn't be long before he entered the Silver Realm. Li Tian just wouldn't buy anything in front of these two right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain his enormous wealth to them. The three of them wandered around the Beastmaster Mall for a while. And Li Tian also inquired about the materials needed to refine the strength pill. As expected, buying materials in the real world was the most cost-effective option. In the Fantasy Sea world, a portion of the material for a strength pill sold for 50 points, which wasn't a high price. However, in the real world, a portion of the material only cost 3 blue star coins. This was outrageous. Divine attribute genes were so precious, yet blue star coins were relatively easier to obtain. Hey, have you started learning alchemy? Li Tian nodded and said, yes. Even though I've entered the martial artist division, I don't plan to give up on being an alchemist. After all, having my mom's guidance is a huge advantage. The two of them had no objections to what Li Tian said. After all, Wu Yin was a senior alchemist. By the way, aren't you two planning to learn some secondary professions? Wu Yuxian shook her head and said, not for now. We should focus on improving our realms first. There will be plenty of time to study later. Xiao Tian, Xiao Xian is right. Time is precious now, and we should use our limited time to enhance our realms. Shang Yinju also felt that learning a secondary profession was too early. This was the golden time for improving realms. Wasting such precious time on secondary professions was not worth it. Li Tian understood this logic, but could he be like them? He had an advantage and was already a silver-level alchemist. Oh, isn't this the Sissy Trio? I didn't expect to run into you here. Sissy Trio? Li Tian felt this term was familiar. Then he remembered that the three of them had been inseparable in high school and were called the Sissy Trio by others. Among the three, Wu Yuxian was a girl, which was no problem. Shang Yinzhu always dressed like a girl and was indeed pretty. Plus, she always wore makeup. Refusing to go out without it. Calling her a sissy was not an exaggeration. As for his previous self, well, the appearance was fine, but the personality was a bit sissy. Forget it. That was the original owner's issue. He would never be a sissy in this life. Turning around to see who was speaking, Li Tian recognized it was his high school nemesis, Qin Yuanshan, and his group. The nickname Sissy Trio was given by these people. They had also been bullies in high school, often relying on their height and strength to pick on others. Li Tian's original self was the type who loved to fight for justice. Even if I'm a sissy, it doesn't stop me from meddling in others' business. Thus, this meddlesome Li Tian became a thorn in the side of these people. However, the three of them were always together. And Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian were capable fighters. At that time, their combat prowess was quite impressive, and the others were no match for them. These people often used Li Tian as an excuse to bully, so he was always the one who got beaten the worst. Qin Yuanshan? Li Tian looked at the other party, unsure of what they wanted. Haha, isn't this the king of sissies, Li Tian? By the way, I heard you awakened a trash level 1-star rural dog? Li Tian disdainfully looked at them. Was this a gift of a head? He replied, yes, and so what? Haha, just as expected, trash people have trash pets. Haha. Li Tian feigned anger, pointing at Qin Yuanshan, and said, say that again. Say it again. Seeing Li Tian's sissy demeanor, the others burst into laughter. As expected, this guy is still the same after awakening. He really hasn't improved at all. Bro, don't bother with them. Let's go? Wu Yuxian advised. She knew that Qin Yuanshan had awakened a level 4-star beast, so she persuaded Li Tian not to stoop to their level. Exactly, Xiao Tian. Let's go? Shang Yinzhu also didn't want to start a conflict with them. Li Tian was persistent, saying, don't mind me. Qin Yuanshan, you're the trash. What if you have a level 4-star beast? Seeing Li Tian signaling to them, Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian knew that he was planning something. If it were before, they would have definitely pulled Li Tian away. You, a trash level 1-star, how can you compare with a level 4-star beast? However, now they didn't stop him. Li Tian's combat power was not low. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the strongest among the three. Qin Yuanshan was probably only at the bronze level, a 3-battle pet at best. Li Tian was also at the bronze level, a 3-battle pet. And he was a martial artist. They had seen Li Tian use his skills before, so it was reasonable to regard him as a battle pet. So now that they saw Li Tian was going to make a move, they didn't stop him. Qin Yuanshan laughed when he saw Li Tian dare to provoke him. Li Tian, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Do you know my beast is a level 4-star? So what if it's a level 4-star? It's still trash and easily defeated. Hey, it's been a few days, and your courage has grown. Come on, are you interested in going on the arena to fight me? Qin Yuanshan was furious. He couldn't let this provocation from a sissy go unpunished. Li Tian knew that there were challenge arenas in the Beastmaster Academy, and students could resolve conflicts there. However, they had to sign an agreement before going up, so it wouldn't be considered fighting in the academy. Otherwise, private challenges among students were not allowed, and anyone caught would be expelled. Li Tian pretended to be furious and said, I'll go. Who is afraid of who? Haha, good, Li Tian. I didn't expect your temper to be so big after awakening. You're not as sissy as before. Just don't cry when I beat you. Qin Yuanshan was laughing in his heart. Since you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Tian, you're really too impulsive. You mustn't go to the arena. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu both urged Li Tian not to act recklessly. Enough, you don't need to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Seeing Li Tian's determination, the two of them felt helpless. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanshan, from a distance, said, let's go. See you on the arena. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Let's go then. Am I afraid of you? I must take your head today. Seeing Li Tian say this, Qin Yuanshan laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Chapter 54, Life and Death Arena. The people in the Beastmaster Mall were also surprised at the fiery spirit of this year's newcomers. They were ready to fight on the arena right after school started, truly, young and fearless. Some upperclassmen also joined in the fun, expressing their intention to go and support. Li Tian followed Qin Yuanshan towards the academy arena. Bro, how confident are you? Wu Yuxian asked softly. 100%. Have a little faith in your brother. Li Tian rolled his eyes at his sister. It's not that, but that guy is definitely at the bronze level, and his beast is a level 4-star. Are you being a bit impulsive? Don't worry, no matter how strong his beast is, he's not necessarily strong himself. Don't forget, I'm also a bronze level martial artist. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuxian realized that her brother was indeed a martial artist now. If Li Tian hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. The martial skills under the bull demon skill were known to her, meaning that on the arena, Li Tian's own strength was equivalent to a battle pet. Of course, Li Tian had his own thoughts. The opponent had just become a beast master and likely lacked combat experience. In recent days, I have been fighting in the illusory sea world every day. In terms of combat experience, I can easily outclass him. At the same time, I want to prove myself in this way. Hiding my talents at the Beastmaster Academy is useless. To obtain more resources, I must actively strive for them and prove that I have the strength. The person in front of me, Chen Yuanshan, a level 4-star Beastmaster, is just right to serve as my stepping stone. Therefore, choosing to challenge him is not a momentary impulse from Li Tian. After a dozen minutes, we arrived at the challenge arena of the Beastmaster Academy. There was a teacher present, specifically there to oversee student challenges. Challenges at the Beastmaster Academy are quite common, possibly due to the region. People in Fengqing believe that if you can fight, there's no need to make a fuss. Thus, the challenge arena at Fengqing's Beastmaster Academy has 3 more than other Beastmaster Academies. Each arena has a teacher overseeing it. Since it's the start of the new semester, the teachers have been instructed to prevent older students from causing any trouble, ensuring a good impression for the new students. Otherwise, if these newcomers saw bloodshed right away, it might leave a psychological scar. So today, there is only one teacher overseeing 4 arenas. When the crowd approached, the teacher frowned slightly. They had been warned not to let these rascals run wild, yet they still disobeyed. However, as Li Tian and his group got closer, the teacher noticed that the ones in front were all freshmen, while the older students followed behind. It seems that today's challenge is among the newcomers. Along the way, many upperclassmen were attracted by the fiery tempers of the freshmen. This year's freshman class is impressive. They start fighting on the first day of school, stronger than my batch. These upperclassmen were drawn to see what a fight between novices looks like. After all, for upperclassmen, the challenge between new beast masters is no different from a pecking contest between chickens. It might even be less exciting than 2 beast pets fighting. However, today, older students are prohibited from challenging each other, so it's not bad to come and watch the excitement. Hey, Lazy, doesn't that kid look like the one you fought with? Lame Yukon originally had no interest in such pecking contests, but upon hearing it was someone he knew, he looked up. It was indeed the kid he had fought against before. Oh, looks like this little guy is quite bold. To dare challenge someone on the first day of school, impressive. Come on, guys, let's go cheer him on. With Lame Yukon's command, his followers followed suit. By the time Li Tian reached the arena, several hundred people had already gathered behind him. You must be this year's freshman? The teacher asked. Yes, we are first-year students. Chen Yuanshan spoke first, and Li Tian nodded in agreement. All right, you can sign the agreement. What kind of agreement do you want to sign? A glint of malice flashed in Chen Yuanshan's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal and said, Li Tian, are you interested in a life-and-death battle? A life-and-death battle? Chen Yuanshan's words immediately attracted a lot of attention. The teacher was also startled. While challenges were common at the Beastmaster Academy, life-and-death battles were rare, perhaps once a year at most. This kid is quite ruthless, wanting a life-and-death fight in the first year. Li Tian was also taken aback. Are you trying to hand over your life? Brother, don't agree to that. Just a normal challenge will do. Yeah, Xiao Tian, we can't agree to a life-and-death battle. We mustn't be impulsive. Li Tian ignored their persuasion and said, Chen Yuanshan, think carefully. If you regret it later, a life-and-death battle once signed can't be taken back. Ha ha. What a joke. My level 4-star potential will be afraid of you. A level 1-star? I, Chen Yuanshan, will never go back on my word since I proposed a life-and-death battle. Facing Li Tian's words, Chen Yuanshan thought it was just bluster. Besides, he was a level 4-star potential. Even if he faced danger, the teacher would not ignore it. And Li Tian opposite him was merely a level 1-star beastmaster. The teacher would not intervene. Thus, Chen Yuanshan was not foolish. Directly revealing the difference in their levels, Li Tian naturally understood Chen Yuanshan's meaning and cursed him in his heart for being despicable, using this method to add a layer of protection for himself. Let's see if this teacher can intervene in time to save you. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression changed. The gap in their potentials was indeed significant, and he began to formulate his own plan. All right, since that's the case, let me ask this teacher if I kill him. You won't intervene, right? The teacher nodded. Naturally not. The life and death arena has its own rules. Even as a teacher, I won't intervene. What a joke. Since I proposed the life and death battle, I will not go back on my word. Chen Yuanshan sneered. Life and death are different. If you die, no one will care. The crowd around them was surprised. This year's freshmen are quite fierce, starting a challenge on the first day of school and even wanting a life and death battle. What kind of grudge do they have? Li Tian smiled and, without hesitation, signed his name. He initially just wanted to establish his authority, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Since Chun Yuanshan is seeking death, then he shouldn't blame me, Li Tian, for being ruthless. Qin Yuanshan was taken aback when he saw Li Tian sign so decisively. The Li Tian he remembered was not someone who would act so resolutely. He usually took half an hour to deliberate. Good kid, you're quite decisive today, Qin Yuanshan said as he also signed his name. Today, he would use the blood of this trash to establish his reputation as the top newcomer. Seeing the two sign the life and death agreement, the surrounding audience began to murmur. This year's freshmen are indeed not simple, they're incredibly fierce. After signing the life and death agreement, Li Tian stepped onto the arena. Seeing Li Tian take the lead, Qin Yuanshan sneered. Are you rushing to your death? Li Tian coldly glanced at Qin Yuanshan and disdainfully said, Stop dragging it out. You don't seem like a man at all. Qin Yuanshan was furious. That's my line. Are you stealing my lines? But Li Tian ignored him, which made Qin Yuanshan's desire to kill him even stronger. You wait, kid. After threatening, Qin Yuanshan also stepped onto the arena and directly summoned his 3 beast pets. Li Tian also summoned his beast pets at this moment. When he saw that Li Tian also had 3 beast pets, Qin Yuanshan was stunned. He never expected that Li Tian was also a bronze beast master. In his view, for a level 1-star beast master like Li Tian, reaching the black iron level would have been impressive. However, he did not anticipate that Li Tian was also a bronze beast master and had 3 beast pets. The audience was also intrigued to see that both were bronze beast masters. If they were both at the black iron level, it would indeed be a pecking contest. But the bronze level was much more interesting. Li Tian had a Chinese rural dog, a chicken, and some other beast pet. Bai Xiaoqian, as a night phantom, was not well known to many. This was understandable since night phantoms hatched in various bizarre forms. On the other hand, Qin Yuanshan had a level fire lion as his main beast. This was a level main beast. It seemed Li Tian was in danger. The last two are the unicorn wolf and the Qingshan bull. These are also 2 powerful pet beasts, quite impressive in the bronze realm. However, it seems that the unicorn wolf has not evolved yet and is still in the black iron realm. The teacher, at this moment, is somewhat bewildered. How could this Li Tian also be a bronze beast master? It's worth noting that starting school as a bronze beast master indicates considerable potential. Moreover, since he is a bronze beast master, why is his spirit beast still a Chinese rural dog? This doesn't make sense. But right now, no one is there to explain it to him. When Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu see Jitai Mei, they both breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder Li Tian is so confident. With Jitai Mei now in the bronze realm, his advantages have significantly increased. Also, doesn't Jitai Mei look incredibly cool now? Thinking about their own chicken, which also has this appearance after evolving, both of them are extremely excited. The two look at the teacher below the stage simultaneously, signaling him to start. Yu Zheng, the teacher and referee, sees that both are ready and declares, Begin. With the command, Qin Yuanshan and Li Tian both issue attack orders. Li Tian immediately says, Xiao Hei, hold down the opponent's spirit beast. Bai Xiaoqian, deal with that bronze one. Jitai Mei, charge. At this moment, the opponent is also strategizing, but his speed is far slower than Li Tian's. Xiao Hei immediately launches a void cannon, knocking the opponent's spirit beast to the ground. This sudden turn of events astonishes everyone. The flame lion is at least a level spirit beast, yet it is so easily defeated. Jitai Mei, charge straight in. Li Tian hides behind Jitai Mei and rushes towards Qin Yuanshan, completely ignoring the unicorn wolf. It's just a black iron realm pet beast and poses no threat to him at all. Qin Yuanshan is now panicking. He also didn't expect the opponent's spirit beast to be so fierce, taking down his spirit beast in one blow. With hardly any battle experience, Qin Yuanshan is now frozen in place. Yu Zheng below the stage sees Jitai Mei about to crash into Qin Yuanshan and chooses to intervene. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. A level 4-star potential beast master like Qin Yuanshan must be protected by the academy. Although he performed poorly today, that is also related to him just entering the Beastmaster Academy. It's quite normal for him not to have battle experience yet. Such a talent cannot just die on the arena. This kind of thing is normal. At worst, they can give Li Tian some compensation after the match. Yu Zheng gently pushes Jitai Mei aside. As a diamond Beastmaster, dealing with a bronze realm pet beast is too easy. Jitai Mei is pushed off course by Yu Zheng. Just as Yu Zheng is about to say something, Li Tian's figure rushes out. Seeing Li Tian charge forward, Yu Zheng doesn't pay much attention. Li Tian is counting on Yu Zheng's current disdain. At this moment, he channels the energy within his body, first executing a bull charge, followed by a powerful mountain-splitting palm. Boom. Qin Yuanshan's head suddenly explodes, splattering brain matter all over the arena. This abrupt change stuns everyone. Yu Zheng is also taken aback, then filled with rage. He had intervened, yet this kid dared to kill. What's worse, he didn't manage to stop it in time. And if this gets out, his reputation will be ruined. Kid, you have some guts. After saying that, Yu Zheng strikes Li Tian with a palm. This palm isn't very heavy, but it's enough to make Li Tian suffer. Yu Zheng cannot swallow this anger without teaching this kid a lesson. After all, Li Tian is only in the bronze realm. No matter how strong a bronze realm Beastmaster is, he is still in the bronze realm, which cannot be changed. Furthermore, Li Tian has no intention of blocking. He uses Yu Zheng's palm to fly out, simultaneously spitting out blood. Yu Zheng is shocked to see Li Tian so badly injured. He didn't use much force at all. How did this kid fly out? This sudden scene stuns everyone. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinju rush over to help Li Tian up. At this point, Li Tian's face is pale, devoid of any color. Little brother, call mom. Just now, Li Tian could have taken it, but there's no benefit in doing so. Although we killed someone, we are in the right. Isn't it normal to kill in a death match? What does your teacher mean by intervening? Yu Zheng realizes at this moment that he acted impulsively. It's not wrong to intervene on stage. Even if the principal came, he could explain himself. However, injuring a student is unacceptable. It seems that he won't just lose this year's annual bonus, but even the bonuses for the next 3 years. Sigh. Wu Yuxian glares fiercely at Yu Zheng on the stage and says, I see no need for this academy as challenge arena to exist. No wonder the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy is so down and out. Faced with the little girl's words, Yu Zheng can't be bothered to respond. This is something not worth explaining to a little girl. Seeing that Yu Zheng ignores her, Wu Yuxian doesn't continue to scold, but directly takes out her phone to call her mom. Mom, my brother was almost killed by a teacher in the challenge arena. Please come quickly. My brother may not make it. Chapter 56. Furious Wu Yin at this moment. Wu Yin is handling medicinal materials. After her shop was dismantled, she has to process them at school. Hearing her phone ring, she picks it up and sees it's her daughter calling. Earlier in the morning, her daughter told her about having twins, and after visiting, she felt happy for her. After all, having twins is a significant advantage for a Beastmaster's future development. Now, seeing her daughter's call, she assumes her daughter is about to show off again. But upon answering the call, Wu Yan's expression instantly turns extremely grim. The phone in her hand is crushed to powder. Just yesterday, her son was fine, but unexpectedly, after just 1 day at the academy, he almost got killed. What's worse? The attacker isn't a student, but a teacher responsible for the challenge arena. This infuriates the already hot-tempered Wu Yan. It's truly a sign of not taking her seriously. Yu Zheng notices the little girl is making a phone call, but doesn't pay much attention. The academy will help him explain this matter. At worst, it's just a self-punishment of 3 cups and a public reprimand. He has been through this many times. Who is it? Who wants to kill my son? A furious roar reverberates throughout the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy, and even people in Fengqing hear this voice. Yu Zheng realizes that things have escalated. The owner of that voice is definitely not at the Diamond Realm. At least it's at the Starry Realm. And it seems he won't just lose this year's bonus, but even the bonuses for the next 3 years. The surrounding students naturally hear this voice and look in its direction. The principal of the Beastmaster Academy, who is also Wu Yan's master, Tian Jing'an, is stunned upon hearing this voice. Who has provoked this female demon? He knows his disciple well. Now that she has a child, her temper has improved significantly. But what is happening today? This doesn't sound right. Someone wants to kill her son? This is no small matter. He immediately vanishes from his spot. Almost simultaneously, the experts within the Beastmaster Academy are bewildered as to who has provoked this crazy woman. As a king-level expert, Wu Yan appears beside Li Tian in a matter of seconds. She reaches out to check her son's injuries, and her anger intensifies. This was a lethal attack. At that moment, Dean Tian arrived and, seeing Wu Yan, quickly asked, Xiao Yan, what happened? Wu Yan looked up at Dean Tian and said, Master, come see Xiao Tian's injuries. Dean Tian stepped closer, examining Li Tian's injuries, and frowned. This was quite a serious injury. At this time, Yu Zheng was completely stunned, never expecting that Li Tian would be Wu Yan's son. Wu Yan. She was notorious in the academy as the female madman, known for her ruthlessness. Moreover, she was already at the king level, and her master was the dean of the Beastmaster Academy. He realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Dean, that was a misunderstanding. I had no idea, Yu Zheng stammered. Wu Yuxian spoke up. Grandpa Dean, my brother was fighting for his life on the arena, and that person suddenly intervened, injuring my brother with a single palm. After hearing Wu Yoshuan's words, Dean Tian furrowed his brow. This matter was difficult to handle. He understood that Yu Zheng intervened in the match because one side had exceptional potential. Otherwise, Yu Zheng wouldn't have interfered, but now that he had injured someone, it was troublesome. Intervening in itself wasn't wrong, and he couldn't say anything about that, but injuring someone made it complicated. If it were an ordinary person, it would be manageable, at worst, just some compensation. But now that it involved Wu Yan's son, Dean Tian felt awkward. After all, Yu Zheng had no justification for intervening in a life-and-death match. That was against the rules. Now, having injured Li Tian, the situation was even less defensible. What about the student who was fighting Li Tian? Dean Tian asked. He is dead. Dead. Damn it. Dean Tian cursed inwardly, scolding the useless Yu Zheng for not saving the person and causing such a big mess. Xiao Yan, you first save the child. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Wu Yan nodded, still holding respect for her master. Of course, if she didn't get a satisfactory answer today, it wouldn't matter that he was her master. Dean Tian waved his hand, signaling the people around to disperse, and went to check the match footage. There were cameras around the arena to ensure fairness in the duel. Lazy, this little guy is ruthless. Lei Mukan nodded and said, damn. I thought our batch was wild enough, but compared to this year's freshmen, we're just good kids. The people around agreed with Lei Mukan. This kid named Li Tian had made quite an impression, regardless of whether his opponent was a rookie. Just the fact that a teacher had intervened in the arena showed his boldness. This kind of ruthlessness made everyone admire him. The most important thing was that even with that ruthlessness, without strength, he couldn't have pulled this off. And that guy named Li Tian was both ruthless and powerful, which was hard to ignore. Almost instantly, the video of this life and death duel spread throughout the Beastmaster Academy. At this moment, Dean Tian also saw the duel video between Li Tian and Chen Yuanshan. Dean, I was just caught up in the moment. That was a level 4-star seedling. And he killed him just like that. I acted in a moment of desperation, and I assure you, I didn't use my full strength. Dean Tian looked at Yu Zheng disapprovingly and said, all right, later I'll let Wu Yan not use her full strength and give you a slap. Will that make this matter go away? Is that okay? Yu Zheng shrank his neck. Even if he didn't die, he'd end up crippled for life. Dean Tian snorted coldly and began to watch the duel footage. When he saw Chen Yuanshan claim to be a level 4-star Beastmaster, he already knew who he was. This was a student he had specially recruited this year, one he had high hopes for. No wonder Yu Zheng would intervene. He would also choose to save such a high-potential seedling. Seeing this, Dean Tian's anger subsided somewhat. After all, Yu Zheng was acting for the Academy's sake. Soon, the two went up to the arena, and when Dean Tian saw that Li Tian was also a bronze Beastmaster, he was taken aback. What's going on? If I remember correctly, Chen Yuanshan said Li Tian was a level 1-star Beastmaster. How could a level 1-star Beastmaster reach the bronze level so quickly? Dean Tian, being well informed, immediately recognized that Xiao Hei could not possibly be an ordinary Chinese rural dog. After all, as Li Tian's beast, when Li Tian reached the bronze level, he must have completed 2 evolutions. But what was up with this black dog? It still looked like a Chinese rural dog. This was unscientific. And what about that big rooster beside Li Tian? What kind of creature was that? As the dean of the Beastmaster Academy, he had never seen such a pet. It must be a variant of the Luhua chicken, right? The other pet, however, Dean Tian recognized. It was a pet of the Netherworld type, and a well-known one at that, the Night Phantom, which was humanoid. With this pet, why not go for the mental type? Why waste your talent in the warrior type? Chapter 57. This kid is a talent. Dean Tian continued watching the duel video, and when he saw Chen Yuanshan's pet, it finally looked normal this time. His beast was a level 4-star flame lion, a beast with huge potential. If nothing went wrong, it would definitely become a king-level beast, meaning Chen Yuanshan had a bright future ahead. The remaining one was the Qing Shan Niu, a representative beast of the bronze level, also with great potential, capable of evolving to the starry level. The match quickly began, with Li Tian launching the first attack. Hearing Li Tian's command, Dean Tian nodded. This kid was good, clearly had combat experience. On the other side, Chen Yuanshan seemed much more laid back, still arranging tactics at that moment. Then, Xiao Hei executed a void cannon, knocking down the flame lion. Dean Tian was shocked. Was that a void cannon? Damn, is this really a Chinese rural dog? What a joke. Your Chinese rural dog can use a void cannon? Next, the Night Phantom engaged with the Qingshan Niu. Then, Jitai Mei charged in recklessly. Dean Tian was paying close attention to this variant Luhua chicken, eager to see what skills it had. When he saw Jitai Mei use the charge skill, he was taken aback. This was a high-level skill, right? What breed of chicken is this? It actually comprehended charge. That's too fierce. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanshan was already dumbfounded, completely unsure of how to evade. Just as Jitai Mei was about to get close to Chen Yuanshan, Yu Zheng intervened. Dean Tian nodded. Yu Zheng's timing for intervention was not wrong. Jitai Mei was gently pushed aside, and at that moment, Li Tian charged out. When Li Tian appeared, even Dean Tian didn't pay much attention. After all, how much damage could Li Tian do? But then, a shocking scene unfolded. Li Tian accelerated instantly and struck Chen Yuanshan's head, exploding it. Then, Yu Zheng intervened, delivering a slap to Li Tian. Returning to the moment when Li Tian struck, it was shown in slow motion. In that brief moment, Li Tian executed 3 skills in succession. One was a charge-type skill, which continued until Jitai Mei was pushed aside. Then came a stealth skill, allowing Li Tian to accelerate instantly. When he reached Chun Yuanshan, he executed a palm technique. All three skills were martial skills. And this kid was impressive. Dean Tian, being well-informed, immediately recognized that Li Tian was extraordinary. If Chun Yuanshan's death, a level 4-star potential Beastmaster, had caused him immense pain, then now seeing Li Tian, Dean Tian's eyes lit up immediately. This kid is definitely a talent. At such a young age, he is already a Bronze Realm warrior and has learned at least 3 skills. This kid should be cultivated with care. Perhaps he can even make it into the top 10 of the national competition this year. Looking back at Yu Zhang, he said, "All right, I won't make it difficult for you. Go train in the Iron Blood Legion for 3 years." Yu Zhang was mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, he acted for the sake of the academy this time. However, strictly speaking, his intervention did violate the academy's dual rules. As for going to the Iron Blood Legion, Yu Zhang didn't mind. After all, he was a Diamond Realm Beastmaster, and even though the Iron Blood Legion suppressed the brutal Beast Mountain, it posed no threat to him. "All right, Headmaster, I accept the punishment," Yu Zhang said respectfully. He nodded and left, understanding that the headmaster sending him to the Iron Blood Legion was actually a way to protect him. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's ruthless personality, he would definitely suffer in the academy. After Yu Zhang left, Headmaster Tian immediately picked up his phone and called the head of the Warrior Division. Soon after, the head of the Warrior Division, Jiang Xian, arrived in front of Headmaster Tian. Jiang Xian was not from Blue Star, but from Ziwei Star. The highest realm of warriors on Blue Star is only the Starry Realm, but there are warriors who have reached the King Realm on Ziwei Star. The person in front of him, Jiang Xian, was indeed a King Realm warrior. Headmaster Tian had invited her to be the head of the Warrior Division by providing her with elixirs. Jiang Xian was a decisive person who didn't like to dawdle. She stepped forward to Headmaster Tian and watched the video in front of her. It featured a duel between 2 Bronze Realm Beastmasters, and Jiang Xian frowned slightly. She wondered what was so interesting about this chicken pecking at each other, but she knew that Headmaster Tian wouldn't be so bored. When the scene showed Li Tian suddenly rushing out from behind Ji Tai Mei, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. Although she was watching a video, she was certain that the guy in the footage had just used a martial technique. And this was just the beginning. Li Tian's speed suddenly increased, and he used another martial technique. When he then struck Qin Yuanshan's head with a palm, Jiang Xian recognized it as another martial technique. This meant that the kid had used 3 martial techniques in such a short moment. This required energy from the body, indicating that he was at least a Bronze Realm warrior. It's quite rare for someone so young to become a Bronze Realm warrior. Moreover, Jiang Xian found that combination of martial techniques quite impressive. The kid acted decisively and had clear targets, which aligned well with Jiang Xian's preferences. What video is this? It looks somewhat like the Academy's duel arena. Could it be that someone from another academy came to challenge? Headmaster Tian laughed and said, Xian, this is where you are mistaken." Jiang Xian was puzzled as to why Headmaster Tian said that and asked, "What do you mean? Don't you recognize your own division's students? This is one of your Warrior Division's students." Upon hearing Headmaster Tian's words, Jiang Xian was taken aback. It turned out to be her own Warrior Division student, which she wasn't aware of. "Well, I only heard that the Warrior Division recruited 3 students this year. I really don't know the specifics." Headmaster Tian introduced Jiang Xian. "Wu Yan, you should know her, right?" Jiang Xian was indeed familiar with Wu Yan, who had just advanced to the King Realm, and she was aware of her ruthless nature. A few days ago, she even witnessed Wu Yan nearly beat her own son to death. She had been present at the scene. She also heard about Wu Yan's deeds from others and remained cautious of her, not wanting to offend this ruthless woman for no reason. Seeing Jiang Xian nod, Headmaster Tian continued, "This kid is Wu Yan's son, and he's the one who was nearly beaten to death by Wu Yan." At that time, Li Tian was in Wu Yan's arms, so Jiang Xian hadn't noticed Li Tian's appearance. Headmaster Tian continued, "I've heard that your Warrior Division recruited 3 students this year. One is Wu Yan's son, the one in the video named Li Tian. The other is Wu Yan's daughter, named Wu Yuxian, and the last one is called Shang Yinju. They grew up together and entered the Warrior Division together. You've watched today's battle video. Do you have any thoughts?" Jiang Xian was quite impressed with Li Tian and said, "This kid is not bad. He's a talent. I'm planning to teach him well." Headmaster Tian had called Jiang Xian over for this purpose, and now seeing that she was interested, he was satisfied and said, "Yes, this kid is indeed a talent. You should nurture him well." Jiang Xian nodded and chatted for a few more moments before leaving. On her way back, Jiang Xian became interested in the kid named Li Tian. Being able to unleash 3 martial techniques in succession to form a combination was not something just anyone could do. It seems that our Warrior Division is not all rotten fish and stinking shrimp after all. Chapter 58. I will let the child's grandfather take care of Yu Zhang. On the other side, under the elixirs provided by his mother Wu Yan, Li Tian was recovering quickly. Of course, Li Tian himself was also a Bronze Realm Beastmaster, and his innate recovery ability from his cultivation was quite strong. Li Tian didn't expect his cultivation method to have such an effect. Wu Yan was fully aware of this and felt that this cultivation method should not be spread. This thing was truly extraordinary. It's better to keep it in hand when there isn't absolute strength. Mom, what do you plan to do about this? Li Tian asked. Not long after, Wu Yan's phone rang. It was Headmaster Tian. She knew he must have finished dealing with the matter. Xian, take care of your brother. I'll go take a look. After giving her instructions, Wu Yan directly vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already in Headmaster Tian's office. Xian, I regret that such a thing has happened. Headmaster Tian said. Master, please don't say that. I just want to know how it was handled. Wu Yan directly interrupted Headmaster Tian, feeling that there was no need for formalities since there were no outsiders present. Xian, let me tell you. Yu Jing acted at that time for the sake of the academy. The student that Xiao Tian killed was a level 4-star potential Beastmaster. I believe you understand. Right? Wu Yan had already learned the specifics of the situation, so she knew why Yu Jing interfered in the duel. If it had happened to someone else, she could have understood. But since it happened to her son, it was another matter entirely. Headmaster Tian awkwardly nodded. Wu Yan's words were reasonable. The facts were there. And even as the headmaster, he could not distort the truth. Yes, you are right. My handling of Yu Jing is to send him to the Iron Blood Legion for 3 years, and in addition, to compensate Xiao Tian with a silver-level dragon species pet egg. Are you satisfied with this handling and compensation? Wu Yan frowned slightly. To be honest, she was not satisfied with this outcome. Master, forget it. I won't pursue this matter today. But I feel that there is no need for the Academy's duel arena to exist anymore. What do you think? Headmaster Tian saw Wu Yan's attitude and realized that these points couldn't sway her. Xian, you are making it difficult for me. You see, I'm sorry, Master. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. Then, I'll take my leave. What does it matter that you are my master? My son was nearly beaten to death. And you are still here trying to smooth things over. Wu Yan was not someone with a good temper. As a dignified King Realm Beastmaster, she was a guest of honor in any academy. Staying at the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy was merely out of respect for her alma mater. Seeing her alma mater treating her and her child this way, she wondered why she should remain there. Director Tian didn't expect Wu Yan to have such a big temper. He thought she would be a bit nicer after giving birth. He understood that when Wu Yan mentioned leaving, it wasn't about leaving his office. She meant leaving the Fengqing Beast Academy. How could that be? Xiao Yan, what do you think we should do about this? We can sit down and have a good chat. Wu Yan didn't genuinely want to leave the academy. Upon hearing this, she turned around and said, Isn't there a rule in the academy against teachers interfering in challenge arenas? And there are rules against teachers seriously injuring students, right? Moreover, my son was almost beaten to death, and they want to compensate with just a silver-level dragon-type pet egg? Master, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but do you really think my family can afford a dragon-type pet egg? After hearing Wu Yan's words, Director Tian wasn't angry. As the saying goes, if you ask for a sky-high price, you should be prepared to pay it back. Xiao Yan, then according to you, how should we handle this? Wu Yan wasn't unreasonable either. She said, Yu Jing must be expelled from the academy, and the whole academy should be informed. As for him going to the Iron Blood Army for 3 years, I have no objections. Director Tian nodded. This was an easy issue to resolve. I can agree to that. Is there anything else you want to say? Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction and said, I want 2 silver-level dragon-type pet eggs. Director Tian knew that Wu Yan was fighting for her daughter, and that was fine. After all, her daughter was also a student of the academy. This was a matter of shared interests. No problem. Wu Yan saw that Director Tian agreed and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Master, I won't ask for anything else. Director Tian didn't expect Wu Yan to be so agreeable today. He thought she was prepared to tear Yu Jing apart. He also understood his disciple a bit and teased. Xiao Yan, this isn't your character. Wu Yan smiled and said, Master, you may not know, but my child's grandfather is the deputy commander of the Iron Blood Army. I will have a word with him to take good care of Yu Jing. Director Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Li Tian's grandfather to be the deputy commander of the Iron Blood Army. To hold such a position, one would at least need to be a legendary beastmaster. If Yu Jing went to the Iron Blood Army, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. However, this deal was already agreed upon, and it was too late to backtrack now. He could only silently apologize to Yu Jing, not because he didn't want to help, but because his hands couldn't reach into the Iron Blood Army. All right, Master, I'm very satisfied with this result. I won't disturb your rest any longer. After saying that, Wu Yan left his office without giving Director Tian a chance to speak. Inside the office, Director Tian sighed. He never expected that in the end. He wouldn't be able to save Yu Jing. Forget it. I'll just pretend I don't know about Li Tian's grandfather. Li Tian, after hearing all this, was somewhat speechless. Was this compensation okay? A dragon-type pet egg is already considered great anywhere. No one can say that dragon-type pets are bad. But this was really not what Tian wanted. Even giving him some blue star coins would be fine. However, this dragon-type pet egg was of no use to him. It's just that he had already prepared a silver-level pet egg. With the Dark Hunter around, the dragon-type pet egg was completely useless. Moreover, his Dark Hunter was definitely a twin birth. He couldn't possibly give that up. As for contracting at the golden level, Tian hadn't considered that. With his illusory sea world, there would definitely be better options when he reached the golden level. Furthermore, looking at the situation of his 3 pets, Bai Xiaoqian's strength was the weakest. As for Xiao Bai, there was no need to mention. It currently had 5-star potential and all level skills, which were all extraordinary. Jitai Mei was also quite powerful, even though it was only a Lu Hua chicken. However, Jitai Mei had also comprehended level skills and had significant advantages in close combat. Bai Xiaoqian, on the other hand, was a bit lacking. Even though it was contracted as a bronze level, compared to the other 2, it was really not on the same level. So, Tian had little interest in pet eggs from the outside, even dragon-type pet eggs. However, since this was something his mom fought for him, he couldn't let down her intentions. Chapter 59. This year as students have a tough one at the same time. The decision regarding Yu Zhang's handling quickly came out. As for the compensation for Tian, it wasn't posted, but those in the know understood that it wouldn't be low. Just based on the fact that his mother was at the king level, the compensation couldn't be low. Moreover, Tian was absolutely in the right. He was almost killed by a teacher during the life and death duel. It wouldn't be reasonable not to give the students an explanation for such incidents. However, discussions in the Academy forum about today's events were far from over. This year's new students are fierce. They are much stronger than our cohort. I watched the duel video, that Tian dared to kill the opponent even when the teachers intervened. This kind of toughness is absolutely commendable. Did you notice? Tian's main pet took down the opponent's flame lion with just 1 skill. Does anyone know what kind of pet that is? From its appearance, it looks like a Chinese rural dog, but Tian is already at the bronze level, so it can't be just a Chinese rural dog. Does your Chinese rural dog use void cannon? That's a level skill. And his chicken is also quite fierce. Does anyone know what breed it is? Never seen it before. But that Dark Knight Phantom is quite impressive. Oh please. I watched that video. The worst performer was the Dark Knight Phantom. What do you know? The Dark Knight Phantom looked weak because the opponent was the Qingshan Bull. Not only were students in the Academy forum engaged in fierce discussions, but teachers from other branches were also discussing today's battle. After all, the new student competition was the day after tomorrow, and with a tough new competitor suddenly appearing, they couldn't afford to ignore it. In the War Pet Division conference room, as the division head, Feng Baoshan looked at the people present and said, "What do you think about today's battle?" Director Feng, I investigated. This Tian comes from the martial artist department, the new one opened this year. I already know about this, but I think we can try to recruit him. Don't you think that Dark Knight Phantom is the best spirit-type pet? It shouldn't be wasted. After seeing the Dark Knight Phantom, Feng Baoshan had the intention to recruit Tian. Although their War Pet Division had lost a potential seed from the video, it was clear that Chen Yuanshan was just looking for death and couldn't blame anyone else. Moreover, a dead potential seed wasn't worth them offending Tian. The priority now was to recruit Tian into the War Pet Division. Director Feng, I've already arranged for someone to handle this. Results should come soon. Feng Baoshan nodded. His subordinates were indeed efficient. Just then, Jiang Xian suddenly appeared in the conference room, dragging someone with her. Coldly glancing at the people in the room, she said, "Take care of your dog." After saying that, she roughly threw the person to the ground, creating a dull thud. Then Jiang Xian instantly vanished, leaving the conference room full of people who were at a loss. They soon realized that the person was a teacher from the War Pet Division, who was also sent to recruit Tian. Feng Baoshan's expression turned cold. Jiang Xian had gone too far, harming a teacher from his division in front of so many people. She was giving him no face at all. Jiang Xian, what do you mean by this? Although Feng Baoshan's voice wasn't loud, he believed Jiang Xian should be able to hear him. Sure enough, with a flash, Jiang Xian reappeared in the conference room. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Jiang Xian's words were icy, making everyone in the conference room involuntarily shiver. Feng Baoshan was also furious at this moment. As a stellar realm martial artist, what was there to be arrogant about? Jiang Xian, you really don't take me, Feng Baoshan, seriously at all. Jiang Xian sneered and replied, "Yes, you are right. I just don't take you seriously. What can you do about it?" Facing such a cocky Jiang Xian, Feng Baoshan was enraged. In an instant, he merged with his battle pet, ready to teach Jiang Xian a lesson. Jiang Xian, how dare you be so arrogant as a martial artist? Today, I'll let you see the difference between a beast master and a martial artist. Feng Baoshan said this with confidence, as he was a peak beast master at the stellar realm. He was only one step away from the King Realm and was known in the academy as the closest person to the King Realm. Dealing with a stellar realm martial artist like her would be a piece of cake. Jiang Xian coldly laughed. You really think you're a tiger? But you're just treating me like a sick cat. Without waiting for Feng Baoshan to make a move, Jiang Xian raised her hand and slapped him. Slap. This slap left Feng Baoshan dazed. It wasn't that he lacked combat experience, he had plenty of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the head of the Battle Pet branch of the Beastmaster Academy. However, the moment Jiang Xian made her move, he sensed that this person in front of him was not a stellar realm martial artist at all. This was a freaking King Realm martial artist, okay? But when did the Blue Star ever have a King Realm martial artist? How come he didn't know about it? However, Jiang Xian wouldn't give him a chance to explain, raising her hand for another slap. Slap. This time, Feng Baoshan saw Jiang Xian make a move and instinctively tried to dodge. The thought crossed his mind, but his body couldn't move. He was shocked to find that he was completely unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xian slapped him again. Jiang Xian sneered. People here say not to hit faces when hitting others. Today, I'm hitting your face. What can you do about it? Go ahead and fight back. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Slap. After saying that, Jiang Xian raised her hand for another slap, hitting Feng Baoshan's face again. Jiang Xian. You are too much. Greedy wolf, go. Although Feng Baoshan was immobilized, he was still a beast master and summoned his pet beast to fight. Jiang Xian saw Feng Baoshan summon his pet beast and didn't stop him. She had to set a rule for them today. From now on, wherever I, Jiang Xian, appear, you all better roll away. A giant wolf appeared in the conference room and lunged at Jiang Xian. Boom. Jiang Xian raised her hand again, and the giant wolf flew out. A stellar realm pet beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? Is this your life beast? At this moment, Feng Baoshan calmed down. He knew he was no match for a King Realm martial artist, so he chose to remain silent. After all, he had already lost face today. Slap. Jiang Xian was not in a good mood and raised her hand for another slap, saying, Are you mute? Speak. Feng Baoshan had already admitted defeat but remained silent, not believing that Jiang Xian would dare to kill him. Not speaking, huh? Then don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Xian slapped the giant wolf to death, and the wolf didn't even have time to scream. Feng Baoshan's face darkened. This was indeed his life beast. Although life beasts wouldn't actually die and would slowly revive in the Beastmaster space, he couldn't swallow this anger. The people in the conference room were also stunned by the scene before them, unsure of what to do. Now that Feng Baoshan was not even a match for Jiang Xian, what difference did it make if they went up? Jiang Xian walked step by step towards Feng Baoshan and said, I originally didn't want to bother with you, trash. But I didn't expect you to dare to lay hands on me. Fine, today I'll teach you to respect the strong. After saying that, Jiang Xian slapped Feng Baoshan on the back. Feng Baoshan's face turned pale. That slap directly destroyed one of his Beastmaster spaces. This meant that one of his battle pets was permanently dead and would never have a chance to revive. You, how dare you? Feng Baoshan finally couldn't contain his anger and glared fiercely at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, however, was unfazed and raised her hand for another slap. This time, it didn't destroy one of his Beastmaster spaces, but shattered a third of it instead. At that moment, Feng Baoshan finally couldn't hold back. He realized he had kicked a hardboard today. Please spare me. Jiang Xian looked at Feng Baoshan with satisfaction and cursed, bitch. Then she disappeared on the spot, leaving a group of confused academy teachers in the conference room. Chapter 60, by Xiao needs to strengthen. The events that took place in the Battle Pet Academy were known to very few. By the time Dean Tian found out, he could only sigh helplessly. That Feng Baoshan was one of his most capable aides, and now he had lost a Beastmaster space, which was indeed a huge loss. If he really got into a fight with that crazy woman Jiang Xian, he wasn't sure he would be able to handle her. Once a martial artist entered the King Realm, they were not weaker than a Beastmaster at all. Moreover, because martial artist techniques were uncertain, Dean Tian, who was used to battles between Beastmasters, felt it was tricky. For now, he could only suppress this matter. Besides, Feng Baoshan's actions weren't justified. There were only 3 students in the martial artist branch, and he was digging into their territory, which was really unreasonable. Not to mention Jiang Xian's explosive temper. Even he would feel embarrassed to question Jiang Xian upon hearing this. On the other side, Tian quickly recovered after taking his mother's elixir. Yu Zhang's slap didn't use all his strength, and Tian could have endured it. However, enduring it brought no benefit. At least he managed to obtain 2 dragon seed pet beast eggs. Although he might not use them himself, selling them could fetch a good price. However, through today's battle, Tian realized his shortcomings, mainly that Bai Xiaoqian was a bit lacking. Xiao Hei and Jitai Mei were doing quite well, but Bai Xiaoqian needed to find a way to strengthen herself. After entering the Illusion Sea world again, Tian began searching for treasures related to the Night Elves. It turned out that the system store had a lot of everything. and there were indeed many treasures related to the night elves. Li Tian directly ignored those he couldn't afford. No matter how good the items were, it was useless to look at them enviously. Nether blood, grade, unknown, description, the source blood from the nether realm, which can increase the potential of nether-type pet beasts after absorption. Price, 20. This price was acceptable to Li Tian, but he didn't know how effective it would be. He looked at his account balance and realized he was still a bit short of 20. Instead of choosing to kill monsters first, he directly entered the Sky Tower. After entering the Sky Tower, he appeared on the 3rd floor. The monsters on the 3rd floor had already been defeated, and now there was only a light door. Li Tian didn't hesitate and directly entered the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. The 4th floor also had 10 monsters, which relieved Li Tian. Jitai draw their fire. Xiao Hei, provide long-range support. Bai Xiaoqian, just watch. Forget it. Just sing a song to liven things up. Upon receiving the order, Bai Xiaoqian immediately began to sing. Jitai charge in. Li Tian immediately instructed Jitai to unleash its ultimate move. It was the most suitable for drawing fire now. Sure enough, when Jitai charged out, it immediately attracted the attention of all the monsters. All 10 monsters surrounded Jitai. After evolving, Jitai speed was also incredibly fast, and within these 10 seconds, it continuously attacked the monsters. Xiao Hei also used its Space Slash, which was really effective, taking out one monster at a time. By now, the energy within Xiao Hei could execute 2 Space Slashes, and combined with Li Tian's, they could unleash 5 Space Slashes in total. With the cooperation of Jitai and Xiao Hei, only 4 monsters were left on the 4th floor. This makes things easier. Jitai drank 2 bottles of Dahong, keeping his health above 50%. After the remaining 4 monsters were dealt with, Li Tian joined the battle as well. But he stayed behind Jitai to launch surprise attacks. 10 minutes later, the system's voice finally rang in Li Tian's ears. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 4th level of the Tower of Heaven and received 20 points of Divine Attribute Gene and a mystery box. A mystery box? What mystery box? Li Tian felt a bit frustrated, as the details of this mystery box were unclear. He opened his backpack and indeed found the item called a mystery box. Mystery box, grade, unknown, description, a truly versatile mystery box. There is nothing you can't imagine, and nothing that isn't inside the mystery box. This was the first time Li Tian had seen such a mystery box, so he casually opened it. Congratulations. You have received 3 drops of nether blood. Looking above his head, Li Tian began to suspect that this illusory sea world had its own intelligence. Just moments after he had seen nether blood, he opened the mystery box and received nether essence blood. Previously, he had seen the introduction of nether essence blood in the system mall. This was an evolved version of nether blood, significantly better. Moreover, a drop of nether essence blood was worth 300 points of divine attribute gene. Now, having received 3 drops consecutively, Li Tian couldn't help but admire the generosity of the illusory sea world. Without any intention of entering the 5th level of the Tower of Heaven, Li Tian directly exited the tower. Once outside, he gave all 3 drops of nether essence blood to Bai Xiaoqian. However, the system prompted that each nether pet could only use 1 drop. Damn! Li Tian knew that his sister had 2 twin knight spirits from one birth. Was this meant for them? What is the illusory sea world trying to say? Not allowing him to sell it, but permitting it to be brought into reality? After Bai Xiaoqian absorbed a drop of nether essence blood, she underwent significant changes. The most obvious change was that Bai Xiaoqian transformed from a white-clothed ghost into a red-clothed ghost. Is this really still Bai Xiaoqian? Shouldn't it be more appropriate to call her Hong Xiaoqian? At the same time, Bai Xiaoqian's skills underwent substantial changes. The Ghost Claw transformed into Nether Ghost Claw, greatly increasing its attack power. The Bite skill was replaced by Nether Ghost Howl, which caused a stunning effect upon use. Other skills also saw significant enhancements, and most importantly, Bai Xiaoqian's movement speed increased. Her speed in the air, which was already fast, tripled. Li Tian also noticed that Bai Xiaoqian's health directly increased 3-fold in the illusory sea world. This was somewhat terrifying, as Bai Xiaoqian was already physically immune. Furthermore, this time she gained a passive skill, Light Resistance. The advantages of Nether-type pets were clear, and so were the disadvantages. They feared encountering Light-type battle pets, which could completely counter Nether-type pets. Now, with the added Light Resistance, although it didn't immunize against light attribute damage, it greatly improved resistance to light attributes. This meant that in the future, Bai Xiaoqian wouldn't be completely countered by light-type pets. Looking at the current Bai Xiaoqian, Li Tian nodded in satisfaction. This drop of Nether Essence blood was well worth it, as it not only greatly enhanced Bai Xiaoqian's attributes, but also raised her loyalty to 100%. Previously, Bai Xiaoqian had obeyed his commands, but her loyalty was only 70%. On the other hand, Xiao Hei and Jitai had 100% loyalty. Now, Bai Xiaoqian's loyalty finally caught up. Seeing the additional 20 points of divine attribute gene in his hands, Tian began to purchase other treasures for Bai Xiaoqian. He had seen several useful treasures for her earlier, but had to give up due to a lack of divine attribute gene points. Now that he had some to spare, he naturally wanted to strengthen Bai Xiaoqian. Nether Ghost Claw. Category: Weapon. Grade. Description: can be equipped by Nether-type pets. Increases damage by 100%. Can be brought into reality. Exclusive equipment for pets. Price: 20. Tian did not hesitate and immediately bought it. His goal today was to strengthen Bai Xiaoqian, so he allocated all resources to her. Chapter 61. The pterosaur returns to its ancestors. After strengthening Bai Xiaoqian, Tian took his 3 pets to hunt flame cattle madly. Bai Xiaoqian now had a significant power upgrade and was no longer at the bottom of the group. Among the 3 pets and 1 human, Tian's monster-killing efficiency was the lowest. Next was Ji-Time, whose role as both a mount and a tank justified his lower attack. Following that was Bai Xiaoqian, who now had damage output only slightly inferior to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei still maintained the top position in the team, but while this guy had high monster-killing efficiency, he also consumed the most potions. In contrast, Bai Xiaoqian was the most economical with potions, as her physical immunity made it hard for her to take damage. Tian only stopped when his fatigue value was almost at its limit. After selling all the pet eggs he could, he once again gained a large number of divine attribute gene points. Noticing that both Xiao Hei and Bai Xiaoqian had spare skill slots, Tian prepared to buy another skill mystery box. However, this time the system mall seemed to have noticed that he was making money and had updated the skill technique mystery box, originally priced at 1,000 points. The technique skill mystery box had transformed into a mid-level technique skill mystery box worth 10,000 points. The description inside stated that the probability of obtaining high-level skills was greatly increased, and a 10 consecutive draw would guarantee at least 1 skill of a certain level. Seeing this description, Tian seriously suspected that the illusory sea world was developed by some company. Would daily gift packs be coming out soon, followed by a growth fund? A monthly card? Regardless of Tian's complaints, he needed to buy the technique skill mystery box. Checking his account balance, he directly purchased 10. Wasn't it said that the first 10 consecutive draws would guarantee at least 1 skill of a certain level? He had to get that skill of a certain level. After opening all of them, a series of system prompt sounds rang in his ears. He then opened his backpack to check what skills he had obtained. Ancient Bull / Grade. Description: a knife technique skill. More powerful when combined with Ancient Bull technique. Cannot be brought into reality. Tian was taken aback after reading this. This time the skill didn't have a database description. It only stated that it was a knife technique skill, more powerful when paired with the Ancient Bull technique, rather than the previous descriptions that mentioned several times or dozens of times damage. Was this preparing to align with reality? Continuing to check other techniques. Some were ones he previously owned, while others were ones he did not find appealing. The only skill that paired with the Ancient Bull technique was the Ancient Bull / Dance of the Demons. Grade. Description: summons countless skulls to fight for you. Duration of 10 seconds. Exclusive to battle pets. Can be brought into reality. Seeing this skill, Tian was very satisfied and readily gave it to Bai Xiaoqian. She didn't have any high-level skills yet, and this area attack skill came at just the right time. Other than that, there weren't any notable skills left. Everything else Tian had already sold. Checking the time, it was almost time, so Tian exited the illusory sea world. The next day, when he woke up and saw missed calls on his phone, all from Shang Yinju, Tian knew this guy had definitely advanced. Hey, did you enter the Bronze Realm? Tian asked. I advanced at midnight last night. Tian, I contracted a pterosaur. Guess what? Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't he also have twins, would he? Twins? Tian tentatively asked. Where are there so many twins? I wish I had twins. Hearing this, Tian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, You scared me. I thought you were going to have a pair of twins too. Phew. Shang Yinju chuckled and said, Xiao Tian, my pterosaur didn't have a pair of twins. Nor was it blessed by the heavenly Tao. It just experienced a phenomenon of atavism. Damn it. Tian cursed directly. It turned out this bastard was waiting for him. The phenomenon of atavism in pet beasts isn't particularly rare. Many people's pets have experienced it. However, Shang Yinju's pet is a pterosaur, a dragon-type beast. It's rare for a dragon-type beast to experience atavism. Soon, Tian heard a flapping sound outside the window. He opened the window and saw Shang Yinju riding on a dragon. Xiao Tian, do you see how majestic I am? Majestic my ass. You bastard. Let me ride it for a round. After saying that, Tian cursed and jumped onto the back of the dragon as well. Hee, Xiao Tian, how about it? Isn't my dragon majestic? Shang Yinju was showing off as much as he could. But this guy indeed had something to boast about. If this happened to Tian, he would definitely be even more showy. Tian was filled with envy and jealousy. Who would have thought the pterosaur would actually experience atavism? What is going on? Is this still a pterosaur? Xiao Hei shook his head and said, of course not. After experiencing atavism, my dragon transformed from a pterosaur into a radiant sacred dragon. Damn. Tian cursed fiercely. The radiant sacred dragon is a beast of the king realm. Who wouldn't be envious? However, this radiant sacred dragon is currently limited by Xiao Hei's realm, so it can only exhibit the strength of the bronze realm for now. But even so, this radiant sacred dragon is not something an ordinary pet can compete with. After all, it is a beast of the king realm. And the suppression from another bloodline is also a significant issue. The two of them rode the radiant sacred dragon around the martial artist academy. Sitting on the back of the radiant sacred dragon, Tian felt incredibly majestic and secretly decided to contract a dragon in the future. Hey friend, why are you forcefully entering our martial artist academy? Just as the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tian and the others. Tian saw that the speaker was a woman dressed in martial artist attire. No need to ask, she was definitely a teacher from the martial artist academy. Xiao Hei was originally in her office studying the video of Tian from yesterday, wanting to know what kind of skill it was. At that moment, she sensed a faint aura of the king realm. Xiao Hei initially thought it was reinforcements summoned by Feng Baoshan, since she had slapped his face hard the day before. However, when Xiao Hei reached the back of the dragon, she was also dumbfounded. What is going on? Isn't that Tian? And who is this girl? Looking at her not being very old, could she be Tian's girlfriend? Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Tian and Xiao Hei stood up and respectfully saluted Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei looked at Tian and asked, what is going on? Which division is she from? How come there are no rules at all? Before Tian could speak, Xiao Hei said, teacher, my name is Xiao Hei, and I am also a student of this martial artist academy. Xiao Hei was stunned again. A student from her division? Not from another division? You are also a student of our division? Xiao Hei asked uncertainly. At this moment, Tian quickly explained for Xiao Hei. Teacher, you misunderstood. Xiao Hei really is a student of our martial artist academy. He just entered the bronze realm yesterday and contracted a pterosaur. As a result, the pterosaur experienced atavism and became the current radiant sacred dragon. Atavism, radiant sacred dragon. At this moment, Xiao Hei was also dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen to a student from her division? Moreover, this radiant sacred dragon is a beast of the king realm and can later evolve into a radiant divine dragon king. That's a title-level beast. What kind of luck does this Xiao Hei kid have? Chapter 62. What kind of students are these? Xiao Hei realized that it wasn't reinforcements summoned by Feng Baoshan or other teachers or students from different divisions coming to show off. Instead, it was a student from her own division, and she vanished in an instant. What is wrong with students from her own academy flying around above their own division? How normal is that? This year, she originally thought having Tian was already quite good. She didn't expect there to be such a lucky little girl as well. It seems that her division would shine brightly in this year's new student competition. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Xiao Hei softly said, come in. Wang Yuan walked in with a worried expression and said, Dean, where did that strong person come from? Xiao Hei smiled slightly and said, what strong person? You can see for yourself. Isn't that one of our division's students? Our division's students? Wang Yuan thought carefully. There were only 3 students this year. None of them were students of the king realm. Besides, who would enter the king realm and still come to the academy to study? Seeing Wang Yuan's puzzled expression, Xiao Hei explained, it's a little girl named Xiao Hei. After she advanced to the bronze realm, she originally wanted to contract a pterosaur. But the pterosaur experienced atavism and became the radiant sacred dragon. What the hell? Wang Yuan felt that if he weren't in the dean's office at that moment, he would have cursed directly. This kid scared the hell out of him. He thought they were here to collect a gambling debt. By the way, Dean, Xiao Hei is not a little girl. He is a boy. A boy. Xiao Hei, who was quite experienced, had indeed never seen such a beautiful boy. He was more beautiful than most girls, right? Haha, if you hadn't said it, I would have thought he was a girl. But why is this young man wearing a skirt? Wang Yuan knew the dean would ask this question and explained, at that time, I also asked him this. He said it was cooler. Xiao Hei was speechless and changed the topic. Well, they should all be your students, right? From your observation, how are these 3? Wang Yuan organized his words and said, Dean, to be honest, these 3 students are quite extraordinary. We originally thought Wu Yuxian was impressive enough, but after yesterday's battle, I believe you've seen the video, Tian truly has remarkable talent as a martial artist. And today, after Xiao Hei's pterosaur experienced atavism, it can be said that he has a bright future ahead. These 3 students are top-notch in any division. Wu Yuxian? Is she a little girl? Xiao Hei looked at Tian and Xiao Hei, noticing she hadn't seen Wu Yuxian. Yes, she and Tian are fraternal twins. Their mother is also a teacher at the school. You should know her. Jiang Xian got along well with Wu Yin and valued her, especially since Wu Yin had entered the king realm, which made Jiang Xian admire her even more. Jiang Xian already knew that Li Tian was Wu Yan's son, but she didn't expect Wu Yuxian was also Wu Yan's child. If Wang Yuan hadn't told her, she wouldn't have realized this. Well, continue talking about this little girl. Sure, Dean. This Wu Yuxian was still at the Black Iron Realm when she first entered the academy and entered the Bronze Realm yesterday morning. Moreover, this little girl has incredibly good luck. The third battle pet she contracted was a Netherworld-type Night Phantom, and that's not the main point. The main point is that when she contracted the Night Phantom, it actually experienced a twin birth. Twin birth? At this moment, even Jiang Xian couldn't remain calm because that was a twin birth. Although she was a martial artist, it didn't mean she didn't understand beast tamers. On the contrary, she had done a lot of research on beast tamers. She knew very well how rare a twin birth was. This is not the same as humans having twins. This is a twin birth of battle pets. While others of the same realm have 3 battle pets, you have 4, and one can imagine how significant that advantage is. So, does that mean the average level of the students in our branch is now above the bronze level? Wang Yuan thought about Li Tian and the 3 of them leveling up. Although it didn't have much to do with his branch, it seemed reasonable for the principal to say so. This is all due to the principal's excellent leadership. You can tell from the student's strength. Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, Xiao Wang, it's just the beginning of the semester. What does this have to do with our branch? You can't say such things publicly. People will laugh at you. Wang Yuan, however, disagreed and said, Principal, I must refute you on this. Once you enter our branch, you are a student of our branch, especially Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinju, both of whom leveled up in our branch. How can that not be related to us? Jiang Xian was increasingly satisfied with Wang Yuan. Well, what you said makes sense. All right, you can go now and tell those little ones to prepare well. They must not embarrass us in the new student competition. Wang Yuan quickly nodded and said, Okay, Principal, I will definitely convey your instructions. Watching Wang Yuan leave, Jiang Xian's smile grew even wider. She initially thought that this year's new student competition would undoubtedly place their martial arts branch at the bottom. After all, those who could apply to their martial arts branch were mostly from academies with poor beast-taming potential. If they could achieve good results, that would be surprising. But now, it seems like, On the other side, after seeing the teacher leave, Li Tian said to Shang Yinju, You really have a lucky star. You encounter such things. Shang Yinju also looked proud and said, Luck. All right, look at your smugness. How many meridians have you opened in the bull demon technique? Seeing Li Tian ask about serious matters, Shang Yinju also put away his playful demeanor and said, All opened. Last night, taking advantage of leveling up to the bronze level. I opened them all. Li Tian nodded and said, Good, then you should rest well and strive to raise your martial arts realm. The Millennium Bull Demon Inner Core will speed up your cultivation. All right, how long until you enter the silver level? Li Tian rolled his eyes and said, I just entered the bronze level a few days ago. The silver level is still far off. Soon, in about 2 months. If the Millennium Bull Demon Inner Core supply is sufficient, this speed will accelerate. Li Tian didn't hide it and shared his situation. It won't take that long, Xiao Tian. I called my illegitimate father yesterday and asked him to prepare 3 drops of life essence. I believe we will soon enter the silver level. Life essence. Li Tian was stunned. This was a real treasure. Moreover, this thing couldn't be bought just because you had money. It required connections. Li Tian could now confirm that Shang Yinju's illegitimate father was definitely from a dragon tamer family. Only dragon tamer families could purchase life essence, which was a specialty of the spirit forest. Aiju, isn't this too precious? Li Tian felt a bit embarrassed, mainly because this thing was really rare. Shang Yinju disagreed and said, Xiao Tian, do you think life essence is precious, or do you think the techniques you gave me are precious? Li Tian really wanted to say that life essence was precious. After all, he obtained his techniques very easily. However, he also understood that Shang Yinju wanted to repay him in this way. At this moment, to push back would seem a bit hypocritical, so he said, All right, then thank your father for me. Shang Yinju rolled his eyes at Li Tian and didn't say anything further. He had told his father about the life essence yesterday, but his father had not agreed yet. After all, this stuff was genuinely precious. Even if he wanted to obtain 3 drops of life essence at once, it would take a lot of effort. But this morning, after telling his father about the return to the ancestor of the pterosaur, the other party immediately said that 3 drops of life essence would not be a problem and would definitely be delivered within a week. What a snobbish old man. My mom is much cuter. Chapter 63. About the new student competition. Today is the 2nd day of school, and the 3 Little Ones Academy life has officially begun. Wang Yuan stood on the podium and introduced them to the glorious history of Fengcheng Beast-Taming Academy, as well as various activities and reward systems within the academy. The first test you will face is the new student competition. I believe you all have some understanding of it before coming here. However, I still want to introduce the rules of the new student competition. The so-called new student competition is not a fighting competition. Instead, all new students this year will be placed on a small island. Various low-level wild monsters have been released on this island, and those monsters will be your real opponents. During the new student competition, students are allowed to form teams, with a maximum of 4 people per team, and there will be teachers supervising from the academy. Of course, you can also act alone. However, the school's suggestion is to go in teams. When hunting monsters on the island, black iron level monsters are worth 1 point, bronze level monsters 10 points, and silver level monsters 100 points. However, I do not recommend hunting silver level monsters. Bronze level monsters offer the best value. Also, during the new student competition, students are not allowed to fight privately. If discovered, there will be consequences from the school. Tian and the other two were already clear about these rules. Tian listened carefully to Wang Yuan's words, feeling that what the teacher said made a lot of sense. Although silver-level monsters have high points, they can easily get injured, making them not worth the risk. In contrast, bronze-level monsters are relatively safe and offer the best value. Teacher, what if we hunt the same monster as another team? Wang Yuan looked at Shang Yinzhu, who was speaking, and said, "It's simple. The supervising teacher will make the ruling to prevent monster snatching. Almost every team will have a teacher following along. Besides, this island is quite large, so monster snatching situations are not common." After seeing that Li Tian and the others understood, Wang Yuan announced the end of the class. Today's lesson was officially over, and the afternoon was free activity time. Xiao Tian, what elective course are you planning to choose? Shang Yinzhu asked. Is there even a question? Of course, it's Alchemy Master. With my mom's connections, if I don't choose Alchemy Master, I'd be crazy. Shang Yinzhu was not surprised by Li Tian's words at all. What about you? Li Tian asked. Humph, you're just being pretentious. Regardless of what elective course they choose, they can only take them after the new student competition. Right now, everything revolves around the new student competition. Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian naturally understood this, and were also seizing the time to cultivate. Now that they had cultivation techniques, they wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Especially Shang Yinzhu, whose beast had only a 5-star potential, meaning his limit might very well be the diamond level. There was a certain chance to break through to the starry level, but that chance was not very high. However, now that he had techniques, it was different. As long as he worked hard to cultivate, he could potentially grow to the title level. So now the 3 of them were all focused on cultivating. After returning to the villa, Li Tian secretly called Wu Yuxian. After all, with Shang Yinzhu present just now, Li Tian couldn't give the nether blood to Wu Yuxian. Not long after, Wu Yuxian arrived at Li Tian's villa. What's wrong? Why so mysterious? Wu Yuxian didn't understand why her brother called her over. Wondering if there was something that couldn't be said over the phone, Li Tian didn't waste words and said, "This is for you. I obtained it from my master. I couldn't give it to you earlier because Shang Yinzhu was here." Wu Yuxian took the nether blood and asked, "What is this?" This is called nether blood. It has miraculous effects on nether-type beasts. Summon your Dabao and Air Bao and let them eat it. It will cause changes in your beasts. Without hesitation, Wu Yuxian summoned Dabao and Air Bao. When the 2 little dolls saw the nether blood, they expressed an immense desire through their mental contract. Wu Yuxian was also curious about the effects of this nether blood and fed 2 drops of it to her 2 pet beasts. After Dabao and Air Bao consumed the nether blood, significant changes appeared on their bodies. First, their bodies changed from resembling 1-year-old children to now about 3 years old. Secondly, their clothing also transformed from infant belly wraps to complete sets of children's clothing. Wu Yuxian checked the attributes of the 2 babies through the mental contract and was left speechless. Both Dabao and Air Bao's skills had been enhanced, and the energy within their bodies had increased significantly. Although it didn't directly evolve the 2 babies, Wu Yuxian felt that their potential had increased many times over. "Thank you, brother," Wu Yuxian happily said to Li Tian. Li Tian waved his hand, signaling her to leave. He initially wanted to warn her not to be deceived by that brat Shang Yinzhu. However, he thought better of it, as he didn't believe that Shang Yinzhu would deceive his own sister. The 3 of them had grown up together, and he trusted that Shang Yinzhu wouldn't betray her. Wu Yuxian didn't stand on ceremony with Li Tian, as there was no need to be overly polite with her own brother. After she left, Li Tian picked up a millennium-long bull inner pill and began to cultivate. This item was worth 50,000 divine attribute gene points in the illusory sea world, but it was quite cheap outside. However, with the aid of this item, Li Tian could clearly feel his progress. Normally, wanting to enter the Silver Realm without the support of a technique would take at least half a year for an ordinary beast master. But with the technique, he could guarantee entering the Silver Realm in 4 months. Now, with the assistance of the millennium-long bull inner pill, this time could be shortened to 2 months. If Shang Yinzhu could really get him a drop of life essence, Li Tian felt he could enter the Silver Realm in just a month. It was known that this was a period of rapid growth for Beast Masters. The faster they progressed now, the higher they would grow in the future. He stopped thinking about unnecessary things and focused on cultivating, as that was the most important thing. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Tian had absorbed all 5 millennium-long bull inner pills. Seeing that the 2 brothers hadn't called for him, he guessed they were still cultivating. He rode his Jitai Mei alone towards the Beastmaster Mall within the academy. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Mall, he noticed that there were significantly more people than usual. When Li Tian walked in, no attendants came to greet him, indicating that business was booming. Fortunately, he still remembered the display from his last purchase of millennium-long bull inner pills. As soon as he reached the display area, he saw a familiar face approaching him. It was Lei Mukun, the one who had previously competed with him in beast battles. Li Tian greeted him actively. "Oh, isn't this brother Lei? Long time no see." Now that Li Tian was considered a celebrity in the academy, Lei Mukun was quite pleased to see Li Tian treating him with respect. "Xiao Tian, it really has been a long time. I watched yesterday's battle. You were amazing." After saying that, Lei Mukun gave Li Tian a thumbs up. Chapter 64. A true warrior must compete. They say a flower-adorned sedan chair is carried by many. Li Tian gave himself face. And Lei Mukun also gave him plenty of face. "Brother Lei, you're joking. It was just a friendly competition." Lei Mukun waved his hand and said, "That might be true for others, but you definitely aren't just a nobody. Are you interested in joining our Tianlong Society?" Li Tian knew that there were many societies in the Beastmaster Academy, and the Tianlong Society was one of them. It was often said that wherever there are people, there are conflicts, and the same was true at the Beastmaster Academy. However, Li Tian had no interest in joining any societies. Although joining a society would indeed come with many benefits, it would also require contributions to the society. Li Tian didn't believe that the resources of the Tianlong Society were worth his attention. With the illusory sea world available, joining a society wouldn't be of much use. "Brother Lei, I currently have no plans to join a society, but I can assure you that if I do decide to join one in the future, it will definitely be the Tianlong Society." This statement gave Lei Mukun ample face, and he was more than satisfied with Li Tian. "All right, brother. If you need anything in the future, just ask me, Lei Mukun. I still have some influence here in the Beastmaster Academy. No problem. I won't hesitate to trouble brother Lei in the future." After chatting for a while, Lei Mukun left the Beastmaster Mall. Li Tian didn't take these words to heart. As long as he received some face, that was enough. Besides, no matter how influential Lei Mukun was, could he compare to his mother, who was a teacher at the academy? "I also have my own backing, all right." Li Tian just didn't want to show off. Right now, he had no time to waste with these people. Not long after, an attendant came over to attend to Li Tian. "Hello, sir. Business here has been exceptionally busy today, and we are a bit short-staffed, so I apologize for the wait." Li Tian didn't mind. The busy business had nothing to do with the attendant. Besides, he hadn't waited long. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Give me 100 millennium-long bull inner pills." "Certainly, sir. Soon." Li Tian purchased another 100 millennium-long bull inner pills. After getting what he wanted, Li Tian prepared to leave. "Xiao Tian, what is your mother planning to refine?" Hearing a familiar voice, Li Tian looked up to see a middle-aged man speaking. He quickly recalled the identity of this person. His name was Xiao Hei, a disciple of his mother. "Senior brother, I'm not sure either. My mother asked me to come, so I did. You know how my mother is. I wouldn't dare to ask." Li Tian's latter statement resonated with Xiao Hei, who also found his master quite strict. When he was taught alchemy, he had received plenty of scolding. Then Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, and he said to Li Tian, "Xiao Tian, what elective profession are you planning to choose? Why not come and be an alchemist under me? I'm the alchemy teacher for new students this year, and with your innate talent, becoming an alchemist will definitely be no problem." Li Tian didn't sense anything wrong, and instead thought his senior brother was quite nice. "Really? That sounds great. I was just planning to choose alchemy, and if this year's teacher is my senior brother, that would be perfect. All right then, you get back to what you're doing. Don't keep my master waiting." Watching Li Tian leave, Xiao Hei couldn't help but smile. He remembered how harshly his master had scolded him back in the day, nearly making him retreat into himself. "Now that your son is in my hands, it's time to settle the score. I won't need to deliberately make things difficult for him. I'll just be a bit strict. Not to mention, having him memorize the complete herbal compendium shouldn't be too much to ask, right? There are over 36,000 types of herbs in total. Asking him to memorize it in a year isn't too harsh, is it? After all, that is how you required me back then. It's only fair I do the same for your son, right?" Li Tian had no idea there were so many things going on, but Xiao Hei's words reminded him. Since the millennium-long bull inner pill could assist in cultivating the bull technique, could he not use the millennium-long bull inner pill as the main ingredient to research a better auxiliary medicine? Thinking of this, Li Tian got an idea and decided to check if there were any such medicines he wanted in the illusory sea world. Looking at the time, he went to the cafeteria to grab a bite, but still didn't see the two brothers. Instead, he spotted that female teacher from the morning. Jiang Xin waved at Li Tian, signaling him to come over. Li Tian wasn't sure what subject this teacher taught him, but it wouldn't hurt to go over. Teacher, did you call me? Jiang Xin nodded and said, no need to be polite, just sit. Li Tian genuinely didn't hold back and directly sat opposite Jiang Xin. Seeing Li Tian like this, Jiang Xin felt quite appreciative. A warrior must be decisive and straightforward. A hesitant warrior cannot achieve great things. Your name is Li Tian, right? Li Tian nodded and said, yes, teacher, my name is Li Tian. Jiang Xin had no intention of introducing herself and continued, I watched your duel video from yesterday. You fought very well and did not bring shame to our warrior branch. Jiang Xin was serious when she said this. She didn't mention anything about being ruthless. When it comes to life and death battles, what sympathy is there to speak of? Teacher, you flatter me. Jiang Xin nodded and continued, I can see you already have martial skills. Did you practice before your awakening? Yes, I was worried about a failed awakening, so I prepared for both paths. If I don't become a beast master, I'll become a warrior. Jiang Xin was not surprised by this. Many students prepared this way. Who is your master? Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. Jiang Xin searched her memory, but could not find anyone by that name, assuming it was just an unknown figure. Yes, the martial skills are just a side thing. My master is a weapon refiner, and he mainly teaches me about refining. Oh, I see. Jiang Xin was more certain of her guess. It seemed he was indeed not a major figure. So, you are also a weapon refiner? Jiang Xin teased. Li Tian nodded seriously, yes. My master is very skilled in refining, at least a titled weapon refiner. Uft. Jiang Xin almost choked on the water she had just drunk. It wasn't that she lacked composure, but Li Tian's ignorance had caught her off guard. Kid, do you know what it means to be a titled weapon refiner? Li Tian did not waste words. He knew explaining would be useless. He directly took out a broadsword from his hand and handed it to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was nearly fainting with anger upon seeing the broadsword. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a titled weapon refiner is? Li Tian, however, was unfazed and smiled. Teacher, you misunderstood. This was not refined by my master. It was refined by me. After hearing this, Jiang Xin re-examined the broadsword in her hand and noticed the inscription on it. Did you carve this inscription too? Li Tian smiled and nodded. He was now certain that this person before him was not a real teacher. A real teacher wouldn't ask him these questions, just like Wang Yuan. Moreover, Li Tian judged that this person could appear on the back of the radiant holy dragon at the first moment, indicating she was the head of this branch, which was also why he chose to speak up. Seeing Li Tian nod, Jiang Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath. A bronze-level weapon refiner being able to carve inscriptions meant something significant, and she was well aware of that. That Feng Qingyang was definitely not the nameless person she imagined. He could very likely be a reclusive master, perhaps even a titled weapon refiner. You are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. The new students' competition is in 2 days. Perform well. I don't expect you to take first place, but you must show the prowess of our warrior branch. Jiang Xin encouraged. Teacher, you should have confidence in your students. Warriors are competitive. Li Tian recalled a line from a novel on Earth and said it casually. Indeed. Chapter 65. New students' competition with previous plans in mind. After entering the illusory sea world, the first thing Li Tian did was open the system shop. Sure enough, he saw many medicinal pills that aided in cultivation, but he was unsure of their effectiveness. However, the prices were not low. Li Tian selectively bought 2 pills. One was the Foundation Cultivation pill worth 5, and the other was the Spirit Energy pill worth 2. After trying them, he felt that the Spirit Energy pill was slightly better in effect. Although it was cheaper, it suited him more. Moreover, the effect of this pill was not much worse than that of the Millennium Tang Nyo Inner pill. However, it still didn't meet Li Tian's requirements. So he continued searching the system shop and finally found an option he was satisfied with. Customized pill card. Seeing the name, Li Tian immediately understood the specific effect of this item. The price was not expensive, only 10 divine attribute gene points. Li Tian directly purchased it and wrote down his requirements, specifying that the main material should be the Millennium Tang Nyo Inner pill. A minute later, the customized card finally provided a formula. Tang Nyo pill. Grade. Materials. Description. Using this will accelerate the cultivation speed of Tang Nyo skills. Li Tian recorded all the materials one by one. He certainly couldn't refine such a pill himself. But his mother could. After all, she was a ready-made alchemist. So why not take advantage of it? What Shang Yinzhu said during the day inspired Li Tian. He currently had no secondary profession. As long as he obtained the proof of the secondary profession, it wouldn't be a loss. Now, the alchemy was at silver level, and the weapon refining was at legendary level. Learning the Talisman Master seemed to be just a matter of obtaining a job transfer proof. As the saying goes, Having multiple skills is never a burden. Tian opened the system shop again. There were currently 5 secondary professions opened, besides weapon refining, alchemy, and talisman crafting. There were also the craftsman and puppeteer professions. Tian bought 1 blind box for each profession. After all, these were not expensive, and anything he got would be considered a profit. However, after the update in the illusory sea world, the price of these blind boxes had increased. Originally costing only 2,000 points, it was now 10 times more expensive. Fortunately, there was a guarantee. Each opening would yield 2 items, one of which would definitely be a job transfer proof. This made Tian somewhat regret having opened the alchemist profession too early. He knew that his alchemist level was only silver. While that was still good, it certainly didn't offer as many options as he had now. But regretting didn't help. So Tian could only smile bitterly as he opened the 3 blind boxes. Looking at the open treasures, Tian began to check them one by one. The talisman master gave him a golden level proof, which was quite good, so Tian learned it directly. The puppeteer only provided him with a black iron level proof, which was too disappointing, so Tian didn't even look at it and tossed it into the warehouse. The craftsman profession was quite impressive, a king level proof, without any hesitation. He learned it. In addition to these 3 proofs, there were also 3 treasures. Explosive talisman, grade, materials, description, equivalent to a full-strength strike from a silver-level warrior. Tian's eyes lit up upon seeing this. It was a great treasure. This item was no different from a grenade. If he were to fight someone, before the opponent even got close, he could unleash a round of grenades. That feeling would be exhilarating. The other 2 items were not particularly impressive, so Tian disregarded them and tossed them into the warehouse to gather dust. Next came a day of earning divine attribute gene points. Now that his level had risen, his efficiency in defeating monsters had also improved. His fixed daily income was about 30, which Tian was quite satisfied with. Moreover, he could also find beast eggs that could be brought into reality, which was what Tian was focused on. After all, some materials in reality were cheaper than in the illusory sea world, like the Millennium Tang Nyo inner pill. The next day, after attending the warrior classes, Tian did not continue cultivating. The new students' competition was tomorrow, and there were many things he needed to prepare. First, he went to the academy's weapon refining pavilion, rented a refining room, and began crafting equipment. It was not for himself, but for Defy. This kind of frontline tank required good equipment. Tian crafted a breastplate for Defy according to her size. Just this breastplate, along with the carved inscription, took Tian 2 hours. Today was mainly about strengthening the frontline tank. He was counting on Defy to withstand the monsters tomorrow. He also crafted a pair of iron claws for Defy, again inscribing them. When he was at the black iron level, Tian could barely inscribe a simple inscription. After entering the bronze realm, Tian's energy increased several times. Carving inscriptions became much easier, and each piece of equipment was inscribed with 3 inscriptions. The inscriptions on the breastplate were Yu, to defend, and Jiangu, to be solid. Yu is easy to explain, as it means to increase defense. Jiangu is also one of the few inscriptions that Tian can combine into a word. This Jiangu also means to increase defense and implies that the equipment should not be damaged easily. The inscriptions on the iron claws were Jiangu and Rue, sharp. As the name suggests, it means to make the iron claws solid and sharp. After forging these 2 pieces of equipment, Tian went to the Beast-Master Mall to purchase materials for carving explosive talismans. Upon returning to his villa, he began to carve the explosive talismans. Fortunately, Tian had Xiao Hei, an energy supply device that could devour energy. Whenever he ran out of energy, he would let Xiao Hei devour more. This way, Tian's energy was continuously replenished, and carving the explosive talismans was not too exhausting. In 3 hours, he carved less than 100 talismans, which was still quite good. Tian looked at the day's results with satisfaction and had no intention of entering the illusion sea world, so he fell asleep directly. After all, this fatigue value can accumulate, and the updated illusion sea world is quite humane in this regard. When Tian woke up again, it was already the day of the freshman competition. He had set an alarm clock early because he couldn't oversleep on such an important day. There were only 3 of them in the warrior division, so there was no need for a grand mobilization meeting. Jiang Xian looked at the 3 youngsters and said, "I am the dean of the warrior division. You can call me Teacher Jiang or Dean Jiang." Seeing Jiang Xian say this, Tian knew his guess was correct. "Although you are only beast masters, I want to say that we are the warrior division here, so you will inevitably become warriors among beast masters in the future. The day before yesterday, someone among you told me that warriors must fight for themselves. I think this makes a lot of sense. As warriors, we must have this momentum. No matter what happens, we must strive for it. Just like those pure warriors, who failed to awaken but are unwilling to accept their fate. They still fight against destiny, against heaven, trying to enter the silver realm as soon as possible. Now I hope you all have this spirit of daring to strive and the mentality that warriors must fight for themselves. Today's freshman competition is your opportunity to prove yourselves. Are you confident? Yes. The three little ones shouted loudly. Good. Zhang Xin looked at the three little ones with satisfaction. She knew that after today, no one in the Beastmaster Academy would dare to look down on their warrior division. Let's go, follow me. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xin took the three of them and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 66. What is this radiant holy dragon? When Tian and the others reappeared, they were already in front of a teleportation portal. Zhang Xin simply said, keep up, and entered the portal first. Tian and the others quickly followed. Knowing that the other side of the portal was the venue for this year's freshman competition, Tian noticed that the place they appeared in was not on the small island, but on the opposite side of it. To reach the island, they would have to cross the 5-kilometer-wide sea in front of them. As for how to get across, it would depend on each person's abilities. This was also a test from the academy for the new students. Those with water or aerial beast masters would have an advantage at this moment. If someone lacked aerial or water beast masters, they would have to swim across. If they couldn't even swim that short distance, it would only indicate that they weren't worthy of becoming strong. Tian looked around. Many people had already gathered here. This year's freshman competition had a total of 487 participants. After hearing Zhang Xin's words, Tian couldn't help but feel amazed at how many new students there were. After Zhang Xin finished speaking, she didn't continue to explain or provide any pre-battle analysis. She just stood there, looking ahead, seemingly lost in thought. In contrast, the other divisions were in a different situation. The teachers from the Battle Pet division were conducting pre-battle analyses. Qian Sisi, I've arranged for the three of you to be together because I hope your team can win first place in this year's freshman competition. The girl named Qian Sisi nodded. She knew that all three awakened students with level potential from the Battle Pet division were in her team. Even she was incredibly eager for the first place in the freshman competition. This year's first place team would receive a bottle of the latest gene fluid. This gene fluid is a new product from the Humanoid Federation, and the entire Blue Star has a limited quota. The effects of this gene fluid are astonishing. It can accelerate the training speed of Beastmasters. There are rumors that it can double the training speed, making this reward extremely enticing. The rewards for the second place team are also generous, but they pale in comparison to the first place reward. Tian Jingyan, as the Dean of the Beastmaster Academy, was observing this year's newcomers with several senior faculty members. Old Tian, this year, you've really invested heavily. These three students with level potential must be well cultivated. Whether our academy can turn things around depends on them. At this moment, Tian Jingyan was also quite pleased with himself. These 3 bottles of gene fluid were prepared for these 3 students. It was merely taking advantage of the freshman competition to give them openly. This also serves to motivate other students, letting them know that although the academy has fallen on hard times recently, its foundation is still quite solid. It's important to note that there are not many quotas for this newly researched gene fluid throughout the entire Blue Star. These 3 bottles were obtained after much effort, begging and pleading with his teacher. As a reward for the freshman competition, even the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academy does not enjoy such treatment. At this moment, another senior faculty member spoke up. In recent years, our Fengqing Beastmaster Academy has indeed fallen a bit, but we still have some foundation. Little Tian, the National League is about to start this year, right? In front of these seniors, Tian Jingyan was indeed the junior, and although they were all at the king level, he was not as old as they were. Yes, old Xiao is right. The National League will start in 2 months. Yes, these 3 little guys can participate this year. We don't expect them to achieve any results. Just gaining some experience is good, as it will accumulate experience for the next session. Old Xiao said. That's what I think as well. However, the previous session's poor performance by our academy was for a reason. We all know this. Tian Jingyan also sighed. The strength of Fengqing Beastmaster Academy should not be this poor. Who would have thought that last year's 2nd and 3rd year main team members were all trapped in the secret realm and had accidents? This led to the Fengqing Beastmaster Academy finishing 3rd from the bottom last year. This year, the main team members from those 2 years, having turned misfortune into fortune, gained significant opportunities in that secret realm. With the addition of 3 level potential Beastmasters this year, Tian Jingyan had high hopes for this year's league, aiming to break into the top 8. At this point, all the academies had gathered, and as dean, Tian Jingyan naturally had to give a speech. Standing on the podium, Tian Jingyan looked at so many students below, feeling invigorated. Now I announce that this year's freshman competition begins. There were no lengthy speeches. Tian Jingyan's announcement was extremely brief, directly declaring the start of the freshman competition. With Tian Jingyan's order, 487 students set off towards the small island across the way. This was the moment for the newcomers to showcase their abilities. Tian noticed that there were indeed quite a few aerial beast masters and many underwater beast masters. However, most people swam across. Originally, the three of them planned to ride the pterosaur over, but now the pterosaur had devolved and become the Radiant Holy Dragon. Shang Yinzhu summoned the Radiant Holy Dragon directly, and the three of them jumped onto its back together. At this moment, Shang Yinzhu was feeling quite proud, spiritedly pointing at the small island across from him and issuing commands to the Holy Dragon of Light. One dragon set off. With a command from Shang Yinzhu, the Holy Dragon of Light spread its wings, which were over 10 meters long, and flew towards the small island. Countless people were stunned by this scene. What was that? Not many people knew about the existence of the Holy Dragon of Light, not even Tian Jing, and seeing the Holy Dragon of Light appear. Tian Jing and was completely bewildered. What was going on? Which kid borrowed the adult's Holy Dragon of Light? As a king-level expert, Tian Jing and immediately spotted Li Tian and the others on the back of the Holy Dragon of Light. He was not unfamiliar with Li Tian, having just eliminated one of his potential seeds a few days ago. Xiao Jiang, what is going on here? Tian Jing asked as he approached Jiang Xian. At this moment, Jiang Xian also had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth and said, "What is going on? This is my studentess' own summoned beast." "Isn't it fair? Your studentess summoned beast?" "No, this is the Holy Dragon of Light." "Are you telling me this is your studentess summoned beast?" Jiang Xian laughed and replied, "So what?" Shang Yinzhu originally wanted to contract a bronze-level pterosaur, but it returned to its ancestors. Who can he blame for that? Damn. Tian Jing and felt like cursing. He had seen the phenomenon of returning to ancestors before, but he had never seen a dragon species return to its ancestors. The main issue was that this was the king-level Holy Dragon of Light. Although it was limited by its Master's realm and could not display its full power, the Holy Dragon of Light still had at least 16 skills, which was unfair to other students. Moreover, the energy capacity of the Holy Dragon of Light far exceeded that of other students' summoned beasts. Xiao Xian, isn't it unfair for the Holy Dragon of Light to participate in battles? What about the other students? Tian Jing and was now thinking about the 3 bottles of genetic liquid he had prepared for Tian CC and the others. With the appearance of the Holy Dragon of Light, what chance did the others have? Jiang Xian rolled her eyes at Tian Jing and slowly said, "Is it against the rules? Then why are you complaining here? If you have the ability, let the other students' beasts return to ancestors too. If you don't have that ability, then go cool off somewhere." Tian Jing and was left speechless by Jiang Xian's retort. After all, Shang Yinzhu had not violated any rules. It wasn't his fault that his pterosaur returned to its ancestors. But he couldn't say that the genetic liquid wasn't prepared for them. He had spent a lot of money to prepare it for the 3 potential seeds. However, now that it had been announced as a reward for the new student competition, he couldn't go back on his word. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to have it both ways. Wouldn't it have been better to just give it directly? Chapter 67. This spirit talisman is made by me. It's not against the rules, right? When the teachers from other divisions saw the Holy Dragon of Light appear, they were also in a state of collapse. With the emergence of this king-level battle pet, they felt it was impossible to compete. Tian Jing could only brace himself and say, "Xiao Jiang, how about this? Can you let your student retract the divine beast? We can compensate him." Jiang Xian glanced at Tian Jing and said, "It's fair for the other students. But it won't be fair for my student." Tian Jing was now completely focused on those 3 bottles of genetic liquid and didn't care much anymore. "Xiao Jiang, how about a silver-level dragon species pet egg?" Jiang Xian had already prepared for this situation and looked at Tian Jing okay. "Don't say I'm not giving you face. Let us agree on this one time." Tian Jing didn't expect Jiang Xian to be so accommodating today and quickly said, "Don't worry, just this once. Definitely just this once." Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, I'll let them reach the other side without needing the Holy Dragon of Light." Thank you. Xiao Jiang. I admit I was too excessive today. Don't worry, the compensation I promised will definitely be delivered. Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Being able to secure a dragon species pet egg for Shang Yinzhu was quite good. She knew very well that once the Holy Dragon of Light appeared, Tian Jing would definitely come to stop it. Moreover, she had already informed Shang Yinzhu and the others in advance. They all understood that the appearance of the Holy Dragon of Light was too disruptive to the rules. The Academy could not just sit back and watch such a powerful creature appear. Seeing Jiang Xian agree, Tian Jing left feeling satisfied. However, he was also keeping an eye on this Shang Yinzhu. This was a talent. He couldn't let this guy shine in the new student competition. But this year's National College League could be an opportunity to disrupt other colleges, right? Why shouldn't my students' dragon beasts be allowed to return to ancestors? Thinking about this made Tian Jing quite pleased. As for a dragon species pet egg, their Beastmaster Academy could still afford it. Besides, he had already paid for 2 dragon species pet eggs. One more wouldn't make a difference. When the teachers from other divisions heard from the dean that the opponent Wu Ti used the Holy Dragon of Light, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Feng Baoshan, who had been extremely nervous when he saw the Holy Dragon of Light appear. Hearing the dean say this, he finally relaxed. As long as the Holy Dragon of Light didn't participate, they would definitely take first place in this year's new student competition. Tian and the others were very satisfied with the result after receiving Jiang Xin's message. Xiao Tian, it's all up to you now, Shang Yinzhu said. After getting off the Holy Dragon of Light, Tian and the others summoned their respective mounts. The appearance of the three chickens immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Tian rode on Jitai Mei Ji and led the way at the front of the group. Let us move forward. The monster levels here are too low. Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian didn't say anything and followed Tian deeper into the island. The outer area of the island was filled with black iron-level monsters. The middle area had bronze-level monsters, and the core area had silver-level monsters. Brother, is it safe here? Wu Yuxian asked. Keep going. Let us hunt silver-level ones. The points from bronze-level monsters are too low. But the teacher said that bronze-level monsters have the best cost-performance ratio. Shouldn't we hunt bronze-level ones? Tian scoffed and said, are you going to listen to the teacher or to me? Just follow me. No need for so much nonsense. Jitai Mei charge. The entire new student competition was being live-streamed, and the island was covered with cameras. So Tian's words naturally spread. Hearing this, Tian Jing and frowned slightly, not understanding where Tian's confidence came from. How could a newly promoted bronze-level beast master dare to take on silver-level monsters? Due to the appearance of the Holy Dragon of Light, many people also noticed Tian's team. Hearing Tian's words, they felt a sense of fearless naivety. Feng Baoshan was also paying attention to Tian, and, upon hearing his words, a smirk of mockery appeared on his lips. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Silver-level monsters are not something your level can handle. Meanwhile, Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian chose to trust Tian. They didn't believe he would fight a battle without confidence. The group continued deeper into the island, encountering many bronze-level monsters along the way. However, they were all knocked away by Jitai Mei, and many of these bronze-level monsters met their end under Jitai Mei's charge. This greatly increased the points for Tian's team, temporarily placing them within the top 1,000 teams. After an hour of trekking, they finally reached the island's core area, where silver-level monsters appeared. Tian made Jitai Mei stop and looked at the 3-meter-tall armored crocodile ahead. You too, stay back. Be careful of getting splattered with blood. After hearing this, both of them retreated several meters. The armored crocodile had clearly detected Tian's presence and charged towards him. Tian had his own confidence in dealing with silver-level monsters. Before the armored crocodile could get close, Tian casually threw out 3 explosive talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 explosions sent the armored crocodile to its demise, and Tian also earned 100 points. His ranking suddenly jumped into the top 300. Those watching the match were all taken aback. What was going on? This Tian actually used disposable items in battle, which violated the competition rules, not to mention others. Even Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian were shocked by Tian's move. However, before they could speak, they saw Tian's next action, and both decisively closed their mouths. Tian Jing'an reappeared in front of Jiang Xian and asked, Xiao Jiang, didn't you tell them that disposable items can't be used? Jiang Xian smiled and replied, according to the rules of the new student competition, disposable items indeed cannot be used, but there is an exception. If the disposable items are made by the students themselves, they can participate. Are you saying Tian is also a talisman master? Tian Jing'an found it hard to believe. Jiang Xian nodded and said, just look at the big screen. Tian Jing'an turned around and saw Tian pulling out paper and pen in front of everyone, recreating a talisman. Tian did this to silence the critics. Look, I made the talisman on the spot. What else can you say? Indeed. Tian's action stunned everyone and silenced the doubters. Tian Jing'an was also dumbfounded at this scene. This kid was really a talisman master. Moreover, judging from the power of those 3 talismans, they were clearly of the silver level. But you, kid, are only at the bronze level, right? Yet Tian recreated an explosive talisman right in front of everyone. This can't be faked, can it? After finishing the talisman, Tian shouted to the sky, this talisman I made myself. It's not against the rules, right? Since it's not against the rules, I'll continue. Let's go. The silver level monsters are all ours. Charge with me. Chapter 68. You can't play like this. After Tian finished speaking, he hopped onto Jitai Mei, taking Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu along to continue hunting silver-level monsters. The 2 of them didn't expect Tian to pull such a stunt. No wonder he said earlier that he could lead the team to victory alone. With such talismans, Tian indeed had the confidence to say that. Not long after, they encountered another armored crocodile, and once again, the same 3 talismans quickly dealt with it. Earning another 100 points, Li Tian's team score shot into the top 50. Jiang Xian watched the ranking changes and nodded in satisfaction. However, while she was satisfied, Tian Jing'an grew troubled. If Li Tian continued like this, the 3 bottles of genetic liquid would be out of reach for Tian Cici and the others. Who would have thought that Li Tian was actually a talisman master? And he could even create silver-level talismans. Such a thing hadn't been seen in the new student competition for many years. Today, Tian Jing'an felt like his eyes had been opened. Xiao Jiang, don't you think what Li Tian is doing is a bit much? Jiang Xian gave Tian Jing'an a glare and said, "What is wrong with my student hunting monsters with his own abilities?" But Xiao Jiang, Li Tian is indeed relying on his own abilities, but enough with the this and that. Why not just give those 3 bottles of genetic liquid to the 3 potential beast masters? I think there's no need to continue the new student competition. Let's just end it. There's no need for it in the future. Tian Jing'an was left speechless by her retort. Jiang Xian was right. Li Tian was indeed acting within the rules. There was really nothing he could say about this. What was wrong with a talisman master using talismans? Sigh. At that moment, Tian Jing'an couldn't say anything further. If he had known, he would have just given the genetic liquids to those 3 students. Now, Sai, Dean, we can't let Li Tian act recklessly like this. It's unfair to the other students. Feng Baoshan also saw the opportunity slipping away and felt unwilling. Tian Jing'an knew this principle well and said, "Fine, then tell me what to do." Prohibiting Li Tian from using disposable items would be unfair to the other students. Tian Jing'an calmly looked at Feng Baoshan and said, "Then tell me, where is the mistake in Li Tian as a talisman master, using talismans? I don't care, Dean. You know how important those 3 bottles of genetic liquid are to Cici and the others." Tian Jing'an nodded and said, "Okay, I can prohibit Li Tian from using talismans. But the Holy Dragon of Light will definitely come down. Isn't it fine for him to use his battle pet?" Feng Baoshan was also left speechless by this retort. After all, he still had some pride. He didn't say that Li Tian's team should not be allowed to use the Holy Dragon of Light or their self-made disposable items. He could only watch helplessly as the genetic liquids slipped away from his grasp, feeling very unwilling. If Li Tian's victory was based on his true abilities, he would have nothing to say. But now, this was clearly taking shortcuts, and Feng Baoshan couldn't accept it. At this moment, Li Tian's team's points skyrocketed, as the points from silver-level monsters were 10 times those of bronze monsters. They had already reached the top of the leaderboard, and were quickly pulling away from the second place. Li Tian had no intention of stopping. Silver-level monsters were continuously hunted. After seeing that he had less than 10 talismans left, Li Tian finally paused his hunt for the silver monsters. Shang Yinju glanced at the team ranking and said, "Xiao Tian, isn't it unnecessary? The second-place team is a full 2,000 points behind us." Li Tian shook his head and said, "Better safe than sorry. It's better for us to be cautious." Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinju both nodded. Just then, 5 silver-level monsters suddenly appeared in front of Li Tian. Jiang Xian glared fiercely at Tian Jing'an. She knew these 5 silver-leveled Songyuan wolves were definitely arranged by him. The goal was to force Li Tian and the others to voluntarily withdraw from the competition if they asked for help or were rescued by the teachers. No matter how many points they had earned before, their scores would reset to 0. This way, the 3 bottles of genetic liquid would still belong to Tian Cici and the others. As for Li Tian and his 2 teammates, he would definitely provide compensation afterward. When he saw Li Tian take down 3 silver-level monsters, he was not surprised. Without talismans, he wanted to see how he would handle the situation next. Tian Jing'an did not believe that Li Tian could handle 2 silver-level monsters, unless they used the Holy Dragon of Light. Meanwhile, Jitai Mei had already charged forward. And during this process, Li Tian was also mobilizing all his energy, preparing to confront the silver-level monsters. The 2 silver-level monsters saw Jitai Mei charging toward them and also rushed forward. Li Tian remained hidden behind Jitai Mei, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Bang! 2 silver-rank monsters were unexpectedly sent flying by Jitai Mei's high defense. Li Tian seized this opportunity to strike with a skillful move. With just 1 slash, he took down 1 silver-rank monster, severing the head of the Songyuan wolf. Li Tian was surprised that this silver-rank monster was so weak that it couldn't even withstand one of his attacks. Meanwhile, the other Songyuan wolf that had been knocked away was also cut in half by Xiao Hei's space slash. Bai Xiaoqian hadn't even attacked yet, and just like that, the 2 silver-rank Songyuan wolves were defeated. Li Tian himself was puzzled. Were silver-rank monsters really this easy to kill? He had killed silver-rank monsters in the Illusion Sea world before, but it had never been this simple. Not only was Li Tian confused, but the other spectators of the new student competition were also bewildered. What the hell? What's going on? This Li Tian actually defeated a silver-rank monster all by himself. Although the Songyuan wolf had just entered the silver rank, Li Tian had only recently entered the bronze rank. Jiang Xin had been watching Li Tian's battle. Although she didn't have high hopes, she still hoped for a miracle. And indeed, when she saw Li Tian make his move, a miracle really did happen. Li Tian managed to single-handedly defeat the silver rank Sang Yuan wolf. She clearly saw that the moment Li Tian attacked, it was definitely a martial skill. Li Tian used martial skills to take down the silver rank Sang Yuan wolf, even though it had been knocked away by his mount. But this couldn't hide Li Tian's impressive attack power. Tian Jing'an was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this situation either. Li Tian actually killed a silver Sang Yuan wolf in an instant. Damn, you can't play like this. Chapter 69, Jiang Xin. How about we have a life-and-death duel with your division? Li Tian looked at the corpse of that Sang Yuan wolf, deep in thought. Are silver rank monsters outside this easy to kill? How come he hadn't even used his full strength and that Sang Yuan wolf was already dead? However, the real world was not the illusion sea world, and Li Tian had no intention of slacking off. Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian were also stunned. Was Li Tian really this fierce now? Could he really fight above his rank? The three of them rode their chicken towards the bronze area. On the way, a sightless earth crocodile turtle suddenly appeared. Li Tian showed no intention of dodging and directly ordered, Jitai Mei, charge through. Knock it away. Jitai Mei, following the command, charged towards the earth crocodile turtle. Bang! The earth crocodile turtle had no chance to resist and was sent flying by Jitai Mei. Li Tian jumped down from Jitai Mei and immediately unleashed a powerful strike. The earth crocodile turtle had strong defense. Li Tian's blade struck its neck. Although there was no shell protection here, he couldn't sever its head. Instead, it fell into a state of unconsciousness. Li Tian then unleashed a series of 5 consecutive strikes. After 5 slashes, the silver rank earth crocodile turtle met its demise. Bah, silver rank is nothing special really. Li Tian cursed, and then got back on the chicken, leading the two towards the bronze area. At this point, Tian Cc's team had lost the desire to pursue. The gap was just too large. They were nearing 3,000 points, making it impossible for them to catch up. Cc, could it be that Li Tian's team is cheating? Otherwise, how could their points be so high? Indeed, in just over 10 minutes, they gained almost 1,000 points. That speed was just too fast. Tian Cc looked at her team members with helplessness. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. She had heard of Li Tian before, coming from the warrior division, and not long ago had even participated in a life-and-death arena. Sigh. Tian Cc sighed helplessly. She hadn't anticipated things would turn out this way. Tian Jing'an also sighed helplessly. He was equally pleased to encounter such a situation. After all, Li Tian was also a student of the Beastmaster Academy. The gene liquid was meant for everyone. Initially, he did want to give it to Tian Cc and her team, but if they were underperforming, they couldn't blame others. Dean, please think of a way. At this moment, Feng Baoshan ran over again. Tian Jing'an glanced at Feng Baoshan and said, think of a way. What kind of way? Tian Jing'an shot Feng Baoshan a look. Couldn't he see how hard he was trying to help? If he interfered again, it would be strange if Jiang Xin didn't turn against him. Dean, you promised to give us the gene liquid for the Beastmaster division. Humph. I only said that the gene liquid is the reward for the champion of the new student competition. When did I say it was for your Beastmaster division? Besides, you saw it. I prohibited them from using the Holy Light Dragon, which is already unfair to them. What more do you want me to do? Feng Baoshan understood from the dean's words that he was now prepared to enforce the rules. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Xin walked over. What? Your Beastmaster division isn't satisfied and wants to use underhanded tactics? Jiang Xion's words were icy, making Feng Baoshan too afraid to meet her gaze. Little Jiang, that's not true. Our Beastmaster Academy is a place of fairness, justice, and openness. We absolutely do not engage in favoritism or cheating. Tian Jing'an said with righteous indignation. Jiang Xian shot Tian Jing'an a glance, but didn't expose his lie. Then she looked at Feng Baoshan and said, I see you're not convinced. How about this? Our warrior division team has a life-and-death duel with your 3 potential seed teams. What do you think? Hearing this, not only Feng Baoshan, but even Tian Jing'an's heart sank. A life-and-death duel? In an instant. Tian Jing'an recalled how Li Tian had instantly killed Qin Yuanshan in the life-and-death arena. These 3 potential seeds had cost him a lot to recruit. If they were taken out by Li Tian just like that, the loss would be too great. Little Jiang, don't be so angry. We're all from the same academy. We should value peace. Jiang Xin looked at Feng Baoshan coldly and said, if you have that thought, you can come find me anytime. Tian Jing'an understood that Jiang Xin was expressing her dissatisfaction with his previous underhanded tactics in the new student competition. However, he indeed felt guilty about this matter, so he had nothing to say. Feng Baoshan, seeing Jiang Xin leave, felt he could finally speak up and said, Dean, look at her. How can she act like this? Tian Jing'an was also very displeased with Feng Baoshan. He had been so biased towards them. What more did they want? Humph. Baoshan, Yu Zheng is still on the way. You better hurry if you want to catch up with him. He also sensed the dean's dissatisfaction with him and immediately lowered his head, saying, Dean, I have things to deal with, so I won't disturb you any longer. Humph. Go ahead. Watching Feng Baoshan leave, Tian Jing'an let out a heavy sigh. The monsters here no longer posed a significant threat to them. Li Tian no longer took action, but let Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu take the lead. After all, both of them had zero practical combat experience. Now that they were facing bronze monsters, with him around to support them, there was no need to worry about danger. You two come on. It's your time to shine. The two of them were excited to hear this, especially Wu Yuxian, who had been eager to fight herself. But those were all silver rank monsters earlier. She didn't believe she had Li Tian's skill. Jitai Jun, charge. Daba and Bao, focus on offense. Xiaohua, provide ranged support. Jitai Chong, you join in too. Li Tian nodded while watching. It seemed his teaching was somewhat effective. Wu Youxuan's Daba and Bao, having absorbed the blood essence of the underworld, were quite formidable. The two pets moved faster than Jitai Mei and Jitai Chong, reaching the monster first. Dabao, Bao, and the Phantom Ghost Claw. The two babies received the command and simultaneously used the Phantom Ghost Claw. Bang! The bronze-level Qingshan Niu didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly killed by Dabao and Bao. Yay! Brother! Did you see how powerful I am? Li Tian glanced at her and thought to himself, does she really think those 2 drops of Phantom Essence blood are trash? However, this was his sister's first real battle, so he couldn't be too harsh on her. Dabao and Bao are indeed impressive. Seeing the conversation between the siblings, Shang Yinzhu was quite frustrated, as they hadn't even made a move yet, and the Qingshan Niu was already dead. What kind of situation is this? Chapter 70. Can't hold back the team. The onlookers watching Li Tian's battle were also curious at this moment. Although Tian Jing'an had a guess in his heart, he still came over to inquire. Jiang Xian casually said, it's nothing, just a pair of twins. Nothing? Just a pair of twins? Is that even human language? However, Tian Jing'an held back upon seeing that it was Jiang Xian who said this. This woman was someone he couldn't provoke. Little Jiang, are you saying that Xiao Xian's bronze-level pet had a pair of twins? Wow, indeed. Bronze-level pets aren't much in front of you at the king level. But do you know how big of an advantage that is when the level is low? Moreover, this is a Night Phantom, the best mental-type pet, and its growth potential is quite high. Recent studies show that Night Phantoms can evolve to the king level. It's said that on the 10 major planets, some people's Night Phantoms have already evolved to the legendary level. This means that the Night Phantom can be used until death. And you actually say it's nothing. Well, that's true. You're just a pure warrior. Of course, it means nothing to you. Dean, look at Wu Yuxian from the warrior division having 2 Night Phantoms. I think keeping her in the warrior department is a waste of talent. She should come to our mental department. And that Li Tian too. Coming to our mental department would be the best choice. Tian Jing'an glanced at Mi Shui and said, all right, you go talk to Jiang Xian yourself. As long as she agrees, I'll definitely let her go. Without saying a word, Mi Shui turned and left. Are you kidding me? With Feng Baoshan's example right there, aren't you asking me to seek death? Seeing Mi Shui leave, Tian Jing'an also smiled bitterly. Did you think I didn't want her to go to the mental department? But you all saw Jiang Xian's dominance. She wouldn't give you any face. This woman has such a bad temper that she would even hit me. At that moment, on the island of the freshman competition, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu also began hunting bronze-level monsters continuously. The hunting speed of the two was not any slower than that of Tian Cc's trio. The score growth of the two small teams was already in sync. The spectators could see that this was still the result of Li Tian not participating. Otherwise, the score acquisition speed of Li Tian's team would be even faster. I say, we're in the warrior division. Shouldn't you two be doing something yourself? Li Tian intended to train the two of them in practical combat. This was a great training ground. Xiao Tian, it's not that I don't want to go up, but you have to give me a weapon. Upon hearing Shang Yinzhu's words, Li Tian immediately took out 2 broadswords from his spatial ring and threw them to the two. Don't say I didn't prepare for you. Take the swords and go kill monsters. All right. Wu Yuxian took the long sword, looking eager to try. This was the true way of a woman in battle. She immediately joined the fray with her sword. Seeing Wu Yuxian enter the battle, Shang Yinzhu could only grab her sword and follow suit. Now that both of them had opened the 16 acupoints of the Oxen skill, they could also use those skills. So Li Tian wasn't worried about their safety. Besides, he was watching from the side. After all, it was their first time using swords to fight monsters, so they had quite a few shortcomings. But that was normal. Li Tian felt that his first battle was not much better than theirs. Who doesn't go through this step by step? Well, you're doing well. Keep it up, little brother. Don't just focus on the monster's head. You can attack other places too. And as you, don't always hide at the back. How can you be worse than a girl? Yes, just like that, charge forward. The spectators reacted differently upon hearing Li Tian's words. You actually let the Beastmaster charge in front of the pet. I really don't know what you're thinking. However, Zhang Xian was quite pleased with Li Tian's words. Being in the warrior division is all about this new fighting style. Fully utilizing one's identity as a warrior. These three little ones are not bad. They must have practiced since childhood. However, aside from Li Tian, who had combat experience, the other two were still novices. But that was fine. These two had a good foundation, and from the video, it could be seen that they were improving quickly. Li Tian sat on Ji Mei, boredly pointing out their combat moves, when suddenly, he had an idea. By Xiaoqian, sing a song to liven things up. Yes, master. What song would you like to hear? Anything, just something new. Not a problem, master. The spectators were speechless upon hearing Li Tian's words. Is this a competition or an outing? Now he's riding a chicken, preparing to listen to a song. It's really carefree. Yalasu. That's the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. With that Yalasu, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu nearly dropped their swords in shock. What the heck is this? Not only them, but even Li Tian was startled. Moreover, Bai Xiaoqian's singing had a captivating effect. The few bronze-level monsters opposite were also affected and fell into a daze. What are you looking at? Kill the monsters. Are you dumb? Hurry up. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu quickly regained their senses and rushed to attack the monsters. The spectators were also startled by Bai Xiaoqian's voice. It wasn't that Bai Xiaoqian's skill was so powerful that it could affect people through the screen, but that Yalasu was so loud that it caught everyone off guard. Mi Shui recognized this scene immediately and realized that this was also a night phantom. Moreover, it had comprehended the soul-catching song. Even without a skill effect, the song was already shocking enough. If this one came to their mental department, just thinking about it made Mi Shui feel delighted, but unfortunately, this one was also from the warrior division. Zhang Xian's good mood instantly soured. What the heck is this Yalasu? Are you sure you're not here to make a joke? In such a serious occasion, you give me a Yalasu. Scaring me so much I shivered. At the same time, not just Zhang Xian had this thought. Many people shared the same sentiment. This Li Tian is really too quirky. Or rather, sand sculpture would be more appropriate. However, on the scene, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu didn't feel anything was wrong. Listening to music while killing monsters had its own unique flavor. Brother, your Bai Xiaoqian is really good. She can sing. Maida Bao and Air Bao can't do that. Their singing is just terrible. Hearing Wu Yoshuan's complaint, Li Tian happily replied, that's because you're not good enough. How about this? When you have time, I'll teach your Da Bao and Air Bao to sing, under the bridge in front. A group of ducks swims by. You kids should sing nursery rhymes, got it? Shang Yinzhu asked with a gloomy face. Xiao Tian, do you think my Jitai Chong can sing? Li Tian took a close look at Jitai Chong and felt it might be a bit challenging, saying, that might be a bit difficult. I guess it would have to wait until the starry level. Sigh. Shang Yinzhu sighed helplessly. It seems that next time, she would need to contract a singing pet. Otherwise, in the trio, her pet wouldn't be able to sing, which would drag the team down. Chapter 71. The first of the new student competition. You, Shang Yinzhu, have already obtained the bright holy dragon, yet you despise it just because you can't sing? And Li Tian, what do you mean by having the two little kids sing nursery rhymes? Under the big bridge in front, a group of ducks swam by. I see you as a Psyduck. However, no matter how much these people complain, Li Tian's monster-killing efficiency has not decreased. Moreover, under Li Tian's guidance, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu's practical experience has rapidly improved. As the two become more skilled, their monster-killing efficiency also quickly rises. Qian Sisi and her team watch as their scores are rapidly pulled apart and eventually give up on killing monsters altogether. How did Li Tian's team manage to do this? Their scores have not been reset. This indicates that their team did not cheat. They relied on their true abilities. But how come the three of them, all potential seeds, cannot keep up with that one-star potential candidate? Regardless of their complaints, the fact that the score gap is widening is undeniable. With them no longer fighting monsters, the team in third place is laughing. Their strength is decent, and they are only 500 points behind Qian Sisi's team. Originally, they could only get third place. But now that the second place team has stopped, their opportunity has come. Plus, their team consists of 4 members, and their monster-killing efficiency is also not low. Outside, Feng Baoshan sees this scene and is furious, jumping up and down. These 3 fools, the second prize isn't bad. Aren't you going to fight for it? Although the third team is also from their Beastmaster Academy, he hopes that Qian Sisi's team can secure second place. However, Qian Sisi and her team are not interested in the second place prize. Everyone is eyeing those 3 bottles of gene liquid. In just 1 hour, Qian Sisi's team has been surpassed. At this moment, the new student competition officially concludes. Well, you all performed very well. I am quite satisfied. Zhang Xian looks at the 3 of them and nods with approval. Dean, we have successfully completed the task. Li Tian shouts. Yes, I saw that. You did very well. But next time, if you could refrain from being so silly, that would be even better. Li Tian awkwardly smiles and doesn't say anything further. However, he feels that Jiang Xian's comments are unwarranted. What's wrong with being silly? At this moment, Tian Jing'an looks at the 487 students below and says, "After nearly 10 hours of bloody battles, you have shown me the hope of the Beastmaster Academy." Listening to Dean Tian's speech, Li Tian thinks that it was okay before the competition started, but why is this guy dragging it out after the competition? However, despite the complaints, Li Tian and the others must listen attentively. Tian Jing'an stands on stage and looks at Li Tian and the others, saying, "Some students really surprised me today. During this period, I added some challenges, and I originally thought they would retreat in the face of difficulties, but they surprised me. Here, I must apologize to them for intervening in the new student competition. It was indeed my mistake." Jiang Xian did not expect Tian Jing'an to admit his mistake during the new student conference. This made her see him in a new light, as she had planned not to pursue the matter if he hadn't mentioned it. But now that Tian Jing'an has taken the initiative to admit his interference, it shows another side of him. At that time, she suspected someone was doing it intentionally, and now it seems it was indeed human intervention. However, Dean Tian still has some courage. Not everyone can admit their mistakes after doing something. Tian Jing'an continues on stage. "All right. Now let me announce the first place in this year's new student competition, the Li Tian team from the Warrior Division. Let's congratulate them with applause." At this moment, the venue bursts into warm applause. Next, Tian Jing'an announces the names of the top 10 teams. As for the rest, just look at the rankings. And so, this year's new student competition officially concludes, and Li Tian's team has also demonstrated their value to the Beastmaster Academy. This is 3 bottles of the latest gene liquid. You 3 must cherish this opportunity. Now is the time for you Beastmasters to grow rapidly. Make sure to seize the time to cultivate. Also in 2 months, the National University League will begin, and Dean specifically mentioned you 3. You must not embarrass me. Li Tian is also very interested in this National League. Calculating the time, he should be able to reach the Silver Realm before the league starts. Rest assured, Dean, we will definitely not embarrass the Warrior Academy. Watching the 3 leave, the other teachers from the Warrior Division are all beaming with joy. This is the first place in the new student competition. Surely, they should get some bonuses. Li Tian and the others are also very excited to receive the gene liquid. This is a treasure. After returning to the villa, Li Tian immediately consumes 1 bottle of the gene liquid. A gentle energy flows through his meridians, and he quickly operates the ancient bull technique. After completing a full cycle, he has digested most of that energy. This gene liquid is indeed miraculous. The energy is not at all violent and is very gentle. When used in conjunction with the technique, it has remarkable effects, much better than he felt before. With just this 1 bottle of gene liquid, he has made significant progress in the Bronze Realm. Entering the Illusion Sea world, he immediately checks his attributes. Sure enough, his realm is now Bronze 3 stars, getting much closer to the Silver Realm. After today's battle, Li Tian feels it's time to change his leveling location. As the Flame Bulls and Lone Wolves are no longer suitable for him, he rides on Jitai, taking the 3 little ones to explore the depths of the Illusion Sea world. After walking for 2 hours, Li Tian finally exits the territory of the Flame Bulls. This shows just how vast the Illusion Sea world is. Suddenly, Li Tian's eyes light up when he sees a person ahead. That person is also stunned upon seeing Li Tian. What is going on? Li Tian looks at the person in confusion. Isn't this a single-player game? There are other people here. Respected Chosen One. The Illusion Sea world does not have only one Chosen One. When Chosen Ones meet, there are only victory and defeat. The defeated will permanently disappear, including from the real world. The victor will possess everything of the defeated. Damn. Li Tian feels that while the Illusion Sea world is indeed magical, it is also cruel. When 2 meet, they must battle, and the defeated will permanently vanish, dying in the real world as well. At this moment, the person across from him also receives the system prompt from the Illusion Sea world. Then, they quickly rush toward Li Tian. Li Tian, of course, does not want to disappear permanently and quickly gives the combat command. Xiao Hei / Chapter 72. On a narrow road. The brave one upon receiving Li Tian's command, Xiao Hei quickly executes the / That person, clearly not a Beastmaster, has never seen the combat style of a Beastmaster. He didn't expect that Li Tian could still hurt him from such a distance. Xiao Hei's / sends him flying over 10 meters. However, this level of attack is not enough to take his life. He is known for his defensive strength as a body refining master. Seeing that the person stands up again, Li Tian quickly changes his attack strategy. By Xiaoqian go? Nether Ghost Claw. By Xiaoqian swiftly floats over and uses the Nether Ghost Claw on that person. The body refining master sneers when he sees Bai Xiaoqian approaching. Fool, you dare to fight a body refining master in close combat. That's tantamount to seeking death. Lone Wolf Fist. However, the originally confident punch fails to harm Bai Xiaoqian at all. Instead, Bai Xiaoqian's Nether Ghost Claw leaves 2 bloody marks on him. What is going on? The body refining master is taken aback. His lone wolf fist has actually failed. But before he can react, Bai Xiaoqian unleashes the ghost howl skill. A ghostly howl directly caused the body cultivator to fall into a state of dizziness. Tian chose not to approach, as he could tell that the opponent was likely a melee class. Although he was not weak in close combat, why engage in melee when he had ranged options? Moreover, Bai Xiaoqian was physically immune, making it the perfect moment for her to shine. Xiao Hei, with his ranged attacks, unleashed void cannons. Following the command, Xiao Hei continuously fired void cannons. Taking advantage of this opening, Bai Xiaoqian also unleashed her phantom ghost claws one after another. It must be said that the defense of this body cultivator was indeed formidable. Standing there and being attacked for 3 seconds, he surprisingly did not suffer any fatal injuries. Seeing this defense made Tian envious. After all, Bai Xiaoqian had Beastmaster gear. Yet even with that, they couldn't kill this body cultivator. Realizing the situation was troublesome, the body cultivator felt that no matter how he attacked, it seemed like he was hitting air. He then ignored Bai Xiaoqian and locked his target onto Tian, charging towards him. However, Bai Xiaoqian was not to be underestimated, continuously launching her phantom ghost claws. Tian rode on Mei, playing kite with the body cultivator. The body cultivator was annoyed, not expecting Tian to be so unscrupulous. Kid, don't run. If you have the ability, stand still. Hearing the opponent's strange tone, Tian thought it was probably a translation done by the Illusion Sea world. However, Tian would not foolishly stand there. He was a Beastmaster now. If there was a problem, he would naturally rely on his pets. Only a fool would engage in direct combat with him. Seeing that Tian was ignoring him and still leading him in circles, the body cultivator activated his speed skill, instantly increasing his speed by more than 10 times. Tian was startled. How could this guy's speed increase so quickly? The distance between them shrank to about 10 meters, now within the body cultivator's attack range. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to attack, Bai Xiaoqian's loud shout made the body cultivator freeze in place. Taking advantage of this time, Tian quickly widened the distance. While running, he drank a blue potion, only to be astonished when he realized it had no effect. What was going on? At that moment, a notification from the Illusion Sea world rang in his ears. During the Chosen One period, any potions will have no effect. He then checked his health and mana. Since he hadn't participated in the battle, he was still at full health. However, his mana was low because Xiao Hei had been using void cannons continuously. Xiao Hei's mana was depleted, so it would naturally consume its own mana through the mental contract. At this moment, Tian saw that although the body cultivator was entangled by Bai Xiaoqian and had sustained significant injuries, if this continued, his mana would run out before the body cultivator died. He casually took a flame bull pet egg from his backpack and fed it to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei had a devour skill, and this pet egg was not a potion, so it should not be included in the banned category. Sure enough, after Xiao Hei devoured a flame bull pet egg, its mana recovered by 1/3. Seeing this was effective, Tian smiled. He still had over a dozen flame bull pet eggs in his backpack that could be brought into reality. To avoid attracting the attention of the Beastmaster Mall, and because he temporarily didn't need blue star coins, he had kept them in his backpack. Now it was just right to replenish Xiao Hei's energy. After Xiao Hei ate another pet egg, its energy was significantly restored. Xiao Hei Space Slash. Attack him. The power of Space Slash was much stronger than that of Void Cannon, directly breaking through the body cultivator's defenses. The body cultivator cried out in pain as his left arm was cut to shreds. Before he could react, Xiao Hei's Void Cannon hit the same spot again. Following that, Bai Xiaoqian's Phantom Ghost Claw was unleashed, directly tearing off the body cultivator's left arm. This time, the body cultivator finally suffered a severe blow, giving Tian a glimpse of hope. He fed Xiao Hei 2 more pet eggs, and Xiao Hei once again used the combination of Space Slash and Void Cannon. The body cultivator, having lost his left arm, was greatly weakened, and Xiao Hei and Bai Xiaoqian worked together to tear off his other arm as well. Even so, Tian did not let his guard down, remaining vigilant while sitting on Mei. The body cultivator was frustrated. He had sustained such serious injuries. Yet that brat still didn't come close to him. How was he supposed to turn the tide? Tian remotely commanded Xiao Hei and Bai Xiaoqian, and together they incapacitated the body cultivator's legs. Yet even then, the body cultivator still did not die, struggling there. Mei charge. Use Heaven Burning and Sea Boiling. Tian jumped off Mei, allowing the previously uninvolved Mei to join the battle. Upon seeing Mei charge forward, the body cultivator finally revealed a cruel smile. But when Mei got closer, the body cultivator was dumbfounded. That brat actually didn't follow him in for a direct fight. This despicable little man, not a real man, dares not fight me head on. Once Mei entered the attack range, it unleashed Heaven Burning and Sea Boiling. The body cultivator screamed in agony amidst the sea of flames. After entering the bronze realm, Ji-Tai-Mei's strength surged, and the power of heaven burning and sea boiling greatly increased. The sea of flames lasted for 5 seconds before it ended. Li Tian saw that the body cultivator had now turned into a charred corpse. However, there was still no system notification in his ears, and Li Tian remained cautious. He instructed Xiao Hei to use space slash from a distance, and after 5 consecutive space slashes, a loud bang echoed. Even though Li Tian was a full 100 meters away from the body cultivator, he was still blown over by the shockwave. Finally, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a body cultivator. Reward, 100 points of divine attribute genes. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted a chosen one. Reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations, you have completed the novice trial. Reward, 1 blind box. Chapter 73, Money Really Comes Fast. Li Tian quickly stood up, relieved to see that the body cultivator was finally dead. There were many items scattered around the body cultivator. They were likely all the items from the body cultivator's backpack. It was time for him to reap the rewards. He walked over and picked up everything on the ground, starting to check their attributes one by one. It must be said that this body cultivator had indeed contributed quite a few good items to him. No wonder people say that killing and arson lead to gold belts. The ancients did not deceive me. Immovable as a mountain. Grade. Description. Passive skill that greatly enhances one's defense can be brought into reality. It didn't specify how much defense it could enhance. But just looking at how hard it was to kill that body cultivator, one could tell. Without any hesitation, Li Tian chose to learn it. The most intuitive change after learning it was that Li Tian's health in the illusion sea world increased tenfold. Seeing this change, Li Tian was very satisfied. Rapid Assault. Grade. Description. Instantly increases speed and greatly boosts attack power. This was also a good skill, similar in effect to the Charge of the Bull. However, this skill's grade was much higher than that of Charge of the Bull. The body cultivator's sudden speed increase earlier was probably due to this skill. Li Tian didn't pay attention to the remaining skills. It wasn't that they were bad, but they were somewhat unsuitable for his combat style. After all, his skill slots were limited, and he couldn't use them all to learn skills that weren't very useful. The rest were some monster materials, and Li Tian didn't know what they were for, so he sold all of them to the system mall. Refiner Essence. Rank. Unknown. Description. All the energy from a chosen one from Kunwa Star can be absorbed. What is this? Li Tian tried to absorb it by operating his cultivation technique, and then he felt a violent surge of energy hit him. Half an hour later, Li Tian finally recovered, and that wild energy was tamed. At this moment, Li Tian was also surprised to find that he had entered the Silver Realm. His current realm showed that he was at Silver 1 star. What is going on? Li Tian was a bit confused, until he remembered what the system had said before, that after the Chosen One died, he would gain all of their energy. It seems that after the other party's death, even their energy became his. This rule is so cruel. Although he had leveled up, Li Tian's mood became heavy. It appears that this illusory sea world is not as safe as he thought. If he were to be killed by another chosen one, then this refiner would be his fate. It seems he should work harder to improve himself. Next was a divine attribute gene point gift box, which, when opened, granted him nearly 32 points of divine attribute genes. This brought Li Tian's divine attribute genes to 150. There wasn't anything good left, so Li Tian began to check the rewards given by the system this time. First was 100 points of divine attribute gene points, followed by achievement points. Li Tian still didn't understand what these achievement points were for. Looking at the 960 achievement points, Li Tian helplessly shook his head, as the system didn't provide any explanation. Then he was given a blind box. He had opened one before. Clicking to open it, the system's notification rang in his ears again. Beast-Taming Space. Rank. None. Description. A gift from the illusory sea world. Using it can add a beast-taming space, can be brought into reality, for personal use only. What the hell? Seeing this description, Li Tian was stunned. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist in the illusory sea world. It directly added a beast-taming space for him, which was simply unbelievable. One should know that beast tamers rely on their pets for battle, and each additional beast-taming space greatly enhances their combat power. Today, he was able to kill this refiner thanks to his pet, as he didn't actually make a move himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to use it. And then Li Tian felt that he really had gained an additional beast-taming space. His own realm hadn't changed, but he now had 2 available beast-taming spaces. This made Li Tian overjoyed, and he quickly opened the system mall, entering beast-taming space. Several products appeared immediately. At the top was the beast-taming space. But the originally excited Li Tian calmed down upon seeing the price. There was no way to remain calm. It was a staggering price of 1 billion. He simply couldn't afford it. It seems he would have to wait until later. However, This search led Li Tian to a new discovery. Beast Resurrection Card. Rank. None. Description. Using it can repair a collapsed beast taming space and revive a slain beast. Can be brought into reality. Price. 500. Seeing this item, Li Tian couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the illusory sea world. Although he now had the skill of blood rebirth and wasn't afraid of his pets dying, this item only stated that it could be brought into reality and didn't specify that it was limited to personal use. This means it could be used by others as well. However, at a price of 500, it was really not cheap, and Li Tian couldn't afford it for now. Closing the system mall, Li Tian took out the pet egg of the Dark Hunter. Now that he had entered the Silver Realm, he naturally had to contract this Dark Hunter. He dripped a drop of blood and completed the contract ritual. Soon, 2 large spiders hatched from the eggs. After coming out, the bodies of the 2 pet eggs quickly changed. They continued to grow until they stopped at 5 meters tall, which made Li Tian very happy. These creatures looked exactly like the one he encountered in the Tower of Heaven. Looking at another beast taming space, Li Tian fell into deep thought. How should he explain having 2 beast taming spaces? Such a thing had never happened before, and even if he wanted to find a reason, he couldn't. Moreover, since he had hatched the Dark Hunter as a twin birth, having 1 more beast taming space made it even harder to explain. How could he be so extraordinary and still have 1 more beast taming space than others? After thinking it over, Li Tian couldn't come up with a good excuse. Finally, he simply decided to stop thinking about it and bought 2 gene liquids. Each gene liquid for entering the Silver Realm actually cost as much as 70 points. Li Tian seriously suspected that the system's pricing was based on how much money he had in his backpack. Otherwise, what were the odds of this happening? However, he had to buy it no matter how expensive it was. Especially after what happened today, the illusory sea world was always filled with danger. At any moment, a chosen one might appear. If he were to be killed because he was stingy with money, everything would be over. After consuming the 2 gene liquids, Jitai Mei and Bai Xiaoqian both evolved to the Silver Realm. And since Xiao Hei was his destined beast, it would also enter the Silver Realm along with him, saving him a lot of divine attribute gene points. After Jitai Mei entered the Silver Realm, her appearance didn't change much. She did comprehend 2 skills, but they were all passive skills. One was agile movement, which increased her base movement speed. The other was fire poison, which added fire poison to all attacks, a pretty good skill. Bai Xiaoqian also comprehended 2 skills after her promotion, one being ghostly flicker. After using it, she could quickly disappear in front of her opponent and reappear behind them. This skill made Bai Xiaoqian seem even more like a legendary ghost. The other skill was possession, which allowed her to attach to her opponent and affect their actions. As for Xiao Hei, after leveling up, he only comprehended 1 skill, but its level was high, and the effect was good. It was called Position Swap, which allowed 2 targets to quickly change positions. Upon seeing this skill, Li Tian's eyes lit up instantly. If he were to compete with someone, he could use this skill. Chapter 74. You're already at the Silver Realm? The next day, Li Tian woke up and immediately called his mom. Hello, son, why are you calling so early? What is up? Wu Yan had just gotten out of bed and hadn't had time to wash up when she saw her son's call. Mom, I have something to tell you. Hearing her son's mysterious tone, Wu Yan became tense, unsure what trouble he had gotten into this time. Go ahead. After thinking for a long time yesterday, Li Tian hadn't found a good reason, so now he was seeking help from his mom. Mom, I entered the Silver Realm. Wu Yan was taken aback. What do you mean you entered the Silver Realm? How come your upgrade is as easy as drinking water? You just entered the Bronze Realm a few days ago. Barely a week, and now you've leveled up? What the hell? What did you say? Wu Yan felt she should confirm this. She didn't want to misunderstand. Mom, I said I entered the Silver Realm. Really, just last night. Hiss. This time Wu Yan heard clearly. Her son really had entered the Silver Realm. All right, you wait there. I'll come over right now. Wu Yan felt that talking on the phone was inconvenient. It was better to confirm in person. Soon, Wu Yan arrived at Li Tian's villa. The moment she saw her son, she was already convinced that everything Li Tian said was true. How could you level up so quickly? Wu Yan asked, feeling a bit incredulous. Li Tian didn't know how to explain it now, so he directly shifted the blame to that non-existent master. Mom, my master came yesterday and said I performed very well in the freshman competition, then gave me 2 pills. I don't even know what they are. After I took them, my master told me to absorb them together with the gene liquid, and then I leveled up. After hearing Li Tian's explanation, Wu Yan felt that this Feng Qingyang was really generous, even willing to give out such precious pills. There are indeed such pills in the Beast-Master world, but the price is something ordinary people can't afford. As far as she knew, the cheapest ones cost several trillion blue star coins, and that was just for low-tier ones, plus you had to wait in line to buy them. Well, your master is really good to you. In that case, I'll go ask for that dragon-type pet egg. Wu Yan knew that Li Tian was looking for her for the dragon-type pet egg. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her so early in the morning. Mom, That's not the point. There's something else I haven't mentioned. Li Tian stopped his mother, who was about to leave. Mom, after I entered the Silver Realm, why do I have 2 Beastmaster spaces? This doesn't make sense. This was also the reason Li Tian came up with, since he couldn't figure it out. He would leave it to others to speculate. 2 Beastmaster spaces? Wu Yin looked at her son in surprise, as if she were looking at a monster. Seeing her son's worried expression, Wu Yin felt both surprised and amused. Such things had indeed happened in history, but this situation was quite rare. Hearing his mother say this, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it had happened in history. Mom, how could there be 2 Beastmaster spaces? I've never heard of it, and I'm so worried. Wu Yin explained to him. There are 2 possibilities. One is a blessing from the heavenly Tao. A blessing from the heavenly Tao? Li Tian interrupted his mother, continuing, isn't that something only pets get? Who told you that? A blessing from the heavenly Tao can appear not only on pets, but also has a certain probability of appearing on humans. However, most of the time it happens to pets. So that's how it is. Mom, what is the other possibility? Li Tian continued to ask. The other possibility? Wu Yin looked at her son and said, it should be related to the 2 pills your master gave you. Such pills do exist in this world, but their price is terrifyingly high. Probably only the wealthy families of the top 10 planets can afford them. Li Tian didn't expect that within such a short time. His mother had found 2 reasons for him. So I should say this is the second situation, right? Li Tian looked at his mother in shock. Wu Yin nodded and said, yes, I think it should be. However, regarding your master, it's better not to mention it. After all, it involves many things. Just say you were blessed by the heavenly Tao. Damn it, it involves so much. Your son doesn't even have a master, alright? But Li Tian still adhered to the principle of listening to others' advice and agreed. Seeing her son agree, Wu Yin continued, well, you should say it like that to outsiders. Alright, I'll go ask for the dragon-type pet egg for you. Wait, Li Tian called out to his mother, who was about to leave again. Mom, I want to ask you something. Wu Yin nodded and said, yes, go ahead. Mom, do you think if a person is a twin, the probability of their pet being a twin is especially high? Wu Yin was amused by her son's words and said, what are you thinking? Can a person's twins be the same as a pet's twin births? Don't think. Wu Yin couldn't continue because she thought of a possibility. Son, you won't have a twin birth too, will you? Wu Yin looked at Li Tian uncertainly, wanting to get an answer from him. Li Tian didn't waste time and directly summoned 2 dark hunters. Seeing the 2 identical pets, Wu Yin was completely stunned. What is going on? You having 1 more Beastmaster space is already excessive, and now there's a twin birth too. Son, are you trying to defy the heavens? Mom, I feel this topic can be researched further. You see, when my little brother was in the Bronze Realm, the Night Phantom was a twin birth. And now that I'm in the Silver Realm, a twin birth happened too. I think this is very likely related to us being twins. What do you think? Li Tian said seriously, making wild claims. He didn't care if others believed it, as long as his mom did. Wu Yin originally wanted to refute her son's words, but the facts were right in front of her. She couldn't find the words to argue because both her son and daughter had experienced twin births. How could she refute that? Well, Mom, I think we should study this carefully. You see, when humans have twins, the probability of their offspring having twins is quite high. And as Beastmasters, we sign a spiritual contract with these pets. Could it be that the spiritual contract of twin Beastmasters is different from others? Or could it be that the pets were influenced by their owners, leading to a twin birth? Listening to her son's words, Wu Yin felt there was a bit of logic to it. However, this matter still needed further research, and it could serve as a topic for study. Alright, we'll talk about this later. I'll go to the dean to get that dragon-type pet egg for you. Okay, you're the best, Mom. Watching his mother leave, Li Tian was also glad that he had turned to his mother for speculation. Otherwise, with his IQ and knowledge, he wouldn't have come up with such a perfect reason. As for the dean agreeing to give him the dragon-type pet egg, Li Tian was full of anticipation. After all, with the bright holy dragon from Shangyin-Zhu, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Chapter 75. Li Tian in the Silver Realm? Tian Jing'an looked at Feng Baoshan with a helpless expression. Baoshan, it's not that I don't want to give these 3 kids the gene liquid, but you know how hard it is to obtain. Feng Baoshan naturally understood this principle. But those were 3-level potential seeds. As the branch dean, he had to fight for these 3 kids. Dean, have you forgotten? You promised them that as long as they came to our Fengcheng Beastmaster Academy, they would receive the best resources. Regarding what Feng Baoshan said, Tian Jing'an certainly remembered. Baoshan, you also know that one doesn't receive a reward without merit. Even if I want to favor them, I need a reason. Otherwise, it's hard to convince others. Originally, the 3 vials of gene liquid were prepared for them for the freshman competition. Yes, but then suddenly a Li Tian emerged. And these 3 little ones couldn't even secure second place, which really disappointed me. Feng Baoshan empathized with the dean's words. After the competition, I also found the 3 kids and gave them a good scolding. But Dean, Right now is the critical period for beast masters to grow rapidly. This gene liquid is very useful for them. Now that Tian and the others got it, it's completely a waste. What can a level 1 star potential do compared to our branch's level potential seeds? Just then, Wu Yin pushed the door open and happened to hear Feng Baoshan's words. Oh, Xiao Yin, why did you come in without knocking? Wu Yin ignored Tian Jing'an's words. For her, she didn't have the habit of knocking when coming to the dean's office. Feng Baoshan, you're getting bold, huh? Giving the gene liquid to my child. How is that a waste? Come, you must give me an explanation today. Feng Baoshan felt a chill run down his back. He never expected Wu Yin to suddenly barge in at this moment. As the saying goes, a person's name is their shadow. Wu Yan's ruthless reputation was well known. Junior sister, let me explain. Feng Baoshan quickly put on a smiling face. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and said, all right, don't wait until I get angry and give you no chance to explain. At this moment, Feng Baoshan could only look to the dean for help. Tian Jing'an sighed as well. He didn't expect Wu Yin to come at this time. Xiao Yin, what do you need from me? While speaking, she waved her hand at Feng Baoshan, signaling him to leave. With the dean's promise, Feng Baoshan left with his head down, looking defeated. Wu Yin snorted coldly. She wasn't going to let this matter slide. Although she wouldn't act immediately, if there was a next time, she would definitely settle both old and new scores together. Master, I'm here to ask for the dragon-type pet beast egg. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Tian Jing'an was taken aback and laughed, saying, why the rush? Are you afraid I might go back on my word? Wu Yan shook her head. She still respected her master very much. Master, you misunderstood. My little Tian entered the Silver Realm yesterday, and now he is in need of the dragon-type pet beast egg you promised. What? Even as a master at the king level, Tian Jing'an was shocked by Wu Yan's words at that moment. Master, I said my little Tian entered the Silver Realm yesterday, and he is in need of that dragon-type pet beast egg you promised. Wu Yan repeated again, feeling quite pleased to see her master looking astonished. After all, Tian was her own son. Now that her son was successful, she naturally felt proud as a mother. In ancient times, this would be called a mother relying on her son's success. Tian Jing'an finally understood and said, that child Tian entered the Silver Realm? What happened? How could it be so fast? Wu Yan looked around. There were no outsiders here, so she didn't mind giving her master a hint. Little Tian has a powerful figure guiding him. Otherwise, how could he advance so quickly? I can't say too much about the specifics, but I can only say it's his fortune. Hiss. Tian Jing'an was no fool. Hearing Wu Yan say this, he knew that the powerful figure behind her son must be someone significant. Moreover, Wu Yan had emphasized the word fortune. Fortune? Where could there be fortune? The Holy Land. With this thought, Tian Jing'an seemed to have guessed the truth of the matter. Wu Yan saw that her master understood and smiled, saying, now that person hasn't made it clear, we shouldn't use their name, right? Tian Jing'an nodded and said, yes, you're right. We shouldn't anger that person over this matter. Master, what about the dragon-type pet beast egg? Wu Yan continued. Tian Jing'an didn't hesitate to take out 3 pet beast eggs, saying, these 3 are all dragon-type pet beast eggs, and they are all of the Silver Realm. I can guarantee that. But I don't know what specific type of dragon they are. Master, you got these in the secret realm? Wu Yan asked. Tian Jing'an nodded, saying yes. These are the dragon-type pet beast eggs I obtained in the Dragon City secret realm more than 10 years ago while following my teacher. But what specific type they are will depend on the fortunes of these 3 little guys. Wu Yan knew about the Dragon City secret realm. It was not something anyone could enter. To enter the Dragon City secret realm, one must have an invitation and can only stay inside for 8 hours. It was quite rare for her teacher to obtain an invitation. Well, then I'll thank you on behalf of the 3 little guys. Wu Yan took the 3 dragon-type pet beast eggs and said to Tian Jing'an. Wu Yan knew that her teacher represented the Fengcheng Beast-Tamer Academy in the National College League. Well, master, rest assured, I will definitely urge them to cultivate well. Quickly give the pet beast egg to the little guy. Don't keep him waiting. Looking at Wu Yan leave, Tian Jing'an couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The potential seed he had high hopes for performed mediocrely in the freshman competition. However, his disciple had risen unexpectedly, which was comforting for him. He never expected Tian would have such a fortuitous encounter and could connect with the Holy Land. Then Tian Jing'an thought about this year's National League and couldn't help but smile. Last year was a special case. The main team members got trapped in the secret realm, and the substitutes had to step in, leading to a third-to-last finish. This year, the Fengcheng Beast-Tamer Academy would definitely break into the top 10. Now with the unexpected rise of Tian and others, Tian Jing'an felt he could set his goals even higher. This is for you. Wu Yan wasn't sure what type of dragon pet was inside, so she randomly took one and gave it to her son. Mom, what type of dragon pet egg is this? Tian asked curiously. How would I know? You'll only find out once you contract it. This thing is random right now. So hurry up and contract it. After receiving it, Li Tian understood from Wu Yan's introduction that this item came from the Dragon City secret realm. Mom, no rush. I'll wait until tonight to ask my master before contracting it. Hearing her son's words, Wu Yan didn't say much and left. She also respected that person, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 76. Are you sure you're a dragon? After his mom left, Li Tian immediately entered the illusory sea world. He was quite envious of Shang Yinzhu's dragon-type pet beast egg returning to the lineage, and wanted to see if there were any treasures in the system shop that could help a dragon-type pet beast return to its lineage. Entering the illusory sea world, he opened the system shop and searched for the words dragon-type, return to lineage. Soon, a bunch of items appeared before Li Tian. Ancient dragon bloodline, rank, description. Li Tian immediately gave up. Just looking at the rank, he knew he couldn't afford it. He scrolled down to the last item. Dragon bloodline blind box, rank, unknown, description. Opening it will randomly obtain a dragon bloodline, can be brought into reality. Price, 10. Seeing this price, Li Tian felt it was really expensive. The canine bloodline blind box was only 1,000 points, and now this one was directly 10 points, 100 times more. However, no matter how expensive it was, Li Tian still bought one. Looking at the dragon bloodline blind box in his backpack, Li Tian took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Purple gold divine dragon bloodline, rank, description. Using it will allow a dragon-type pet beast to return to the purple gold divine dragon, can be brought into reality. Purple gold divine dragon? Is it the same purple gold divine dragon 100 times over? But no matter what, this time he definitely made a big profit. The purple gold divine dragon. Rank level, what was there to hesitate about? Li Tian eagerly placed this purple gold divine dragon bloodline on the pet beast egg and began the contracting process. After about a minute, a little worm finally broke out of the shell. Looking at the purple gold divine dragon in front of him, Li Tian felt somewhat depressed. Are you sure this is the purple gold divine dragon? Purple gold divine dragon, rank, 5 stars, realm, black iron 1 star, skills, flying dragon in the sky. Divine dragon's tail, description, a returning purple gold divine dragon with very pure bloodline. Li Tian looked at the little worm before him, which was less than 20 centimeters long, and really found it hard to associate it with the purple gold divine dragon. This dragon is too short, isn't it? Less than 20 centimeters, it's even shorter than me. Moreover, this purple gold divine dragon was only at the black iron level, which was a bit of a letdown. He was already at the silver realm. With such an outrageous potential, how could it only be at the black iron level? Wasn't the gap between its potential and reality too great? However, the two skills were indeed of high rank, but that was of no use. No matter how high the rank, if his own energy wasn't enough, it was all in vain. Looking at the remaining divine attribute gene points in his hands, Li Tian reluctantly bought a bottle of gene liquid for the bronze realm. After drinking the gene liquid, the appearance of the purple gold divine dragon finally changed, growing from less than 20 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Seeing this tiny change, Li Tian felt like he was about to spit blood. This was far from the imposing and majestic purple gold divine dragon he had imagined. After leveling up, the purple gold divine dragon also gained a skill called Dragon Claw Hand. It was also a very powerful attack skill. But looking at the little dragon claws of the purple gold divine dragon, Li Tian really couldn't believe it could have much power. Li Tian glanced around and saw that the area was filled with silver realm monsters. So he gave up on the idea of having the purple gold divine dragon take action. Exiting the illusion sea world, Li Tian summoned the purple gold divine dragon again. Other pets had their own names, but what should he name the purple gold divine dragon? A dragon? No, that name was already taken by that guy Shang Yinzhu. He had to come up with another one. How about a Z? Little dragon? Let's go with purple dragon. Lushan Shenglongba. This name is quite fitting and not too silly. The purple gold divine dragon can be abbreviated as purple dragon, and thus, the name purple dragon was decided. As for the two dark hunters, Li Tian named them Big Fur and Little Fur. The reason for this name was also because these two guys were fluffy. Riding them was a bit uncomfortable and prickly. Moreover, they hopped around when they moved, making it feel better to ride a G-Tai. So, Li Tian called these two dark hunters Big Fur and Little Fur. Checking his phone, it was already 9 in the morning. Since the freshman competition had just ended and it was Saturday and Sunday, there were no classes today. Li Tian went downstairs to the cafeteria and found it empty with not a single person around. He called out a couple of times, but no one responded. Walking to the back kitchen, he found a notice on the door. It said, "Closed today, go to another cafeteria if you want to eat." So capricious? Forget it. Li Tian didn't dwell on it too much and picked up his phone to call the two. Soon, the two little ones came downstairs, and Shang Yinzhu complained as he walked, "Xiao Tian, today is Saturday, a rare day off. Why are you calling so early? Day off? What day off? This is the time for Beastmasters to grow rapidly, and you want to rest? Don't you have any ambition?" Facing Li Tian's words, Shang Yinzhu rolled his eyes at him and said, You make it sound like you're so hardworking. Exactly. Bro. You even delayed my beauty sleep. Wu Yuxian also said unhappily. I think you two sleeping in is simply a waste of life, wasting precious growth time. Look at me. I'm already in the silver realm and get up earlier than you two. You still want to rest? The two of them automatically ignored what Li Tian said earlier and asked in unison, You're in the silver realm? Li Tian looked at the two with pride and said, Of course, this is called the early bird gets the worm. Bro, that's the early bird gets the worm. Wu Yuxian corrected him. Whatever, it's all the same. Look at me. I'm already in the silver realm, and you two are still in the bronze realm. How embarrassing. You're dragging down the average strength of our academy. Seeing Li Tian's triumphant look, the two were somewhat skeptical. You just entered the bronze realm a few days ago, and now you're in the silver realm? Bro, lying kids get eaten by wolves. Wu Yuxian was the first to jump out and question Li Tian's honesty. Right, Xiao Tian. Lying is not a good habit. Shang Yinju echoed. Humph. Since you don't believe me, then please open your eyes wide and witness the moment of miracles. Big Fur. Little Fur, come out to meet the guests. As Li Tian finished speaking, Big Fur and Little Fur were summoned. The two were startled to see the Dark Hunters. Their height of over 5 meters was quite intimidating. Especially since these two looked like spiders, they naturally gave off a sense of oppression. Xiao Tian, how did you contract 2 big spiders? Shang Yinju looked at Li Tian in confusion. Meanwhile, Wu Yuxian had already realized something was off and said, Bro, did you give birth to twins? What do you mean I gave birth to twins? This is called a twin birth during the contract process, and it's not just twins. You have no culture at all. Li Tian looked disdainfully at his uneducated sister, thinking he should enroll her in a cultural tutoring class. It's the same thing. Is it really a twin birth? Wu Yuxian continued to ask. Li Tian looked proudly at the two and said, So, are you envious or jealous? Surprised or not? Haha. Shang Yinju looked at Li Tian in shock and said, Xiao Tian, why didn't you contract a dragon-type pet egg? Why did you contract 2 big spiders? He knew that Li Tian had been compensated with 2 dragon-type pet eggs at the time. How did it turn into 2 big spiders? Chapter 77. Making beef balls. Li Tian was just waiting for Shang Yinju to ask this. Hearing his words, he proudly said, Why wouldn't I contract dragon-type pet eggs? Purple Dragon, come out to meet the guests. With Li Tian's command, the 20-centimeter-long purple gold divine dragon was summoned. The two looked at the purple gold divine dragon flying in the air, feeling it was unbelievable. What is this thing? Also, Li Tian, how do you have a Beastmaster space? This is unscientific. Seeing Li Tian's smug expression, the two looked at him curiously, wanting a reasonable explanation. Li Tian noticed their curious looks and felt very proud. How about it? My purple dragon is not bad, right? Bro, let us not talk about whether this is a dragon or not. Let us first talk about how you have a Beastmaster space. Right, Xiao Tian. Don't tell me you're now in the Golden Realm. Facing their curiosity, Li Tian proudly explained. Have you heard of the Heavenly Tao's blessing? I'm favored by the Heavenly Tao. The Chosen One. TCH. Bro, are you bullying me for not having culture? The Heavenly Tao's blessing is for pets, right? How can people be blessed by the Heavenly Tao? Wu Yuxian looked disbelieving. She had never even heard of people being blessed by the Heavenly Tao. Li Tian exaggeratedly recounted what his mother said, and then said, Now you know how ignorant you are, right? The two reluctantly accepted Li Tian's explanation. Shang Yinju asked, So you're saying you're still a Silver Beastmaster? Of course, otherwise, do you really think I'm a Golden Beastmaster? After Li Tian finished speaking, he rolled his eyes at Shang Yinju, and the disdain was obvious. Shang Yinju patted his flat chest and said, Phew, then I'm relieved. Otherwise, if you pulled 2 major realms away from me, I would have to ask my mom for help. Bro, does that mean you now have 6 pets? Wu Yuxian also accepted this reality at this moment. Li Tian nodded and said, You're right, I indeed have 6 pets now. How about it, are you jealous? The two looked at Li Tian, who was showing off, with disdain, but they were indeed envious. After all, having a twin birth was already extraordinary. And now this guy had gained another Beastmaster space. As fellow Beastmasters, it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. By the way, Xiao Tian, are you sure this is a dragon? Why doesn't Tian have the length of chopsticks? Shang Yinju carefully examined the flying purple dragon and found it quite strange. What kind of dragon is this? I've never heard of it. Also, this guy has no wings. How does it fly? This is unscientific. Li Tian proudly held the purple gold divine dragon in his palm and said, This is the purple gold divine dragon. Its growth potential is extremely high, far beyond your imagination. How about it? Are you envious? Shang Yinju looked at the purple gold divine dragon seriously and said, It really looks powerful. Xiao Tian, let it fight my dragon. What do you think? Get lost. Li Tian directly scolded. His own purple dragon was only in the bronze realm. How could it compete with the holy light dragon? That bastard Shang Yinju definitely had no good intentions. He wouldn't fall for his tricks. You called us down just to show off. Shang Yinju's tone was somewhat cold. Li Tian glanced at him and seriously nodded. You're right. Otherwise, why would I call you down? Oh, by the way, my main purpose is to tell you not to drag down the branch's reputation. Hurry up and improve your realm. Li Tian, you bastard. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. What Li Tian said earlier indeed provoked the two of them. Li Tian then rode on Jitai Mei and started wandering around the academy. Since entering the Beastmaster Academy, he hadn't had a good look around, and wasn't he clear about what the other branches were like. After walking and stopping, he finally arrived at the auxiliary branch where his mother was. He took out his phone and called his mom, then headed to her office. Why did you come by yourself? Where are those two guys? Wu Yan was curious to see Li Tian come alone. Weren't the three of them inseparable? Hee. They were provoked and are currently cultivating. Hearing her son's words, Wu Yan understood the thoughts of those two. Seeing Li Tian surpass them by a large realm. How could they not work hard to cultivate? This is good. Having a leader can motivate the other two. Mom, I came here today because I need to talk to you about something. Seeing her son's serious expression, Wu Yan asked curiously, what is it? Mom, you should take a look at this first. Li Tian handed the formula for the bull strength pill to his mother. Wu Yan took a glance and was surprised to find that it was a pill formula. Mom, can you refine this? Li Tian asked his mother seriously. Wu Yan examined it carefully. There were detailed refining methods, so it shouldn't be a problem. It should be fine. What kind of pill is this? And where did you get the formula? My master gave it to me and said that this pill can accelerate the cultivation speed of the bull strength technique. Hiss. Hearing that it was from Li Tian's mysterious master, Wu Yan became serious. This was likely a pill formula from a sacred place, so she couldn't afford to take it lightly. All right, you wait here for me, or come back in 2 hours. I'll try to refine it. Realizing it was a pill for auxiliary cultivation, Wu Yan became serious. Wu Yan nodded, indicating that Li Tian could do as he pleased. And then she took the pill formula and started preparing the ingredients. Li Tian walked out of his mother's office and, following his mother's earlier directions, headed towards the cafeteria of the auxiliary branch. When he arrived, he was taken aback. It was enormous. At least 5 times the size of the cafeteria in the warrior branch. Of course, there were also a lot of people inside. Even though it wasn't mealtime, there were still quite a few people around. It could be said that the auxiliary branch had the most people since very few had good potential with their beast companions, and the majority were of lower tiers. These individuals were unwilling to choose the arduous and tough warrior branch and instead opted for the auxiliary branch. As he watched the beautiful women coming and going, Li Tian felt that the cafeteria here was indeed better, unlike his own warrior branch, which had only 3 people, with Wu Yuxian being his own sister. As for Shang Yinju, while she was indeed beautiful, she was of a level that could be considered the pinnacle in the entire Beastmaster Academy. But Li Tian knew that she was a girl. However, there were no such issues in the auxiliary branch. Hey, Li Tian, stop staring, or your eyes will fall out. Chapter 78. You all really know how to have fun. Qian Sisi didn't expect to see Li Tian here. She had come to the auxiliary branch for some business and to grab a bite to eat. Li Tian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and confirmed that they hadn't met before. Do you know me? Li Tian asked. Qian Sisi smiled and said, of course. Who in the entire first year doesn't he know you? Hearing this, Li Tian immediately laughed without a hint of embarrassment. Haha. What can I say? I can't help it. You flatter me. What is your surname, beautiful? Which department are you in? Qian Sisi rolled her eyes at Li Tian. He was the one who had snatched her gene liquid. Although he had done it fair and square, she still felt unhappy. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Li Tian had never heard of her name. Ah, Qian Sisi, nice name. What major are you in? Qian Sisi felt that this guy was doing it on purpose. He was a complete jerk. Not only did he take her gene liquid, but he was also teasing her here. Oh, I'm in the warrior branch. So you came here to check out the beauties, huh? I see your grandpa. Qian Sisi felt that this jerk was going to drive her crazy. She was no longer interested in eating and left directly. Li Tian saw Qian Sisi leave and didn't make any effort to keep her. TCH, her strength is lacking. Yet she thinks she can pursue me? Dream on. I'm a man of higher realms in the future. Our lifespans aren't on the same level. Li Tian clearly regarded Qian Sisi as someone who wanted to pursue him. Just as she said, he was currently the idol of the entire first year, and many wanted to pursue him. But was Li Tian such a casual man? Li Tian was unaware that his casual remarks were overheard by Gu Xiaoyu, who was beside Qian Sisi. She was also one of the 3 potential seeds at the Beastmaster Academy. Today, she had come along with Qian Sisi to handle some business. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Tian strangely. Did this guy really not know Qian Sisi? However, at that moment, Qian Sisi had already left, and she didn't want to stay here any longer, so she followed her out. After eating, Li Tian remembered that he still had a formula for the power pill. He had obtained this pill formula a long time ago, but hadn't had the opportunity to refine it. The main reason was that the pill's level was too low, and Li Tian didn't think much of it. Now that he had free time, it was just right to practice refining this power pill, especially since he hadn't refined pills in reality before. There were alchemy rooms available for rent. So Li Tian went to the front desk, intending to rent one. As luck would have it, he ran into the woman who had just tried to pursue him again. What a schemer. She was trying to create a coincidence here. Unfortunately, your scheme has long been seen through by me. Humph. I won't be fooled. Qian Cici didn't expect to encounter this jerk again. She turned her head and didn't want to look at him. Seeing Qian Cici's actions, Li Tian sneered in his heart. Is this seduction? Too bad I'm not falling for it. He directly told the staff, give me an alchemy room for an hour. Okay, sir. Afterward, the front desk handed Li Tian a hand token. He paid the fee and took the token to his alchemy room. Qian Cici was infuriated by Li Tian's lack of manners. First, he intentionally annoyed her in the cafeteria, and now he didn't even apologize or greet her, which was simply outrageous. Gu Xiaoyu saw Li Tian heading to the alchemy room and curiously said, Cici, I didn't expect this guy to be taking alchemy as an elective too? Qian Cici nonchalantly replied, that's normal. Who doesn't know that beast masters are a gold-consuming profession, and alchemists are the most profitable? It's normal for him to take alchemy. Yeah, I see. Looks like we'll have to take classes together in the elective courses. Gu Xiaoyu agreed. What a nuisance. Xiaoyu, how can there be such annoying people in this world? Facing her friend as complaints, Gu Xiaoyu decided it was best not to tell her what Li Tian had said earlier. She was afraid Qian Cici wouldn't be able to take it and might fight with Li Tian. Moreover, given Li Tian's character and strength, he could really give Qian Cici a beating. On the other side, Li Tian arrived at the entrance of the alchemy room, swiped the token, and walked in. He first processed the purchased medicinal ingredients and then started to follow the refining steps for the power pill step by step. After about 10 minutes, the first batch of power pills was freshly made. This pill was only of the bronze level, while he was a silver level alchemist. Therefore, refining it didn't take much effort. Looking at the pills in his hand and comparing them to the ones he had refined in the system, he felt there wasn't much difference. Let us ask Mom to see if this strength pill has a market. Seeing that there were still some materials in hand, Li Tian continued to refine the strength pill. Next door, Qian Cici was also following the steps of alchemy and began to practice step by step. Before entering the academy, she already had some knowledge of alchemy, and today was her first time trying it out. Gu Xiaoyu sat beside her watching Qian Cici refine the pills. Feeling a bit anxious, she knew that alchemy could easily lead to explosions if not done properly. And now, watching Qian Cici's operation, it was clear that this was her first practice. This idiot had bragged to her about being from a family of alchemists, saying that refining pills was as easy as drinking water. But looking at her current operation, there was no hint of an alchemist's finesse, just a complete novice. Sure enough, what she feared came true. Qian Cici mismanaged the fire control, resulting in an accident. Boom. Gu Xiaoyu saw Qian Cici looking at herself, covered in ash, clearly having blown up the furnace. However, the explosion was not as powerful as she had imagined. Looking at Qian Cici's current disheveled appearance, Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Xiaoyu, woo woo woo. Gu Xiaoyu could only come over to comfort her, saying it's okay. It's normal for alchemists to have explosions. Besides, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, right? Hearing her good friend's consolation, Qian Cici nodded continuously, saying, yeah, you're right. I thought alchemy was too easy. Well, it's fine now. If alchemy were that easy, alchemists wouldn't be so sought after, right? Qian Cici nodded heavily, looking at the materials that had all turned to charcoal, realizing there was no need to continue refining. There was a simple washing area in the alchemy room for processing medicinal materials. It was also meant for alchemists to clean up after an explosion. After Qian Cici washed up, the two of them walked out of the alchemy room together. Just then, Li Tian also came out and saw that Qian Cici's hair was wet. He glanced at Gu Xiaoyu behind her with a strange expression. Qian Cici was already in a bad mood, and seeing Li Tian look at her like that made her temper flare up. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Li Tian was not easy to provoke either, and he had a sharp tongue. He glanced at the two of them and muttered, looks like you two are having fun here, coming to find some excitement. Xiaoyu, don't stop me. Today, I'm going to let him know why the flowers are so red. Gu Xiaoyu was also extremely angry at being misunderstood as a lesbian. However, despite her anger, she did not lose her composure. This Li Tian was indeed arrogant and a real jerk, but his strength was no joke. She had seen his videos from the freshman competition. He could handle Silver Realm monsters alone, albeit just the initial stage. Even so, that was enough to show his extraordinary strength. She had just become a beast master, and her practical experience was still lacking. So she was definitely no match for Li Tian. The same went for Qian Cici. Neither of them had much practical experience. Their teacher had said that Li Tian had strong practical experience. Given that, they were definitely not his opponents right now. Going up to confront him would only bring trouble. Gu Xiaoyu forcibly held back Qian Cici, who wanted to reason with Li Tian. Cece, don't fall into this jerk's trap. He just wants to provoke you and bully you openly. Qian Cece was not as calm as Gu Xiaoyu and was already losing her rationality. I'm a potential seed of the elite level. Why should I be afraid of him? Xiaoyu, let go of me. Just watch. I'm going to make his butt bloom today. Cece, have you forgotten about Qin Yuanshan? He was also a potential seed, and he was still killed by him. Hearing Gu Xiaoyu's words, Qian Cece calmed down. Indeed, Qin Yuanshan was also a potential seed and had been completely defeated by him. She realized that she was not a match for this jerk. Humph. I'll let him off today, but when I reach the Silver Realm, I will definitely skin him alive. Li Tian ignored the two girls. To him, women were not on his radar right now. Mom was right. If he were to find someone, it should be a woman of equal strength. Otherwise, he was still young. And if the other party's lifespan was nearing its end, wouldn't he that be asking for trouble? At this moment, Wu Yan had already completed refining the bull strength pill. Since she was practicing the wild bull technique, she could also use the bull strength pill for cultivation. She tried using the bull strength pill for cultivation and found that it was indeed much faster than usual. The cultivation speed was about 3 times faster than using a 1,000-year bull inner pill. This was quite remarkable. It was indeed extraordinary for a product from the Holy Land. Seeing her son come in, Wu Yan casually asked, "Where have you been?" "I just wanted to learn to be an alchemist. So I went to the alchemy room to refine some pills." "Mom, can you check how I did?" Hearing Li Tian's words, Wu Yan was surprised and asked, "You refine pills? You can do alchemy?" Li Tian replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, it's actually quite simple, much easier than refining tools." "Who taught you?" Wu Yan looked at Li Tian. "My master, but he isn't good at alchemy, so he only taught me a little. By the way, Mom, can you take a look at this strength pill?" After saying that, Li Tian handed the strength pill he refined to his mother. Wu Yan took out a pill, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was a normal pill, not a poison pill. Then she swallowed the bull strength pill directly. She felt a weak energy spreading through her meridians. 5 minutes later, Wu Yan nodded and said, "This bull strength pill is not bad. Even for me at the King Realm, it has increased my strength a bit, but for you, it would be a lot. Did your master give you the recipe for this pill?" Li Tian nodded and replied, "Yeah, my master gave it to me as practice. I said I didn't have a recipe, and he casually handed me the recipe for the bull strength pill." Then Li Tian also passed the recipe for refining the bull strength pill to his mother. Wu Yan looked at it for a moment and found the entire recipe to be very straightforward, with no unnecessary steps. Moreover, the materials needed for refining the bull strength pill were incredibly cheap. 4 pills of the same bronze realm, the cheapest set of materials would cost over 100,000. But the materials for the bull strength pill, she estimated, would only cost about 30,000 at most. Furthermore, the strength increase from the bull strength pill was permanent, not one-time use, which was quite rare. She remembered that in the beautiful country, there was a type of strength potion that increased strength. The bull strength pill was much more effective than that strength potion. Every year, the summer country imported a large number of these strength potions from the beautiful country, and one bottle of that potion cost 15,000 blue star coins. Now with the bull strength pill, which had better effects than the beautiful country's strength potion, selling it at the same price would not be unreasonable, right? "Well, your master is really good to you. Are you planning to sell the bull strength pill to make money?" Li Tian nodded, feeling no shame in front of his mother. Seeing her say that, Li Tian also nodded. He didn't understand the specific operations involved, so it was best to leave it to his mother. Besides, he didn't have time to refine the bull strength pill every day. He needed that time to improve his own realm. After Li Tian left, Wu Yan took one of the bull strength pills he refined and went to Tian Jing'an's office. "Xiaoyan, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Why do you always forget?" Facing her master's complaints, Wu Yan was already used to it, saying, "Okay, I'll pay attention next time." Tian Jing'an was already immune to this line. "Speak up, what do you need from me?" Tian Jing'an thought it was about Li Tianlong's pet beast egg, likely a contract with a trash dragon species. Such things weren't unheard of. Just because it's a dragon species doesn't mean it's invincible. Some dragon species don't have strong combat power, and Li Tian is probably in that situation. However, Tian Jing'an wasn't worried at all. He had already said it was an unknown dragon species pet beast egg. He could only guarantee that it was a silver-level dragon species pet beast egg, but he didn't know what kind it was. Wu Yan came to Tian Jing'an and handed him a large strength pill. "Master, this might be a pill from there. It's called a strength pill. What do you think of this?" Wu Yan didn't specify where it came from, just referred to it as there. But Tian Jing'an instantly understood what Wu Yan meant. He quickly took the strength pill, checked it, and confirmed it wasn't a poison pill. Then he swallowed it and silently felt its effects. After a while, Tian Jing'an nodded at Wu Yan and said, "Indeed amazing. The efficacy of this strength pill is 3 times that of the strength agents from beautiful country. It's truly a product from there." Wu Yan smiled and asked, "Master, how much do you think I could sell this for?" Upon hearing this, Tian Jing'an was taken aback, He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't think Wu Yan was actually discussing the price with him and replied, "Are you saying you have the formula and permission to refine this pill?" Wu Yan nodded and continued, "I have both the refining formula and method. This was given to Xiao Tian by his master. And I believe Xiao Tian has the right to handle it, don't you think?" Chapter 80. Xia Mingyu's generosity. After hearing Wu Yan's words, Tian Jing'an gasped. He was well aware of the commotion that would arise when this strength pill was released. Over the years, Beautiful Country had made a lot of blue star coins by relying on strength agents in Xia Country. If the strength pill were to hit the market, it would definitely pose a strong challenge to strength agents. Moreover, it could potentially completely replace strength agents in that field, not only in the domestic market, but also in the broader international market. Xiaoyan, are you sure Xiao Tian has the right to handle this formula? Tian Jing'an inquired. Master, I'm sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. Wu Yan knew very well the shock that the release of the strength pill would bring. She also understood she couldn't bear the burden of this matter alone and could only drag her master into it. Tian Jing'an glanced at Wu Yan and said, I can't decide this matter either. All right, I'll go to the capital, and you wait for my news. Okay. Wu Yan readily agreed. Tian Jing'an then briefed the academy on a few matters before directly leaving Fengcheng. He couldn't decide this matter. After all, it involved too many interests. The emergence of a pill more effective than strength agents would definitely affect many people's benefits. Although the price of this pill wasn't high, the demand was immense. In the face of enormous profits, not only would Beautiful Country benefit, but some people in Xia Country would also have huge interests at stake. Therefore, if this pill were to be released, it would undoubtedly harm the interests of many people. Tian Jing'an understood this principle. Xia Country had many good things, but some people prevented these things from coming to light for their own interests. Consequently, many who possessed these good things had no choice but to turn to other countries. Tian Jing'an was aware that this wasn't the first or second time such things had happened. Before long, Tian Jing'an arrived in the capital. As Fengcheng was a major city in Xia Country, with a teleportation array directly to the capital, he didn't go to find the Alchemist Association. The people there were all kinds, and Tian Jing'an didn't trust them at all. His purpose was clear, to see his master, the legendary Xia Mingyu. As Xia Mingyu's disciple, Tian Jing'an knew that his master was an absolute patriot. This was because Xia Mingyu was a member of the royal family of Xia Country and a strong contender for the throne. No matter who betrayed the country, Xia Mingyu would never betray it, especially since Beautiful Country had already placed him on their sanctions list. Xia Mingyu was somewhat surprised to see his disciple. He knew that Tian Jing'an only came when there was something important. What's going on? You haven't been here for a while. Facing his master's teasing, Tian Jing'an was already used to it. Master, I've been busy. Look, now that I have some free time, I'm here to greet you. All right, enough of that. Tell me, why have you come this time? Xia Mingyu waved his hand, not believing Tian Jing'an's words. The last time was when he sought him out, and Xia Mingyu had to swallow his pride and ask his father for 3 bottles of gene agents. The time before that, Tian Jing'an had also asked him for 3 high potential seeds. He doubted this time would be anything good. Master, how can you say that? This time I came to you is definitely a good thing. I promise. Xia Mingyu wasn't convinced by his words. He had heard it all before. Although he knew Tian Jing'an probably had no good news, he still wanted to help his disciple. Firstly, Tian Jing'an was the president of Fengcheng Beastmaster Academy, holding a certain social status in Xia Country. Secondly, his disciple was a strong king-level expert and was still very young, with great hopes of entering the legendary realm in the future. Once Tian Jing'an entered the legendary realm, the strength of Xia Mingyu's side would increase again. Therefore, for Xia Mingyu, Tian Jing'an had already been marked as his own. All right, tell me, what do you need from me this time? Tian Jing'an respected his master very much. 1. This person held an extraordinary status and was his greatest support. 2. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Hearing his master's question, Tian Jing'an chuckled and said, Master, I have a good thing here. Can you take a look? With that, Tian Jing'an handed a strength pill to Xia Mingyu. As a legendary beastmaster, Xia Mingyu could tell at a glance that the pill's rank wasn't high. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. This bronze-level pill wouldn't endanger his life. Soon after, Xia Mingyu opened his eyes and said, this increases strength a little bit. I'll give you credit for that. No, master. This pill isn't meant to increase your strength. It's to see how effective it is. Can it be promoted nationwide? Xia Mingyu, being very clever, brightened up at his disciple's words. Are you saying we can refine this pill ourselves? Xia Mingyu felt that his years of training Tian Jing'an weren't in vain. Did you research this? Xia Mingyu knew that his disciple was an alchemist, so he assumed he had developed it himself. He was only Tian Jing'an's master in beast mastery, not in alchemy. Oh, where is this alchemist now? I want to go see them personally. Xia Mingyu was determined not to let this talent slip away. Master, don't worry, this alchemist won't run away. No one else would dare to use them. Tian Jing'an smiled at his master. Oh, what do you mean by that? Tian Jing'an felt quite proud at that moment, saying, Master, the alchemist who developed this pill is my disciple. Why should you be anxious? Hearing this, Xiao Mingyu felt relieved. So, he really didn't need to rush. This was indeed a talent from his faction. Your disciple? What's her name? Xiao Mingyu asked. Wu Yin, you met her before. Tian Jing'an explained. Oh, it's that little hothead. I remember now. I didn't expect it to be her. It's just a pity that her main beast's potential is too low, stuck at the starry realm. Xiao Mingyu remembered that Wu Yan's main beast didn't have particularly good potential and should still be at the starry realm. Master, you really made a mistake. Now Wu Yan has entered the kingly realm just like me, and her destined beast has evolved on its own. Is that so? She's really a lucky girl then. What does she mean? Xiao Mingyu asked. Tian Jing'an said, Of course, it's for your honor. Xiao Mingyu waved his hand and said, How about this? I will help you clear various obstacles in this matter, but I want a layer of profit. Tian Jing'an was also taken aback. Not because his master was asking for too much, but because the profit of just one layer was really too low. There would be quite a few people offended in the process, and his master only wanted one layer of profit, which was indeed unexpected. All right, it's settled then. This is for her, as a meeting gift for her child. Tian Jing'an was a bit confused. What happened to his master today? Why was he being so generous? Did he take the wrong medicine? Something's not right. Chapter 81. The opening of the surprise treasure hunt. Watching Tian Jing'an leave, Xiao Mingyu also smiled. He knew that his disciple had married into a good family. She probably wasn't even fully aware of it. Li Xinghe was a direct descendant of the top 10 planets, from the Leaf family of Xiyu Star. He had only fled to Blue Star after getting into trouble on Xiyu Star. This Li Xinghe himself was a peak-level legend, capable of advancing to the titled realm at any time. Moreover, he was the vice commander of the Iron Blood Corps, a strong external support. Xiao Mingyu was generous precisely because of this connection. Tian Jing'an looked at the treasure in his hands, also marveling at his master's generosity. It turned out to be a wisp of mysterious yellow energy, a true heavenly material and earthly treasure. After use, it could increase the potential of a beast master's destined beast, a treasure that many people dream of. Wu Yan also didn't expect that her ancestor would be so generous. This powerful pill involved the interests of many people, and selling it would definitely face considerable resistance, offending quite a few people and now only asking for 10% profit, and even giving her a wisp of mysterious yellow energy, a true heavenly material and earthly treasure. After leaving Tian Jing'an's office, Wu Yan went straight to Li Tian and handed over the mysterious yellow energy to him. What is this? Li Tian didn't recognize the mysterious yellow energy and felt that it was emitting smoke in a strange way. Son, this is a good thing called mysterious yellow energy. Taking it can increase the bloodline potential of your destined beast. Increase the bloodline potential of the destined beast? That's indeed good, as the potential of a destined beast is almost fixed. Now being able to increase its bloodline potential is definitely a great thing. However, this thing is useless for me. My little black can only increase its potential by taking things related to the Tsang dog. After all, my goal is to evolve little black into a Tsang dog, not to make little black a potentially capable Chinese rural dog. Mom, give this to Xiaoxian. I can't use it. Can't use it? Wu Yan didn't understand why her foolish son was acting so strange. This was a true heavenly material and earthly treasure, and he actually said it was useless for him? Mom, I'm serious. I really can't use this. Li Tian looked seriously at his mother and continued. My master means for my little black to evolve into its Tsang dog. This energy increases the bloodline potential of a destined beast, which means it increases the bloodline potential of a Chinese rural dog. Isn't that just complicating things for little black to evolve into its Tsang dog? Tsang dog? You keep mentioning Tsang dog. What level of destined beast is it? After hearing her son's words, Wu Yan realized it was his master's idea and didn't insist on little black taking the mysterious yellow energy. But she still wanted to clarify what its Tsang dog was. Li Tian didn't mind telling his mom, saying, the titled realm should be a level. And do you know what's above the titled realm, Mom? Wu Yan really didn't know this. For her, the titled realm was already the ceiling of combat power. Who knew what was above the titled realm? You don't need to ask me. Just say what you want to say. Li Tian nodded and continued. Above the titled realm is the planetary level. Above that is the stellar level. And then there's the galactic level. This is the highest realm I currently know of. The planetary level is a level, the stellar level is a level, and the galactic level is the known highest level. The Tsang dog's rank is a level. After listening to Li Tian, Wu Yan also gained some knowledge. She didn't doubt her son's words at all. All right. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Xiaoxian. Li Tian reluctantly waved his hand, indicating for his mom to handle it as she wished. After his mom left, Li Tian also sighed. The mysterious yellow energy was actually of no use to Wu Yuxian either. After all, There was an evolution route for fire angels in the Illusion Sea world, and reaching the titled level should be no problem. Looking at the time, it was getting late. So Tian entered the Illusion Sea world again. Attention, esteemed Chosen One. The surprise treasure hunt is officially starting. Please check the activity interface for specific rules. Surprise treasure hunt? This was the first time Tian had heard this term. It seemed to be another event in the Illusion Sea world. Opening the activity interface, he indeed found the introduction to the surprise treasure hunt. It stated that after entering the surprise treasure hunt through the activity interface, various levels of treasure chests would randomly spawn in the instance. It was the kind of thing where finding one was a gain, and death would not result in loss. Dying in the surprise treasure hunt wouldn't lead to permanent disappearance, but would deduct half of the current fatigue value. Tian wasn't concerned about this punishment. After all, half of the fatigue value was nothing, hardly a punishment. It wasn't like it was a divine attribute gene point. Fatigue value wasn't worth much. However, this event caught Tian's attention because there would be many chosen ones from various places inside. After entering this Illusion Sea world, Tian had only encountered that body refiner and hadn't met any experts from other worlds. Now was a good opportunity to learn more and understand the Illusion Sea world better. Watching the countdown to the event enter a 3-minute timer, Tian made his final preparations. When the entrance indicated it was time to enter, Tian immediately entered the event instance. The screen distorted, and when Tian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge maze. He summoned all his pet beasts immediately and jumped onto Jitai-mei. Jitai-mei charge. Jitai-mei immediately took the lead and rushed out. Just less than 50 meters out, Tian saw a wooden treasure chest. He commanded Jitai-mei to run over, jumped off, and immediately chose to open it. The method of opening it was the same as outside, requiring 10 seconds of opening time. Congratulations. You have obtained 500 divine attribute gene points and a bright silver spear. Only 2 items, but Tian was already very happy. After all, this was just the lowest level wooden treasure chest. Hey, buddy, are you new here? You really are desperate, even going for a wooden treasure chest. Upon hearing the strange tone, Tian immediately became alert. Clearly, the other party didn't want to waste time with him. Looking at the other party's back, Tian immediately used the identification function of the Illusion Sea world. The result only showed that the other party was at the golden level, with no specific hints. This was someone he couldn't provoke, so Tian gave up on provoking the other party. He got back on Jitai-mei and explored in another direction. The paths here were interconnected, and according to the system prompt, he was currently only on the first layer of the surprise treasure hunt. Tian wasn't sure how many layers this instance had. Suddenly, intense fighting sounds came from ahead, and Tian curiously went to take a look. After all, dying here wouldn't lead to permanent disappearance. He could treat it as an eye-opener this time. I can't run. Those two fighting are definitely big shots. Even the aftermath of their battle is something I can't withstand. I don't know their exact realm, but I just know they are existences I can't provoke. Continuing to explore in a different direction, after walking more than 50 meters, Tian spotted a golden treasure chest. At that moment, he was alone, and he rushed towards the golden chest, placing his hand on it. This was the first time he had seen a golden chest. Previously, the best he had opened was only silver grade. Here I come, golden chest. Chapter 82. Rainbow Treasure Chest. Tian looked at the progress bar of the chest opening, feeling extremely excited. Fortunately, there was no one to disturb him during this process, and the system's prompt rang in his ears. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 divine attribute gene points and 3 moonlight fruits. Just as Tian was about to check the attributes of the moonlight fruits, he heard someone approaching. Without any hesitation, he immediately jumped onto his Jitai-mei and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, the footsteps behind him grew closer, and it was clear that the other party was not planning to let him go. The woman in her striking outfit looked heroic, but unfortunately, this wasn't the time to admire beautiful women. Tian led this person towards the place where the 2 powerful figures had just fought. The woman seemed to sense Tian's intentions and gave up the pursuit. Seeing that she was no longer chasing him, Tian prepared to change direction and continue exploring. He couldn't help but lament that being at a low level meant having no say. He was just a younger brother among younger brothers here. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, and Tian felt a powerful shockwave that slammed him against the wall. After a while, he finally regained his senses, only to find that all his pet beasts except Bai Xiaoqian had perished. Damn it. Tian cursed fiercely, not expecting to encounter such a misfortune. The damage was definitely caused by the clash of those 2 powerful figures. Seeing that Bai Xiaoqian was unharmed, Tian's mind suddenly turned. After entering the Silver Realm, he could now merge with his pet beasts. Bai Xiaoqian's true form was a night phantom, immune to physical attacks. Why not merge and see? He acted on his thoughts, following the merging steps step by step, as this was his first attempt at merging. He saw Bai Xiaoqian float above him. and then he felt himself rapidly fuse with her. Through their mental contract, Tian could now perceive his current state. He had perfectly inherited all of Xiaoqian's skills, meaning he was now also immune to physical damage. However, since he had just entered the Silver Realm, the merging time was limited. Tian estimated he could hold out for at most half an hour. Clearly, the aftermath of the previous battle had also affected her. Using identification techniques, Tian discovered that the woman was at the diamond level, far beyond what he could handle right now. Without hesitation, he quickly moved forward. With the fusion of Xiaoqian, Tian's speed skyrocketed. This sudden burst of speed caught Tian off guard, causing him to crash directly into a wall. Just when Tian thought he would be bloodied, he unexpectedly passed through the wall and appeared on the other side. The woman in the striking outfit was also stunned, wondering what was happening. This guy can actually walk through walls. We're all living extraordinary lives, but why does he get to cheat and walk through walls too? This is simply unfair. At this moment, Tian was also dumbfounded, but then ecstatic. This was the proper way to unlock treasures. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this sooner. He felt so foolish. Tian floated in midair, continuously passing through walls. The success rate of searching for treasure chests was now countless times higher than before. Some low-grade chests were ignored, as the limited merging time meant he had to focus on opening high-grade chests. Suddenly, a chest radiating with 7 colors appeared in Tian's line of sight. Without hesitation, he flew over and placed his hand on the rainbow treasure chest. 10 seconds quickly passed. Just as Tian stood up to check what treasures he had obtained, he felt a tremendous energy surge towards him. After all, Xiaoqian was only immune to physical damage, not all types of damage. As long as the opponent's attack contained other types of damage, Xiaoqian would definitely be injured. Clearly, the previous attack had successfully eliminated him. Although it was a bit regrettable, Tian was now more curious about what was inside the rainbow treasure chest. Opening the system prompt, he finally found the treasures he had obtained. According to the system prompt, the chest he had just opened was the ultimate treasure of the first layer of the treasure-seeking game. Only by opening the ultimate treasure of the first layer could one unlock the passage to the second layer. Song Dog Blood, Grade. Description: a drop of blood from its Song Dog can allow dogs to possess Song Dog bloodlines or purify their bloodlines. Wow. Tian had always wanted to buy dog bloodline blind boxes, and did so every day. However, after such a long time, he hadn't encountered anything related to the Song Dog. He didn't expect that by opening a rainbow treasure chest today, he would gain something related to the Song Dog. He had previously thought that Xiao Hei only had potential, and compared to those top talents, he seemed lacking. Now, this drop of Song Dog blood came at the perfect time. Summoning Xiao Hei through the mental contract, he could also summon his other pet beasts normally. Seeing Xiao Hei, Tian directly fed the drop of Song Dog blood to him. A layer of white light enveloped Xiao Hei, clearly digesting the drop of blood. Through the mental contract, Tian felt that Xiao Hei would need some time to fully absorb this drop of Song Dog blood. Blood Prison Puppet. Grade. Description: the pinnacle work of the Blood Prison civilization from millions of years ago. Possesses the ability of a titled level being, can be brought into the real world, one-time item, can fight for 10 minutes. What the hell? Tian was dumbfounded looking at this Blood Prison puppet. It was actually a puppet of titled level. It's a pity it's a one-time item, which is somewhat regrettable. However, this thing is definitely his trump card for survival, something that could save his life in critical moments. Moreover, Tian had no intention of using it in the real world. He planned to use it in the illusory sea world. If he encountered an unbeatable chosen one here, the Blood Prison puppet would be his lifesaver. After examining the Blood Prison puppet several times, he began to check the other treasures. This rainbow treasure chest gave him a total of 4 items. Puppet Master Job Transfer Certificate. Grade. Description: after use, you can possess all the experience of a planetary level puppet master, can be brought into reality, for personal use only. Another terrifying item. Tian didn't hesitate, and chose to learn it directly. This was a planetary level job transfer certificate. Was he going to save it for his offspring? Revival Card. Grade. Description: with this card, if killed by other chosen ones, you will automatically resurrect. Resurrection point random, effective below the titled realm. There was actually such a miraculous item, another life-saving tool. The remaining item gave him 1,000 divine attribute genes. In front of these treasures, the divine attribute genes were already the least valuable. At this moment, Xiao Hei had also completely absorbed the drop of Song Dog blood. Tian quickly checked Xiao Hei's current attributes and found that the potential section had changed from level to level. There weren't many other changes, and the skills hadn't improved. However, the red and blue attributes had increased significantly, doubling compared to before. Looking at Xiao Hei now, Tian nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement of his destined beast was different from that of other pet beasts, and he was naturally happy to see Xiao Hei grow. Chapter 83. Shang Yinju's mother. Since the last encounter with that body refiner, Li Tian hadn't slept soundly. Now that he had the blood prison puppet and the revival card, his constantly tense heart finally relaxed. He slept straight until 9 o'clock the next day. Since it is still the weekend, Li Tian is not in a hurry. He picks up his phone and sees several missed calls, all from his younger sister. A smile involuntarily appears on Li Tian's face. He doesn't need to ask, as it must be her showing off. Hey, little brother, has your destined beast's potential advanced? Wu Yuxian quickly answers Li Tian's call. Yes, it has advanced. Now it's a 6-winged fire angel with level potential. Li Tian is now certain that his sister is the real protagonist. While he has fought hard to elevate the potential of his little black beast to the level, his sister has done nothing, and her destined beast's potential has already reached the level. Where can he seek justice for this? Don't be surprised. Mom said that the mysterious yellow energy is a true treasure. Even among the top 10 planets, it's highly sought after. Although Li Tian feels his sister is the protagonist, he is still happy for her. Well, little brother, your future is limitless. Since it's already at level, you must focus on your training. Look at me. I'm already at the silver realm. You can't lag behind. Hearing this, Wu Yuxian quickly replies, Bro, I forgot to tell you, after absorbing that strand of mysterious yellow energy, not only did Xiao Hei's potential increase, but my realm has also advanced, and I've entered the silver realm too. What? The mysterious yellow energy has such an effect? Li Tian is unaware of this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't let Little Black use it. Well, congratulations. By the way, does your sister know? Hurry and tell her this news. She's lagging behind again. Hee hee, I told her. Right now she's sulking. Ha ha ha, let's go and persuade her. Alright, on the other side. Shang Yinzhu is really feeling down, not expecting to drag the team down again. But can she blame herself? Those two siblings are simply abnormal. She has been trying hard. However, the distance between her and these two abnormal siblings has only widened. No way. It seems I must seek help from Mom. I can't rely on my unreliable dad. Shang Yinzhu picks up her phone and calls her mother. In the Ice Palace, the Ice Fairy sees her phone ringing, and when she picks it up, she finds it's her son. She feels a bit guilty towards this son. At the critical moment of the Holy Land transfer, she had to arrange for him to stay on Blue Star to preserve her reputation as pure and unblemished. Now that she has become the master of the Holy Land, she no longer has to worry so much. However, this boy usually stays close to his dad and rarely contacts her. Typically, Shang Yinzhu doesn't call her first. What's going on today? Xiaozhu, what's wrong? Why did you think of calling Mom today? Mom, help. The Ice Fairy's eyebrows immediately rise, and her voice turns a bit cold. Xiaozhu, what happened? Mom, don't misunderstand. I'm not in danger. It's just that I've been surpassed by others again, and I'm dragging the team down. Hearing Shang Yinzhu's words, the Ice Fairy breathes a sigh of relief. However, her words seem disjointed, and she doesn't understand what she wants to express. Xiaozhu, take your time. What exactly happened? Shang Yinzhu recounts the situation with Li Tian and his abnormal sister. Then adds, Mom, I can't rely on Dad. It's all up to you now. Humph. Your dad is useless, good for nothing. If you need anything, just find Mom. Well, Mom is powerful. Hearing her son's words, the Ice Fairy's mood brightens. Previously, she had suggested bringing him over, but he had refused, saying there were people he couldn't let go of on Blue Star, and he wanted to reunite with her after graduating from the Beastmaster Academy. Well, it's just a strand of mysterious yellow energy. I'll arrange something better for you soon. Great, Mom is powerful. By the way, Mom, can I ask you something? Oh, what is it? Mom, do you think it's possible for a person to be blessed by the Heavenly Tao? Li Tian said he was blessed by the Heavenly Tao and gained an extra beast space. Is that possible? The Ice Fairy, upon hearing this, also reflects on how lucky that Li Tian is. Well, there's a possibility, but this beast space can also be influenced later. There is a type of pill called the Beastmaster Holy Pill that can help someone gain an extra beast space. But you can only take 3 of these pills at most. Shang Yinzhu is stunned to hear this, and says, there's such a miraculous pill? Yes. It's not a secret here in the Holy Land. It's standard equipment around here. Shang Yinzhu becomes interested and says, Mom, can you see if you can? You little rascal, don't worry, I won't forget you. The Ice Fairy smiles upon hearing her son's words. She won't forget him. Mom, look, if your son has this, then your daughter-in-law and brother-in-law must also. The Ice Fairy slightly furrows her brows upon hearing this. She doesn't want her son to find a partner so early. She has secretly observed that little girl before. She looks just average and is not as good-looking as her son. Are you sure this is my daughter-in-law? The Ice Fairy isn't reluctant to give the Beastmaster Holy Pill, as it is precious to others. However, for her, the master of the Ice Palace, it doesn't count as anything special. Definitely. Alright, I will have someone send it to you. But you can only take one of the Beastmaster Holy Pills for the Golden Realm, one for the Starry Realm, and one for the Titled Realm. Remember that. Eating them randomly will cause issues. Yes, I understand. I will remember. Also, Mom, can I ask you something else? The Ice Fairy doesn't feel any impatience with her son's many questions today. Instead, she finds it very endearing. Sure, go ahead. What else do you want? Mom, it's not that I want something from you, but I want to talk about something else. Mom, do you think there really is a dragon that can fly without wings? A dragon that can fly without wings? Yes, a dragon that can fly without wings. Tian contracted a dragon-type pet egg, and when it hatched, it turned out to be a snake about 20 centimeters long, with horns on its head and several claws. He insists it's a dragon, and says this thing is particularly magical, able to fly without wings. The Ice Fairy becomes interested and quickly asks, "Did you notice how many claws this dragon has?" The Ice Fairy's lips twitch slightly as she says, "Son, it's not that Mom doesn't want to help, but this dragon is called the Golden Dragon, which is very rare. No one within the Holy Land has ever successfully contracted it. This thing can only be found in the ancestral Dragon City. Your mom doesn't have such connections." Wow. Shang Yinzhu is stunned upon hearing this. Although he doesn't know what ancestral Dragon City is, just the fact that his mom can't get it shows how precious it is. Chapter 84. Aju. You drag the team down again. The Ice Fairy ends the call with Shang Yinzhu and becomes curious about Li Tian. What kind of luck has this kid had to contract the Golden Dragon? After all, that's the Golden Dragon, and no one in the entire Holy Land has managed to contract it. Meanwhile, Li Tian and Wu Yuxian find Shang Yinzhu together. Aju, look. Xiao Xian has entered the Silver Realm. You drag the team down again. Shang Yinzhu looks at Li Tian's smug expression and feels speechless. Sister Zhu, you need to work hard. Look, I'm already in the Silver Realm. All right, are you two done? Just wait. It won't be long before I can also enter the Silver Realm. Yes, you're right. In less than 2 months, you'll definitely be able to enter the Silver Realm. Li Tian switches to his sharp-tongued mode. Shang Yinzhu doesn't feel like talking at this moment. What can she do with these two troublesome friends? Li Tian took out a bottle of bull marrow pills and handed it to Shang Yinzhu, saying, "This is for you, don't hold back. Use it in conjunction with the bull technique, and within a month, you'll definitely enter the Silver Realm." Shang Yinzhu looked at the bull marrow pills in her hand and curiously asked, "Xiao Tian, what is this?" Bull marrow pills, a supporting elixir for practicing the bull technique. It's more effective than a 1,000-year-old bull inner pill, researched by my mom. Li Tian didn't tell the two the whole truth, just mentioning that it was developed by his mom. After all, his mom is a king-level alchemist now. It wouldn't be too much for her to create the bull marrow pills, right? Upon hearing that it was developed by his future mother-in-law, Shang Yinzhu had no doubts. Li Tian's main purpose for coming this time was to deliver the bull marrow pills to Shang Yinzhu, not to mock this guy for dragging his feet. Xiao Xian, have you contracted your dragon-type pet egg? Shang Yinzhu asked. Hearing this, Li Tian also looked at Wu Yuxian with curiosity. He had been lamenting the wonders of the Xianhuang Qi and how Shang Yinzhu was dragging his feet, only to forget such an important matter. Wu Yuxian nodded and said, "Come with me, let you see my little San." The group walked out of Shang Yinzhu's villa, and Wu Yuxian went to an open area to summon her pet. Li Tian felt a darkness before him, and then a huge creature appeared. It was a triceratops over 10 meters tall. How about it? My little San is not bad, right? Looking at Wu Yuxian's proud expression, Li Tian and Shang Yinzhu exchanged glances. The triceratops was indeed impressive, but wasn't the name a bit inappropriate? Which pet is called Little San? However, seeing Wu Yuxian's proud look, neither of them spoke. However, it must be said that this triceratops was quite formidable, being a strong presence among dragon-type pets in the Silver Realm, especially with its outstanding defense. In future outdoor adventures, it would definitely be the first tank. After showing off for a while, Wu Yuxian put Little San away. Now with these bull marrow pills, Li Tian felt they were much stronger than the 1,000-year-old bull inner pill. At this rate of cultivation, he would definitely enter the Gold Realm within half a year. The next day, the Beastmaster Academy officially started classes. Previously, they had only covered some basic theoretical knowledge. Wang Yuan looked at the three little ones with a mischievous smile and said, "You had fun before, but starting today, your nightmare begins. Warriors are different from Beastmasters. We warriors are forged step by step through real combat. So starting today, you will have practical classes all morning. Follow me to the playground." The three of them looked at each other in silence, then stood up and followed him out. Upon arriving at the playground, they found that all the teachers from the warrior division were present. Even Zhang Xin was watching the three of them from the sidelines. "Li Tian, step forward." Li Tian took a step forward and shouted, "Here?" Wang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. I watched your combat video before. You have great potential as a warrior. Now, as your sparring partner, show me your skills and attack me. You too, pay attention." After saying that, Wang Yuan signaled for Li Tian to start. Li Tian wasn't polite. Since real knowledge comes from practical experience, why hold back? Energy flowed through him as he initiated the bull charge. Seeing Li Tian use a martial skill right away, Wang Yuan nodded. This kid is quite good. He sidestepped and dodged the attack. Come again. Have you not eaten? Li Tian was not surprised that Wang Yuan could evade his attack. After all, he was a warrior in the Gold Realm, while he was just a half-baked Silver Realm warrior. Li Tian used the bull charge again, accelerating suddenly. This move surprised even Wang Yuan a bit, but for him, it was nothing much. Seeing that he still couldn't hit Wang Yuan, Li Tian followed up with Bull Tread, a wide area attack that Wang Yuan did not evade. However, with Li Tian's attack power, it was still impossible to injure Wang Yuan. Not bad, keep going. Thus, Li Tian continuously attacked Wang Yuan, using his martial skills without holding back. Zhang Xian had already noticed that Li Tian had entered the Silver Realm, but the other teachers were not aware. They could only sigh that Beast Masters had such an advantage in choosing the warrior path. Just in terms of energy, they couldn't compare to pure warriors. Alright, now it's my turn to attack. Watch how I strike. Li Tian assumed a defensive posture to receive Wang Yuan's attack. Wang Yuan struck down with a palm, and Li Tian sidestepped to evade. The teachers were all surprised to see Li Tian dodge. This kid is impressive. It seems he has a lot of practical experience. Then, to Wang Yuan's embarrassment, Li Tian dodged all 5 consecutive attacks. Zhang Xian watched Li Tian's movements and nodded repeatedly. She could tell that Li Tian was still giving Wang Yuan some face. There was a certain delay in his dodging, clearly indicating that Li Tian could predict Wang Yuan's actions. Stop. Zhang Xian called a halt to their sparring and said, Wang Yuan, go teach those 2 little ones. Li Tian, come with me. Li Tian followed Zhang Xian away from the playground to her office. You have quite a lot of practical experience. Are you interested in coming with me to the beast fighting arena? This place can't really train your martial skills. Beast fighting arena? Li Tian was taken aback. The arena was not just for beasts, but also for battles between warriors. Yes, the beast fighting arena. Are you up for it? Zhang Xian looked at Li Tian with a playful expression. Li Tian hesitated for a moment, but nodded, saying, I'm up for it. Good. Now that's more like a man. Warriors are forged in real combat. You can only progress faster between life and death. Li Tian remained silent, just nodding. 10 consecutive wins? Yes, 10 consecutive wins. And within one day, if you can achieve this goal, your strength will increase significantly. Li Tian did not hesitate to agree to Zhang Xian's proposal. The world of the Illusion Sea was not peaceful, and honing his practical experience in the beast fighting arena was also a good idea. Chapter 85. Beast fighting arena. Li Tian and the others arrived at the beast fighting arena that afternoon with Zhang Xian. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu came along to broaden their horizons. They wanted to see what real warrior battles looked like. Are you participating in the Bronze Realm battles or the Silver Realm ones? Zhang Xian asked. Good, you have guts. My requirement for you is not to use your beasts. After all, this is a battle between warriors, and using beasts is unnecessary. Remember, this is not the same kind of sparring you had with Wang Yuan. One mistake could cost you your life, so be prepared. Alright, this is your token. In an hour, your battle will begin. After saying that, Zhang Xian left, leaving Li Tian and the 2 others in the waiting room. That's right, Xiao Tian, you should get used to this. Li Tian said nothing, just preparing for battle. In the Illusion Sea world, enemies won't give you time to prepare. Now everything starts from real combat. Li Tian checked the time and said, I remember this competition allows betting, right? Yes. You want to place a bet? But according to the rules, we can only bet on your victory. It's forbidden to rig matches in the arena. Li Tian was naturally aware of this rule and said, I understand. Please bet 20 million for me. Alright. The waiting room also had videos of the matches outside, and the 3 of them watched the footage of others competing. They saw one person slash off another's arm with a knife. This bloody scene made the 3 of them feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Tian was somewhat fine, having once crushed Qin Yuanshan's skull with a punch. However, Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu both looked a bit pale. Zhang Xian watched the performance of the 3 people from a distance, and her lips couldn't help but slightly curve up. This is just the beginning? It's better for you to see blood early. This way, you can better understand the importance of practical combat. An hour later, it was finally Li Tian's turn to compete. At this point, the host on site began to introduce both sides. The contestant about to compete is Zhao Bin, nicknamed Quickblade without shadow, with a record of 15 wins and 5 losses. The other contestant is a newcomer named Li Tian, with no record. Alright, the next 3 minutes are for everyone to place their bets. The match will officially start in 3 minutes. Li Tian glanced at his odds, 125. This means that as long as he wins, he will have a 25-fold return. Not bad, not too outrageous. Brother, I've already bet 2,000 for you. Li Tian nodded. He didn't think much of this amount. It was really just for fun. The 3 minutes quickly passed, and Li Tian walked into the arena. The fighting area for warriors is not as large as that of Beastmasters, only 10 by 10 in size. Zhao Bin looked at Li Tian across from him. He had already researched his opponent's information. Kid, who gave you the courage to fight me? If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Tian coldly glanced at Xiao Bin, but said nothing. At this moment, the host had already started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the start signal, Li Tian charged quickly towards Xiao Bin with his knife. Xiao Bin also swung his knife towards Li Tian. Puff! As Li Tian approached Xiao Bin, he used the bison charge. His speed suddenly increased, completely beyond Xiao Bin's expectation. However, Xiao Bin obviously had rich combat experience and knew he couldn't dodge. With various defensive skills, Xiao Bin's attack couldn't break through Li Tian's defense. Meanwhile, Li Tian's strike landed solidly on Xiao Bin's back. Xiao Bin didn't expect this kid in front of him to have a stealth attack skill. Li Tian took a hit, although he was fine. He felt that his practical combat experience was indeed inferior to his opponent's. But that's alright, if he killed him in one blow. It wouldn't serve the purpose of honing himself. Unexpectedly, Li Tian actually had stealth skills, but Xiao Bin was not to be trifled with either, and he struck Li Tian with a knife. This knife hit Li Tian's leg, and now we don't know if this injury will affect his subsequent actions. Hearing the host's words, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. Affect? Affect what? This didn't even break through his defense. How could it affect his subsequent actions? At this moment, Li Tian once again raised his knife and charged towards Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin knew that his previous strike had not inflicted any substantial damage on Li Tian. Seeing Li Tian charge again, Xiao Bin raised his knife to meet him. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bin struck first, aiming to slash Li Tian. He thought that Li Tian would definitely block this blow. However, he didn't expect that Li Tian completely ignored Xiao Bin's attack, focusing solely on his own strike. This kind of mutual destruction strategy made Jiang Xian frown slightly, but soon she understood why Li Tian chose to do this. She couldn't help but marvel at what a clever little guy he was. Li Tian's knife severed Xiao Bin's arm, while Xiao Bin's strike also landed on Li Tian. However, this blow still couldn't break through Li Tian's defense, and he took it head-on. Li Tian's tactic was quite correct. He relied on his far superior defense. This kind of mutual destruction strategy was most suitable for him. As Xiao Bin lost an arm, Li Tian won the match. Back in the resting area, Jiang Xian appeared in front of Li Tian and said, "In the next match, you are not allowed to use this mutual destruction tactic. It won't help you hone your skills." Li Tian nodded helplessly and said nothing. He just felt a bit helpless. This defense was a major advantage for him. Jiang Xian actually wanted him to give up such an obvious advantage. However, she was the principal, and Li Tian could only obediently comply. At the same time, he understood that this was to hone his combat skills, and winning or losing wasn't that important. Seeing that Li Tian understood her intention, Jiang Xian quickly left the area. "Brother, are you alright?" Wu Yuxian, who had just seen Li Tian take 2 hits, hurried to check on his injuries. Li Tian rolled up his pant leg to show Wu Yuxian there was nothing wrong at all. Seeing that Li Tian was unharmed, both Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu felt relieved. That kind of bloody battle had scared them both. "By the way, how much did you win just now?" Li Tian casually asked. "You really are a money grubber. Even after getting hurt like this, you still care about how much you won." Wu Yuxian looked at her brother discontentedly, feeling that he was completely obsessed with money. Hearing his sister's words, Li Tian felt speechless. "Hurt like this? What do you mean by that? I clearly wasn't hurt, okay?" Chapter 86. The training camp begins soon. Li Tian welcomed his second opponent. This was a petite female warrior, dressed in tight gear, reminding Li Tian of the woman from Treasure Raiders. The two had no unnecessary chatter. With the start signal, they moved simultaneously. The woman wielded a short sword, and her speed was not inferior to Li Tian's at all. Puff! The woman stabbed Li Tian, but the short sword bent without penetrating. Before Li Tian could retaliate, Jiang Xian declared her surrender. "Teacher, I haven't even fought back yet." Jiang Xian gave Li Tian a look, saying, "If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead." "Why? She didn't even break through my defense. Look, there's not a scratch on me." Li Tian responded, lifting his shirt to show Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian took a close look. Indeed, the woman's sword hadn't broken through Li Tian's defense. There was not even a trace of injury. What kind of training has this kid been through? This defense is simply too incredible. I don't care. If you get hit in a vital area by your opponent, you lose. However, upon realizing that the opponent was from the King realm, she decisively gave up. In the subsequent battles, Li Tian not only failed to achieve 10 consecutive wins, but instead suffered 10 consecutive losses, all declared by Jiang Xian. This left many who bet on Li Tian's victory quite dissatisfied. Li Tian's opponents won mysteriously, without even breaking through his defense, and yet they won? This victory seemed too easy and too unbelievable. Although Li Tian felt helpless, he still nodded and left. Wu Yin had been watching her son's matches in the Beast Arena, as such things couldn't be kept from her. "Xiaoyan, how on earth did you raise this son? His defense is terrifying. Contestants of the same realm can't even break through his defense." Wu Yin replied innocently, Sister Exin, asking me about this is useless. You don't know, and as a Beastmaster, I know even less. During those previous matches, at first, Wu Yin was anxious when she saw her son hit in a vital area. But later, she realized that his opponent hadn't broken through his defense, so she felt relieved. At the same time, she wondered why her son had such good defense, but had been beaten so badly by Yu Zheng back then. But her son's injuries were real. She had seen it all clearly. Could it be that Yu Zheng pretended not to use all his strength, but actually did? Humph. That guy Yu Zheng is simply a scoundrel. I will never let him off the hook. While heading towards the Iron Blood Core, Yu Zheng was unaware that he had been reported to Wu Yin. He didn't know how tragic his fate would be in the future. Logically, his agility skills far exceeded those of his opponent, yet he was always hit in the vital spots. Tian walked and thought along the way. He concluded that it was about timing. He didn't have the same ability as his opponent to seize the moment at the right time. However, even after understanding this, Tian still couldn't find a good way to resolve the issue. Upon returning to his villa, he immediately entered the illusory sea world to see if there were any solutions to this problem. Unfortunately, even the system mall didn't offer any solutions. Looking at the balance in his account, Tian began to feel restless again. He checked several blind boxes, but ultimately gave up on them. His existing skills were strong enough, and he hadn't even mastered them yet. While browsing the system mall, the system notification sounded in his ear again. What the heck? Tian seriously suspected that this system was targeting his wallet. However, the training camp seemed promising, and without any hesitation, he chose to start it. After all, he earned this money to improve his strength, right? The training camp has been opened for you. Countdown 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Tian felt the scene in front of him warp, and when he reappeared, he was in a separate room. The room had various training projects, which intrigued Tian. There were specific training programs for agility, strength, mental power, martial skills, and even a practical combat practice room. He decided to try the practical combat mirror practice room first and clicked the button. The scene changed again, and when Tian appeared, he found another version of himself standing opposite him. While Tian was momentarily stunned, the other Tian charged at him. Due to his earlier days, he didn't react in time to the attack. Before he could last even a second, he was instantly killed by the other Tian. When Tian woke up, he found himself still in the room, and the other Tian was no longer attacking him. A prompt appeared in his mind, asking if he wanted to continue. Tian chose to continue. This time he was prepared and didn't believe the other Tian could kill him again. As Tian stood up again, the other Tian launched an attack once more. Puff! Tian clearly saw his head get chopped off. This time it was even worse. He didn't last 3 seconds. These were skills he knew, and their levels were the same as his. However, the same skills in different hands had vastly different power. Unfortunately, even after understanding this, when Tian tried to attack again, he still couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Again, puff! His head was once more chopped off, and Tian chose to fight again. Just like that, as Tian continued to die, he finally managed to withstand 1.5 moves from the other Tian. He escaped the fate of being instantly killed and was now able to last 3 seconds without dying. Seeing the effectiveness of this, Tian felt that the money was well spent. He beckoned to the other Tian, saying, "You, come here." Puff! This time, the other Tian perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be too early in celebrating. The previous version of himself had only used 3 skills: Bull Charge, Bull Assault, and Mountain Split. Every move his opponent made, he could execute as well. However, the skills he used felt completely different from those of the other Tian. After being killed repeatedly, Tian gained invaluable insights, realizing that skills could be used in various ways. Previously, he relied on energy and skill power to crush his enemies. Now, the mirror version of himself showed him what it meant to have technique. The same martial skills could be split and used differently, leading to unexpected effects in battle. Moreover, the speed at which the other Tian executed martial skills was much faster than his own. This meant that the other Tian's control over energy was countless times better than his. For more than 8 hours, Tian spent his time being killed. Only when his fatigue reached its limit did he exit the illusory sea world. As soon as he emerged from the illusory sea world, he fell into a deep sleep. Being killed for 8 hours was exhausting. Even in his dreams, he was repeatedly slaughtered. Chapter 87. The Lord's Heart. The next day, in the beast fighting arena, Zhang Xian looked at Tian on the stage and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to yesterday, Tian had made significant progress. Although he still looked the same to her, his improvement was visible to the naked eye. You two also need to be prepared. He will start from the Silver Realm, and you will start from the Bronze Realm. The same rules apply. No beast control, purely martial combat. Shang Yinzhu and Wu Yuxian, who had been itching to fight after watching yesterday, knew they didn't have Tian's abnormal defense. Hearing Zhang Xian's words was exactly what they wanted. They would all train in the morning and then go to the beast fighting arena for real combat in the afternoon. As Xiao Hei said, real combat is the fastest way to improve oneself. Compared to the other two, Tian also had an extra evening of practice. This month's training camp had cost Tian a full 1,000 divine attribute gene points. Naturally, Tian wouldn't waste such an opportunity. Now, in the practical combat mirror practice room, he could barely exchange a few moves with the other version of himself, although he still couldn't avoid being killed. This improvement was already quite good in Tian's eyes. On the 7th day after the training camp opened, Tian had completed the tasks assigned by Xiao Hei. He achieved the goal of 10 consecutive kills in one day at the beast fighting arena, and now he was working on the second task, the 100 consecutive kills. He needed to defeat 100 opponents in a month. During this time, Shang Yinju successfully broke through to the Silver Realm, finally no longer being the one dragging everyone down. With the resources sent by his illegitimate father, he was making progress that threatened to surpass Tian. These days, Tian had spent in the training camp, honing his martial skills. He hadn't made significant advancements in terms of realm, but his practical combat experience had skyrocketed, making the 100 consecutive kills a dream within reach. A month quickly passed, and Tian finally completed his 100 consecutive kills task. At the same time, the training camp period had also ended. To reopen, it would require another 1,000 divine attribute gene points. Furthermore, as Tian's realm increased, the cost to open the training camp would also multiply. For the Golden Realm, the cost to open the training camp was not 1,000 but 5,000. Tian was still very eager for the training camp. It had greatly enhanced his abilities. In just 1 hour, his efficiency in hunting monsters had successfully replaced Xiao Hei, becoming the top performer in the team. Tian was quite satisfied with such an improvement in strength. The special treasure hunt event is about to begin. All chosen ones, please prepare. Huh, is it starting again? Tian was full of interest in this event in the illusory sea world. Last time, he obtained quite a few good items there. Watching the countdown end, Tian and his pet team entered the dungeon. After arriving, he immediately chose to merge with Bai Xiaoqian. Was there a glitch in the system? This time, the place he appeared was different from last time, so Tian couldn't find the location of the treasure chest from his memory. Moreover, he estimated that the colorful treasure chest couldn't possibly spawn in the same location. After merging with Bai Xiaoqian, Tian quickly moved through the dungeon. This time, he had a clear goal, only to open treasure chests of gold grade or above. As for those below gold grade, they weren't even on his radar. With the wall hack, he moved quickly, and when Tian opened another gold treasure chest, a voice came from behind. Little guy, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Tian had just opened the treasure chest and hadn't had the chance to check the treasure. That person watched as Tian passed through the wall. Damn it, we're known as the ones with hacks, and you're using hacks among us. No matter how much he complained, the fact remained that Tian had escaped. After passing through several walls, Tian finally stopped because he saw that colorful treasure chest again. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the colorful treasure chest. The entire process was surprisingly smooth, and he encountered no unexpected events. As this treasure chest was opened, a passage to the second layer appeared before Tian. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the instance. Congratulations to Tian for successfully opening the ultimate treasure chest of the first layer. The passage to the second layer has been opened. All chosen ones, please prepare. Xiao Hei was so angry that he cursed loudly. It was this bastard who had ruined his good fortune last time by opening the ultimate treasure chest before him. Although that bastard was ultimately killed by him. What difference did it make? When you die here, you won't drop any treasures. Today, it was again this bastard who opened the ultimate treasure chest, which made Xiao Hei fume with rage. At the same time, Tian entered the passage to the second layer without hesitation. As the scene flashed, when Tian reappeared, the setting was no longer a maze. This place was quite similar to the normal illusory sea world. Tian floated in the air, moving quickly. As the saying goes, standing high allows one to see far. Tian discovered several treasure chests from high above. However, the quality of the treasure chests here was significantly higher than in the first layer, with the lowest being silver chests. Tian quickly approached a diamond chest. But before he could get close, he felt a cold light flash by. Xiao Hei looked at Tian, who he had killed again, cursed a few times, and then continued searching for treasure chests. What the heck? I haven't even opened this treasure chest yet. How did someone get killed? There was no system prompt either. So he wouldn't even know who to seek revenge on later. But it didn't matter. Being killed was just being killed. After all, he didn't have much time left to merge. He opened his backpack to check the treasures he had obtained. Dragon Ancestor S Blood. Grade. Description: a drop of blood from the Dragon Ancestor has a deadly attraction to dragon-type pets, can be brought into reality. Without thinking, Tian directly fed it to the 20-centimeter purple dragon. After devouring this drop of dragon ancestors' blood, the purple dragon underwent rapid transformation, growing from the original 20 centimeters to about 2 meters long, becoming a purple golden divine dragon. Checking the attributes of the purple dragon, he found that there were not many changes. The main change was in the grade column, which increased from 5 stars to now 5 stars. A new skill, Purple Golden Divine Thunder, had been added, and the dragon's blood and blue attributes had also increased significantly. Looking at the now 2-meter-long purple dragon with a diameter of nearly 5 centimeters, Tian felt that becoming a dragon rider was still a long way off. He continued to check the other treasures. Heart of the Lord, Grade, Supreme, Description, a chosen one with the Heart of the Lord can create their own home in any corner of the illusory sea world. What use is this thing? Tian held the Heart of the Lord and stared at it for a long time, still not knowing what it was for. Chapter 88. So this is how it can be played. Just when Tian was confused, the illusory sea world finally gave him an explanation about the Heart of the Lord. Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Without a car or a house, how would a girl be with you? The Heart of the Lord allows you to have your own territory in the illusory sea world, where you can recover fatigue and will not be attacked by other chosen ones. Damn, this is equivalent to a fatigue recovery base, right? This means I can stay in the illusory sea world for a longer time. Most importantly, I won't be attacked by other chosen ones, effectively giving myself a protective umbrella. It's like creating a safe zone for myself. This Heart of the Lord is amazing. In addition to these 2 treasures, he also received another resurrection card, which was also supreme grade. The last treasure made Tian's eyes light up. Change the world, grade, type, mask, description, after use, can completely change one's appearance, including aura and bloodline. Seeing this treasure, Tian's heart trembled with excitement. Isn't this the standard equipment for protagonists in novels? Finally, he had one too. However, the urgent matter now was to create his own territory. That was the most important thing. Tian followed the system's instructions step by step and finally created his territory in the gathering place of the Fire Bulls. The reason for choosing this place was that the monster level here was relatively low. The illusory sea world had said that he wouldn't encounter attacks from other chosen ones, but it hadn't mentioned that he wouldn't be attacked by other monsters. After confirming the territory, the Heart of the Lord completely disappeared. At the same time, a green area appeared within a radius of 1,010 around Tian. Then the scene distorted, and a shabby little grass house appeared before him, with 2 plots of land in front. The system prompt also rang in his ears in a timely manner. Congratulations, you have created your own territory and become the 48,710,031 SD immigrant in the illusory sea world. At the same time, a large screen rose on the side of the wooden house, displaying many options: chat, trade, auction house, friends, warehouse, upgrade. Tian looked at this and thought it was quite similar to the survival novels he read before crossing over. Did he misunderstand the way to open the illusory sea world? Also, there were more than 48 million immigrants in the illusory sea world. So many people were here. And this was just the chosen ones who created territories with the Heart of the Lord. How many chosen ones were there without it? Tian quickly opened the chat channel and found that there were not many people chatting there. It wasn't as lively as he had imagined. With only a few people chatting, does anyone know where to find 9 leaf clover seeds? High price for purchase. 200 for the gathering place of the dark blood duck. Contact me if you know. Tian looked for a long time without finding any useful information and finally had to open the world channel. However, after looking at it for a bit, Tian decisively closed it. It was all high-end players. It was better not to look. Then he opened the trade channel and found quite a few good items. There were many categories inside, and Tian opened the Beast Master section. Inside, there were options for pet pills, pet equipment, pet skills, pet food, pet bloodlines, pet eggs, and many more. Tian randomly clicked on pet bloodlines and indeed found many good things inside. Even the blood of the Tsang dog was for sale, but the price was not cheap. However, compared to the system mall, it was much more reasonable. It was also cheaper than the normal selling price at the system mall, generally around 60%. Otherwise, he would just sell it at half price to the system mall. No one would buy from him. After reading, Tian suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the regional channel to speak. However, at this moment, the system prompted that speaking in the regional channel costs 1 divine attribute gene point each time. Meanwhile, speaking in the world channel costs 100 divine attribute genes each time. No wonder there were so few people chatting randomly in the 2 channels. It turned out this thing actually cost money. But no matter how expensive, Tian still spoke to inquire. While speaking, Tian gave himself a nickname to cover his true identity. Home destruction expert, newcomer reporting in. I have a weak question. After creating a territory, will there be any 7-day trials or disasters? Haha, my friend, you've read too many novels. How could there be any danger here? You're overthinking it. Exactly, since you've created a territory, there won't be any danger, so don't worry. Newcomer, let me give you a piece of advice. Upgrade your territory as much as possible. Don't listen to those guys' nonsense. That's right. It's still very dangerous here. I have a complete set of defense formations that I'll sell to you cheap. From what these people are saying, it's clear that the people in this regional channel are a bunch of jerks. Not a single one of them is willing to tell the truth. You can tell they're no good. However, Tian summarized that even after creating a territory, there are still certain dangers here. Although he doesn't yet know where the danger comes from, Tian decided to upgrade his territory first, opening the territory upgrade interface. There aren't any of those random materials from survival novels. There's only one upgrade requirement: divine attribute gene points. As long as you have divine attribute gene points, you can directly upgrade. Right now, his territory is only level 1, and to upgrade to level 2, it actually requires 100 divine attribute gene points. Earlier, in the treasure hunt, Tian had just harvested over 10 million divine attribute genes. At this moment, he didn't even frown and directly clicked to upgrade. Soon, Tian saw his territory's area change from 1010 to 2020, which means it increased to 400 square meters. This area is much larger than before, and at this time, a new building appeared in the territory. A tall arrow tower emerged within Tian's territory. He quickly checked the attributes of the arrow tower. Defense arrow tower, rank, description, can defend against silver level and below monster attacks, can be upgraded. Damn. Tian knew those people had ulterior motives. Now seeing the defense arrow tower confirmed it. This place is definitely not as peaceful as he imagined. Even among lords, there's intrigue. Tian clicked on the upgrade interface, which showed that upgrading the arrow tower would require 100 divine attribute gene points. Seeing this, Tian's mouth twitched. Why does everything cost money after getting a territory? If he had known, he wouldn't have built a territory. Then he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Tian's ears. After buying a house, don't you need to renovate it or buy appliances? Do you want to be a vagrant for life? In the illusory sea world, there's no safety for vagrants. Only by having your own territory can you escape a precarious fate. After hearing the system's explanation, Tian didn't express much. Now that he had already built the territory, it was too late to say anything. Without hesitation, he directly upgraded the defense arrow tower, and immediately, the description of the defense arrow tower changed to being able to defend against monsters below the gold realm. Tian looked at the surrounding fireballs and felt that his choice was quite wise. The monster levels here are low enough to be safe. Chapter 89. Tian enlightens Xiao Hei. After this upgrade, Tian noticed that within his territory, the small grass house had turned into a wooden house. This was pretty much like what was described in survival novels. Then, the 2 plots of land in front turned into 4 plots. Other than that, there weren't many changes, probably due to the low level of his territory. He stood in front of the land, studying it for a long time. But he couldn't figure anything out. You could let him eat melons, but asking him to plant them was a bit hard for him. After staying in the territory for a while, Tian was frustrated to discover that it actually took 10 minutes to recover 1 point of fatigue. The cost effectiveness really isn't high, but at least he could survive here for a long time. He just wasn't sure if his body would rot from long-term survival here in reality. Tian ignored these messy thoughts and directly exited the illusory sea world. He had to prepare for the National College League's first-year selection competition, which was about to start. After having a meal at the cafeteria, he happened to run into the 2 little ones. Oh, is this the pig-headed man? How is it going? Did you complete the task of 10 consecutive wins today? Tian looked at the 2 of them, their faces swollen and bruised, and felt a bit amused. The 2 sat down opposite Tian, and Shang Yinzhu sighed. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to this martial arts division. It's pure self-torture. Bro, I regret it too. This martial arts department is too exhausting. Especially the 2 of them had their practical combat experience improving at a visible rate. Now, what they needed to accomplish was the 10 consecutive wins that Tian had once experienced. Alright, stop complaining. Tomorrow is the selection competition, and then it'll be your turn to bully others. Hearing Tian say this, the 2 of them suddenly brightened up. In the beast fighting arena, they were now somewhat famous. The reason they hadn't completed 10 consecutive wins wasn't that they couldn't defeat their enemies, but because fighting 10 matches in a day was exhausting, and their bodies couldn't keep up. This was why they hadn't managed to achieve 10 consecutive wins. Having experienced such things, Tian knew this was also part of training energy. Repeatedly exhausting the energy in the body could also accelerate personal cultivation. Tian himself was already at the silver 5-star realm, and both of them had reached the silver 3-star realm. This was just over a month's time, and such improvement was quite fast. Xiao Hei saw the 3 little ones eating and walked over at this moment. Tomorrow is the big competition for the whole academy. How have you prepared? Tian immediately expressed, don't worry, teacher. I definitely have no problem on my side. Those two might hold me back. Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinzhu exchanged glances, both feeling a bit blackened by this. What does this bastard mean? Saying that they were improving rapidly was not an exaggeration. With Li Tian's martial arts talent, Zhang Xian believed that even if he were not a beast master, he would still be able to go further on the martial path than herself. She then turned her gaze to the other two and asked, "Are you guys okay? Please rest assured, Dean, I will definitely be in the top 10. Shang Yinzhu naturally wouldn't let Li Tian take the credit alone and hurriedly expressed his stance. Well, that's good. What about you? After speaking, Zhang Xian turned her gaze to Wu Yuxian. Wu Yuxian also quickly expressed her attitude, saying it would definitely be fine. Zhang Xian nodded and continued. As far as I know, this year, the competition will be very fierce. Li Tian became interested and quickly asked, "Teacher, is there any insider information you can share with us?" Zhang Xian smiled and said, "It's not really insider info. Do you remember the 3 potential seed candidates from the new student competition?" Li Tian instantly recalled Qian Sisi and another named Gu Xiaoyu, and quickly nodded. I remember. What realms are they at now? All 3 of them have already entered the Silver Realm, and one of them, named Qian Sisi, is already at Silver 3-star. Li Tian, she will be your biggest opponent. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Tian felt relieved. Just Silver 3-star? I'm already 5-star. Why would I be afraid of her? Teacher, don't worry. As long as she hasn't reached Gold Realm, she definitely won't be my opponent. Seeing Li Tian so confident, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Li Tian, don't underestimate your opponents. Don't forget that Qian Sisi also has a contracted beast of her own. Li Tian, however, didn't care at all. So what if she has a contracted beast? My little black is also at the same level. Have I shown off? In the same realm, I'm invincible. Facing Li Tian's arrogant words, Zhang Xian felt that Li Tian had become a bit inflated in recent days. Li Tian, do you think that because you've been on a winning streak in the beast fighting arena, you're invincible now? Do you have an invincible mindset? At first, Zhang Xian felt that this kid was a bit inflated after hearing his words. However, when she heard that this sentence was spoken by her master, she began to ponder its meaning. As for Li Tian's master, Zhang Xian held him in high regard. She could ignore Li Tian's words, but she could not overlook what Li Tian's master said. With me, invincible, charging forward? Combined with what Li Tian had said before about warriors competing fiercely, Zhang Xian suddenly felt like she had grasped something. This feeling was quite mystical. Zhang Xian felt as if she had entered an enigmatic state. Li Tian and the others were puzzled, wondering what was going on with the dean. Why was he just standing there in a daze? However, none of the 3 disturbed Zhang Xian, as they noticed something was off with her state. Li Tian suddenly remembered a term from a novel before he crossed over, enlightenment. Zhang Xian's current state was indeed not much different from enlightenment. He stayed where he was to protect Zhang Xian. The other 2 were also curious about what was happening with her, and none of them left. Thus, the 3 surrounded Zhang Xian, not allowing anyone to disturb her. An hour passed, and Zhang Xian still hadn't awakened. 2 hours passed, and she remained in that state. Just when the 3 were starting to feel a bit bored, a powerful aura rose from Zhang Xian. The 3 quickly retreated outside the cafeteria. At that moment, Zhang Xian also opened her eyes, sensing the changes in her body. She never dreamed that she would gain enlightenment from her own student. Not long ago, after linking Li Tian's words about being invincible with the belief that warriors must compete, she entered a state of enlightenment. Now, waking up, Zhang Xian was astonished to find that she had entered the legendary realm. This was a realm she had never even dared to imagine before, as legendary realm warriors only existed on the 10 major planets. Moreover, this enlightenment not only allowed Zhang Xian to enter the legendary realm, but also helped her discover the path for warriors moving forward. She had a feeling that as long as she followed this path, it wouldn't be difficult to become a warrior of the titled realm. Chapter 90. The selection competition begins in the dean's office. Tian Jing'an looked at Feng Baoshan and said, these 3 little guys are quite good. And you've taught them well. It's worth my investment. Dean, you can rest assured that this investment will definitely not go to waste. Tomorrow will be my report card for you. Tian Jing'an nodded, wanting to say something more when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura. This was definitely the aura of a legendary realm warrior. He had sensed it from his master before. How could a legendary strongman arrive at the academy? Tian Jing'an didn't dare to delay, disappearing in a flash towards the direction of the aura. However, when he arrived at the cafeteria of the martial artist division, he was left dumbfounded, because the owner of this aura was not an outsider, but Zhang Xian. How could this be possible? Zhang Xian actually broke through to the legendary realm, surpassing his own realm? Tian Jing'an was quite familiar with this warrior from Ziwei Star. On Ziwei Star, the king realm was already the ceiling for warriors, and there was no path to enter the legendary realm. Yet now Zhang Xian had entered the legendary realm. which was beyond the ceiling of warriors on Ziwei Star, even more so than on Blue Star. How could this not astonish Tian Jing'an? Little Jiang, you've advanced? Jiang Xian shot a glance at Tian Jing'an and said, Little Tian, didn't anyone tell you to respect the strong? At that moment, Tian Jing'an realized that Jiang Xian was no longer on the same level as him. Now she was a legendary realm warrior, no longer in the same class. Sister Xian, congratulations on reaching the legendary realm. Jiang Xian gave Tian Jing'an an understanding look and said, All right, calling me sister is enough. You're over 1,000 years older than me. Don't take advantage. Tian Jing'an found himself at a loss for words and dared not refute her. However, he was not calm inside. It wasn't that Jiang Xian's earlier words made him feel stifled. In this world where strength is revered, power is everything. Tian Jing'an didn't feel there was anything wrong with Jiang Xian's words. Rather, he was just surprised by her advancement. At the same time, he quickly contacted his master. After all, this was a legendary realm warrior, and he must build a good relationship. On the other side, after Tian Jing'an left, Jiang Xian approached the three. Looking at Li Tian, she said, Thank your master for me. He showed me the path for warriors moving forward. You were right. Warriors must have the belief of being invincible and compete fiercely. Li Tian hadn't expected Jiang Xian to enter the legendary realm because of one of his offhand comments. However, this was a good thing. Hadn't he seen how the dean acted like a good student in front of her? As the saying goes, a big tree provides good shade. Li Tian naturally understood this principle. Okay, I will convey that. All right, teacher. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she left. She had just entered the legendary realm and needed to consolidate her level. Li Tian then entered the illusionary sea world again. The place he appeared was exactly his territory. And at that moment, a series of system prompts came through. What the heck? Li Tian was a bit bewildered. It turned out that this defensive arrow tower had this function. Didn't this mean he could idle while offline? Although the divine attribute genes he obtained weren't many, he hadn't been gone for long. Indeed, having a home felt different. It seemed his territory was worth building. At the same time, Li Tian was glad he chose a place where monster levels weren't high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defend. Just now, the system prompted that all the spoils were stored in the warehouse. Li Tian opened the warehouse and found a pair of gauntlets and 16 pet eggs. He then went to the defensive arrow tower and found that there were no durability decrease prompts. There were also no prompts to replenish ammunition, which made Li Tian breathe a sigh of relief. He opened the upgrade interface for the defensive arrow tower and found that upgrading again required 1,000 divine attribute gene points. Since he didn't have that many, he reluctantly gave up. He squatted in front of the land, continuing to ponder what he would plant. Earlier, he saw in the regional channel that someone was selling various medicinal herb seeds. However, he had no idea how to plant medicinal herbs. What should he do? Should he just watch the land go to waste? Li Tian opened the transaction interface again and typed in seeds. Sure enough, there were a lot of seeds for sale. And he casually bought the cheapest ice melon seeds. Just when he was troubled while holding the seeds, he saw a plantable icon appear on the land. Li Tian quickly clicked on the planting icon, and the seeds in his hand disappeared. Seeing this, Li Tian understood that the so-called planting wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. After planting the ice melon seeds, a countdown appeared above them. Haha. Li Tian laughed upon seeing this. Wasn't this just like those farming games from his past life? After resolving these issues, Li Tian purchased some more seeds and planted them in 4 plots of land. He wondered if these things needed watering. There wasn't even a manual or anything. Negative review. After complaining for a while, he exited the illusionary sea world. There was a competition tomorrow. Back in the real world, he had a good sleep. And when he woke up, it was already the next morning. In the classroom, Wang Yuan looked at the three and said, Everyone, perk up. Today is the National League's internal selection competition. You cannot be careless. Shang Yinzhu raised his hand to indicate he had something to say, and Wang Yuan nodded, allowing him to speak. Teacher, this time I want to be prohibited from using the Holy Dragon of Light, right? Wang Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, there are no restrictions this time. After all, this is to select talent for the National College League. Then I can rest assured, Shang Yinzhu said and sat down. All right, let us enter the competition venue together. Under Wang Yuan's guidance, Li Tian and the others went to the venue for the internal selection competition. Li Tian noticed that there were a total of 16 arenas in the competition venue. This time, all 16 arenas would hold matches simultaneously, starting with the first graders. Wang Yuan continued to introduce to the three. There are a total of 379 participants in this selection competition, and the top 10 of the whole academy will be determined within 2 days. These 10 participants will represent our academy in the National College League. The three had already learned about this, but they still listened carefully to Wang Yuan's introduction. Li Tian, your number is 1897. Wei Yuxian, Your number is 2123. Shang Yinju, your number is 2229. Remember your numbers. If the host calls your number 3 times and you don't come up, it's considered a forfeit. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Yuan was very satisfied with the mental state of the three. He had seen their performances in the Beast Arena recently and was quite confident about their chances of making it into the top 10. The three exchanged glances and began to watch the matches happening in the arenas. However, as they observed the battles, they all felt that it wasn't that impressive. Chapter 91. Wu Yuxian, please remember my name. Li Tian watched the battles on stage and felt that there was really no challenge. Compared to the matches in the Beast Arena, this was not even on the same level. It was fair to say it was just rookies pecking at each other. Look, that's Bai Dongha, one of the level 3 potential seeds. His beast is the cloud-piercing dragon sparrow, and he's quite fast. If you encounter him, be careful. And there's He Yunfei. Although he's not a level potential seed, he's still a strong competitor for the top 10. His beast is the two-headed underworld tiger. Wang Yuan explained the capable contestants on stage to the three. 2123, 2123, please come to Arena 3. Wang Yuan said to Wu Yuxian, it's your turn now? Show the might of our martial arts division. Okay. Wu Yuxian nodded emphatically and walked towards the arena. Li Tian and Shang Yinju also focused their attention on Arena 3. Standing on the arena, Wu Yuxian calmly looked at her opponent across from her. The experiences from the Beast Arena these days had given her rich practical experience. The referee saw that both sides were ready and began to announce the start of the match. As the referee gave the signal, Wu Yuxian did not summon her beast to fight immediately. Instead, she channeled her energy and used the charging bull skill, rushing towards her opponent at an incredible speed. The opponent was clearly a standard beast master, and at this moment, was in the process of summoning his beast. Seeing Wu Yuxian charging over alone, the opponent was somewhat stunned, wondering what this girl was planning to do. This thought crossed the minds of more than just that one contestant. The audience watching the match was also shocked by Wu Yuxian's fighting style. How could she dare to charge in alone? And how could her speed be so fast? Even faster than many beasts? At this moment, Wu Yuxian couldn't help but smile, a saber appearing in her hand. As she got closer to her opponent, she activated the charging bull ambush skill again, causing her already fast speed to increase even more. She didn't give her opponent a chance to react. Wu Yuxian directly placed the blade against her opponent's neck. Contestant 2123 wins. The match is over. The entire match lasted less than 5 seconds, and Wu Yuxian finished it in no time. However, her fighting style left a huge shock on all the faculty and students of the academy. Tian Jing'an watched the match and nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by Jiang Xian's training effectiveness. With Wu Yuxian's fighting style, most opponents simply couldn't react in time. Before they could summon their beasts, they would be taken out. The reason was simple. New beast masters needed at least 3 seconds to summon their beasts and set up their tactics. And that's with the speed of those 3 potential seeds. For regular students, this process took a full 5 seconds. This meant that by the time they finished setting up their tactics, they would already be defeated. Other experienced teachers and students shared the same view. On the arena, Wu Yuxian arrogantly declared, please remember my name. I am Wu Yuxian. Li Tian and Shang Yinju exchanged glances, both feeling that she had stolen the spotlight. Meanwhile, the audience below the arena was genuinely shocked by Wu Yuxian's declaration. The main reason was that her fighting style seemed unbeatable in their eyes. Feng Baoshan said to Qian Sisi, if you encounter this girl, make sure to summon your beasts and set up tactics as quickly as possible. Don't give your opponent a chance to get close. Qian Sisi nodded in agreement, feeling quite wary of Wu Yuxian's fighting style. Soon, Wu Yuxian entered the next round. After stepping down from the arena, she made a victory gesture to the two. How was that? Was my declaration cool? Cool? More like a fool. Li Tian said disdainfully. My Xiaoxian is the best. She was so cool just now, absolutely stunning. It's simply indescribable. Shang Yinju chimed in with praise. Really? I think so too. Li Tian looked at the two flirting and increasingly suspected that they had done something shady behind his back. There must be something going on. Contestant 2229, please come to Arena 5. Alright, you two rookies, stop flattering each other. Aiju, it's your turn now, hurry up. The two were unhappy that Li Tian interrupted their conversation, but they knew it wasn't the time to settle accounts with him. Shang Yinju quickly walked towards Arena 5. Wang Yuan also quickly followed, saying to Shang Yinju, be careful, the opponent over there is a level potential contestant, and his beast is a level 3 fire wolf. With major skills being. Shang Yinju listened to Wang Yuan's introduction as she walked. When she stood on the arena, many people in the audience were stunned by her beauty. Our academy has such a beautiful girl. How come I never saw her before? Which division is she from? The opponent, Bai Wendong, was also stunned to see Shang Yinju, thinking he was supposed to face a male opponent. Before he could ask, the referee had already announced the start of the match. Shang Yinju didn't adopt the same fighting style as Wu Yuxian. Instead, she utilized the standard Beast Master combat mode. Both summoned their beasts and began to set up their tactics. However, the opponent was left dumbfounded when he saw Shang Yinju's beasts. She had summoned a bright sacred dragon and another dragon-type beast, a silver boundary raptor. Go, a dragon, Raptor 125. Li Tian facepalmed upon hearing Shang Yinju's naming choice. What kind of name is that? A dragon is acceptable, but Raptor 125 is just ridiculous. The audience was also shocked by the names of Shang Yinju's beasts. But there was no doubt about their strength, especially the bright sacred dragon, which immediately unleashed the bright sacred flame. This was a skill that could only be used by king-level beasts, combined with the bright sacred dragon's energy reserves that far exceeded other beasts of the same level. This attack wiped out the opponent's forces, and the medical staff rushed to the stage immediately. Tian Jing'an nodded repeatedly at the performance of the bright sacred dragon. Indeed, it was worthy of being a king-level creature. Even when suppressed by its master's level, its strength was still beyond that of other beasts of the same level. Shang Yinju was quite lucky to encounter a dragon-type beast with ancestral traits. Thinking of how other academies would react upon seeing the bright sacred dragon, Tian Jing'an couldn't help but smile. Even the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academy or the Magic City Beastmaster Academy would probably be stunned if they encountered Shang Yinju. Shang Yinju looked at the contestant being rescued and sighed at his unfortunate fate. So what if you were a level potential seed? I'm still at level now. She wanted to make a bold declaration like Wu Yuxian, but was directly ushered off the stage by the referee. This bastard turned a potential seed into this. I guess this person will have psychological shadows in the future, right? At this moment, if he doesn't go down, what is he standing there for, looking foolish? After being driven off the stage with a helpless expression, Shang Yinju went directly to Wu Yuxian to express her frustration. Seeing the two whispering together, Li Tian felt that his guess might be true. He didn't expect that this bastard Shang Yinju was hiding so deeply. Hey, Shang Yinju, put your dirty hands down. Why did you start fighting while talking? Li Tian understood the meaning in that look at a glance. It's just that you talk too much. Get lost. Chapter 92. You're not that great either. It's not that the two might have something going on, but that they definitely have something going on. Poor me. I didn't notice it for so long. I must be blind. While the three were messing around, many spectators were still discussing Shang Yinju's match. After all, the bright holy dragon is a king-level creature, and they couldn't afford to ignore it. Luo Qingxue looked at Nangong Yang beside her and said, "This little guy is not bad. We should investigate him further." Nangong Yang smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't consider anyone else and were set on Qianxixi?" Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes at Nangong Yang and replied, "I didn't know there were people with dragon beast ancestry among the freshmen before." Nangong Yang didn't continue on this topic and said, "That Wu Yuxian was also quite good, with a unique fighting style. It seems the quality of this year's freshman is pretty high." Regarding Wu Youxuan's fighting style, Luo Qingxue was not impressed, saying, "The drawbacks are too obvious. As long as the opponent retreats while summoning beasts and giving orders, they can break this setup. In short, this little girl is just taking shortcuts. When she meets a master, she'll learn her place in no time." Nangong Yang naturally understood this reasoning and said, "You're right. But as you said, those are all masters. If they are also freshmen, I doubt many can break this setup." "Well, that's true. If she can enter the top 10, relying on her unpredictability, she might score a point or two, which would be pretty good." Nangong Yang turned to his little brother Lei Mukun and asked, "How does that Li Tian compare with these two?" As a top student in the second year, Lei Mukun was very respectful in front of the two big shots. "Yang, that Li Tian is Wu Youxuan's brother. He grew up with Wu Yuxian and Shang Yinju and entered the warrior academy together. His strength is probably above both of them." Nangong Yang nodded and said, "Well, I hope this Li Tian doesn't disappoint me." Luo Qingxue smiled and said, "I feel Shang Yinju is quite good. This Li Tian is probably just all show." Lei Mukun didn't dare to defend Li Tian in front of his senior sister. Number 1897. Please send contestant number 1897 to ring number 7. When Li Tian heard the announcer call his number, he didn't have the heart to chat with this couple. At this time, Wang Yuan was also introducing Li Tian's opponent. "What realm is the opponent?" Li Tian asked. "Bronze realm." "All right, no need to introduce. It'll just be one move. It'll end quickly." Wang Yuan didn't say much about Li Tian's words. He had seen Li Tian's strength. Achieving the 100-man slaughter in the beast fighting arena spoke for itself. Soon, Li Tian stood on the ring, not even looking at his opponent. "You're Li Tian. I don't think you're that great either. I heard you're just a one-star potential. No wonder you chose the warrior path." Listening to the opponent ramble on, Li Tian didn't care, knowing the other was just talking trash. They wanted to disturb his mindset with such words, but they were overthinking it. Back on Earth, he was among the first regulars in chat rooms, capable of cursing for 2 hours straight without drinking water. If the opponent thought they could influence his mindset with words, Tian could only say heh. The official statement was to use this minute for self-introduction and friendly exchanges with the opponent. However, no one really introduced themselves. Instead, they used this time to talk trash and affect the opponent's mindset. The referee saw that the minute was up and said, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, Tian adopted the same fighting style as Wu Yuxian, directly swinging his knife. However, this swing was not a close attack, but a distant one. He used the ancient Taiku Bull Slash, with the attack range determined by his energy. It was one of the few long-range attacks in the bull technique. Countless spectators saw a massive blade shadow form at extreme speed, followed by a slash toward the opponent. The referee realized the danger and quickly intervened to protect the student. Fortunately, the referee was a diamond-level beast master, which allowed him to protect the student in time. Since the referee intervened, Tian naturally won this round. Looking at the pale face of the opponent, Tian laughed. "You're not that great either. I thought you were impressive, but you're just all talk." Facing Tian's disdain, all the spectators began to empathize. If they were that contestant, could they evade Tian's slash? Many shook their heads, not because the blade was so powerful, but because the attack was too fast. The entire skill activation process took less than a second. Within that second, they couldn't even summon their beasts. How could they defend against this full-force strike? Nangong Yang and Luo Qingxue also didn't expect Tian to have such a hand. Turning to Lei Mukun, Nangong Yang asked, "Can you defend against this slash?" Lei Mukun didn't expect to be caught in the crossfire. Facing Luo Qingxue, he dared not be careless. "Senior sister, you overestimate me. I can only take this slash head on. Whether I can withstand it, I really don't know." Regarding Lei Mukun's words, Luo Qingxue agreed, saying, "This Tian really surprised me. With this move alone, he can definitely fight above his level. What do you think, Gonyang? Please call me Nangong Yang, or just Yang. Don't call me Gonyang. How many times do I have to tell you?" Nangong Yang was also helpless. How did he end up with such a pig teammate? "All right, Gonyang, what do you think?" "I, Nangong Yang, have no temper left," he said. "I'll just watch from the stands." Luo Qingxue glanced at Nangong Yang, thinking to herself, "What a petty man." Senior sister is right. With this move, Tian can challenge the second year without any problem. Lei Mukun quickly went to salvage the situation. Nangong Yang nodded at this moment and said, "Let us watch 2 more matches. You all know the league rules. It's continuous combat. I don't know how many times Tian can use such a skill." Luo Qingxue then said, he could have Qian Sisi, Shang Yinzhu, and Wu Yuxian clear the obstacles for him in the first year, allowing Tian to challenge the second year directly, which comes with score bonuses. "Well, what you said makes sense. I hope this little guy can use such skills a few more times." Watching this match, Qian Sisi also looked extremely displeased. "Sisi, this guy is a bit hard to deal with." Listening to her good friend Gu Xiaoyu, Qian Sisi rolled her eyes. "Of course, I have eyes and can see. Humph. I didn't expect him to take a different approach. It's simply outrageous." Gu Xiaoyu was helpless. Her good friend was at odds with Tian. Originally, Qian Sisi wanted to take this opportunity in the selection competition to defeat Tian decisively. But now, seeing Tian's nearly unbeatable combat style, she could only give up that thought. Chapter 93. Apprentice, you really dare to speak. Tian Jingyan, as the dean of the Beast Master Academy, was naturally sitting on the podium. When he saw Tian's skill, he was also taken aback. He is a warrior of the king's realm and can tell with one glance the power of Tian's move. This is also why the referee is at the diamond realm. If it were someone at the golden realm, they definitely couldn't have blocked it so easily. He turned to glance at Jiang Xian, but didn't dare to approach her for inquiries. Instead, he said to his disciple beside him, "Xiao Yan. This kid Xiao Tian is quite impressive." Wu Yan smiled at her master's praise of her son and replied, "Master is joking. He's just average." "Haha, this is no joke. Just based on that last strike from Xiao Tian, it's not an exaggeration to say he is invincible among the Silver Realm." Wu Yan naturally knew how fierce her son's move was. After all, she also knew the ancient bull slash technique. "By the way, Xiao Yan, that move of Xiao Tian's is quite energy-consuming, right? Can he fight continuously?" Wu Yan chuckled, understanding her master's meaning, and said, "Master, rest assured. This move indeed consumes energy. But don't forget, Xiao Tian is a beast master. He can draw on the energy of his contracted beast to fight. Even if he hasn't summoned it, he can still utilize its energy." Indeed, Tian Jingyan almost forgot that Tian was also a beast master, mainly because that last strike was purely martial arts, which made him overlook Tian's identity as a beast master. Moreover, Tian Jingyan knew that Tian had already contracted a Silver Realm Dragon-type beast egg. This meant that Tian's current contracted beast was at the Silver Realm. In this way, the energy is not something a Bronze Realm beast master can compare to. Seeing the performance of the three little ones, Tian Jing'an felt that this year's goal might need to be raised. Initially, he was only aiming for the top 8. But now he wondered if they could advance further within the top 8. As for reaching the semifinals, he hadn't considered that. Mainly because the strength of a few competitors was just too strong. However, the 6th and 7th positions could be considered. Wu Yan looked at her master and didn't mind revealing a bit of insider information. Master, my Xiao Xian and that Shangyin Zhu have also entered the Silver Realm. Oh, Tian Jing'an wasn't too surprised. After all, since Li Tian, a potential 1-star, had already reached the Silver Realm. It wasn't too surprising that these two, with even greater potential than Li Tian, reached the Silver Realm as well. Moreover, Shangyin Zhu had previously summoned another dragon-type beast, and Wu Yuxian's attack also had the aura of the Silver Realm. So Tian Jing'an didn't have a strong reaction. Master, both of them can also use that move. But their power isn't as great as Xiao Tian's. Hiss. This time, Tian Jing'an was slightly shocked. They can also use it? Wu Yan nodded and continued. I think our academy can rank in the top 4 this year, at least in the top 4. Top 4. That's a bit difficult, really difficult. Let's not even mention the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital Beastmaster Academies. Even Yang City and Yaodu are not something we can compare to. Although I don't want to admit it, but that's the reality. Wu Yan smiled and said, Master, it all depends on whether you're willing to spend money. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Tian Jing'an became interested and asked, what do you mean by that? Xiao Tian has a master who is a powerful crafting master. That's not the main point. The key is that this crafting master knows inscriptions. Hiss. Tian Jing'an was stunned. There are very few crafting masters who know inscriptions. There are hardly any on the entire Blue Star, yet Li Tian's master actually knows them. Wu Yan didn't mention that Li Tian himself could inscribe, as she didn't want her son to be engraving inscriptions all the time. That would affect his future achievements. It would be better to reveal that later when his growth slows down. Tian Jing'an grasped Wu Yan's meaning. They were planning to invest money to secure a place in the top 4. He knew that the strength of the Demon Capital and Imperial Capital stemmed from both the potential of their students and their equipment. After all, Beast Masters are called money-devouring beasts for a reason. From what he knew, the top 4 all had several pieces of inscribed equipment. And these weren't personal, but rather the Academy's. These pieces of equipment could be considered part of the Academy's heritage. Well, Xiao Yan, I wonder if this master would be willing to help us out. Money is definitely not an issue. Although our Academy has fallen on hard times, our heritage is still not something just any Academy can compare to. Wu Yan knew her master wasn't exaggerating. The Academy's finances were still quite robust. Master, didn't I say before? As long as you have the funds, these will not be a problem. Tian Jing'an immediately beamed with joy. But then he looked a bit troubled and said, well, Xiao Yan, how much does this specifically cost? I have no experience in this. Tian Jing'an wasn't lying. There are no clear prices for the few masters who know inscriptions. You first have to establish a relationship and then discuss the money. It's not as simple as having money and being able to buy anything. Wu Yan wasn't very clear about this either, but she had previously discussed it with Li Tian. Li Tian wasn't too short on cash at the moment, and he mentioned a price of 50 billion for a piece of equipment. Wu Yan wasn't sure about the specific price, but she asked her son about the inscribed equipment, and he mentioned he could produce over a dozen pieces a day. She felt that 50 billion might be a bit expensive, but the Academy shouldn't miss out on a good deal. Master, Xiao Tian's master said that, considering Xiao Tian, he would give us a deal at 50 billion Blue Star coins per piece. What do you think of this price? 50 billion? Tian Jing'an felt he had misheard. Then he thought of something and asked, how many inscriptions does that include? Earlier, Tian Jing'an realized that if it was for 1 inscription, then that price was a bit steep. For 2 inscriptions, he could still barely accept it. 5 inscriptions, 2 phrases, and 1 single character. Damn, Tian Jing'an couldn't help but curse. 5 inscriptions? Are you kidding me? And there are 2 phrases? Am I dreaming? He wasn't like Wu Yan and Li Tian, who hadn't seen much of the world. On Ziwei Star, a piece of Golden Realm equipment with a single character inscription could only sell for around 10 billion. A piece with dual inscriptions would only go for about 34 billion. However, if those 2 were phrases, the price would double, definitely selling for over 60 billion. As for 5 characters with dual phrases, haha, that's something for the auction house. He wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now, Li Tian's master actually promised 50 billion for a piece, and he felt like he must have misheard. Wu Yan looked at her master, who was so shocked, and felt that her son was really too shrewd. Look at how scared master is. 50 billion is indeed too expensive. How about we negotiate for a lower price? Well, Xiao Yan, I don't want to take advantage of Xiao Tian's master. How about you tell him to give me 10 pieces? Wu Yan wasn't foolish, seeing her master's attitude. She knew it wasn't that they were selling it too expensively. It was more likely that they were selling it cheaply. Master, 10 pieces? Are you sure that's enough? They're helping us out. Shouldn't we get a few more? After all, it's likely that this opportunity won't come again. Wu Yin had her own little thoughts, knowing that this time they might be getting a bargain. But now that the words were out, she couldn't backtrack. Hearing his disciple's words, Tian Jing'an gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think he would agree to 20 pieces?" Tian Jing'an wasn't short of money. Besides, his own master was quite willing to cough up the cash. 20 pieces? Wu Yin calculated it. At 50 billion each, 20 pieces would be only 1 trillion, which isn't too much. Do you think he would agree? Tian Jing'an looked at his disciple with eager eyes. How about this, master? I'll let Xiao Tian discuss it with his master and see if we can get 100 pieces. That way, it wouldn't be a waste of their effort. 100 pieces? Tian Jing'an felt like he was about to go crazy. Disciple, are you really daring to say that? That's not just any ordinary equipment. That's equipment with 5 inscriptions.